I've only managed to lose money for investments, so I don't know.
Oh, really? Have you tried U.S. stocks
I don't know.
for
I'm not.
big
It's not
for
like
big
I'm.
investors?
Yeah,
There's really not trading. There's just basically like a savings account. You're just putting fucking everything in. You can get, and you're putting it towards the best stocks. Tesla, Apple, King, and the profits, right? They become as shares and value, and those always. I mean, not always, because you never know, right? But good choices are always going to go good companies over time. So it's not like you're trading nothing really fancy. It's just that
yeah,
over time you're building up like assets that have value. The value's going up.
yeah. Well,
Like
it depends what's an ass. One person's asset is another person's ass hat. Um, that's
exactly.
but I go with like Berkshire Hathaway if you want to not get fucked. Probably, I guess.
I remember I was working at Trader Joe's, and the stock was 50K, and 50K was a lot of money. And there was one share now it's 500K, 10 times.
Is that how much it costs?
500K per share in Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh no way! Oh
500K per
dude,
share.
I did not know that.
I wish I was
Really?
lying, bro. I wish I was lying. And not.
Oh my god. I know somebody that sold their Berkshire Hathaway for another stock. Oh my goodness. That is a sad story. That is a sad story. That's an ex-business partner too. Oh no. Sold out of Berkshire Hathaway to do his own investments.
He didn't
Figured he
do
was going to move more than Berkshire Hathaway.
he didn't do Fibonacci, that's for sure.
You just got to wait like 15 years on a stock like that, and you're good.
The problem with Berkshire Hathaway and Buffett is, you can't really ever sell. So when you sell, you're out. And when you're out, you're not an investor. So people don't really just sell. They collect shares. They keep them their whole life, and they give them to their kids, and their kids fight over them. That's what happens. They never sell. They can never enjoy their riches. It's just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah.
Well, if you have two shares, you can sell one, I guess. A special occasion.
I think it's just tough. This is like something you could go to school for and still not be very good at.
Oh, they don't teach stock market trading in school. They can't.
This is something you could not go to school for, and you could just develop your own system on computers and stuff, and probably do okay.
It's like racing cars in Indy 500. You don't learn that in school. You just have to do it or not.
I feel like it's something you're like almost so it's like blinding because it's money. So it's anything that's got money attached to it is a little bit magical. So it's a little bit mysterious and stuff. Like we can get led all kinds of weird ways, just chasing the money. But you need an objective plan that's real logical. So
it's like gambling, but better because you have logic.
Yeah, but logic would say like that all businesses got to go a certain way. So it is more like sports gambling, in my opinion.
Look, if you pick a shitty company, it's going to have a shitty performance. Pick solid company, you get solid performance. That's hard to get.
I guess I think it's just really being in the right place at the right time, and
but the right place at the right time is, like you said, logical.
It's never going to be right where you think it is, because if I would have been like that, then there's just many opportunities I would have availed myself to.
It's not going to be exactly, but you can get good at it over time.
I think you have to know like when lucky is happening. I guess but in order to do that, unless you just have a natural gift for it, it's like you have to miss opportunities and then like be like, oh man, I could have done this. I could have done this. It was well within my power. I could be a millionaire right now, right? But something about that has to not hurt your feelings enough. to where it's actually making you smarter and developing your instinct to see like when, is now maybe lucky time, because like you're never going to be good enough to like just predict it. You know what I mean? Like not through logic. I don't know.
Prediction something different.
Well, it's got to be correct. Like you could make incorrect predictions all day long. That's a lot of people make a living at that almost, right? But very few people would ever be able to make a living making correct predictions. Or like if you just make only correct predictions, they're not going to be of high value every time. There'll be things that everybody can figure out. But to say like, oh, for no reason, I would say that these companies might do well. Like you could start doing things like because like ad space, because articles, because of like different attractors like that on the internet sometimes indicate that a stock's about to go off, and sometimes it might signal that something's getting weak and they're pushing too much money through advertising. There's some kind of like algorithm to be attained. You know what I mean? Just from like something's internet footprint and the rates of all those hits, and you can see like kind of into the company a little bit, like whether they just have too much money for advertising and they're just like flaunting it, or they need it because they're pushing a bad product. A lot of the best products have the worst advertising, and some of the best products don't put commercials up.
Yeah, you can know that for a particular stock, you'll have what I would call an advantage or an edge. But like you said, you're never going to be at the right place every time. It's not that kind of a science. It's more like an art form. Or like you said, luck. If one thing it that way.
Yeah, I mean, you can make your own luck in a way. But I think the only way to kind of understand it is just to kind of like say like, oh, did I have this opportunity to do this or that, and did I miss out? And then what might be coming down the road that I might also miss out on because you overlook something. That's why, right?
No, but look. You have a company, right? They have a product. They have 100,000 employees, well, millions of employees that work in 150 countries that provide this product, whatever, Apple iPhone, and people can't live without it, and they're going to get not less but more. They're going to their screen time going to go up. It's an addiction. It's technology integrating into our lives, and they're the number one company that does this shit, and they're the number one stock, and it's going to stay that way for a while. And that would be not the best choice, but a decent choice. Not for sure winner, but probably likely out down there. Apple, AAPL.
It's a weird thing, man. I mean, it's like to try to make money with it is to be an entrepreneur in a way, and being an investor is sort of like being an entrepreneur. You're just trying to like
that's
hustle
where
that
the
money.
gambling comes in. It is a gamble because you will be wrong sometime.
But you could say a gambler is too like an entrepreneur too. But you could say any venture capitalist is like a gambler and is also an entrepreneur. Man,
You will be wrong sometimes. If you can deal with that, then you'll be okay. If you can't deal with fucking up, then you should go get a job from 9 to 5.
Yeah. There's like an ocean of investor capital out there, I think. It's just most people can't even get a fucking drinking straw to it.
There's an ocean of money out there, that's right. And people will give you money if they feel like you know what to do with it. But a lot of people, they don't. A lot of people are terrible.
Like playing on the street. I was like 19 years old, I think. Probably. Yeah, why not? And playing a saxophone. And like I'm just in my zone. I have my eyes closed. I'm just playing. And in front of me are standing Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi, and Sebastian Bach. But I don't know it. I'm just playing. And they wait there for a minute. They wait there for a little bit. But I don't stop playing. And they go inside the restaurant that I'm playing in front of. And I don't get to talk to them. later they go to the band that I just quit playing with because I thought that I didn't like the way the band was managed, and they went to
So
go
like the
see that
butterfly
band.
effect. You
I
can say that. You can say that's luck, or like the
I don't
butterfly
know
effect. Effect.
what kind of luck would you call that? This is like nearly great luck.
Yeah.
It's like
The thing is, we don't have the
could have been
hindsight.
discovered kind of luck, right?
I'm
Maybe.
sorry, we don't have the foresight. We have the hindsight, right?
Right.
You know, Justin Bieber could have been called something else if it was just one guy that didn't pass him, that didn't give him money, that made him quit. You know, he would be nobody. You know what I mean? We don't
It's
know from the foresight, just hindsight.
Bitcoin is a quarter a piece. I'm in a computer lab and somebody is saying like if I just go get $20 cash, they'll make it happen for me. And I could have bought Bitcoin then. Like
Yeah,
without
right.
knowing
Yeah,
no knowing of it, somebody's just right on the fucking shit, wants to do me a favor. I'm like, nah.
it's like 3 million right there. Yeah, no, I'm all right. I mean, I'm gonna get some pizza. I'm
Like
gonna get some Starbucks coffee. Starbucks better.
okay.
Better
So
investment.
that would have been great luck if I was like impulsive then and then otherwise not. But so what is that? It doesn't I don't know. Just keep your eyes open and try to be impulsive, I guess. This is all I can derive from these two things.
This is the magic that we're all trying to access, right?
These are $3 million lessons a piece, possibly. Who knows?
This is like the magic we're all trying to access, the knowledge of the universe, the gifts, the blessing. You know, better to be better and have more. It's just human nature, but we all do it differently. I don't think you can know everything. I don't think you can make all the right moves. You just have to
It's
be.
always that like when you're too focused on trying to make a connection.
Yeah,
Sometimes
you overthink it. You overthink it.
uh, I'm working to try to make money, I guess, to try to build a business, and this guy's offering me Bitcoin, and I'm like, that's not what I'm into. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
exactly. Exactly.
But that's what I was doing, and that's what like yeah. So if I was really concentrated on that, it would have been great. If I was trying to like get exposure, playing on the street and stuff like that, and I had it, like would have been good for me to avail myself of that. So I think it's just being ready for opportunities is a big thing of it too. Maybe I wasn't ready for either of those to happen, and they would have like made me fucking self destruct in some weird way. Maybe that's the only other.
I know a guy.
That's
I
the
know a guy who.
sunburn. That's my
I know a guy
aloe that
who.
I put on the sunburn of all that shit. But yeah, crazy.
I know a guy who lost 4 billion Bitcoin because he had a password with the uh we call those well he forgot his password basically, so he lost 4 million in Bitcoin. What can you do? But that wasn't his only investment. He also sold his business, so it has different irons in the fire.
Yeah, yeah, I'm right. There's nothing saying like, oh, picked up some Bitcoin and I wouldn't have bought pizza with it. I wouldn't have bought a bunch of marijuana with it. Right? Who's to say that? I don't know. I
But
held
now,
on
now
to it.
let's let's go forward, right? Let's say you did buy the Bitcoin, you did get the 4 million, 5 million, whatever, but your life turned out miserable, right? Stuff
Uh,
happens in life, you get the money, but it turns you into I don't know, to more of yourself, right? And you end up becoming I don't know, a super asshole, and then bad stuff happened. So you're better off just being a simple man, with a simple life, enjoying life instead of having to be this big Bitcoin dude, which is a jerk off asshole. But money.
yeah, I could be a poor asshole.
It's
That's
hard to turn that down.
it's a better life, right? Well, what did they say? Like, well, I would have missed all this shit for sure if I was like you know, on some other track. But like, but that's weird, right? I don't know, man. Like, is that predestiny that those things occur like that, or is it me fucking it up intentionally, paying attention too hard? Like, I don't know.
I think it's both. There's a destiny and then there's free will. So you're
Right.
making the choices as we go, and you end up where the destiny is going to take you. But you choose along the way. They both work.
You have to hold on loosely. Don't let go. It's a paradox.
Hold on loosely and don't let go.
Yeah, if you cling too tightly, right, and this is where, this is it's just about being even. Evenness is an important thing. Wow. But that's like the hardest thing to get when you're like young and unexperienced, right?
That destiny is knowing the choices you're already gonna make ahead of time.
How the hell do you know what choice you're gonna make ahead of time?
Not what you don't, but that's what destiny is. Like the inevitable choices that someone's gonna make is already known by the creator. So your destinies are already played out, and he already knows what choices you're gonna make, but you do make those choices.
So you do have free will.
Yeah, but the free will that you have has already been worked out by the creator because he knows the end from the beginning. So he already knows what choices you're gonna make before it's happened.
Okay, Lion. Is more money better? Is being rich better? Like somebody like, I don't know, Elon Musk.
Is it better than being poor?
In general, so, I mean, say
It
poor, but
depends your perspective.
is it better
Listen,
than better?
when I was young, bro, I wanted to be rich, bro. I used to get depressed, bro. Like a real deep depression, especially because I was into like hip hop, and I would look at all these artists like with their chains and their women, and I'm over here like struggling to get by. You know what I'm saying? Look at my son's laughing, but I used to get like depressed, bro, and I had like an
Wait,
ambition to become rich and famous.
I'm gonna stop you for a second.
Sure.
You have a son, right? You're blessed with family, right?
Yeah.
I was just talking to my other friend here. And we're talking about like choosing different paths, like whatever you would just Bitcoin do, he was an asshole. He did. There's nothing you would exchange your son for in the world, you know.
No.
So that to me is the highest value is family. You know, it's the highest value you can have.
Amen, brother. Hallelujah. Facts.
All right, go ahead now. You tell
So,
me.
you know, we all probably went through these stages when we were teenagers. I was like 19, 20. Where like we had all this ambition, all this drive to be great, right? Your life's just starting out as an adult, and then you want to be like the best that you can be. And then as you get older, you kind of get, I don't know, man, you just become like less, that spark kind of dies out, right? Now I don't care to be rich and famous, bro. I could care less. Like, I'm happy, I'm content. Like, I just strive to do better, but I'm content in my growth. I don't want to be like a rapper anymore. You know what I'm saying? So like, Elon, you can have all this money in the world and still be depressed. You can have all this money in the world and not have a respectful wife or obedient children or even no children. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's somewhat like you can not want to be a rapper, but you might just be a rapper, or you know what I mean. The desire to be something might be concurrent with actually being that thing. You know, like
Bro, like
some people will never be gamblers. Some people don't have that trait in them, and some people will. I don't know. It's like this. Whether you decide to or not, you're gonna. If you decide to gamble with money or sports or whatever, that's whatever. But you might be somebody that takes chances and gambles, like with other things, you know. So,
I had connections to the industry, bro. Like I had King
right.
Jordan come to my house in Webster, Massachusetts. Him and this dude called Ralph, and they're from Canada, bro. They went to the same school that Boy Wonder went to. I've met Boy Wonder. Like, basically, these are some of producers that produce Drake's music. They produce Eminem's music. They produce Two Pistols,
Yeah.
Casey and George. Like, bro, like I had connections, and I never like at the time, like I didn't have the drive. Even then, I didn't have the drive to become like anything. Even like you don't have to be a rapper. You could always, there's so many jobs in the industry. Like
you can even like find that next because there's just some, I don't know, man. It's like there's all different genres in art kind of open up over time. It's like new land opening up or something like that. Like, oh, we can make fucking beats about this, or make a movie like this, or whatever. That's just not possible at the time that you're doing it. You know, like everything comes out when it, like everything has its time. I guess, you know. Sometimes you're just right there. Sometimes you're not. I don't know, man. It's a weird thing.
I could care less now,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Like, I hope nobody here wishes still that they were rich and famous, bro, or like whatever.
There's a way to speculate on what arts might open up, though.
Can I just add a
Yeah.
side point real quick? It's couldn't care less. Just so when people say I could care less, that
Couldn't
means
care
that
less.
whatever you're talking about holds value and that you could care less than it. However, if you say I couldn't care less, that means that whatever you're talking about is something worthless to you.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah, man. Just so you know, like the letter of the law. This is the, you know what I mean. And I love your. You know, as much as you come off a little preachy, I want you to be right, my dude. I fucking like your shit. I just when I hear, you know, I don't know, I'm a dick, and I'm only being that way because I like you. So I'm saying couldn't care less.
Now, listen, I'm open to being corrected, bro. And just to let you know, I am bilingual, bro, and I'm still developing my English, perfecting it. Even though I don't have an accent right now, I used to have an accent. I used to take ESL classes, English as a second language. I've come a long way, bro. I lost my accent completely. I used to get corrected by children all the time, and in high school they used to like correct me constantly on my English, and I'm still getting corrected. But I come from
it's a pet peeve of mine, but I wouldn't bring it to your attention if I didn't, like, you know, I like your position, like, you know what I mean. I think you come. I'm gonna. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna be a dick, but yeah, couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah, brother.
I'm learning every day, bro. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, fucking right, brother.
East is the avatar of James Brown. He likes the band to be tight.
Yeah, I was playing some music and I was like, do you know what James Brown used to do when fucking someone missed a note? And they were like, what did he do? I was like, he beat the fucking piss out of him in Dr. Pay. Fucking idiots. That's funny.
You know, you hear the Buddy Rich tapes and stuff, right? He's like yelling at, like, who's that? Freddie Hubbard, man. Freddie's like fucking trumpet player, right?
And Freddie was like the fat guy at the time. They're like, look at the fat trumpet player.
But it's funny that I was listening to these older recordings with Buddy, and he's playing with Oscar Peterson, right? Oscar Peterson, the probably greatest piano player ever to me, and who's on trumpet is Roy Eldridge, and Roy Eldridge sounds like a busted Miles Davis, and I'm like, what? Why is he? You know, he doesn't have the balls to step to Roy Eldridge. Roy Eldridge is there because he's like providing the vibes that's bringing Oscar Peterson there. Oscar Peterson bringing the rest of his unit with that shit. So it's like, Buddy didn't have shit to say, right? But then when he became the tribe leader of his own big band, like, and then he'd fucking ball motherfuckers out because they missed a note, man. That's funny.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, I think like it's funny to me, like people. I was jamming with some dude that was I'm trying to put together a little thing up here, and I was just like, I'm at the point where I'm not playing with anyone. I just won't even play with anyone now. I'm done. Fucking but other than you, Snack, you know, it's like but that idea of like, you know, militancy. You know what I mean? Like just militant.
Yeah.
And like, you know, just that always reminds me of like when I took those clarinets from homeboy across town over by you, Mr. Al Wright.
Oh yeah,
Al Wright.
All right.
And he was surprised me because he was so militant about his music, dude. Like he was like, no. Like he played for Sun Ra, and I don't know, you know all about it, but for the people that don't, Sun Ra was like, if you wanted to join Sun Ra's band, you had to quit all drugs. You had to fucking like abandon your life to go play music with Sun Ra. And this guy did it. Like went and played with him, and like just a militant fucking musician, man. So fucking cool to see. So cool to see if you don't know, you know, how it exists.
Yeah. And I was like, I did one lesson with him, and he's like, listen to this Ray Charles record. It's Ray Charles on saxophone. I'm like, huh. He's like, listen to this. I'm like, okay.
See, but Snacks, you were ready for, like, if people don't know, man, Snacks is like the dude that gets like the special invite to play the Christmas party for the lead saxophone at
Well,
the town square.
at
Like,
one
my
point
nigga,
that way.
this dude is like one of the most highly, like, dude, you've played everywhere and done everything, bro. Come on. Fucking, like, this guy, man.
I'm
Like,
accomplished on the instrument for sure.
no doubt, bro. So I could
just
see Al Wright being like, dude, you're on some avant-garde shit. Here, listen to Stevie Wonder play the fucking saxophone.
What do you play, Snacks, for instruments?
I just play I play the saxophone. I
Oh,
can
yeah?
fiddle around on some other things, but you know,
No, I was just wondering.
nothing else. Yeah.
Oh, dude, you
I've
could
been playing
catch,
since like a long
dude,
time.
you could catch Snacks playing like Tchaikovsky at the fucking like Christmas fucking whatever in town. Like, dude, my man is like so like is like
Yeah.
you know such a celebrated fucking artist. There, people don't know, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, big up, man. I'm just bigging you up. I just love your shit. You're the only person I'm playing with, man. Fuck that.
Yeah. Well, I used to just be all about just fucking being a poster child for all different types of arts, I guess, you know, in my youth. Um, uh, but I didn't like the university style like machine of like cranking people out, you know, and I didn't really think like that. Yeah, it's a mysterious thing to try and get better at a certain point. Like even my professor at the university I was going to, and he was like a big time producer, knew a lot of people, and he's like, he didn't want me to learn from anybody. He's like, don't even get lessons. Like he could have referred me to like a zillion people. He's just like, it's not going to help you out. It's like, I'm like, what? That sucks. I don't even know what to fucking make of that.
No,
Good
man,
or
dude,
bad?
I remember seeing, dude. I'll never forget. I went to a fucking. I went to this like a buddy of mine was like, you should go try out for this band, and they were fucking playing or whatever. So we went down there, and fucking we get down there, dude, and we bring like a 6-pack. I got fucking like 6 joints rolled. I'm ready to fucking like go, and fucking and these motherfuckers, none of them smoked, none of them drank, none of them fucking did it. They all graduated Juilliard. And I just I walked in this restaurant, fucking like cracked a beer, offered one to the dude, fucking they were all just looking at me like I was like it's so weird, dude. I was like, this is the weirdest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life.
But the truth of it is, like, I'm just really natural about what I do, and I'm a bad reader, and I think he knew that, and didn't want to insult me about it, you know, because he enjoyed what I did. So much that he paid for my tuition, or it's my music professor, or whatever. I just got somebody invited me to.
No way, bro. I didn't even know that. That's fucking awesome. No shit.
Yeah, and I didn't know, like, at the time, like, you know, he's talking about all this like stuff I don't know about, but he's talking about like Ravi Shankar and Ravi Shankar's brother, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like I barely even know who Ravi Shankar is, but like you only know his brother, and I'm like, that's no big deal. And then I found out that he basically did the soundtracks to like bunch of a bunch of important things, I guess, uh, cult films like Holy Mountain and stuff like other things around there.
When you say you didn't know how to read, what do you mean by that?
I do like I can.
Like
He's
read
talking about
music?
music. He's talking
Yeah,
about
triple clef. You know, I can read all that. Like I'm not great with like reading rhythms, but like notes and stuff like that. Yeah, I can read those. It's I mostly just have such a good ear that like it compensates for like how I don't really just visually play. I guess some people just have a visual to hand coordination like that, which is levels beyond what I can do. But my like feel and pitch is sort of unteachable. Well, maybe it is, but whatever. It's just I just had it like kind of there, and you know, I think he knew that it would have kind of crushed me, you know, to have to fucking rewire my style or whatever. So,
But yeah, also too, that's the thing. Like when people bring up, just I forget your name. We were talking with Lion, yeah, man. Like you know, like when we talk, like even like when you bring up like you know rappers and producers, it's like it's interesting because like for like musicians and shit, it's hard for me to say like you know, does anyone play music? And someone's like, I rap. I'm like, no, that's not fucking music. Like you know what I mean? You don't play music, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever, man. Like, I just don't, you know, and like, there's that level of like, of whatever. And I think it's a shame because so much of mankind's history is related to music. In fact, we used to celebrate it and pass on all the traditions through song and through music. And what they've done is, I think, is like they've made us forget how intricately beautiful. Like I used to say back in the day, like in the jazz era, you couldn't say like, you know, like black people were completely oppressed, right? Like, you know, not complete or whatever, God knows, right? I don't know the history, right? But like, you know, it was different back then, right? Between the race relations. Whereas, like, you know, people couldn't, and you know, you notice at the same time, you couldn't curse, you couldn't swear. You know, those are things that were taboo in society. And it's like, you know, if you look at Charlie Parker, like, you know, Charlie Parker's goal was to play the saxophone better than any white man would ever be able to play a saxophone. In light of the fact that white people were calling him less than a man. You know, so his retaliation to that was his genius on the saxophone, for instance. And you know, he paid for it, got beat up for it, got fucking isolated, became a drug addict for it. You know what I mean? All this other shit. But like at the same time, the intricacy of the minds of those men was so fucking awesome. You know what I mean? And vast and interesting and like just whatever. Now you can say, you know, whatever you want on the radio, right? Let's say you could say fuck Pitt, you know, you could say everything, you know what I mean? And the music has been boiled down to a war drumbeat, 4/4. So you're in a constant state of war and stupid fucking lyrics and stupid fucking shit on the fucking you know, on the whatever. So like it went from being like the voice of the downtrodden intellectual, you know, music, let's say, right, is going into the downtrodden intellectual into this realm of they've just got people forgot their damn history. You know what I mean? Like it's just
I
moved it
feel
and
you,
they
bro.
dumbed it right the fuck down, man. And
I'm aware.
they got everyone in a war beat.
Hold on, just real quick. I'm aware of what you're saying. Like there's a difference between visiting like or going to a Beyonce concert and people worship Beyonce, and then going to like a Berkeley performance, and like people at a Berkeley performance don't even consider Beyonce like relevant, right? Like, yeah, she's like propped up by the industry and she's propped up by society, but at the end of the day, like people who really take music seriously, it you know, a Beyonce concert is
Well, no,
laughable.
but
You know what I'm
Beyonce,
saying?
I don't know, but the intricacy of Beyonce, see, but the thing is with someone like Beyonce, and this is why, even as an artist, you have to respect all artists, is that her show is probably insane. And she probably fucking can, you know, she can sing. You know
She
what I
can
mean? So
sing,
it's
but
like,
it's like it's not. It's like mediocre, bro. Like,
well, no, but it's built to be a marketing thing anyway. But my point being,
yeah,
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 and it's interesting either way. Yeah, there's no critique. It's just, you know what I mean. You're right. I look at it like it's sad to me that like you know who like Immortal Technique is, right?
yeah.
So
Well,
like you
Dance
know
with the
like
Devil is probably his best song.
Immortal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Immortal Technique, fucking, you know, the old school M1, Dead Prez. You know Dead Prez.
Dead Presidents.
If you
Not sure,
don't,
bro.
if you don't, you really need to go fucking. I mean, just for awesome song, you know, for the awesomeness of it, man. M1, Dead Prez, man. Look up Dead Prez. Turn off your radio. Turn off your radio. Turn off that bullshit. Yeah, this shit is so good. Anyway, but like those lyricists and those kind of things, and like they played with all kinds of beats and shit like that. What I'm saying is like they've tried to just pigeonhole society into something else and to take away. I mean, Dead Prez is like,
But
I gotta say, like they get pretty fucking on the racial tip, like, but at the same time, it's like it's just art, like that they're allowed to do it. I don't know, man. That shit is fire, dude. But
I'll
like,
look into him. I've never heard of him.
oh, dude, you need to turn off the radio, bro. It's the shit, dude. But anyway, like, I just think music is so vast and interesting. I just wish we were celebrating more of the history of it. You know, like a lot of people don't know the history of like the jazz musicians and a lot of the pioneers and shit. Instead, it's like, you know, little cocaine, you know, little
It's
like, you know,
it's insane, bro.
little
I mean,
whatever. Dude.
the industry plants now, bro. Like it's so obvious when the industry's propping up a new artist that has no skills, no talent, bro. Like at all. Like Ice Spice, for example. Like it's disgusting, bro. they force these artists upon us. Like we have to accept them at this point, and then they end up getting famous anyways. Like dude, I don't get it.
I think, it's kind of intriguing right now. I think those bubbles are popping though, man. Like societally, like people are, because like it's just really, I look at it like when you see something like a big push for somebody who sucks, it's a big money, a big money washing scheme. Like they're just laundering the money for the loss or something. Because like it's just funny. It's like, yo, do you guys hear you can criticize
That's
the election now?
hilarious.
You guys can criticize the election on YouTube now. You guys familiar with that? Heard about that? The fucking like YouTube changed its terms of service or something. But like, anyway, it's like someone getting a whole bunch of votes and then they come to a rally and nobody's there. And like that's kind of, it's cool because we're living in a time when this is becoming exposed. And that's
But
why I just think we have this rich history to go and fall back on. There's so much study to be done.
some of the weird music that when I first started listening to it, like Young Thug, right, or Lil Wayne. Like at first, like people were like clowning on these guys, but man, like I don't know if it was just me at the time being like ignorant, but there was something about their music that I was like, holy shit! Like I've never heard music like this before, like this style of music. Like it was like a drug induced like I don't know how to explain it, man. Like these yellings, these ad libs in the backgrounds, and then like these crazy metaphors and similes. Like, bro, I've never heard music like that before. And we see like the society how it's kind of like hip hop is since the '90s, bro. It's come a long way. I don't even know if it should still be called hip hop or rap because it's not, right? What is it now? Like, what would you call it?
They call it trap or some shit, right? Almost practically.
Rap. But
And
I
dude, I
stopped
can't lie,
listening to
dude.
that
I
shit,
love,
bro.
yo, man.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
man, you can't, you catch me fucking listening to a fucking dope ass trap song or dope ass fucking whatever song. I like music, but it's just like it's weird to me that like at a time in our history when people were so oppressed, they broke through being, with their being being geniuses. And would that be geniuses or genii? Right, Six?
I've never heard Genie, but
Genie even. But anyway, like a genius, and like these people reacted by being geniuses, whereas like as they've let up on societal, like let's say like the pressure on, let's say like or like racism or whatever, as that's lenient, become almost non-existent. The music and the like the aims of the society have become, there's no high goal to achieve. There's no, you know what I mean? So it becomes this debauchery kind of. But I don't think that's by the artist choice. That's an industrial choice. You ever listen to like you ever heard about like they had a meeting in like the 90s when they were gonna take over hip hop and they invited all these fucking people there. Who the fuck was it?
yeah, I heard about that. It was a
Yeah, you've heard
conspiracy
about that,
theory.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
like and like some of the hip hop artists I think left, like some of them from NWA and shit left the
Hell
meeting
no.
and they weren't gonna sign no disclosures, no non-disclosure about whatever. And the dudes who took it are all the ones that are fucking famous now.
Yeah,
Or,
because it was
famous in
between
that whole
private
Biggie and
prisons.
Tupac thing. Yeah, the private prison thing. Well, what's crazy with private prisons? This is what's crazy, bro. Is like because what happens when you get, when they take your citizen and they arrest them and they put them in jail, is they're leaning that bond because the U.S. citizen is an enemy of the states. When you go into jail in a state jail, that state is leaning the federal government because of the fact of the crime that the U.S. citizen did in the state. So that state prison is leaning the bond that's making money on the market and getting all the money that would be going to the federal government had there not been a crime committed and a lien put on that account by the state prison. That's why people can get triple life sentences, because all that means is they're going to keep leaning that bond for another 80 plus years. That's why the state prison, that's how the state makes all that money from prisons.
You know,
It's like,
you ever heard of? There's like a theory out there that like the best music or the best comedy or the best like even movies like there's a balance between order and chaos, and if you can walk that fine line where you're unpredictable, where you're not too predictable, where people can guess what note's coming next or what you're about to say next, where you know you don't want to be boring. So like there's like a fine line between order and chaos, and the best comedians, they improvise their sets as they're talking and they kind of work the crowd, but they're like walking a fine line between order and chaos where the crowd is guessing on what they're about to say, like like they don't know like the joke yet, you know what I mean, like you can't guess the joke. Same thing with music, there's like a fine line where you can like, even when you're making a track, you got to kind of like work with chaos a little bit. You got to kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to convey this.
You gotta make friends with it.
You got to make friends with the chaos. You can't be too predictable and too orderly. You got to be a little bit abstract. And it's like a yeah, dance between order and chaos. And like I think when you do like lean or when you smoke tons of weed and then you go on a track, bro, you're in this mind space where like you can walk that fine line. You can come up with crazy songs, or it's not songs but similes that you normally wouldn't have came up with if you were just like sober. Maybe some people, but like I don't know, it does something to the music, bro, in my opinion. I don't know how it is with instruments, but probably makes you shittier.
Yeah, probably. Although, like on mushrooms, I'm like even better with pitch. It's weird, it's freaky.
Word.
Hey, Snacks, I was hoping that you were silent for so long because you were listening to that track I just posted.
I didn't see you posted a track. Sorry, I'm driving right now.
There's a song called Better Place by a band called what's it called? Spring Gang. You ever heard of that track?
No, I haven't. Nope.
I think that there's one instrument missing. It's either the clarinet or the saxophone missing in that track. It would just make it so much more blissful. It'd be awesome if you could do a sax to that track. Do a little bit of a stint on it. Because like what you could do is just make every song better. Like get all the most favorite songs that people listen to, and realize that they're missing. There's something missing, and then like if you put your ed on all of the best favorite songs, then there would be a playlist out there that only you are dishing out, and that's another way instead of investing in Bitcoin, you know, like because like or shares on the market, because like you know there's people investing in this share market, but who are the ones making the most money? You know, it's the ones that actually have the company. Yeah.
Are you from New Zealand?
Well, you start using other people's music now. You're splitting money.
There's a thing called the underground.
I don't even feel like I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of like not even so pro songs either. Like I don't even know if songs are either important anymore. It's sort of like we just take bits and pieces of shit and glue it together, call it a song, call it a track. It's like some kind of evolution, because I think like really like the way that we use song is very primitive. You know, like it should be
Wow.
part of like a larger movement. You know.
So would you be more into doing like a a moot rock fest with Tigran Hamasyan or maybe Dafa Yosef or someone like that, with the piano being the star of the show, and
I don't know.
you come in with the saxophone and be like, have your moment.
My moment. I don't know, man. I haven't played in front of big audiences in a while. Although, like, are there big audiences going out? I don't even know, man. Like, I don't think about that. Like, I don't like tour, so.
But you like jazz, right?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, well, yeah, like anything a saxophone can do, I'll try it out.
Guess what?
I like the
Jazz
way
from
that Tigran Hamasyan, in one of the moot rock fests, he put his hand into the piano, and he's like manipulating the piano with one of his hands.
I would like to just do more experimental, like rock style. I used to mess around with like pedals and things like that, but I've just been collecting wah-wah pedals and this and that, distortion pedals and shit. Might try that eventually. Want to get back into it, but I'm just not like in a music phase right at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's even one that you can plug in, and every note that you do actually comes out like as a human's voice.
They've got
You can
synthesizers now. Like I could sound like a guitar or a keyboard with saxophone. It's like that used to be like a $3,000 dream. You know what I mean? And now it's like a couple $100. You get something like that. Multi loop pedals and stuff. So like I don't know, just technology is crazy, and you don't really know what's right around the corner. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, at some point, probably it's just like, like AI synth me like a backing band, That'd be pretty cool too. Even cooler would be that, like, I could just take my improvisations and have them like on the fly, like AI backed, sort of in ways that like I could program it, to sort of have like a fuzzy logic. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, you could be the next Deep Forest. He's got his own. Yeah.
Well, I would actually like. I'd like that Deep Forest thing, whatever that interesting audio project. It made me think like it's really fun to sort of remix culture, I guess, a little bit, like a sample from tribalism and try and import some of these. It just they just sound like gobbledygook to us. We don't know the languages, and maybe they don't even either. But
Oh no, the angle I was coming from was more of the standpoint that he made it already in the world, and now he's got his own studio, and he just fucks around, and he's got a YouTube channel, and he just makes up all this new stuff every day, and films himself just like producing.
Yeah.
Have
And then,
you
but
seen
it's
this?
like I'm a little bit like, I don't know, Issa. What do you think about it? It's like you trust YouTube with your creative expressions, and they've been fair to you and everything. I'm a little hesitant to go publish anything, I guess.
Maybe you need to try something like my uncle's got a studio, and he does recording. He records other people who want to leave a legacy, and it's a program called Legacy. So you do private recordings and stuff, and it can come out at any time that you wish.
Yeah, it's interesting, but like we only have so many recordings of Charlie Park to really even go from, and a lot of them aren't very good recordings. They're done with like a little cassette player type situation, like off the side of the stage, or there's not even like a PA some of these places, and maybe that just adds to the mystique of how great he was. We don't have that much recording stuff of, but the stuff that we do is really great. So don't know. I guess I'm not just having a very limited amount of things that I put out.
Well,
Legacy.
I about 20 years ago, I met a New Zealand it's sort of a mixed culture band with they were doing like covers, and they had some of their own music, but mostly covers, and they were making big money just by playing in hotels. And so they got everything was paid for. It's a great lifestyle, and good for their self-esteem as well. Good for the pocket, good for the self-esteem, and an interesting gig where they were playing like 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week. They had weekends, and anyone can do it. I mean, not have to be at your level, but at your level especially. I imagine this is the type of thing. I don't know if you're interested
I
in
don't
going to
like put
China.
myself up on a pedestal or anything. I try to really not do that because I don't really think I'm all that. I just like when I'm in the zone, I'm pretty good. Sometimes I'm
Well,
pretty lucky too.
a lot of people, they do busking, and I feel like that's one way to travel the world. But another way is if you have a good manager, you can get into gigs like playing in Asia, especially in hotels, and you get looked after really, really, really well, like in China and Shanghai. Yeah, it's another way to travel
Yeah,
the world.
that's a good retirement career. Definitely gonna do a Chinese tour, the loop pedal, and when I go completely gray, then I'll be very passively Asian. All right, man, I gotta go. I'll speak to you guys later. It's nice talking about some music here for a change. Haha. All right. Much love. Later.
So does everybody here play an instrument or have some connection with
Well,
music?
my mother was anti-music.
Anti-music?
Hmm.
Was she like in some type of a cult, or what was her reason?
I don't know. It was just anything that caused her bother, she couldn't be bothered with. So when we tried to learn instruments, she just would feign interest. So when we got to school, I remember we learned music in school. There was like kids who were like really developed and knew about music, and I found it too intimidating. So I never bothered. But later in life, I bought a violin, and I bought a recorder. Well, initially I bought a violin, then I realized I didn't understand music, so then I bought a recorder because I had to learn the notes and the music. Yeah, so I learned how to play like Mary Had a Little Lamb and all these stupid songs the kids learn on recorders. But then again, I just bought a cheap Valencia violin and I was just trying to play it. Then I realized, what am I doing? This is like, I thought I was wasting time, but then all of a sudden, it was just pointless trying to learn the violin because I was never going to learn a song. I'll retract it. I spent enough time to do Ode to Joy. So it's you know?
Beethoven.
So yeah, you could bang that. That's one of the first songs you learn on violin, right? And then after that, I was just like, this is really difficult, and it doesn't sound right. You know, fuck. You know what? I'm gonna pull that fucker out. I'm gonna start learning it again.
The only thing I play is an animal horn, bro. I got a
Yeah,
kudu
well,
horn.
you should try. You can try clarinet if you're into wind.
Nah. If I was gonna get like an actual metal instrument, it'd probably be either a trumpet. Yeah, it'd probably be a trumpet.
Hey,
My
Lion, did you
sister
Do you know the track
How
that
much-
I posted just before, Lion?
No,
You don't.
hold on. I gotta go check it out.
It's called Better Place by a band called Spring Gang.
Let me see.
And if you're
My
into
sister,
rapping at
when she
all,
was younger, I listened to talk. Yep.
Well, I like
I
it.
could just imagine that that track that I posted is missing something. It's like it's such a really awesome track, but it's missing something. I reckon it's either missing an instrument like the sax or a clarinet, or maybe a rap. Do you think? I mean, if you listen to it, I reckon in 5 minutes you could come up with a rap to go like a what's it
Wait, that's
called?
your song?
Improvise.
That's your song?
The
Or what? I don't
track that I
understand.
posted.
Yeah.
Have you heard it before?
No.
Oh man, when you hear it, and you'll think it's such an awesome sound, but it's missing something. It's like missing a rap and like an interval of a few fine lyrics. Let your imagination go free with that. I don't know anyone that would say that song sucks.
Nah, it's a good song. I like it. It's upbeat.
That's interesting. Are you there, Dawn? Am I in the right chat to speak to Dawn? Chat.
Dawn's he must be sleeping on his keyboard.
He just posted a message in the chat. It says, "I'm short-sighted." Because I was having an argument today with all the Globers in several groups, and I realized I've been doing surveys over the past 3 to 4 weeks now, and the majority of Globers are blind or wear glasses or wear contacts, right? And then it all made sense, right? They can't make observational science. They don't view the world as a person with so-called normal vision does, right? So all their research is done by online or done by reading other people's documents and NASA's photographs, right? So it just all made sense. I'm like, holy shit. Because there was a guy here this morning, he was going, in one of the other chats, it was called Asylum for All, I think it's called. And this guy's just going on and on about all this NASA crap, hour after hour. And I'm like refuting everything he said. I said, no, that's rubbish, that's fake, that's propaganda, that's lies, that's fake math. You know, and he's like doubling down. I said, dude, I got a question for you. Do you wear glasses? And he goes, yes. And I said, wait, get this straight here. You work in science, research in real life, and you're basically technically a little bit blind or got vision problems. He goes, yes. I said, holy shit. And then I started to think about it. You look at all these scientists, all these mathematicians, all these teachers, all these professors, a lot of these politicians, pretty much all these people who rely on information, they're all blind. So the government is elevating blind people into positions of authority to make decisions, to create a culture, to create an environment, have a belief system. So this is how they get away with everything. You understand? So, like, what's another example, right? The government does this with everything. They pick, like, okay, it's like putting stupid people in politics and females, right? Because they're easily deceived and manipulated. So they'll just say, "Oh, just do this, do that, do that." Oh, okay. And I'm like, holy shit, this is why we're fucked.
Now you've included everyone. I actually like the idea that all the badness in the world is down to like short-sighted people, and they can't see well. They fucked everything up.
But yeah, but they're clueless.
Well, I happen to agree, not on what they're clueless about, although we would agree on that to some extent. I agree. Most people are clueless on lots of things.
Yeah, but a lot of them are blind. Like a lot of these people who are making decisions are blind. So
Yeah.
now, when I say blind, you know, glasses damage your eyes, don't you? Right? So,
Yeah, not that good.
so that they're forced to refract light or whatever. So you look at things differently. So the eye, whatever. I don't know. I don't know how they fucking work. I never wore them. So
I don't know how they work. It's a bit of a magic thing.
yeah. And also, this is where this refraction idea comes from, right? Because they were going about light refracts across the plane or whatever the globe. I said, no, it doesn't. And then once I researched it, refraction comes from wearing spectacles. And I went, holy shit, you guys are putting a spectacle belief into the globe Earth? And I'm just like, this is bullshit. You people are dumb fucks. And you just, they're not researching, they're just feeling their way around the internet to make
I think
themselves fun.
there's a certain amount of truth to the idea that you see a blur and then you decide I've seen that, but actually you've thought it after seeing a blur that looked a bit like it.
Yeah, but this what all these photographs they're posting, right? I can visibly see they're edited or altered or taken at the wrong angle, like low to the beach, to get the waves look higher than the whatever. And I'm just like, this is okay. This is manipulated. This is doctored, and they can't see it. And I explain it to them, and they still don't get it. And I'm like, what's wrong with people?
Oh,
And then like you watch television, right? They put all these David Attenborough documentaries in there, and they're all fake. They're all CGI. They're all got these animals walking around, and you can tell it's all digitalized CGI. And I pointed out to people, you can't get a front perception like that. The camera can't get a close up like that. There's no way the camera would allow that to happen in the wild. And like they go, no, this is real. This is David Attenborough. I said, no, David Attenborough is the biggest fraud in world history. He's worse than any other person that we have ever known.
okay. Well,
You know,
I'll
just
have to look into that.
what's that?
I'm sure some of it is shot on a nature reserve and they pretend it's in the middle of the jungle. But I don't know about CGI leopards or something.
You watch it. It's just ridiculous. Like they reckon they went to, like I saw one the other day, and they reckon they went to what's that place? Amazon. Had all these. They reckon they had drones flying around the forest. I'm like, nah, this is all CGI.
You reckon it's like Unreal Engine 5 or something?
It's just comical.
What you said about the globers getting too close, just filming waves, flat earthers do that as well.
To do what?
Flat earthers also get too close to the ocean and just film waves.
Yeah, but I always tell people stand up on the ocean, walk up the bank.
Everyone's guilty of zooming in on the ocean and claiming things.
Yeah, and then walk up 10 feet or 20 feet above the ocean. Then you'll get a float plane for 90 miles. And it's just ridiculous.
90 miles.
I don't even want to.
Fuck.
So yeah, it all make once you realize people don't know what they're looking at and they're blind, it all makes sense. It's just
Yeah, what if I might use that excuse for flat earthers? They're all just blind. So that's why they can't see it's a globe. But that's perfect.
Are you
Thanks.
saying that?
yeah, but
What are you saying? Are you saying that David Attenborough's film crew, they're like taking shortcuts so that they can make like make it in a shorter amount of time, or what's the
No,
No,
reason?
no, no. They
he's saying
use
it's CGI.
CGI and they overlays and they use superimposed animals and documented animals walking. It's all fake. I watched one last night, and they had to show this elephant was being attacked by a lion, and I'm just like, oh god, this is bullshit.
We should
It's
start
just fake.
analyzing footage, shouldn't we?
Yeah. But look, 45 years ago, David Attenborough put out a documentary, and he was explaining how he manipulates the photography and gets angles, and he does all this fake
Yeah,
stuff,
I'll
and
give you
that's been buried.
partly fake and set up. I'll give you.
What's that?
I'll give you it's partly fake and set up for the TV show. I can't give you it's all fake.
And ever since they did the penguins committing suicide for climate change video, did you see that? I just said no.
No.
You never heard about that? It put it out about 3 years ago.
I do remember the
Loose
polar bears.
penguins.
The polar bears on the tiny little bits of ice. I remember that.
Yeah, that was all fake too.
I mean, that's what I mean by half fake and set up. I agree with you. Not
But you
CGI.
understand, like all these people who are globers, they believe this stuff.
Yeah.
They take all this in. They believe everything. They and they sit there and just buy it.
Well, the stuff. If you made a list of the crazy stuff globers believe, you would have a fucking comedy show.
Yeah, because they're retarded.
A 10-hour comedy show. Globers believe that the government never gives them bad medicine and always gives them safe medicine, especially to help them.
So, man.
I was standing there. I said,
absolute
"Don't
insanity."
look. You know what? You know how I know this? I look at my own family, right? And like they're watching television, taking vaccines, taking medications, eating all the junk food, eating all the breakfast cereals, drinking the milk. I'm like, guys, please stop it. This is all fake. This is not even food. This is not even reality. The media is fake. This is all corporation
Yeah,
manipulation.
this
Right?
isn't even food. That's what I think when I'm
And
eating
I'm going,
McDonald's.
what's that?
When I'm eating McDonald's, I think to myself, this isn't even normal food.
Yeah, well, they openly admit it's fake food. They don't even hide it. They don't understand why people buy it, so they keep making it.
Yep.
So but that's all marketing, mind control through the media. But yeah, that's how I know. That's how I know. I know, and all my family are Globers, right? So it's just an overlay. And I come into these chats, and it's the same personality type, same
Yeah.
manipulation.
I get it. It's very
It's
frustrating.
so I gave up trying to educate my family because they don't have the intellectual capability to look at things critically.
In China, they make fake food. Like I heard one article they were talking. They make baked eggs, and these eggs you wouldn't be able to tell, by looking at them that they were fake. The shell,
Well,
the
yeah,
contents of the egg, it tastes, looks everything like an egg, but it's man-made.
Oh God.
and plastic
Maybe I've had one.
rice. The Chinese make plastic rice. They buy like foam and plastic bags from the supermarket, and they put it through a machine, and they make fake rice grains. And once you
People
cook
eat
it, you
it.
can't tell the difference. They don't know they're eating.
In China, there was even one where they, how you can get bamboo shoots, and they're sliced up and they're put in a jar with chili oil. Well, there was one article that came out with a whole bunch of people. It's been going on for years. They were actually getting like bamboo chopsticks, putting them into some type of a solution, and they would soften up, and they would pass them off as bamboo shoots when they were actually just like used chopsticks. Yeah, that's the extent that people go through to make money. Like boosting the protein in baby's milk formula by putting melamine in it, that type of thing.
Oh, it's scary,
No
isn't it?
conscience, no conscience at all.
I told my mate that he put the missing children into the McDonald's burgers. This is after I'd eaten one and he hadn't, but he obviously remembered the last time he'd eaten one and he was really freaked out by me just saying it. I guess it is kind of freaky. Why do I say it? I say it because it might be true, and I'm joking.
Well, that's a lot of missing children because that's a lot of meat they have to supply. So I don't know if they need to catch up that much because, like, even KFC, they buy their one piece of chicken from the local supplier for about 3 cents, and they sell it for $2.50. So I don't know if they need missing children. No.
What happened? Come on, tell me this. Why did the walruses fall off this cliff?
Because they're blaming climate change.
Like they thought there was ice there before, and they're trying to get to where they were, the same area.
Well, look, walruses are stupid animals, right? They go up on this cliff and they go hang out there, and then they can't work out how to get down, so they just walk over the cliff and they follow each other like lemmings. And that's it. They're stupid animals.
I can believe that as a global.
Know that lemmings don't actually jump off cliffs, so they force them to do that for a movie. They don't do that in real life.
Yeah, I heard
really?
that one. But what if they got stuck up the hill like these walruses? Do you reckon they'd walk off?
I mean, that might happen, but those famous scenes of the lemmings all running into the ocean, and Disney like shoved them all off with like a fucking tractor or something.
I thought that was fake too.
This is
well, I'm not
disappointing
surprised.
to me. Bartek, this is disappointing because I had more faith in animals than this. Why are they so stupid?
They're not. They just thought it would be a funny scene for a movie, so they shoved 100,000 lemmings off a cliff.
We're talking about walruses. Really
walruses.
gruesome deaths of walruses.
Walruses are pretty based.
They're suiciding because the world's shit.
It's unfortunate.
Climate change, yeah.
It's
I don't
tragic.
know. I don't know whether to believe it or not, but I'm disappointed and shocked that.
I didn't even.
I thought it was penguins, but it was walruses. I just forgot. And I used to work with these guys that are like environmentalists, like greenie type people, right? And I told them this story about the walruses committing suicide, and they were like, "Oh, this is so horrible, climate change," and they're believing all this shit, right? I said, "Guys, this is all media shit, right?" So what I used to go to work, and I used to pretend to roll off the side of the stack of wood. I said, "Look, I'm a walrus committing suicide for climate change." They would have taken the jabs too. They're all globers and shit from my old
Even
work.
if they did commit suicide and it is related to the world changing, I do still think you're right that they're making a leap, and that makes it comical.
Yeah, but this is how they get publicity, right? Because this is Netflix documentary. So they've found this and said, okay, let's just call it climate change and walruses are dying, and we'll appeal to like the mind controlled goyim, you know.
It's the same with the polar bear. Oh, look, there's one photo of a polar bear on a small block of ice. Even if he was playing and he just happened to want to go on there to surf, oh my God, the ice is melting.
I mean, a lot of it is bullshit, but if you want to know one thing that is actually scary, there's methane under the Siberian permafrost that's all coming out now. It's like big vents opening up in the ice, and methane comes out. And methane is like a greenhouse gas, really strong greenhouse gas, and it is actually pretty concerning. Not gonna lie.
Okay. Do you know we're on a flat plane and there's a huge expanse past Antarctica? So there's no climate change.
Yeah, I mean, I believe there's a flat plane, but that doesn't mean that methane isn't coming out of Siberia and heating up our little firmament dome snow globe?
It's not going to heat up, trust me.
Well, it's worst wildfire year ever in history in Canada. My whole country's on fire. So
That was okay. A guy did a research project, and all those fires were lit at the same time over a wide area. Or was it 100 miles? It was all deliberately lit. It was embarrassing.
So here's a question: if we're on an infinite flat plane and we have a firmament, does the firmament go over the whole flat plane, or does it just go over our little snow globe part of the flat plane?
Well, I can't prove personally that the firmament exists, but there's been lots of references and comments in government regarding the firmament, whatever the word is.
And the Bible, of course.
No, in government. They talk about it all the time.
I said and the Bible. It's in the government and the Bible.
Yeah.
But I think what if the reason we go beyond? What if the reason they won't let us go to Antarctica is because that's where the firmament starts and ends for our little bulb, right? Maybe there's a whole bunch of little snow globes.
Yeah, this is the problem. I don't know why we don't go there. It's kind of weird.
No, they won't let us, right? But maybe they won't, because if we went there, we could actually see the firmament. You know that famous painting where the guy's sticking his head through the edge of the firmament and he sees all the wheels and stuff outside. You guys know that famous painting, right?
But, yeah, no. I don't look. The thing is, the reason why I don't think there's a firmament or it's bigger than what we think is because of the weather patterns. The weather patterns are consistent. You understand? So if we're an enclosed system, we would have the similar wet weather across the whole flat plane. The reason why I know there's no firmament is because the weather patterns are consistent. It's that simple, dude.
You think there's no firmament?
Well, as you said, it could be bigger, huger, maybe 100 to 1,000 times bigger than what we know. So, and you know what? We could be. No one has ever considered the option that we're microscopic. There's giants.
I don't think there's a firmament even. What I think is that there's an ether, and the higher you get, everything expands. So you just keep going up, and everything expands and expands and expands until the smallest particle will just expand into infinite size. And that's why it kind of acts like a firmament, like a force field barrier, but it's really just there.
I understand what you mean. But that already exists. Like they always talk about the ionosphere and all those other layers of shit. So there's definitely something up there blocking radio signals.
In the Bible, it says that the firmament separates the waters above from the waters below.
Oh, and below, yeah.
Right. So if you think about it that way, we're actually on some kind of sea lab type, underwater dome, right? There's water above us, water below us. So we're like a firmament, like a snow globe underwater, like an octopus's garden, right? So imagine that the world is actually one big ocean and some super intelligent giant octopus made a little terrarium dome with a flat terrestrial plane through the middle of it. And we all live in there. And we can't see it, but we're like a little experimental study, dome, like a fish tank. But instead of a fish tank in a house, we're like an earth tank underwater.
Yeah, and it gives credence to intelligent design as well. Because if we're microscopic and we're controlled by a giant, it does give more thing. So that proves creationism.
Right.
And all that intelligent
Maybe
design.
God is a giant octopus.
Well, you could refer to it as that. But it's better than taking, this is what I'm saying. All these globers, they take this atheistic globalist perspective. And I'm like, that's dumb shit. It just means you don't believe in anything at all. So
you guys have probably heard this one a million times, but I thought it was interesting where they say, well, we can't see the curve because the curve is too big, but you lose sight of the bottom of the ship because the curve obstructs the bottom of the ship, which means the curve must be visually perceivable.
Wave activity and angle of the photograph.
I can explain all that
I've
to you if
destroyed
you
all
want.
Oh,
those.
here we
I've
go.
destroyed all those photographs.
If you need that explaining, I can. I'm happy to just brush over it completely.
It's up to you guys. You probably heard it a million times. I just heard it recently.
Okay, that's fair enough. You go for it.
No, go ahead, Don.
No, if he's only heard it recently, it's a cool new truth. It doesn't need to be debunked.
Are you telling me there's
Sorry.
like a logical explanation for that?
Yes.
Okay. You know,
For what?
lay it on.
Logical explanation for what?
Well, for the fact that the Globers say that you can't see the curve because the curve is too big to visually perceive,
Dumb
but they
fucks.
also say that it blocks out the bottom of the ships, which would mean it must be big enough to be perceivable by the human
I
eye.
debunked that when I was fucking 8 years old. It's just ridiculous. People can't even see it.
Debunked which
It's
part of it, though?
It's angle of photograph and wave activity that blocks the view. If as I
All
said,
right.
if you walk up the beach 20 meters on the hillside, you'll get a clear photograph for 90 miles. If you walk down to the sea level, you'll get shit photographs of waves that look bandy. Try it.
Right. Right, but what I'm
People are
saying
dumb.
is that the Globers
Mhm.
can't be right that the curve is invisible or cannot be perceived if it also can block out a ship, right? It has to be one or the other.
Want to be right. That's the point.
It doesn't
They
have to
don't-
be
they
one or
don't-
the other. That's the thing.
They don't know what they're looking at, so that's a problem. And they don't. A lot of Globers, they were brought up in the public school system or whatever, so a lot of them, they don't know how to use their brains to apply a higher reality.
And I'm sure you guys will.
Okay,
Go ahead.
do a survey. You just ask Globers about if they wear spectacles or contacts or glasses, ask some level of education or public school, or what books they read, and then you'll find a pattern here emerging.
Well, the Bible says the earth is fixed and immovable many times.
Well, you could if you bring up the Bible, they'll just discredit it. So,
Well, there you go.
and I'll tell you, as I said, Globers are also anti-science, meaning they reject all science that's put in front of it. And I found that very interesting because I was providing scientific investigation, and they reject it all the time, right? Either
Yeah,
by
but what's your
trolling or-
credibility? That's what they're gonna say. Where'd you go to school? Was it peer
Doesn't matter.
reviewed?
No. Peer review is dead.
I know,
The
but
moment
I
that
understand,
people
bro.
bring
I
up
know.
peer reviews collapse because of the whole poisonations and jabs and all this other shit. So the doctors have no credibility, and all the scientists.
Where's your letter of approval or certificate of approval? You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna ask for some backing. They can't just ask. I mean, they can't just believe anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Ask them why they're anti-science. Because anybody can be a scientist, and anyone can do an investigation. Anyone touch you, just say you're anti-science. That's why I put it in my. I changed my name to anti-science today.
What it is they appeal to authority. So unless you're an authoritative figure with qualifications and certificates and degrees, you're not going to be taken seriously, bro. That's just the nature of the war that we're in right now.
4 degrees, and I don't know anything about science, so I can tell you firsthand that education isn't going to necessarily be the answer.
Yeah, but you can research.
Yeah, exactly. You can do your own personal research, but don't you guys think the firmament is the reason why Elon Musk couldn't go to outer space in 2023, but we supposedly went 13 times?
I
don't want to be
think,
rude.
I think Elon
I don't
Musk
wanna be
knows, bro. What's up?
Elon Musk is a fraud. Okay.
Yeah, we know, bro. We know. I know.
My
at
friend
least.
told me that Elon Musk admitted that there's a firmament, and that's why they can't go to outer space. But then
Well,
everyone
no,
else
he tweeted something out, but it was sort of like, he was jokingly like
he jokes around, so it's hard to tell when he's being serious.
You know how people say that 50% of jokes are real, right? He said it mockingly.
Right.
Oh, this is actually a good angle. I never thought about it. Elon Musk could be playing a white hat operation. because everything he do is dumb shit and it's fake. Remember he put out that video where he reckons he put a car in space with his
Tesla,
fake.
bro.
Yeah, and it was so ridiculous. And he goes,
2019.
he goes, you can tell this is real because it's so fake or some shit.
Yeah. Again,
like-
that's like another one. Like, wait, are you serious or are you like joking? Like, you can't tell with him.
He's cryptic, speaking in riddles.
He's like me. He makes his jokes in deadpan. He just gets his own jokes. He doesn't care if anyone else gets them. But nevertheless, I'm pretty sure his rocket hit the firmament, and then he was like, "Oh fuck,
there's something up there."
I saw a
And all the
video
rest of his-
when the rocket arcs along the curve of the sky, it leaves like a water trail spray. I mean, I'm sure they have another explanation for it, but it looks like when a boat carves through water and puts up like a spray.
Oh my god, dude.
What, you don't believe outer space is water? Outer space is water, dude.
Don, I know it sounds nuts, bro, but it's definitely water up there, bro.
Even the scientists in their thing, they said space is a slippery space-time fluid, like a liquid. They call it a slippery fluid. That's what they call space-time in like physics. So it's like that's the waters above. You know.
Do you think Elon's rocket was blasting through water? That was what
I think it hit the firmament and it skidded along the firmament and it sprayed water when it did.
You're chatting shit, bro. I can hear it in your voice.
There's some super fluid up there, bro.
I'm ignorant of science.
You're lying to yourself and chatting shit.
I'm not. I don't have a rock solid.
Post that shit.
I'm just saying, from an ignorant, non-scientific person's point of view, when I look at that video, it looks like when a motorboat goes through water and sprays a stream of water on both sides. I don't know if you've seen the video I'm talking about, but that's what it looks like. I'm sure they say it's vapor or whatever, but vapor is just water anyway, right?
No, we say it's exhaust gases expanding from the rocket, and they're being lit up by the sun, similar to how mesosphere clouds are being lit up right now.
Right. But that's what's fun about being ignorant. You can just make assumptions based on how things look. I mean, I want to learn.
That's what you just did, bro.
I know. I'm admitting it. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm not a scientist. I'm a social scientist. I don't know anything about physical science.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know. I spent my life studying social science.
Start reading stuff, and you'll get good at it.
So wait, are you guys telling me that in the flat Earth community, which I assume this largely is, the firmament is not widely accepted? I thought the firmament was like part of the whole cosmology.
You're bang on. You're just not believable from my point of view.
So you're telling me I'm right, but I'm not believable?
Yes. No, you're right.
Well,
if I was a flat earther, for the flat Earth community, you're saying the right things, but it's not believable from where I'm standing.
I see. So you're saying you don't believe that there's a firmament, but the flat Earth people do.
I don't believe you believe that. I believe you're just saying.
No, I do believe that. I'm a Christian.
I do believe it too, bro.
In the firmament. I believe in the firmament for sure. The Bible says the firmament is strong like molten glass, which is interesting because molten means like semi-fluid, right? It doesn't say strong like hardened glass. It says strong like molten glass.
Why are you reading that literally, though?
Well, because it's from context, it's literal, right? So some people have the idea that the Bible is entirely metaphorical.
I stand on the words. We stand on the words of the book, bro. That's what we stand on. Even if it's illogical, even if it doesn't make sense, even if we can't see it right now, the scriptures state that there's a firmament up there. There's a firmament up there.
Well, right, but I also want to point out you
sound believable.
Point them out, right? There are large parts of the Bible that are metaphorical, symbolic, or allegorical, but that's not one of them. That's one of the literal parts.
Well, they didn't have a word in the Bible times for force field.
Well, firmament works pretty good. It's strong like molten glass. The point is it's not solid, but neither is it gaseous. It's like a pseudo-solid liquid. Or a pseudo-liquid solid.
How does the people that wrote the book know what the firmament was?
Come on, Don. You know more than that, bro. You know better than that.
I'm asking what he thinks.
Well, we would believe that it's inspired by God, right?
That God told them what the firmament was made out of, and everyone else has just lied ever since.
No,
God
not even that.
inspired them.
Not even that.
Lied.
Don.
Or revealed it.
But Don, hear me out. Don, you're a witch, right? Or you practice. You're an occultist. What would an occultist do to be able to perceive the firmament if they could? What would they do?
I would use a telescope.
Well, what I'm saying is like some would astral project, right? Remote viewing, you got those options. right? Well,
Yeah.
the prophets didn't have to astral project the remote view on their own accord. The Holy Spirit or the Yah
God.
himself, through visionary experiences, brought them to be able to see the earth from above. Like Enoch and Ezekiel and many other prophets, they actually seen the workings of the luminaries and the firmament through visionary experiences. So through astral projection, they were able to actually peer into the earth from a third person perspective.
I don't believe they actually told and saw the truth or heard from God and got the exact truth, because I think they were wrong about a firmament. But the point is, it's not very scientific.
Yeah, no, it's not. Right.
It's a different epistemological basis for knowledge than science. And science, throughout history, has a track record of being wrong and then being changed by future science. But the revelation of God.
That's a good observation. Did you know all science and all research has been debunked and revisited and rechanged in history? All of it.
Yeah, right. So science, although important, is not fixed or like science is not like a confirmed truth. It's a process, right? It's a never
This is
ending
where
process.
these globers fall down. They believe the current thing, the NPC mentality, right? When we come along and destroy it, they can't accept it.
I believe that if you wanted to make a spaceship, you would need to take a rocket like the ones they use at NASA and attach a nuclear submarine to the tip of it with a diamond-tipped drill bit on the end of it. And then when it hits the firmament, the little nuclear submarine detaches, drills through the firmament into space, and then space is water. And then you have to explore space. That's why if you look at the revealed, classified like blueprints of what they say the U.S. has for spaceships, they look like giant nuclear submarines.
Yeah.
They're big tubes.
Well, because they keep talking about drilling in Antarctica, right? Constantly, or the government. What are they drilling? Where are they drilling? And why?
Well, Antarctica used to be in a temperate rainforest climate, which means there for sure would have been human civilizations there. So one thing they're going to find down there is like pyramids and temples and buildings from lost societies, plus all kinds of like organic life and species they didn't know before.
There's supposed to be a great sea hanging above us. Like above the first heaven, there's another sea above us, bro.
The water firmament, yeah. That's why when there was Noah's flood, God opened the floodgates of heaven. He opened little gates in the firmament and let the waters above into the dome to flush it out. It's a closed system.
Testament of Levi, chapter 2, verse 5 says, "And I entered from the first heaven, and I saw there a great sea hanging."
There you go. And what did Bill Nye say? I just want you guys to understand that the earth is a closed system. It's closed because of the firmament.
Oh, Bill Nye's mad, isn't he? I don't know what happened when he said that.
Well, he said the earth is a closed system, and if there's one thing he wanted us to understand, it's that it's a closed system. If there's no firmament, it's not a closed system.
Well, I don't know if that suggests firmament, but he's suggesting something. I don't know what.
He's suggesting that something keeps the outside out and the inside in, and that something is the firmament.
It's a superfluid, bro. We don't know what it's made out of.
No, and that's the point, is it's not solid. The Bible is very clear that the firmament is not solid. It's molten glass, so that's melted glass, right? It's thick, it has substance, it's dense, but it's fluid, it's not solid. It's not like fucking hardened glass, pardon my language. It's like molten glass.
Well, it depends, actually. I think it has a complexity to it where it can, like these modern materials that will be soft, right? But then if you try to hit it, it gets hard, but then it gets soft again.
Right. Yeah.
Like they got bulletproof vests that are like really soft, but if a bullet comes in contact with it, it hardens like instantly.
Yeah, they call that reactive armor. Armor. Yeah, the firmament is made of reactive armor, like Kevlar. That works.
It would explain why we find it hard to go to space and we keep doing fake space.
Yeah, that's why the only video footage of outer space is objectively fake, and nobody's gone to space since the Cold War. And even though all our other science has advanced 1,000-fold, we have AI, supercomputers, new materials, and yet we can't get to the fucking moon because there's a firmament.
So,
Why else? Here's the thing: if it's not a firmament, give me another explanation for why Elon Musk, with all the money in the world and all the science, can't go back to the moon. There's got to be a reason. It's either aliens are showing up and saying "fuck off," or there's a firmament.
just
Yo,
today, I'm willing to give you there's some type of barrier around the
Yeah.
globe Earth, but I think it's a globe.
And also, I do want to point out, I could post the articles, but I don't think you guys use general chat very much here. But there's literally like mainstream scientific articles that say that space is a fluid, like a slippery fluid. So it's not a void. We've been taught it's like a hard vacuum void, but it's not. It's a slippery space-time fluid, which may not exactly be water, right? But if the ancients saw it, they would describe it as water, because what other word would they know for a fluid? You know what I mean?
I think it's just under wraps right now, but like I think that there are compartments of government and scientists that are looking into this, but like more in like, you know, like the Manhattan Project, like it's just under wraps because this stuff's just too like insane for them to just reveal to the public.
The entire mainstream science program based on shooting rockets into space is purely for public consumption. It's a Disneyfied space travel. Everyone goes and watches it and they clap and they eat popcorn. The rocket goes up in the sky and that's all they see. And then if you look at it from like a distance, it appears to curve and fall back down into the ocean or whatever. But the point is, the idea that the modern space travel in 2023 is using hydrocarbon fuels to shoot penis-shaped rockets straight up and not based on like electromagnetics or gravitics or plasma physics or something else is ridiculous. Like, of course they have a real space program and they don't show us the real space program. Plus, they just admitted they recovered a non-human spacecraft. They actually admitted that a while ago, but that came up in the news again. So if they have that, they're not using human space travel anymore. They'd be reverse engineering more advanced technology. There's no way aliens got here using oil and gas.
So wait,
No.
Earth's flat, but you believe aliens might have come here?
It's not impossible. The two things are not mutually contradictory.
I agree.
Yeah, I believe in aliens too, bro.
The people assume that a flat Earth means no aliens, but the two things don't connect at all. You could have aliens that come and go through the firmament, right? Because we know there's floodgates or portals in heaven, or it could be that the plane is large and they come from beyond the ice wall, or it could be that they live underwater and they come
Or in the earth.
Yeah, or inside the earth or under the oceans, because we see the UFOs coming out of the oceans all the time, as well as in and out of volcanoes.
Scripturally, all that applies in the earth, beyond the ice walls, and the second layer of the firmaments. Like there's supposed to be like 7 different firmaments, bro. And these aliens have access to the second level or the second dimension.
Right.
So
or
they're interdimensional.
They were originally above the firmament, but they broke God's commandment and came down and mated with human women and created the Nephilim.
Yeah, it gets complicated, bro, but yeah.
And that makes us demigods.
Well, or we're fallen angels ourselves.
Not necessarily, bro. We're not demigods. We're mortal men.
We're hybrids between giant demigods and animals.
That's what the Nephilim are.
Yeah, we're not that, because if that was the case, we wouldn't be worthy of salvation.
Are you a Nephilim?
I think I've got Nephilim bloodline, so that makes me part.
Well, you might, but the problem is, if you do, then we might actually be the fallen angels. So that's a disturbing conclusion.
It all makes sense, bro. Now it all makes sense that Dawn's the Nephilim.
So, saying we've all got Anunnaki blood, which makes us part God alien, tiny bit.
But do you ever think about the possibility that that's why we're on Earth? Because in the Bible it says they got cast down from heaven to Earth. So if we do have that demon blood in us or whatever, then maybe we're the ones who got cast down to Earth, and that's why we're here.
Yes, I don't think it's demon blood. I think it's spirit alien blood.
It could be the same thing, though, because all a demon means is fallen angel, and angels look like humans when they appear in the Bible.
I'm just saying, aliens, the creation story of mankind is Enlil and Enki creating humans from their own DNA, and they are alien gods, which makes us part God.
Right. But which of the Enki and Enlil, one's got to be God and one's got to be the devil?
Well, they swap roles if you read the book. Sometimes they give you technology, sometimes they give you salvation, help you. They both offer things. Some of them,
yeah, but one of
them's more judgmental.
I'm very familiar with this story. Beyond most people, I've read like all the Enochian literature on the topic, bro, and it's pretty insane.
I do think that the benevolent parts of the Bible are based on the benevolent one of those brothers, if you can decide which one that is.
Well, there's Yahweh and there's El Elyon. It means God Most High. And then Yahweh comes around in the Mosaic period. So during First Temple Judaism, they worshipped El Elyon, the God of Melchizedek and Jesus Christ. But then during the Mosaic period, when they were in the desert, they adopted the worship of a desert deity named Yahweh. And then over time, they assimilated all of the qualities of El into the character of Yahweh.
That's not true, bro.
Well, it may not be, but I've done quite a bit of research, and it's at least a fairly well-supported theory.
Abraham knew who Yahweh was way before Moshe, bro. He knew the set apart name.
Did he? Is there a verse that makes that clear?
Yeah. There's plenty, bro. You got the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. That came way. That's what the Hebrews were reading before. So before Moshe came on the scene, right? Before Moshe even was born, what the Hebrews were reading before the Torah, they were reading the 12 Testaments of the Patriarchs, the Book of Noah, the Testament of Lamech, and the writings of Enoch. That's what they considered scripture.
You know, it's interesting from the Book of Noah. Do you remember what it says about Noah when he's born?
Yeah.
What?
That he was born pale, like resembling the sons of God or the Watchers. His eyes shined, and he looked like he was blushing like the color of a rose.
Right. So he was Caucasian in feature, if not albino, probably Caucasian in feature. And because of that, his father thought that his mother had cheated on him with an angel. And what that tells us, and I'm not a racist, I don't care about race politics whatsoever, but what it tells you is that they believed in that time that the quote unquote angels had white skin. Because all the people that lived there had brown skin, right?
Facts.
And so it implies that the white genetic sequence might come from these quote unquote Nephilim or fallen angels or whatever. Now I'm a white guy, and I find that a disturbing concept, because that would potentially mean that people like me are actually the fallen angels.
Well, no, because Noah, this is where they actually went to Lamech went to Methuselah, and Methuselah went to Enoch to verify if Noah was official, and Noah was not a product of an angelic.
No, he wasn't, right? But the simple fact that they thought he was means that other white people may be.
Okay, that could be the case, but Noah himself wasn't, and he was white.
No, Noah wasn't. You know what I mean? But the important part is what Noah's father thought. Noah's father thought that because he was white, that meant his wife had cheated on him with a quote unquote angel. Yeah. And so that lets us know is that the angels had white skin. Now there's humans on Earth who have white skin.
Devolved quickly.
Pardon me?
This devolved quickly.
Well, you see, you think it devolved.
Just because you're white doesn't mean that you're angelic, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Because Noah was white, and Noah is the progenitor of all men on Earth. So just because you're
angelic
white doesn't mean you're an angel.
I love race theory, but why do they need to be white or black? And how would you know other than reading the Bible? Like
you can't know.
Well, we're just going by the Book of Noah and the implications.
Does that mean it's better to be white?
I'm actually saying the opposite. If you're listening to me, because
the Middle Eastern tribes were white, yes, and the Egyptians were white. Yeah.
Right, but I'm not saying it's better to be white. See, that's the funny thing. When you say that, people think, "Oh, this is racist dog whistle," saying that white people are from outer space. But no,
why you need to choose what color they are?
I don't choose it. I didn't write the Book of Noah, sir. The Book of Noah was written thousands of years before I was born.
Well, can you cite where it says he's white in the Book of Noah?
Well, I could, yeah. You can bring it up. It says he was this gentleman, just quoted it. I don't know.
Yeah, you have actually multiple corroborating witnesses. You have the Testament of Lamech, you have the Book of Noah and the Book of Enoch that all basically corroborate the same story of when Noah was born. And until Noah was born, humanity before that were all like olive tone, like brown, like or Native. People theorize that they were closer to the Native Americans, like Indian color, like maybe reddish, brown, olive. And then Noah was born. He was the first white person to ever be born, besides the Watchers that were also white.
Parents.
Well, brown parents, not African black, brown, like red, like olive tone, not black.
Absolutely
What's up with
unbelievable.
No,
Absolutely
what's up with
unbelievable.
Noah?
Well, what?
What's up with Noah having horns?
he didn't
Horns.
have horns, dude. You're thinking
Noah
about
was a white
Moses.
supremacist.
Oh,
Wait,
Moses.
Moses had horns?
No, he didn't have horns. It's a mistranslation of the Latin Vulgate that
It's
Jerome
shining.
translated, and they're
They
trying to say,
describe
oh,
him as
Noah,
shining.
Moses had horns.
They describe him as shining. So in the art, he has horns because
But to go back to the
Just
previous
paganism.
point about how the first temple, this is true, right? You can go into archaeology or whatever. The first temple Jews worshipped El Elyon, God Most High. And Melchizedek, who appears in Genesis, was
Bro,
described.
listen, stop.
pre-
That's not what you're saying. Is not true, bro. El Elyon is a title. It's not a proper name. It's a title.
Well, El is also God's name. That's why
You know what El Elyon means in Hebrew?
God Most High, or Most
Yeah,
High
the Most
God.
High. It literally means the Most High El.
Right.
right?
But Elohim are the children of El, right? The Elohim
Nope.
or
See,
El.
I don't know where you're learning your Hebrew, bro, but I'm trying to set the record straight. Elohim and El are simply titles. That's all they are. They're not proper names at all. And they're Elohim is the title for the Most High El that they give him. That's like the literal definition for God, right? God.
But even if it's a title, right? Even if it's a title, Melchizedek is described in the Bible as the priest of El Elyon, and then Jesus is identified as a priest after the order of Melchizedek. So we know that Melchizedek worshipped El, whether that's the name or title, and we know that Jesus is a priest after the order of Melchizedek, which means that Jesus' father in heaven was El. Now I get that you're saying that El is a title and Yahweh is the proper name, and that may well be true. That may well be true. But just to entertain the theory, right? What did Moses do when he took the Jews into the desert? He made them march around in circles for 40 years until the older generation had died off, right? Because the actual distance between where he went to where he went, like ended up, was only like a few days travel. But they walked around in the desert for 40 years. The reason he did that, according to the theory, is so that the older generation who worshipped El from the first temple would die off, and then all the new generation would have grown up worshiping Yahweh.
What Scripture tells us why is you don't have to guess it. In Hebrew, in the book of Hebrews, it tells us, and then elsewhere, and in all over the prophets, it's because they were rebellious and disobedient, and they lacked faith. That's what it literally says. It says they lacked faith, even through all the miracles that were done, and through all the powers that they seen the Most High do. They still lacked faith and became rebellious. Reasons why a whole generation died out. And they murmured against Elohim. They murmured in the beginning. They cursed themselves because they said with their own lips, they said, oh, we're going to die out here. Moses, why'd you bring us out here? We're going to die out here. And then guess what happened? They died out there.
Right. So here's a question for you, if I can remember. I have brain damage, so I fucking forgot my thought mid-sentence. Oh, yeah. So Yahweh, right, he has certain titles as well. And one of the titles that he is often given is Lord of God's armies, or Lord of the armies of heaven. Now, we know that the kingdom of heaven is hierarchical. It's a kingdom, right?
Yeah.
And God is Lord of lords. Now, it would be unusual to call a king the general of his armies, right? Generally, the general would be below the king. So my name is Shogun. A Shogun is a warlord, not an emperor. So you got the emperor, who's God, king of kings, El Elyon. Then you got Yahweh, who's Lord of heaven's armies, or Lord of God's armies. That use of that title kind of implies that he's a different character, not God himself, but actually the general of God's armies.
Disagree, because the thing is, sometimes it's referring to Messiah pre-incarnate, because he had the same name as the Father. They were both Yod He Vav He. They were both Yahweh, Yahuwah. But the thing is, Enoch talks about Messiah before he was revealed, right? It says in the book of Enoch in chapter 42 and through 46, it talks about the Son being next to the Father, but it doesn't call him the Son. It says the merciful one, the righteous one, that looks like the Son of Man, standing next to the Ancient of Days. And Enoch asked the angel, like, well, who is that? And Enoch is told that this is the elect one who will be concealed and preserved in secret, right? And only revealed to the elect. And his identity was never revealed properly until he came and was born from the Virgin. And then who he was became apparent to the apostles and Paul, and they revealed the mysteries to us, because for most of history, this character was bewildering, because you had Yod-Heh-Vaveh speaking to Moses face to face. You had Yod-Heh-Vaveh speaking to Abraham face to face, but Yod-Heh-Vaveh is supposed to be the father that, according to the scriptures themselves, no man can see and live. So it's like, who the hell is this other Yod-Heh-Vaveh? Well, it was the son concealed.
Am I
And
allowed to say?
And even King David tells us that blessed is he who comes in the name of the Father. He
Special
literally came in
Jew.
the name of his father. But yeah, go ahead.
Am I allowed to
Special,
say a
special
quick
chosen
server?
Jew conceals.
Quick. Am I allowed to say a quick server related thing?
Yes. Go on.
Basically, I have a fairly active server, and we like to do flat Earth events once in a while, where we bring in like guests who are flat Earthers for interviews. It's not like we're not like anti-flat Earth or anything like that. So I just wanted to invite, if anyone here is interested in that, there'll be like a live audience of like 10 to 20 people, and then it'll be put up on YouTube. I thought Face of Yah sounds like you would be someone be interested.
We could take this over. Yeah, we could take this over there to your server if you want.
Well, I sent you a friend request, and if you're interested, we'll schedule a podcast and we'll record it and stuff. And same invitation goes out to anybody else. In the past, we've had like 90 plus people in the voice chats for Flat Earth events.
Really?
So yeah,
Invite us to the server. We'll jump in.
well, if it's okay with you guys, I'll send you friend requests, and then when the server is active, a little later in the day, because it's early where I am. But I'll send you guys invites, and then you can come and we can talk. But if I just wanted to get permission, but anyone who wants to,
server, but he's not here, I don't think.
Yeah, I'll send you a
the biblical theme stuff gets a little bit overwhelming here, and people don't like it. So I'm willing to take this somewhere else. Anyways, like later on, I'm gonna have a fellowship. Anyways, but
great.
Let me know.
Well, yeah, I'll invite you to the server, and it's usually very voice chat active. It's early on a Saturday, so it'll get kicking off later. If anyone wants, it'd be easier actually if you send me a friend request, because otherwise I got to send everybody a friend request who might not want one. So. But this is good conversation. But yeah, you guys like to talk more about the science of it. I mean, I believe in flat Earth basically because I have some friends on my server who do, and they've made a good case for it. I've seen images from 110,000 feet, no visible curvature, and the long distance photography stuff. I mean, you guys have heard all these arguments a million times.
When did you become a Christian?
Well, I was born and raised in a Christian church, but when I was young, I went through a phase of like exploring all different religions. So I practiced Buddhism and Hinduism and all this other stuff and studied all these different religions. And then I became like a more dedicated Christian in like 2021. Started calling myself like a non-denominational Christian.
Was that anything to do with your friends on Discord?
I would say that some of conversations that I had with Christians on Discord helped take me from a lukewarm Christian to a more sincere Christian, and also helped me understand theology better. I also had like what you call a born again experience, like a mystical experience. Yeah, then I started calling myself a born again Christian, and then I joined the Anglican Church, so now I call myself an Anglican.
I totally get it. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable that I became a Christian.
Shocking how much your beliefs can change in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I always considered myself a Christian, but I eventually realized it was nonsensical to call myself a Christian when I was also like burning incense to Hindu altars and chanting mantras and stuff like that. So I became like a real Christian throughout all my like Hindu stuff and like occult stuff that I had from before. And
now, even though you tried Buddhism and all that, you've realized the Bible is the word of God over any other words.
Well, see, I don't believe in biblical literalism as such, because the Bible is 66 plus books written by over 1,400 plus years by 66 plus people, and it's contextual. So Muslims believe that the Quran is the actually written by God, right? Christians don't believe that the Bible was written by God. We believe the Bible was written by a large number of different people. We simply believe that God's hand, his supernatural hand of providence and guidance, was at work in the Bible's creation.
Yeah.
And that through the Holy Spirit, see, it's not that the Bible is literal. You can't just read the Bible literally and understand
it. What I meant was, you believe all of that, which means that book is more true than any other information because you believe it's from
I
God.
do. I do.
It's different kinds of truth, right? It's epistemologically and ontologically different kinds of truth claims that are being made, right? But when it comes to salvific stuff and spiritual stuff and theological stuff and stuff about our relationship with God, the Bible and the Holy Spirit are our source for that information. But the Bible is not a book of science, right? The Bible is not a comprehensive book. It doesn't tell us everything we need to know about the physical world. It tells us everything we needed to know about God and Jesus and our relationship with them.
And the Jews.
Well, it tells us a lot about the Hebrews and the origin of Israel and all that stuff.
How special the Jews are. They've managed to work that in, haven't they?
No, it doesn't actually say that at all, bro. That's actually rabbinical ideology.
The whole book is about that. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, bro.
You just
No, it's
talked
not.
about the special concealed son, which is a special Jewish Messiah that they've chosen for themselves.
All right, but you don't understand that.
That's the whole religion.
Well, I get what you're saying, but Messiah, Melchizedek, wasn't a Jew, pre-incarnate. He was born of a Jewish woman, but she wasn't just Jewish, bro. If you read the scripture, she was
Hebrew, wearing Hebrew clothes, living with
Hebrew. Yeah, but that's the thing.
Teaching Hebrew law.
But the modern idea of a Jew is somebody who practices the Torah, right? But all of Israel was supposed to practice the Torah. All of men, actually, all men are supposed to practice the Torah. Those are the commandments of God, right? Messiah's mother, Miriam, was actually both a Levite and a Jew. That's two tribes. And what happened to all the other lost tribes that people just completely ignore? It's all about Jews.
It does tell you about God, but from the position of Semites. And worked into that is how great Semites are and how great Israel is and how they're chosen, how the rest of the world is Babylon, evil from the devil.
Not necessarily, bro.
Yes, it is.
No, because each man is given to according to his own understanding, right?
You can pretend to denounce all that and just say, I still like the rest of it. But you can't say that's not in there.
I get what you're saying, Don, but you're looking at it very pessimistically and nihilistically, and that's not
rationally. Reading it as a supremacist doctrine.
It's not, though, bro. Because if you understand in Israel, right, who Israel is, it has nothing to do with blood. It has nothing to do with lineage. It has to do with obedience for the Creator, right? Obedience to the Creator.
Jewish law.
It's not Jewish law, though. Where Moses wasn't a Jew. That's what you don't understand. Moses wasn't even a Jew. Moses was a Levite, bro.
That's a rabbi.
Abraham wasn't a Jew, bro. Noah wasn't a Jew. That's what you don't get, bro.
That's all Hebrews, people.
Hebrews,
that's what
bro.
I'm calling Jews. These people.
You know what it means to be a
Hebrew?
Hebrew?
Law.
You know what it means to be a Hebrew? It has nothing to do with blood. It means from crossing over from paganism into the truth. That's why I call myself a Hebrew, because I crossed over from heathenism, paganism, debauchery into the truth.
Well, you've got yourself now. You think paganism's bad, but worshiping a Jewish God is good.
It's not a Jewish God, bro. That's what you don't get, bro. It's the creator of all things. He's not a Jewish God, bro. Judah is one tribe.
It's described by the Jews.
There's 12 tribes of the lost tribes of Israel. And then Ephraim, if you study
Israel. All the tribes are from Israel.
Do you know who Ephraim is?
Jewish Holy Land.
You know who Ephraim is? Is Joseph's son, right? Joseph had a wife, an Egyptian wife. His son Ephraim represents the whole world, right? So whether you realize it or not, even if you're not part of one of the other 11 tribes, you're part of Ephraim, which means that you are part of Israel. You just don't realize it, bro. You're in a slumber. You're in a spiritual slumber, and you don't know who your true identity is. You think you belong in occultism. You think you belong in this.
You're telling me I need to follow the Jewish rule book. And I'm saying no, because they're going to lie to me. They're going to lie to me that they're special and I'm not. So no, I'm not going to follow that book. It's silly.
It's not a supremacist doctrine, bro, because you are part of Israel. You just don't realize it.
How am I part of Israel if my blood's from Europe?
You'd have to study the scriptures, bro, to understand, because these are deep, profound mysteries in the scriptures that when the Bible talks about the amalgamation of the nations, which would occur in the future, right? And once the people
I'll agree.
See, when Israel was casted astray, when Israel was exiled by the Assyrians, right, by King Shalmaneser, This prophecy was given way before Israel even was exiled, but it was prophesied that Israel would be exiled to all the kingdoms of the world. Wherever the foot of man has trodden, that there would be Israelites there. And through hundreds of years, thousands of years, they've mingled their seed with with their neighbors, right? And what we have now is an amalgamation. So whether you're from Europe, or whether you're from Africa, or whether you're from the Caribbean, the probability is, as this prophecy has come to be, that whether you realize it or not, you have blood Israel in you, bro. And that's what you don't understand.
I should follow the Jewish rulebook because they managed to travel around the world in the past.
But it doesn't matter if we have the blood of Israel in us or not, because through Jesus we were grafted onto the Jesse tree, and now we're all seeds of Abraham anyway. So it's like it doesn't really matter if we have the blood or not.
Exactly. So even if you don't have the blood, but I do believe most of us in this chat already have the blood of Israel in us. It has nothing to do with blood, and Paul's very clear on this. A Jew is not one outwardly but inwardly. An Israelite is not one outwardly but inwardly. And not everybody who's of Israel is Israel. So even if you are blood Israel, if you don't keep the commandments and you live in debauchery, right, and you don't accept his son, you can't be grafted into the olive tree. So it doesn't matter what your blood is. These Jews that say they're God's people but don't accept the son and don't keep the commandments but keep the Talmud and the Mishnah and the Gemara, those people aren't God's people, bro. They've been led away by Babylon, the Babylonian Talmud. Those aren't God's people, bro.
Not by works or by what did Jesus say? I could raise up sons of Abraham from these stones, right?
Lion, do you think you've got Babylon blood in you?
Yes.
Right. So if we're all mixed, doesn't matter.
You know the first thing that God told, you know what the first thing God told the Jews to do when they went to Babylon? To pick for themselves wives and plant vineyards.
Yeah.
You know when that was a long time ago, bro, that they were mingling with the Babylonians, right? And it's all if you read the scriptures, all they did was mingle with their neighbors, bro. They mingled their seed with the nations. So inevitably, whether you realize it or not, whether you have Scottish descent, British descent, dude, even the British Isles, they're known for their history.
My logic is
connected to the lost tribes.
Your logic is if I've got Israeli blood, I could worship the Jewish God and it could be fine, and it's not Jewish God.
No, the point is it doesn't matter about your blood.
If you've got Babylon blood, you can worship the serpent and it's going to be fine. And
no, that's not what I'm
you've
saying,
got the blood.
No,
I'm saying you're hating on the Jews because you think that they're the chosen people when the scriptures doesn't even say that.
You following the scripture that promotes the Jews as the prime race, I think is silly.
But it doesn't really, like, by the same logic. By the same logic, you could say the Bible says the Jews are the bad guys because they're the ones who killed Jesus. But the truth is, it's not that simple either. It's not that the Jews are good or bad. It's following God is good or bad. You have to take the whole book in totem, including
they're
the
the
New
bad
Testament.
guys who rule you, so you worship them while they're better than you. That's the story.
No, we worship God and we worship Jesus Christ.
Their version of God that they wrote.
Nah,
yeah,
man.
that's true. We worship a God who comes from the first temple Judaic period. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, from rabbis in a temple.
I despise the rabbis, bro. Messiah himself said, "Called no man rabbi." Called no man rabbi.
You're using the rule book they made for you as a Gentile.
No, but so I got to ask you, right? And I'm not asking this in like a condescending way, but have you read the Bible like cover to cover, like?
Not cover to cover.
No, see, it's so important to do that, even if you're not a Christian, even if you're not religious. You got to read the whole Bible because.
Have you read all the occult books cover to cover?
Well, all the occult books is an unlimited number of books, right?
Well, what about the Satanic Bible? Have you read that cover to cover?
I have not read the Satanic Bible. No.
Well, you're going to have to.
Well, but the point is, if you're
you can't understand reality or comment on it.
No, but we're not talking about understanding reality. I'm saying if you're going to make comments about the Bible, you need to have read the Bible because you need to understand the book that you're making the comments about. Right? I'm not saying you need to
read enough to make comments on what it's about.
Well, but the thing is, the whole story of the New Testament is about how the Gentiles are accepted into the family of God.
Exactly.
Right, and also, but just let me finish this one point because this is important. The entire narrative, this one point is important. The entire narrative sequence of the New Testament is about Jesus conflicting with and disputing with and debating with and defeating in debate the Pharisees and Sadducees, who are the Jewish authorities. So to say that we like worship the Jews or the rabbis is wrong. Jesus came to basically school them all and establish the truth, which was what? Love your neighbor as yourself and love God with your whole heart. And that is the sum of the law.
You don't fight the
Pardon me?
Jews, you fight the atheists.
Well, we fight atheists and Satanists, but it's a spiritual war.
We are to
Not a
hold
physical.
ourselves accountable.
So you left the Jews out, even though they're the enemy. You're in your story.
Nah,
You've
man.
left them out.
No, bro. Listen. I'm against Zionists. I'm against I despise rabbinical authority. I despise the Jewish cabal, bro. Trust me. I understand, man. But you're getting it all conflated, bro. It's like
I understand you understand and you chose to be where you are, but I still think the book is about cucking to Jews. I won't.
you
give
think
it up.
that, but I think you have a special hatred in your heart for the Jews, which is keeping you from seeing
No.
the truth.
What?
You
Why
got
would
any envy, any jealousy, any hate in your heart. You got to put that aside and look at the
you've
scriptures.
got hatred for Babylon?
No, I
That's
don't,
made-
bro.
that's made
Not
you
not in the
choose
sense
Jewish
that
book.
not in the sense that you think. Because we are Babylon. We're living in Babylon right now. This is our spiritual Babylon
Yeah,
right
you're
now
scared
in
of
America or
Babylon.
in Europe, wherever
You
you
think
are.
the only way out is to follow the Jewish law.
Not the Jewish law,
No,
though. The
bro.
whole Bible is about how Christ set us free from the law. That's the whole
Well, no.
point of
Well, me and you're gonna I'm a Hebrew, so we're gonna disagree on the Torah. But
Shogun, I know what you keep bringing up the New Testament. And I agree, it is against the Jews, some of it. But I
the
think
only way to
that's part
salvation
of-
is through the Son,
That's
bro.
part of designing the controlled opposition, where they're the big bad guy who's stronger than you.
I just think you're missing out, right? Because the whole narrative that Jesus is some psyop, right? People fall into that and then they lose their opportunity to have a relationship with Christ and with God, which is what the religion is about. It's not about cucking to the
I have a
Jews.
relationship with God.
Do you?
I don't need the Jewish story about a rebel rabbi. I don't need that.
It's all right then. Whatever. Let's move on.
I mean, that's your choice. Maybe God will reach you sometime with that, or maybe he won't. I don't know. But the point is, I just disagree that the Bible, if you read the Bible, it definitely does not lead you to a conclusion of cucking to the Jews. There is such a thing as Hebrew roots Christians and such a thing as Messianic Jews that bridge that gulf one way or the other. But the point is, Jesus, have you guys ever heard the theory that Jesus was a Phoenician? It's quite interesting.
I could change my accusation from cucking to Jews to falling for the Jewish trick.
Dude, there's no falling for the Jewish trick, bro.
Like the Jews don't like Jesus.
That's what
the
the whole
Jews
of
don't.
reality.
The Jews hate Jesus, bro. They
Yeah,
don't
the
want you to. They don't want
Exactly. You're the controlled opposition.
Well, how does that work,
man.
though? Right? The Jews.
They set you up as the people who know the Jews are in control, but also think they're bad. So you're completely confused about who's good, who's bad.
Well, are you saying Jews are bad? Because I'm not saying Jews are bad or the Jews are good. I'm just saying
you're
that that's
saying
not
you
the
don't
Bible
worship
is
them.
put.
You're saying you don't worship them, but you do worship the book and the God and the rabbi.
I don't worship the book, bro. I worship
Yeah,
the creator of
we
all
don't
things
worship the Bible.
that
We worship-
inspired me to keep his laws, bro. Like, what don't you get? Like, that's all it comes down to is believing in his son. And if you believe in his son and love his son, he wants us to keep the commandments, bro. That's how you're sanctified and set apart from the rest of the world is by
about all the other sons of God from all the other gods, from all the other people.
Yeah, their gods are the fallen sons of
the
El.
fallen.
So El,
they go
El
against the
has-
commandments,
There you go.
bro.
There you
They
go.
don't. So they contradict the creator of all things that manifests himself to the Israelites.
That's you falling for the Jewish trick.
Yeah, but listen, there's no other Elohim in history.
Everything
right?
else as bad.
Whether it's Tammuz or Thoth or Zeus or Poseidon, nobody's been able to do what the creator has done through Israel, bro. Nobody, not in history. There's no historical account of any other gods doing what the creator did with Israel.
What do you mean? What did he do that they can't?
He brought them as a nation out of another nation by the means of a strong hand and miracles and so forth.
All the miracles that happened, bro, in history.
You
Plus
moved from one area of the desert to another area of the desert, away from some savages, and you think that's
the resurrection of the dead is
no one else can manage that.
The resurrecting of the dead is the biggest one ever. No other Elohim has been able to do that.
Did you just call the people who built the Great
Have you not
Pyramid?
heard of Egypt? What are you talking about?
Did you really just call the people
The
who built the
whole
Great
of Egypt
Pyramid
religion
savage?
is about people coming back from the dead.
Yeah, but they don't. That's why they prepare all these things in their tombs, because they brought the stuff to the afterlife, because nobody has ever been brought back from the dead in Egypt, bro.
Oh my God! Every son has the same name as his dad. They all claim to have come back.
Yeah, they claim to, but they've never actually came back, bro.
Exactly.
They were, if anything, they believed in reincarnation. Oh well, this new sun is the, you know,
Yeah,
like Nimrod.
that's what it's called. That's where your idea of coming back comes from. Other people
It's all right,
saying it.
bro. It's all right. You don't have to believe in the resurrection. It's okay, bro. I'm not trying to, whatever.
I'm
That is the
saying-
biggest miracle to date in history.
You,
Is
you
the
use
resurrection.
that to say how yours is the best, and I'm saying that is literally copied from thousands of other people claiming it that you've already denounced. So that's not logical, is it?
It's not copied though. It's not. There's no evidence that.
Literally the same tradition.
Yeah, people say that about Mithraism and Tammuz and Horus and Isis and all this, but there's always been Trinity formulas in the past, because the Trinity, not in the Catholic Trinity, but the idea of a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, that goes all the way back to the beginning in Bereshit, literally the foundation of creation. Because in the foundation of creation, there was a cooperation between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit to create everything. So this whole idea of the Trinity is very ancient, and just because you see it in other, epics or in hieroglyphics, doesn't mean that the Christians copied these other ideas. It's inherently encrypted into the foundations of creation.
I do enjoy this conversation. I'm sorry for getting angry. I'm trying to calm down now.
Nah, it's all good, bro. I kind of want to change the subject because I know that
Yeah.
this server is not really meant for this, bro. I don't want to disrespect everybody here.
It's all right, bro, and it's quiet times like this, man. No one else wants to talk about flat Earth or anything. It's all good, dude.
I love talking about God and the Bible. It's just when we get to the special people bit, that's what triggers me. And like, this is the only truth where people come from. You're a Jew. That's very triggering. But, I mean, if I could tell you everyone came from Europe, Germanic, not they all worshipped Odin. Before Hebrew was ever even a concept, before the pyramids, everyone worshipped Odin, everyone was white. So
The thing is, the Vikings, bro, the Vikings are part of the lost tribes of Israel, dude. That's what,
yeah,
like, when you look up the...
You've
Right, go
told
ahead.
me I'm part Jewish. I'm telling you, you're European. All Jews are white Europeans originally.
That's not true, bro.
Exactly.
What I'm telling you, I didn't say that you were Jewish. I'm saying that the probability, if you study population growth, that you are Israel by blood, but it
I'm
doesn't
telling
even.
you, you're
it
a
hasn't.
Norse Odin worshipper by blood.
Yeah, I probably do have Scottish blood in me. I don't know. You know
That's
what I'm
where
saying?
humans came from, Europe.
I'm Puerto Rican, dude. Like, I was born in the Caribbean, but I know the Spaniards came from Europe to the Caribbean. That's why I look white, right?
We taught,
and we know that Columbus was an Italian Jew, and he actually brought a whole ship of Jews from Europe called I forget the name, but there were Jews fleeing persecution, and they came to the Caribbean, a whole ship of them. And that's just one instance, bro. You see this all around the world, everywhere.
well,
And I know that
you get
bro,
white mummies in China, so
yeah, there's red-headed mummies that pop up in Egypt all the time, dude. And they're supposed to be black or they're supposed to be brown, but yet you got like these white, red-haired mummies. Like, what's going on? Because there's an amalgamation, bro. The whole world, it's not just America that's a melting pot. The whole world's been mingling for thousands of years. The idea that you're a purebred this or purebred that, that's nonsense.
okay, let's move on.
Most of us probably have black in our genes and don't even realize it. Even if it's 20 generations.
No, I'm
back.
having the last word. Everyone is white originally. You've all just changed a little bit since.
Because it only takes one generation to change your skin color, bro. Like, and then, anyways, like, you know how many? I seen a show one time where like there was like these racist South or Americans from the South, like Southerners, and then they did like DNA testing on them, and they're like neo-Nazi, like racist, bro, and they found out that they were part black. And they're like, no, there's no way. There's no way. Like, dude, your great grandfather was a black man. What do you think about that? And they were like fighting and kicking, bro. Like, they did not want to believe it.
Hey, did you see Maya Angelou? You know who Maya Angelou is? Yeah.
Nah, I don't.
She's like a real like famous like black activist. And they did her genealogy, and it turns out her ancestors came over on the Mayflower to the United
Hilarious.
States. So she like couldn't handle it. She's like, you know, she's like known for like condemning white people and all the rest of it, right? We're not known for it. She's known for poetry and stuff, but yeah.
Like, look at Mariah Carey, bro. She basically looks white, and then her children are probably gonna be like white people, bro. If she marries, you know, if she has more children with a white dude.
It's weird how I'm not triggered by race theory, but I'm triggered by religious race theory. That's weird. I have to meditate on that.
Well, I didn't mean to offend you by calling you an Israelite.
No, I'm a bit frustrated with the logic because I want to apply it back to you, but in the opposite. But I'm not offended. No.
Hey Don, do you think Christianity to be a European thing?
The Roman version, yes, a European. The New Testament.
Like, isn't it? Well, actually, isn't it the New Testament and everything was the first book was in Ethiopia, so it's actually like an African
I
tradition
think it's written by Roman Jesuits.
in Ethiopia.
Oh, in Rome. Basement
Well,
in Rome.
right, but like the first Bible or like one of the oldest Bibles was the Aramaic one from the
Right.
Egyptian.
The Old Testament.
So like when everyone says like Christianity is this European thing, you know, in reality, it's actually an African thing.
Of course, it started
Well, it's
in
not an
the
African
Middle
thing; it's a
East.
Hebrew thing, bro.
Yeah, Hebrew thing.
Well, right,
Jew-
but I mean, like
Jewish.
the oldest, like I'm saying, the oldest Bible that they found.
It's an extrapolation of Egypt myth.
I mean, have you ever read the Kebra Nagas? Are you familiar with that line?
Yeah, I have it, bro.
Okay,
It's
good.
it's Gnostic though.
Well, yeah,
It's a compilation of Gnostic texts from the Essenes in
yeah,
Alexandria, Egypt.
yeah, and about King Solomon and all the rest. Yeah, man, it's a fucking cool book.
Oh no, never mind. I was talking about the Nag Hammadi. Yeah, the Kabr Nagas is from the Ethiopian Jews.
Yep, and the yeah, that's an interesting story. But I just find I've thought it interesting. I saw some little clip of some kid who was pressed on the idea that it was a European belief, i.e., Christianity, and you know, somebody piped up and showed that no, actually, Christianity is an African thing, you know, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, Egypt is Africa, right? You know, unless that's changed, right?
But the Ethiopian Jews they live in Kush or ancient day Kush, you know, Ethiopia.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yes, so it came from Africa, Middle East Africa, outside Egypt. Then it expanded, and the Europeans used it.
So would you say Christianity is OG Kush?
That's hilarious, bro.
I've got a video about something about in Kush, and it's based on race theory as well.
Yeah, I post some Ethiopian Yahudi. They're pretty cool people, man. They preserved the Book of Enoch, some Enochian literature.
I know it goes back before the Hebrews to other people. So it's not, I wouldn't call them Jews. I just think the Old Testament and the New Testament is about Jewish God, and they'd written it for the Gentiles. That's what I think.
Well, no, because the writers, the scribes, weren't even Jewish, bro. That's what I don't understand why you keep saying that. Just because they were Hebrews doesn't mean they were Jewish. That's what Christians, because of the paradigm, that's what they conflate all these different subsects into like Jews. It's like that's
Yeah, well, I
it's so
mean,
erroneous.
Semitic people from outside Egypt, that race, after they left Egypt, having their own ideas about monotheism, and then wanting to control people around them, i.e. the Gentiles.
No, they didn't want to control anybody, bro. They left everybody to their own accord. They had their own set apart living, bro. They didn't force anybody to follow what they wanted to follow, bro. Like, what do you mean?
No, not force. Control with fake religion, Islam and Christianity.
Yeah, what the Roman Crusades did in the Spanish Inquisition, that's a whole nother topic, bro. And you're conflating like what the Pope did in the Anglican Church in England with the papacy in Rome, what they did, and you're conflating it with what the Bible teaches and with the Hebrews, bro. That's your erroneous mistake right there.
No, that's two sets of occultists for me. Some of the Roman Catholics were Jesuits, but I also think that's European white people imposing their monotheist paganism onto pagans across Europe. I don't call them the Jews. I call them the Romans.
You want me to talk about one of the writings from the Ethiopian church, these black Jews? This is a writing. It's a lost text that was found amongst the Ethiopian Jews. It's attributed to Enoch. But it's a fascinating text regarding the Watchers, or what you would consider to be the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
And this is like what, they made a covenant with the Most High to come down to Earth, and He let them come down to Earth.
Yeah.
I don't want to read it unless you're interested in it. It's pretty short.
I'm rolling a spliff and I'm trying to relax and move on.
All right, so let's move on. So it says here, and there were certain angels with whom Elohim was wroth. Now he, the knower of the heart, knew them, and they reviled Adam, saying, since Elohim hath shown love to him, he hath set us to minister unto him, and the beasts, and creeping things, and the fish of the sea, and the birds of the air, and all fruits, and the trees of the field, and the heavens of the earth also. And he hath appointed the heavens to give him rain, and the earth to give him fruits. And the sun and the moon also hath he given him, the sun to give him light by day, and the moon to give him light in the night season. But, I don't want to, just stop me whenever if you feel like interrupting me. But right here, it's saying that they reviled Adam because he was like, they were supposed to kind of like be his servant, and he created all these things for Adam. It says, he hath fashioned him with his fingers. He hath created him in his own image. And he hath kissed him and breathed upon him the breath of life. And he saith unto him, my son, my firstborn, my beloved. And he hath set him in the garden to eat and enjoy himself without sickness or suffering, and without toil or labor. But he hath commanded him not to eat from one tree. And being given all these things by Elohim, Adam hath transgressed and eaten of that tree. And he hath become hated and rejected, and Elohim hath driven him out of the garden. And from that time Adam hath abandoned his hope, for he hath transgressed the commandment of his Creator. And Elohim answered the angels who reviled Adam in this way, and said unto them, why do ye revile Adam in this way? For he is flesh and blood, and ashes and dust. And the angels answered and said unto him, may we declare before thee the sin of Adam? And Elohim said unto them, declare ye his sin, and I will hearken unto you, and I myself will answer you in respect of Adam my servant. For Elohim had worked on behalf of Adam, and Elohim said, I created him out of the dust, and I will not cast away that which I have fashioned. I brought him forth out of non-existence, and I will not make my handiwork a laughingstock for his enemies. So apparently these angels were laughing at the
Can you
at Adam.
paraphrase that last bit? Because it's like a little like it's a little biblically. It's still a little tough to understand what was just
Yeah,
said.
sure. So basically, what's going on here is the angels see the creation of Adam, and they're starting to envy him, because basically Adam is given dominion over the earth and the trees and the fruits and the animals, and Yah made the moon and the sun to rotate around the earth, which seems to be the center of existence. Geocentrism, and like Adam being the pinnacle of creation. And the angels started to like kind of get jealous. They're like, why is this guy getting all this like special, attention?
Yeah.
And then God basically says to the angels, like, because the angels are accusing Adam of eating from the forbidden tree or whatever. And then that he's in a fallen state now, and it's like they're laughing at Adam for eating from the forbidden tree. But he says, I created him out of the dust, and I will not cast that which I have fashioned. I brought him forth out of non-existence, and I will not make my handiwork a laughing stock for his enemies. So at this point, he's already kind of saying that they're becoming enemies of man.
It's, I'd interpret that.
Sure.
Right? It's like Anunnaki talking to another guy, saying those humans that you were looking after and creating, they've gone wrong, and he's saying, no, I've given it all to them. I understand the symbology of all of that, but Adam's supposed to be one human, right? Not Anunnaki or Nephilim.
No, yeah. So in this account, clearly they weren't created by the Watchers or the Anunnaki. The Adam was created by the Creator of all things, not by some Anunnaki hybridization.
I'd read that as another version of the Enlil Enki story. Just Anunnaki talking to each other about what they're going to do about man.
I'm going to skip some of this, and I'm going to go to where it gets real interesting, because I know you guys, I don't want to bore you guys.
Hey, can I ask you a question? It might take you off where you're at right now, but just that whole Garden of Eden thing and eating from the tree of knowledge or whatever. Is it possible there's some kind of like psychedelia involved here?
Yes.
Like that, but it's telling like two races where like there's this like maybe it's a female tribe or something like that that's kind of moved itself away from the path of Adam, I guess. Somehow it created this disharmony. I don't know, it's just an idea.
I have my own ideas that the forbidden fruit was a psychedelic of some sort. Both the Apocalypse of Moshe and Enoch describe this forbidden fruit as a cluster of grapes, but poisonous grapes that open up your third eye or open up your mind. This whole third eye awakening, that might have actually been what Adam did when he ate the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, he got stoned, and he wasn't supposed to do that soon.
So it says here, and the merciful one and the lover of mercy answered them on behalf of Adam and said to them, you have I created out of fire and air with one intent, that you should praise me. Him I have created of twice as many elements as you, of dust and water and of wind and fire, and he became a living being of flesh and blood. So here there's a distinction between what the angels are made out of and what Adam's made out of, and that they shouldn't be jealous of Adam, because he's just a different thing. In him are 10 thoughts or intentions, 5 good and 5 bad. And if his heart inciteth him to do good, he walketh with good intent. And if the devil seduceth him, he walketh with him in evil path. As for you, ye have no other objective in your minds but praise, with the exception of the arrogant one who produced evil and became an evil being and was driven forth from your assembly. And now why do ye magnify yourselves over Adam? If ye were as he is, and I had created you out of water and dust, ye would have been flesh and blood. So there's Adam has limits to what he can do, right? So why are they jealous of Adam when he's limited in his by his state, his fleshly state?
Because they're floating around in the ether, whether it's all perfect, all yang, and someone's being given this special garden, special challenge, free will, fruits. And they're like, oh my God, I want this stuff. They're jealous. God's new plan.
Exactly. And ye would have transgressed my commandment more than he had done, and deny my word. If they were created like he was, he's saying that they would have been worse. And the angel said unto him, Praise be unto thee, O Yahweh, far be it from us. We will not transgress thy commandment, and we will not oppose thy word, for we are spiritual beings for life, and he is a creature of dust, doomed to folly. And now try us well, and put us to the test, so that thou mayest know whether we are able to keep thy word. So this is where they begin to beg the Creator to basically
this is interesting because
give them a chance.
They're almost saying, "This is a silly idea. We could do better than this."
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. So the Creator entertained their request. He granted their request, and this is what it says. It says, "And when they had vaunted themselves in this manner to Elohim, the lover of men, said unto them, If now ye go astray so far as this in transgressing my word, the wrong will be upon your own heads. For Gehenna, or it says Yohanim, or hell, and fire, and sulfur, and fervent heat, and whirlwind shall be your habitation until the great day. Ye shall be kept in chains, which can neither be loosened nor broken forever. But if ye keep truly my word, and ye do my commandments, ye shall sit upon my right hand and upon my left. For everyone who hath conquered is mighty, and he who is conquered shall be overpowered. Now Hasatan hath no power whatsoever, for he hath only what he maketh to germinate in the mind, and he cannot grasp firmly, and he cannot perform anything."
Do you think, are the angels comparing man to the devil at that point and saying they'll end up like him? Almost.
This is a Creator speaking right here. He's granting the Watchers, or the Anunnaki, their request to basically be able to be tested, and that they will perform the test righteously and will stick to the word. But we know that they didn't do that. As soon as they got the permission to come to earth in different vessels, and you'll see this, and so as I read on, you'll see what happens. And he cannot beat, and he cannot drag, and he cannot seize, and he cannot fight. He can only make thoughts to germinate silently in the mind. So Satan has no power unless you give him consent, but he can germinate evil thoughts in your mind. But it says, "And him who is caught by the evil mind is prepareth for destruction. And if a man hath conquered the evil mind, he findeth grace, and hath a reward which is everlasting. And to you, according to what ye wish, there shall be upon you the mind of a man, and the body of a man." So this is what Jude and Peter talk about in the New Testament, that these Watchers, they left their original estate, which when you look that up, it's not just like the place that they were in. They literally left their spiritual bodies for earthly bodies, but they were granted permission by the Creator himself to do this. So they were given bodies of men. And these are those demigods that we hear about in the Greek pantheon. It says, "But take good heed to yourselves that ye transgress not my word, and break not my commandments, and defile not ye yourselves with eating or drinking or fornication, or with any other thing whatsoever, and transgress ye not my word." And straightway they were given unto them with his word flesh and blood, and a heart of the children of men, and they were content to leave the height of heaven, and they came down to earth, to the folly of the dancing of the children of Cain, with all their work of the artisan which they had made in the folly of their fornication, and their singings which they accompany with the tambourine and the flutes and the pipes, and much shouting and loud cries of joy and noisy songs. And their daughters were there, and they enjoyed the orgies without shame, for they scented themselves for the men who pleased them, and they lost the balance in their minds. And the men did not restrain themselves for a moment, but they took to wife from among the women those whom they had chosen, and committed sin with them. For Elohim hath no resting place in the hearts of the arrogant, and those who revile, but he abideth in the hearts of the humble, and those who are sincere. And he's, anyways.
Can you paraphrase that for me?
I'm trying to hurry it up because I don't want to take up too much time. But basically,
the angels were allowed to come down and mate with the women, right?
No, they weren't supposed to do that, bro. But almost immediately after receiving fleshly bodies, they couldn't restrain themselves from the lust,
of course not,
of their flesh, and they instantly committed fornication with the daughters of Cain, who flaunted themselves and very promiscuously tempted the watchers, the
So
Anunnaki.
does that confirm to God and debunk to the angels that they could do a good job and they need to just stand back?
It's like a very early Red Shoe Diaries.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, there's got to be porn stories about that, just like the supernatural ghost ones now.
But it gets crazy, bro, because then it talks about the women getting pregnant and their stomach splitting open.
Is that where we came from?
Is that where we came from?
Yeah, from these daughters of angels.
Nah.
No. Okay,
Not because they were all killed.
All right. So that was just a failure of the angels in proving God's point, sort of thing. You can't do what man does. You belong in the ether, not with flesh.
Yeah, did you see that picture I sent you? The lady that was singing it for the NBA Finals, Game 4.
Oh yeah, bro, I seen that. She definitely looked a little
like but the sound, bro. Like this lady is small for regular size compared, to all the NBA dudes. But like I don't know, hard to tell for comparison. But she seems to be small. She had such a voice, like you'd not expect it to happen like that. It's like she had like another gear.
I mean, you got to admit that black people got a talent for that too, bro. For singing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird to think like how, I don't know. Like I think we're actually capable of ultrasonic sound. Like we can sing beyond what we can audibly call like our audible range, but it's still we can create the sound. But then I think that we can also kind of hear it too. Like I don't know, even though it's said that we can't. They didn't know like what range the plants could accept light either. So that's been wrong. But I just there's some other harmonic element. I don't know. It's sort of like the voice and all that. It sort of comes from the combination of the vocal cords, the diaphragm. That's where you get the power, and then you got that nasal. That nasal patch makes a difference between Barbra Streisand and Katy Perry. I guess you know what I'm saying. Like a lot of that, you can hear the nose a lot in the voice and in the vocal. But that lady with her crazy head, her crazy bald, crazy head, I'm like, wow, she looks like she's out of some like a Egyptian dynasty or something like that. It's just a nobody. Just a nobody they selected, got a YouTube channel with 36 views. I'm like, what in the? This is crazy.
I just found a YouTube channel with hardly any views. A young black Israelite guy. Maybe the Matrix is listening to our conversations. Anyway, I commented, ha 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 ha, because he said he was chosen. He said he was chosen.
I got a crown win.
And then I asked him, "Are you chosen?"
I never
and
got a
just
crown win
repeated the Bible.
in Fortnite. All I've been just getting is normal wins. No crown wins. No crown points.
Yeah, maybe that's a hot mic then. Don't know.
Listen, I don't believe this, but look at this guy, Kevin Garnett. Like that's pretty creepy, dude. He looks like one of them ancient pharaohs, or like the first one. Not so much the second one, but the first one.
Yeah, it's quite evocative. Different people's faces when they really express it in their face. Some people are born with like a classic face.
But I don't think he's like a hybrid, bro. I think that Kevin Garnett's fully human. I just think that his physique definitely reminds me of something like ancient from like Egypt or something.
What happened with the hybrids? Has it slowly been bred out into what we are now? Or have they hidden?
Okay, so from gathering what because this has always been a question for me too, and I know that according to the scriptures, all the hybrids that existed prior to the flood, except for the aquatic beings. So like it says that all the animals that walked on dry land that had the breath of life were destroyed. All creatures, right?
So they would
But
have
why
been
would the
high.
scripture specifically state that walk on dry land?
Yeah, because the flood, I guess.
Not only that, but I think that because when you look at post-flood mythos, like even in Egypt, and then you go to Nineveh, and they talk about like Dagon, the fish god. You had these Nephilim hybrids that were capable of breathing underwater. They had gills.
Yeah, mate. I'm more talking about the bloodlines of the Anunnaki. Is that still about? Or has it been like totally watered down into what we are now?
Well, no. So hear me out. So like, there was a second incursion after the flood. Like something happened. Nobody knows exactly whether more angels mated with women, or spirit, like ritual sex, magic, sorcery of some sort, alchemy of some sort. They were able to hybridize, or the angels were able to mate with women. We don't really know, but we know that there were giants after the flood, big ones, 20 foot plus.
So it's up for debate if they're still around or if some of us still have the bloodline going.
Most of them were killed off.
Yeah,
they were killed off. Even the South Americans that talk about what happened to the giants, they say that they asked Yah, right? They sent supplications to the Most High Yah, and they're like, Yah, please deliver us from these evil beings that are plaguing our children and plaguing our sons. And and then Yah fulfilled their request, and basically within an instant, all the giants that were plaguing and killing people in South America died off.
Well, not
Like
the people, but not God's people, but all the other two-legged creatures.
all the Nephilim.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't see it. We don't see any today because people petitioned to the Most High, like, please deliver us, and He did. He followed through because He heard their cries from heaven.
So when I'm trying to say I'm related to Anunnaki, if I followed the Bible, there would be a few leaps and a few big events between the Anunnaki bloodline and human bloodline.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I tend to think it's all one sort of happening. I do conflate it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that human, because this is where it gets real racial and this is where you get supremacy doctrines from, because they think that you're more human than that person, so therefore you're like superior to that person. And then if you look at black people, although those they gotta be Nephilim. That's a very dangerous thinking.
You can see it anyway, can't you? You can see other people as the other people.
Yeah, we're all humans, bro.
I don't know. Can you talk about it without relating it to race? I don't know.
No, because naturally, we're gonna look at these other people that look different than us. Like, are they like somehow tainted? Do they have different DNA than we have?
Well, I tend to think that Anunnakis made all our races in different areas. So we all had an Enlil and we all had an Enki, like a good cop and a bad cop. Anunnaki that created us and looked over us, a lord. That's where all the titles come from. And since then, as the Anunnakis have disappeared and been watered down in our bloodlines, we've turned to Zoroastrianism and monotheism and worshipping the one sky god instead.
Smokes brought up a study that was done 20 years ago, but he wasn't able to actually source it. But he talks about the salmon that were genetically engineered that were released in like a pond to see what they would do. And they killed all the creatures in the pond. And once all the creatures in the pond were killed off, then they turned on themselves.
Yep.
Until there was like no salmon left.
I was just watching gangster hip hop videos with my mate, and the theme of the song was we're in a war and we've got Tommy guns, but I couldn't see it in their face. They didn't look like they're really in a war, and I just thought, these are killing each other. They're killing each other. That's not a war, that's a fight. And it triggered me and we then had a discussion about how the elites make us fight each other.
The reason I bring that up is because
Yeah, sorry.
scripturally, so scripturally, there's like a pattern where chimeras or Nephilim type beings have no moral compass. They do is evil continuously. They have literally no, like, they're sociopaths,
Psychopath like
psychopaths. They have
born that
no
way.
guilt. They have no conscience, bro. And it's like it's like something wrong with
But
Nephilim
we've
that they
got to
turn on each
agree.
other, bro. They kill everything and then they turn on each other.
We have to agree that's been watered down a lot. So some of these people only have a bit of this DNA left, and then the rest of them is a confused human. I think that's what I believe. Part of us is Anunnaki, remembering, thinking we're the best, and then most of us is just a confused slave type human.
If I see that you have a moral compass, bro, and you're not doing evil continuously, then I have a hard time believing that you're a Nephilim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we could maybe find out who the Anunnaki bloodlines are by looking at who a psychopath is. So, about white psychopaths like Bill Gates.
Yeah, that could be very true. I mean, it's complicated. The reason I say this because there's all kinds of dynamics to this. Like, you have people that can just be overcome by evil spirits. Like, they can be possessed. I know some of you probably don't believe that, but there's a lot of demonic spirits, and you can be possessed by more than one demonic spirit. That might lead somebody to think that you're a Nephilim because you're a sociopath, but really you're plagued with entities that are controlling you, manipulating you in your thoughts. But you could still be worthy of salvation. Like, the thing is, like, Nephilim aren't worthy of salvation at all. Like, they have no way to salvation. Like, there's nothing they can do.
I guess I'm saying, what if we're all 2% Nephilim or 1% DNA? And we have to fight through. And that's what the challenge is.
It's a possibility. I'd have to see scripture regarding that,
But yeah,
which I don't see it.
I would have to translate the whole scripture as when God is breathing the spirit into man, that is the Anunnaki finishing their breeding process and pressing the button. Finished.
We don't get mixed hybrids till Jared. Right? Multiple generations after Adam, you don't start getting Nephilim. Historically speaking, we don't get that.
Later. That's
Yeah.
when the angels wanted to come down.
Yeah, it's when the angels came down that you started seeing these hybrids pop up.
Okay, yeah, I can work that in, I think, to my belief. The spirits came down, and that's what made weird Anunnaki hybrid human confusion.
Yeah, it says the scripture says they sinned against the plants, the beasts, all the creatures, like everything. All the orders were corrupted, like DNA wise. Even the plants were corrupted, and we see some of this also in the Old Testament after the flood, where when Joshua went to go scope out the land and Caleb, they seen these giants carrying these. Not only did they see giants, but the giants were carrying grape clusters that were like 6 foot tall, bro. Like 6 foot tall grape clusters. Like, what the heck? What kind of grapes are those? Like, obviously they had messed with the genetics of the grapes for them to grow that big.
Yeah, it's mad, those anecdotes. I believe in some giant things. Oversized shit.
Like, that's part of the alchemical sciences too, is trying to figure out how to tinker with creation, right? How to mix stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just getting gold out of lead.
No, it's making any reaction that you want and seeing if that's useful.
So modern scientists, chemists, biologists that are tinkering with their DNA, they're alchemists, bro. Like,
Yeah.
they just don't see it that way. They see it like more in a professional setting. Like, oh, I'm a biologist. It's like, dude, you're an alchemist.
Well, yeah, in the same way, like astrophysicists are theists, even if they're correct. Religionists, but in a different way.
I'm a bioengineer.
I guess that would get, if you put alchemy onto other humans, you get into the whole idea of eugenics and dyseugenics, which is part of the Anunnaki story and the Nephilim story. Upbreeding and downbreeding to your
Most
whim,
definitely.
to your own whims.
And that's where we're at, bro. A full 360.
That's where we are now, 2023. Yeah.
They're trying to normalize it because it's tabooish right now because of the implications that it could, in the future, what could happen if you go down this route. But they're still entertaining it. The elites, they want to include it into the VAC to basically do away with genetic disorders, right? But like, does the government really have our interests in mind, like our best interests? Like, do they really want to help our asthma, our genetic vulnerabilities? Is that really what you guys want to do? Diabetes and asthma and alcoholism, there seems to be like genetic components to that, genetic degradation. But I'm not sure. My son has asthma and he has a little psoriasis here and there. And I wonder if that's a product of his environment, or the doctors will say it's genetic.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. My own autism, if I can call it that, mental health, or confusion with life, that could be eugenics, or it could be just natural for a human. I don't know.
You think you're slightly autistic? You think?
Yeah, I agree with Bev that everyone's on the spectrum. I think that's kind of a stretch. I'm probably more similar to what other people say other people, autistic people, are than some other high functioning people.
One of my best friends that I grew up with, I had no idea that he was autistic, but he came out like a couple years ago and said that he's autistic, and I'm like, wait, what? I had no idea, but apparently he is. I mean, he is eccentric, like he's a little odd, but I didn't think he was autistic.
I'm not diagnosed autistic. I've done an Asperger's test and scored highly, which means I might have Asperger's, which is like another word for a type of autism, I think.
Yeah, I knew another kid that had Asperger's too. He was very tall, but he had like problems like, I don't know, man. Like he was just a really big nerd. Like he couldn't understand like fashion. He couldn't understand like social settings. Like he did, but like it was just like difficult for him. Like I'm like, what the hell? But I guess he has Asperger's.
I can't even remember exactly how they describe Asperger's or autism. I just use the word. Anything that you have wrong with your body, say if you get ill at 40 or 50 or 60, and some people manage to live to 100 and not get ill. Maybe some Nephilim have done bad breeding in the past, and that's the result.
You're so funny, dude.
what? Dad, guess what? Look it. Look it.
Hey, wasn't somebody gonna play the violin earlier? What happened to that? Is he still here?
Maybe I'll never claim I'm autistic ever again because that's part of the LGBTQ movement, isn't it? If we all come up with our own mental disorders and make up a word, we're just as bad as them.
We can all be slightly retarded.
Yeah,
At
the general
times.
retardation in humanity is a big question mark, isn't it? So that's what we're looking into. How did we become so retarded?
Rebellion.
We got lost in ego. Okay,
Yeah.
let's follow it back. Free will, we couldn't handle it. We got lost in ego. After we were given free will, we tried our best, or some of us did. But before that, the free will was, well, we meant to have it. Who took the apple first? Whose fault was it? Lucifer.
Well, he didn't take the apple.
He offered the apple to the woman.
What before that, the first sin in existence that we know of was envy. That was like the first.
Was that the
sin.
angels? Or was humans?
No, Hasatan is guilty. He's a producer of evil, according to the text that I just read too. Hasatan, the arch nemesis of the Messiah, he's the one that produced evil in existence itself.
Okay, how does that rub off onto man, humanity?
Through the forbidden fruit.
Right, but so why did God give us free will then, before we chose the fruit?
Okay, so this goes back to philosophy because the idea is that we're living in this is a temporary existence that Yah knew from the, he knows the end from the beginning, so he had created everything, but this is like a demo, right? And he created our current existence, our current heaven and earth. He created with a potentiality of corruption. It was already encoded into the system, this potentiality of corruption. And Hasatan was the first one to take advantage of that potentiality.
I think I'm getting. So he was like setting up a game or a hope, potentiality, and it went wrong.
It was destined to go wrong. But you would ask me, well, why did he do it like that?
Yeah.
Right. Because I can't conceivably see any other way that he would have been able to create souls that would willingly choose him without doing it the way he did. Because
so
if he made robots,
it is going to work for some, even though there's going to be a lot of pain. He knows it will work for some.
Basically, this reality is really just a sifting of sorts. Like it's a sifting of souls that are worthy of eternal life. So he could have just created everything perfect from the beginning with no corruption, with no potentiality for corruption, and just automatic obedience, automatic, just like programs, like an AI algorithm, right? But that would have been boring, bro.
Well, yeah, no, I understand that. You have a challenge. What I'm getting to is not did he set it to win or lose, but did he hope it could be either? If he didn't know the result, it would be more fun for him, wouldn't it? And us to set up.
I'm not understanding.
I'm taking it. I like the idea. I'm taking it that he wanted a challenge. So the fact that everyone could fall was part of the challenge.
Yeah.
Like a bad movie that doesn't have a happy ending. It could go all wrong. You still enjoy watching it.
Yeah, it's part of the plan. See, there's there's a thing when he first created Adam, he said that he created Adam in his likeness, right? But he said something about Adam that reflected about his own nature, and he said that Adam was lonely. Adam needed a helpmeet, right? Adam was lonely, but he literally said that within the same verses that he talked about Adam being created in his likeness, but it's reflecting on his own nature, that how he's lonely, right? So he being the creator of all things, and there's nobody in the existence like him, he was lonely and he needed companionship. That's why he created us for companionship.
Oh, yeah. He hopes we won't all fall at that point.
Yeah, he wants us to be like, like he doesn't want to force us to be his friend.
Yeah, he doesn't want forced love. You've got to choose to love.
Yeah. So that's why he created that potentiality for corruption, to see who would be loyal to him, not out of forcing them, but out of free will. But in this process, it's still underway. Like the creation process is still underway. Yeah, he rested on the seventh day, but this what we consider eternity to him is nothing. And this is all part of the creation process, the filtering of souls, the sifting of people and creatures and angels. This whole earth and heaven will be renewed. And when it's renewed, there will be no sin and there will be no corruption. But this is a process. It's like a priming process that has to occur for the base reality to exist. Now, base reality has not yet happened. This reality is temporary. It's a temporal reality that's meant to be destroyed from the beginning.
Yeah, thank you for all that. They're important early details. And it doesn't have to be Gnosticism, but that inspires some people to think Gnostically, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, I tried, man. That's what I can gather. I could be wrong. And another thing is the scriptures talk about this too. Like they think that like he disappeared, or like why has he not restored creation yet? Did he just forget about us? Right? Why is there still sin? Why is there still suffering? The idea is that he's waiting for so many souls to be born and come to repentance and receive and are worthy of eternal bodies, and he's waiting for that number. There's a limited number of spots, right? There's a limited number of seats in the kingdom, and once those seats are filled, go ahead. What happened?
144,000?
No, way more than billions.
Okay.
Once those numbers are filled, then he's going to begin the restoration, like what people consider him to be slack in his judgment. It's not that he's slack. He's just long-suffering and merciful, and he wants so many souls to be in the eternal kingdom, and it's going to take a certain period of time for that to happen. And we're reaching it, though. We're pretty close for those seats to be filled up.
Okay. This is like an action movie. Life science fiction. It is like Marvel explained the important deep Gnostic details.
So yeah, Revelation talks about this. Like he tells the angel to measure the temple, but it's all figurative, because what the angel is actually measuring and counting are the souls of men that are worthy of eternal life. And he measures, and then when he measures, because each soul represents a stone in the building of the temple of Elohim, but that's all figurative speech for how many souls are entering into the kingdom.
We could think back to the Jews at this point and the rebuilding of the temple, but I don't think we should.
No. So yeah, I don't want to get into that.
Smurf has explained stars on a flat Earth.
If I was gonna say how many people will be in the kingdom,
It's hard
it would be.
to put a number on it, right?
It says it's 12,000 times 12,000 times 12,000.
Like 1,000 from each tribe times itself.
Oh, hold on. 12,000 cubits times 12,000 cubits.
Yeah. The other question is, what is the number 144,000 then?
Those are nobody really knows, bro. We've all trying to figure that out. Those seem to be like the elect of the elect, the cream of the crop. Seems to be from all the so from I have here a number. I'm gonna post it.
I've seen it in the modern cults. It's a much more limited number, so it makes it much more important that you might want to try and be one of those, right? You got to act more and worry more if it's only 144,000.
So you got.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
That's 12,000 times 12,000 times 12,000, which seems to be the dimension of the temple, but it's a figurative temple, and each stone represents a soul. And the 144,000 are the cream of the crop. So it's 144,000 from that number that are the like the elect, bro. Like there could be children. Some people say that these are children, these are virgins, babies. Like I don't know, man. I struggle to know who the 144,000 are.
The number of souls that get to heaven.
No. Oh yeah, this number right here.
The next.
Those are the
reality.
Yeah, in the next reality. But the 144,000 are like the cream of the crop of that number. 12,000 from each tribe.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know where that comes from, but Warp just point out that Jehovah's Witnesses believe that. But the more limited number would give you like a stronger belief that you want to be one.
Yeah, I would love to be part of that 144,000, but I don't think I'm worthy, bro. Like, we're talking about people that have never fornicated with women, have never, like, said one lie, like, not one swear, bro. Like, you got to be like the cream of the crop.
Yeah, okay.
To make that cut.
But
That's
now
the cream of the crop.
In the new age, people believe you can change your karma, get rid of all your past stuff and ascend and get in someone else's spot who makes mistakes now.
Wait, can you repeat that?
A new ager would say you can still be one of those by changing your actions now and taking someone else's spot who's slipping.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I'm not going to say it's out of the realm of possibility because it's hard to interpret who those people are. I still don't know who those people are.
They're the ones that are going to rise off the earth. Literal ascend in the body, maybe. Well, I've heard talk about the 144,000 are mental.
It's inconclusive who those people are, bro. But like I said, go ahead.
Maybe if you got cremated, you go up to heaven, and if you got buried, you go down to hell. How about that?
Ooh. I always
Nah.
wonder if there's a difference spiritually, or just as a choice. Why would you want one or the other?
Chemically, the way that you give yourself back to nature, you either go in through a fume or you get absorbed.
Eaten and absorbed, or like disintegrated
Chemicals.
with fire, burnt with fire. That seems rather pagan and Catholic, doesn't it?
So, Lion, I appreciate that you kind of like humbled yourself and said, like, I don't think I'm worthy to be one of those 144,000. Because not a lot of people do that. I think a lot of people just assume like it's an easy path. You just have to believe and show up somewhere on a Sunday morning and boom, you're there. But 144,000 is a very small number, especially when you're talking the amount of people that have existed, right? And I think that's
Yeah.
a very humbling thing. And I look at that as like 144,000. There may be maybe that many people that have ever lived that when they sit in the seat of judgment aren't just merciful, just basically begging for forgiveness for what they have done. I think those people have very little begging to probably do, but most of us existing right now, if we really think about it deep down, there would be a lot of begging for mercy that we would need to do.
Yeah. You have to be a special person. Like maybe like how mentally challenged people, bro, like they're sweethearts, bro. Like they probably never lied. Like some do, but like you gotta have like a child state, like a child mind to be worthy of to be 144,000, bro. Like you gotta be like really like special.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good point. Like
Oh, sorry, I was just going to speak on that line. There's probably more than that number of perfectly pure humans on Earth, so there must still be a selection process.
I don't know, man. Like you got to have no guile in your mouth at all ever, and you've never fornicated with women, committed adultery. You got to be a virgin.
If how old do you have to be? We could mention like
It doesn't say
3-year-olds, and they're all going to be perfect and pure. And there's more than 144,000.
no, man.
I'm being silly anyway. I know the concept. Certain elect get a special rapture. I've got another weird question for you, Lion. On Facebook, lots of Christians say, "Will you pray for me because this is happening?" And then all the comments say, "I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you." If someone asks you on the internet, "Will you pray for me for this selfish thing that is happening in their life?" Is it better for you to say, "Of course I will," or is it better to say, "No, I haven't actually got time because prayer is quite important, and you should pray for yourself"?
What? Somebody told you that?
Yeah. Can you offer a prayer out in 1 second just by thinking, "I pray for those people," or does
Yes.
it take a minute or two to put the intention through to that specific cause?
No, instantly. You just have to
Okay.
your
Interesting.
intent. So, yeah.
Because I don't think I can pray for someone that quickly and easily. I think it takes a little bit of thinking and a moment in time.
Thing is, the creator knows what you're gonna ask him before you ask it. All it takes is a simple intention, an intent, right, in your heart that you're gonna think about this person and in the creator's name. That's all it really takes. You don't have to say, like, I've had things happen where I didn't have to vocalize anything. I simply, like, in the process of about to vocalize it, like, things happen, bro. Like, I can't explain it.
So, someone asks you to pray for them, you have got time. You'll just quickly do it.
Yeah. You don't have to, like, I mean, you could go into your secret place. The scriptures talk about go to the secret place and pray. You don't, like, you can do that, but you don't have to do that. You could just be sitting in your chair, and if somebody asks for a prayer, you just consciously say it in your head. You don't have to say it out. You don't have to say it out loud. It takes 2 seconds.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, sometimes like, man, I just talk too much here, and then I'm like, after the end, like I'm just like, I just need to take a breath, just be like, think a good thought, think a positive thought, just be like, move on. Is it the same thing as like sending that kind of energy out? Maybe. I don't know. Like, do you have to target it to somebody per se, or can you just like,
Well,
have a resting moment, a moment
I
of
just
peace or
wondered,
thanks?
like, Lion is quite a heavy modern Christian who knows the book and knows his own beliefs. I wondered how long it takes him to send a real prayer, because it could take 10 minutes or it could take a split second, tiny beep.
Well, the scriptures actually teach us to keep the prayer short, because he already knows what you're going to ask before you ask it. There's no need to have like these long drawn out prayers where every little name included on the list. Like it's crazy. Like it literally talks about the opposite of what most people assume you have to do. Like you don't have to do these mantras over and over, like these rituals where you say the same thing over and over. No, you just keep it short and simple. He's an entity that is sentient. It's not like you ask him once, that's sufficient. You don't have to ask him 1,000 times.
In my own prayers, I agree. I don't repeat nothing. I just say it one time. But for me, that's still a lot of energy used. I couldn't just do that in my mind through the day for other people. I'm selfish, or I haven't got the power to pray like that. I don't know. And in magic, people charge thousands of pounds for a working, and they'll tell you this is taking months because I've had to plan it all and do all the intentions and build it up.
Dawn, have you ever heard of the Abramelin?
Yes, I love
that. Takes several months. That takes about 8 months to complete.
Yeah, one of my favorite films is based on that. A Dark Song. I learned about it through Crowley, who apparently failed at it and quit halfway.
Yes, he did. After about 5 months, and the guy who he had with him to help him went completely mentally insane for the rest of his life and was a broken man. Yeah, I've read Magic in Theory and Practice. Have you read it?
Yeah, I'm halfway through it now.
Pretty disturbing shit, some of it.
Yes, it's also very confusing.
However,
very confusing and cryptic.
Do you know what has made me a little bit uncomfortable about it? That I agree with a lot of it.
Yeah, of course.
That's the weird thing.
It's very unique and weird how he's explaining it. Magic. But I want to know what these freaks knew. That's why I got it. It's got the famous line where he says the best sacrifice is a young male white child.
A young boy no older than 6 of perfect innocence and high intelligence.
Yeah, they've got to be intelligent. This adds another depth to it.
Do you know where that comes from, Dawn? Where that knowledge comes from? That what he said, because that's not him who made that up.
The child. Oh no.
Yeah, the energy, how certain sacrifices are more pure energy. It comes from the Druids and the Magi, originally.
Right. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know it goes all the way back. I wouldn't know who would have said it.
I didn't know you're interested in this. We should have a conversation about it sometime. I know a lot about this.
Could I do a quick mic check?
Oh, Ali.
Oh, how you doing?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It was you. Good stuff. Quite an interesting subject. No, you talking about Crowley. He actually done that up in Scotland.
Yeah.
He bought a house up in Scotland, but he failed at it.
Near the Loch
But it
Ness.
was
Near the Loch Ness.
He had right. That's correct. But he was eating feces and all that. kind of stuff, right? At the end, you had to go through it was like a progression, and part of that part of that ritual, he was eating feces and all that, and I thought, I was thinking, right, you know, he gave up because he truly wasn't hardcore. But the thing I was going to talk about was that ritual, or when you mentioned that guy went insane, his partner. I didn't know about that. I didn't hear about that. But
yeah, a younger man.
What was it? Right.
It was
Well,
a
there was
the younger man who was his partner. Yeah.
The original Abramelin doesn't say you have to eat shit. It does tell you to
but
push yourself
You have
all
to
the way
fast.
all the way to
You
your
have to
limit.
fast.
Yeah, but he did though. If you well,
Yeah,
whatever.
he thought that was a good way
Anyway,
to
the point
push
was,
his own limits.
yeah, forget that. Yeah, exactly. But forget about that. It was the guy going mad, right? There's a thing. I think I was looking into. It was either I'm sure it was the Kabbalah or the Torah. But what it was about. It must have been the Kabbalah because the Sephirim or whatever the pathway, right?
Kabbalah, Sephiroth, Kabbalah, the trees of the Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
That's
now
the
there's
language.
rituals.
That's
One
used as
second,
like the language of the Abramelin. You progress through the
Yeah, we can
Sephiroth.
talk about it after. We'll just say what I heard first, right? Or sort of what I read or heard, read about the history of it, right? As you go through certain ceremonies, right, to reach the pathway, to reach the final one, right, is you have to go through all the other. Is it 9 or 12 or something? I can't remember. Is it 12 pathways or something like that?
There's 10
Anyway,
spheres, but that might be more pathways.
It's complicated, dude.
I can't remember all the
and that is,
details.
right, but the thing was, right, is there was a story. It gave a warning when it was talking about it. I think it was the history. They gave it an example of a rabbi or the rabbi the Hasidic or the whatever, right? The rabbi guy. For some reason, he didn't follow, and it done a warning that when you actually go into the last path, you better make sure, otherwise. They gave an example of a guy coming out the other end insane, and I was just wondering if that was maybe related to what you and that other guy were talking about, with that young dude that maybe went a bit further, went a bit insane. It's actually it's a ceremonial thing, kind of thing.
Yes.
But that's what I heard anyway. Sorry.
All Kabbalah stages, and you open the different circles you go through, and then you invoke angels, and eventually you meet your holy guardian angel, and you can ask for something, one thing.
Yeah, but apparently the path to that is dangerous. That's why I was wondering if these ceremonies that you do, and back to what that guy said, you know, he could pray in a second. Yeah. And I was thinking, because I was going to ask you, Don, specifically, because you're a witch, right? You have to go through certain ceremonies, and what the other guy said, you've got to collect things, or you've got to do it in a certain time of the month, or the moon's got to be in a phase, or whatever. That I'm not poo-pooing it, by the way. I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just saying. And I
I'm
was
embarrassed, but
wondering.
don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not embarrassed about it because I kind of
I'm embarrassed
believe.
about it.
No, you shouldn't be, mate. Fuck's sake. Ah, well, that's up to yourself. But I've done it myself. I've done sigils, and I know about the law of attraction. I've practiced that all my life. I learned that when I was younger, but it's not the law of attraction how it gets promoted. You only get what you actually need, and that's what I was saying about. I agree with the guy. There's something mystical there. You can actually. It takes a second to ask for it, right? It just takes a second to ask for it. And if you get it, right, or my mentality is if you get it, you did need it, right? You did need it. I only ask when I'm desperate. I only sort of, get an image in my head. I think, fuck's sake, man, this is hard. I need a break or something.
I guess I could ask, Lion, could you also do a more involved prayer for special things?
I mean, no, it would go against Messiah's teachings. You know, he says, when you pray, you must not be like the hypocrites, for they love to stand and pray in the synagogues and in the street corners and to be seen by others.
Yeah.
And he says, when you pray, do not heap up empty phrases, like these ritual mantras, right? These empty phrases with no real relationship. Like, he wants a relationship, bro. Like, you can talk to him like I'm talking to you. It's nothing like, you don't have to have like these special phrases like the heathens do, for they think that they will be heard for their many words. Do not be like them, for the Father knows what you need before you ask him.
You don't even have to say Lord or Jesus, even.
It depends on your
I guess it helps.
no, you don't. No, you don't. But it depends on your awareness and how, like, to who much is given, much is expected, right? So if you come to the understanding of the Son and you deny the Son, then your prayers most likely won't be heard.
So,
that's just my opinion. I mean, you don't have
going
to.
back to the Abramelin, do you think someone that tries to talk to their holy guardian angel by invoking demons is crazy?
Do I think they're crazy? No.
Yeah.
I just think that, unfortunately, I feel sorry for them because they're misguided. You know, their guardians or their guides are misleading them into a pit.
I can tell
the blind lead the blind into a pit.
The anecdote from the end of the film about the Abramelin, it's all the way through. She wanted to ask for revenge because her son was killed by occultists, and when she came face to face with the angel, all she could say was, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And she said, "What I want is forgiveness, the power to forgive." She changed her mind at the last minute for something more pure.
Did you hear about Aleister Crowley on his deathbed?
I have heard the anecdote about that. Yeah,
pretty crazy, bro.
What did he say again?
Like he was dying, you know, atheist, completely hating God, and then on his deathbed, like the witnesses seen him like reaching out to the air or whatever, and they're like, he was like, "Oh no, what have I
No, that's
done?"
not
Like,
him. That's not Aleister Crowley. That's the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey. Aleister
was
Crowley's last words were, "I am perplexed." But what you're saying is
I am
Anton LaVey.
perplexed.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting them conflated, but I'm aware of both. So yeah, but he's seen
that
like
sounds
right
like-
in the last moment, because you can see in like this, the entities were waiting for him. And this is I've heard many stories already, like you can't see through the veil, but like at your death, like you can start seeing through the veil, and you could see all the entities standing there waiting for you.
Even from an atheist perspective, Crowley ended up as a heroin addict, dying ill. So
Yes.
that's karma, of a version of karma.
And completely broke because he was actually quite rich. His family owned a brewery, so they were quite well off. They were upper class. And when he died, he was broke, a heroin addict. And yeah, his last words were, "I am perplexed." But it was Anton LaVey who allegedly said, the witnesses said, "Oh no." He said, "Oh no, something's wrong. No, what have I done? Oh no," and then he dies.
Yeah, that's a cool anecdote.
Yeah, I've heard people that had near-death experiences where like they seen like the angel of death, or these angels that are these demons that are like waiting. They're like, you know, they're like rabid dogs just waiting for you to pass on so that they can drag you down into the pit. And some of these guys, like, they got partially dragged into the pit, and then they came back to life and had a second chance, and then they turned their life around and they realized like their error. But not everybody is fortunate enough to experience that, to realize that there's more than there's life after death, basically. I'm about to delete this Sephiroth. Yeah, delete it.
The sort of layout, it also looks like the chakras, you know, that like the Indians use. The same kind of thing, you know, the circles and the pathways.
It correlates. As you go up the tree of life, it correlates to the chakra.
Chakras for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite strange that it's sort of, yeah. There's loads of sort of, yeah. There's loads of sort of, I'm not religions or beliefs or whatever that sort of they seem to have the same kind of story. It's not I don't believe in a creator. If I kind of think we've been created, right? But I don't believe that he participates. I think after he made his covenant. Actually, I think he done it before, but I think after he made his covenant, I think he goes like that, right? I think right if the entity exists, I think we're breaking his heart at the moment. But I believe when he made his covenant, when he said he's not going to wipe out everybody again or whatever, I think that he was just meaning, I ain't going to participate. I'm going to have to leave you guys to it because it's not right that I. And the thing is, right, even me thinking this, right, is attributing math as if I would know what a creator would be thinking if the creator thinks at all. But anyway, I'll continue because I understand that point. But I think that he, after that, he made the covenant. That he's sitting back and watching, because personally myself, you know, I think, yeah, that's what I think anyway. I think that he's sitting back, we're breaking his heart. His heart's breaking for whatever, but he's made a contract. He made a contract, a verbal contract, and if we understand about law, God's law, whatever, you know, a contract's binding, verbal or whatever, any contract, promise or whatever, it's binding, and to break that contract, it's a fucking sin in law and morality also, to go back on something that you agreed to do. In the end up, you know, that's not cool or whatever. And so I believe that if there is a creator, that's how, and I don't believe he's participating. But I also believe in, you know, when you need something and you ask for it and don't demand it or whatever, and it's done with a pure heart, you really do need it. And nature or the creator, he's put in place all these mechanisms. You know, he's made that. That's his, what do you call it? That's his doctrine. So he's programmed it, but I don't believe in simulation. He's kind of programmed in his little program. He's set it on, and that's it. That's how he's designed life. You can get things. You have good luck, bad luck. Well, I don't think you have bad luck, actually. Bad luck just depends how you look at it, really. You know, bad luck can be a learning process. So it's all good. Maybe that's the way he set it up. But I do believe we're created. We've been created. And there's mystical forces we're surrounded by, or energies or whatever it is. But it was created by him or her, or if it is got a gender. That's it. There we go.
So, Ali, were we created?
Well, I think I would go with that rather than it was just random process.
I agree.
If you look
Second
at all
question.
oh, go on.
For what purpose do you think we were created?
To look after this earth.
We seem to be doing a good job.
Some of it, some of us are. But I think, well, actually, to look after this, but you know, if I want to truly be brutal, if you look at any other entity or animal, plant, whatever, right? They seem to, their purpose is to sow their seeds and procreate. That's what, you know, go forth and multiply kind of stuff. And I think that's our purpose, right? I don't think there's any spiritual purpose or anything like that. I don't think there's anything like, you know, searching. It's like there's like I believe, right, to understand what God truly is you would become part of it, right? If to truly understand it. And you couldn't communicate that to anyone. You couldn't communicate because you would be like looking around you and looking at the folly because you would lose your ego. You'd be looking at the world like everybody's action. Geez, why are you doing that when you could do that? And you're free, don't you understand nature? If you try to fit in or whatever, and you wouldn't become frustrated because I don't know. Does that entity have emotion? Does it have love? Does it have hate? Or is it just nonplussed? It's whatever. I don't know. Does it reason? Whatever. But I do believe we're just sort of sent here to procreate, and because we've got a conscience, is to be good to our fellow man, and you know, what do you call it? Celebrate our lives, you know, and respect ourselves as well as others, you know, that kind of stuff. Because we've got a conscience, we can think and stuff like that. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, what I think it's a no-brainer. That you obviously have to respect yourself, others, don't kill people and all that kind of stuff. They're kind of no-brainers kind of thing, you know. What about you,
Interesting.
Eddie? What about you?
Well, to me, doesn't make sense, Ali, in any shape or form. Because let's say now you're an omnipotent being, right? You can do anything you want. You can create, you can destroy. Why would you create this place here? The only thing that I can think of is like you want to have like a pets, you know? I can't think of any other logical. Why would an omnipotent being create us? For what? For what reason?
Entertainment?
Yes.
I think we are
Yes.
quite amusing.
Wait a minute. What
Entertainment,
about Essie if he does have one emotion, and that is love, and it was out of love that he created us?
Love. Well, it doesn't show, so that's out the window, Ali.
Well, I don't know. Well, he's look, the guy that shot his neighbour last week. That wasn't God's fault, right? And people can say, oh, it's his fault. But as I explained before, my belief is that if there is a creator, he released people to do to give their own choice. But he is if he's got emotion and love, if he started it with love, that means, you know, he must be having a bad time about it, watching what's going on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But so there's a possibility. I don't know, because it's like there's a book. It's called the Kabbalion, and it states straight away it's about the Hermetic principles about duality and correspondence and.
You got to be careful with that stuff, with the Kabbalah, bro.
No, it's the Kabbalion. The Kabbalah. Oh no, I've just read it. I don't practice this stuff. Hey, listen, I'm just an observer, kind of thing.
Kabbalion.
Yeah, but the Kabbalion is all about nature and observing. I mean, people want to say it's
vibration.
evil or whatever, but I mean, I think that's how everything was observed in the beginning. Was they observed the
Well, I
creation
agree
for
with
what
you.
it was?
I agree with you, right? But if at the very, very beginning of it, it even tells you. He said these are Hermetic principles, blah blah, and we talk about the all. The all is the creator, right? But what they specifically say, if anybody take me to read that, to understand it all, it's a folly to find that out, because you'll never ever find out who the creator is, what it is. But here, this seems to be the laws of nature they present, but they specifically warn to try and find out who the creator is and go back. They say it's a folly to do so, because even if you did, then you would become part of the all, meaning you would become like, you'd be looking at around it, but at things, and you wouldn't be able to interact with anybody, because you wouldn't be able to interact with people, because you were whatever, you became omnipotent. I don't mean you become invisible, but the way someone that goes away, a yogi, for example, goes away for, imagine going away for 20 years up in a cave, you get food brought to you, you have no idea of the outside life or whatever, politics or whatever. You come back go away for a month. I went a month away to Mongolia, out in the middle of nowhere. I came back to London, living in London, came back to London. It was fucking mayhem. It took me about a week to fucking hell calm down, because it's that shock. Imagine going away for 30 years and coming back and looking at people, bitching about their best friends or cheating on their husband or doing all that kind of stealing. And you'd be like, what the fuck, man? And you'd be like that. So, as I say, to become part of that, you wouldn't be able to operate in society. So it's a waste of time even attempting to understand what it is. Just accept there's something there. These are the tools. This is how it works. Get on with it. There you are. It's been presented to us. And I like myself, my whole world changed when I actually read the Kabbalion, right? About it, suddenly it made sense. It's psychology, the whole lot. You can change your mood. You can change people's mood just through how you vibrate. If you charge into a room in great humour, you'll get a smile. You smile at someone at a checkout, they'll smile back at you. They can't stop it. They can't help it. And that's you changing their vibration. That's you taking them from a lower vibration to a higher vibration. It's so simple. These rules are so simple, but unfortunately, these fucking politicians and elites know this, and they manipulate it. They use it for evil, because we live in a duality world, polarity. For every good, there's bad or evil or whatever, So it's like a tool, and when you learn that tool, your life will improve. Your life will improve if you truly understand it. They say, what is it? The master steps only be heard if the student's ears are open, or something like that. You know what I mean? So I could be spouting shite. Maybe someone will get it. Maybe other people won't. But it's that simple things like that. If you don't listen to people, if you're not capable of understanding, you won't hear the message. It's good stuff. And it's not mystical. It's not like the Kabbalah. It's not black magic. It's just describing nature, or how the
but
ancients.
as above, so below. That stuff, like, it's Masonic. In the Masons, they had high regard for both Babylonian mysticism and Hermetic mysticism. Like, it's all kind of combined in the occult. And then the Kabbalion, even the name Kabbalah, you could tell it has like Hebrew origins. And it's just, dude, it's evil.
Oh well, see, I don't.
It's not evil. I just have a problem with all this, because even the Masonic stuff is not evil. It's whoever
Freemasonry is just Kabbalah,
perpetrates it.
essentially.
Yeah, but whoever thinks evil because they studied it or whatever, that's on them. But the message itself is not evil. The message is not evil. It's whoever's holding the message or carrying out whatever they think the message means or whatever. And I have a problem with that because I think there's truth everywhere in all these things. And if you just tossed out, you're just missing everything. I mean, there's truth in the Bible. It's not, I mean, me personally, it's not literal to me, but that doesn't mean there's not truth in it about myself. And I think that's what all these things are pointing to, is to look within and figure out who you are. Because if you don't know who you are and can't control your own self, you're not going to help anybody else.
Yeah, I know, and I know you're
A
gonna
lost
be,
cause.
you're gonna be reluctant to believe what I'm saying to you, but you know, this philosophy that you referred to as the Kabbalah, what do you call it in the Kabbalion?
The Kabbalion.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Hermeticism and the Hermetic principles. When you research the origin of all that, it goes back to the sorcerers in Egypt, right? To the occult. Now you might say, well, the occult is not necessarily evil. It's like, well, you can have white magic and black magic, right? So you can use magic for good. Yeah. But in my opinion, in my perspective, in my worldview, and you don't have to believe with me. I mean, you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but even white magic is evil. Even if your intentions are for good.
Didn't Jesus say,
Yeah, but
"As above, so below"?
everybody
Like,
has this capability of magic, in my opinion, because okay, say you get really mad at your neighbor. I wish something would happen to them or whatever. And it could be that their dog gets run over by a car. Did you wish that upon them? Was that magic? Was that dark magic that you just used on them? You'll never know. But you have to think about it.
No.
Because I think this is what we're capable of. And I think bad intentions or good intentions do carry weight in this realm. Because
There
you
is
can
power in that.
there is power in that.
I'll give you
And
that.
that's
There's power in that for sure.
and I think that's what all these teachings are about, is to know this and to realize that you have to come to some kind of balance, or else you will be using dark magic and good magic in the wrong ways without knowing it.
what about this? One of the things that is said in there in the Kabbalion that I took away from, it says, "Be the cause." In the introduction thing, it explains, "Be the cause of your life, not the reaction." Right, and that there, it's like,
Yes.
people could. I just said that, right? People could, oh, what does that mean or whatever? But people that get it will get it, and it's not a bad way if you get it or you don't. Sorry, Don. On you go.
If you understand the plane of cause and effects, you can be the cause instead of the effect. Which means you've got a lot more power, and you can push reality and nature around instead of being pushed around.
Yeah, there's power. There's definitely power in that. We've seen it. Even in the Exodus, the pharaoh's sorcerers had power over nature. They did. It's legit. I know you can get power from the studying of the occult. You can manifest money, fortune, fame. You can manifest a car, a wife, a woman. You can manifest a lot of things. I'll concede to that.
Right, and where we got that knowledge from, right? Where do you think the Sumerians or the Chaldeans or the Druids, because all these ancient things understood that they you could suppose or surmise or whatever, have a supposition or a theory that the Creator gave it to them. He created this, and He told them about nature. That's what it is. It's about the laws of nature. And the only way you get the laws is if you get told by someone the laws of nature. And if you study, as I say, if you study at it and look at it, it's not just about the nature of your surroundings. It's also psychology and stuff like that as well. It's so deep. Quantum physics, it helps you understand quantum physics, everything basically. That's because all if you look at quantum physics and science or theoretical science, it's all based on these beliefs, these ancient beliefs about duality and polarity and, you know, action at a distance and all that, you know, instant action at a distance and all that kind of stuff. It's all written. No, but it's all written in this astrology, the whole lot. How
Yeah,
it
so
come up.
duality, the good and bad, the yin and yang. That's very there's a lot of Masonic ties to that, right? Ancient occult ties to
Yeah, but
that.
this
With
is
you
the
can't
nature.
have good without evil. That you need
But
these polar opposites to exist for reality to exist. But that's
Didn't you
simply not
say-
the case.
You said that earlier, that God has to allow all the calamity from the fall to have his relationship with his people.
So yeah, I'd have to unpack that because it's he created reality initially with certain potentialities for corruption, right? But initially everything was created perfect. There was no corruption, there was no sin, there was no death, there was no atrophy, entropy. The
Kybalion
second law of
doesn't-
thermodynamics did not exist originally until sin entered into existence. Then it all
The Kybalion
unfolded.
doesn't state you have to have evil to have good. It just states each plane has poles at like one end and the other end.
Yeah, but it's connected to the hermetic ideas of good and evil. So it's if you really dig into it, there's the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is basically that's what you're talking about. The Kabbalion is it's a Hermetic
Actually, I'm
Kabbalah.
reading, it states everything is dual, everything has poles. So they'd be trying to split your God down the middle and saying,
Yeah,
it's all good and it's all evil.
Yeah,
It's
you
all
need
male and it's all
evil.
female.
You can't have one without the other. That's basically the fundamental principles.
It's going to contradict with the Bible, the Kabbalion, but it's not as evil as Kabbalah. I don't think it teaches like to manipulate people with dialectics, but the Kabbalah does teach that.
You're right. I mean, in that sense, yes. To me, anything that takes you away from the truth, in my opinion, is evil. Even if it doesn't tell you to go kill babies, it's just it's a delusion. It's a deception.
But the Kabbalion teaches monotheism because it's called the all.
Yeah.
That means it's everything. That means it's one thing. So that's actually monotheism. It doesn't believe in demons.
It splits it into a duality straight away as well.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Well, the second principle is about.
It doesn't say it's the two. It's just basically the all, and then it goes into do the principles of nature. But if
Principle 4 is splitting nature into dualities.
Yep. But remember, if you're omniscient, you're apart from that. This is something you've created.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what attributes your creation has got. That's not your attributes, kind of thing. So it's a one. It's a monotheistic belief or description of nature, right? And then it splits up.
Yep. No, I agree.
Inside that nature. That's the way I look at it. I might be totally fucking wrong. I don't know, but yeah. But as I say, it's all a belief. But that kind of describes a lot. That kind of all the sort of principles, the 7 principles.
There's an interesting bit. Hidden in number 4 is an interesting sentence. All truths are but half truths, and all paradoxes may be reconciled.
But explain that to me, because even though I read that one, Don, I know they say all truths are half lies.
It's where I got my idea of the personal truth from. Because however sure you are that you know something, you don't know all the details, so it's only a half truth.
But is it a lie though?
No, it's a half truth.
Right, but they mentioned that. Don't they pair it off with it's a lie though? It's on that scale of lying.
You can never tell ultimate truth. You can only tell your opinion on it.
Right, okay. All right, yeah, fair enough. That one always fucked me up. All the rest,
even the scientific facts can be explained not to exist or debunked. So even the highest truths that you can think of are weak.
I know that's why I know me believing in the flat earth is it's just a belief, man. It's just a belief. Even my reality about this group of elites and pharmaceutical companies and governments and corrupt politicians, you know, that could be, honestly, that could be just totally bullshit, but I'm not buying into that though, right? I don't buy that side of that because, you know, there's such a preponderance of evidence, but in the end up, you know, could be totally fucking wrong. But I doubt it, you know, regarding that
You
anyway.
still tell a truth, but it's never the full, ultimate truth.
Yeah, I think that's the quote. That's the thing I can't get. If it's a truth, yeah, because you can't. Yeah, but that's bringing into that thing that you can never know everything. So that word truth becomes obsolete. Then, right? That word shouldn't even exist.
There's also a nice one in number 5. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. So even if we think the world's turned evil, the good is growing just the same under the surface. And when the good wins, we're going to really win.
Right. The thing I like about that pendulum thing, actually, that helped me with I used to get, when I was younger, like mega younger, I used to get up and down, like pissed off with myself, right? And then I looked at, well, that's my pendulum swinging slowly because everything's in movement. You know, they say everything vibrates, so there's nothing that's still. So no matter what, this pendulum swings, right? And it explained that, what's that thing when you're depressed and then happy? What is it you call that again? There's a definition for it.
Up and down.
Bipolar?
Bipolar, that's it, right? Thank you very much. Right, that bipolar, I actually never talked about bipolar. Well, it did. It talked about that and explained it. So what your pendulum's doing, it's starting at the low end, that's when you're depressed, but then it's swinging to the other extreme. And the secret is that you have to bring that to the balance, to the higher up where it's, because they explain it on a scale. When does cold become hot? Cold and hot's on the same scale, and it goes up gradually till it comes like that, where you can think of that as the pendulum the same. And if you actually think, right, you know, you can actually change your moods just by picturing that and understanding that, right, you know what I mean? It's crazy, Don, you know, and so it's not a thing to be feared, just to explain to that other guy. You can actually use it in so many aspects of your life or whatever. It's like, you know, you must have walked into a party or walked into a room and you could feel this bad atmosphere. You didn't know what it was. You just walked in, you just arrived, but there was kind of tension in the room, you know. And you've got a way, if you say you understand that and you, all right, fucking hell, but nobody else within that room, they can't feel it because they're part of the tension. But as an outsider, you come in, what a great bit of power you've suddenly got to change that energy or whatever, you know. And that's what I'm saying. It's not like mystical or whatever. It's just like knowledge. I think, fuck, I could use it for doing that because I know that's one of the laws of nature, that you can actually manipulate it, you know, become a alchemist or maybe a psychological alchemist or whatever. It's not, an alchemist is not necessarily, you know, he doesn't have to mix, grind down stones and herbs and all that. You know, you can do it psychologically, and that's, you know, they know that. You know, it's like that's how you get manipulated, or that's why sort of we're in the kind of shit now. But it's an interesting subject. It's a great book. I learned loads. I stumbled across it about 8-9 years ago.
Hey, what's up, Allie?
How you doing?
All right. Snacks to the future of what's going on?
Hi, Snacks. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, man.
I keep meaning to come in when you're talking, when you're talking, and that come in for a chat because I always like your angle, your humour, and your angle and things.
Yeah,
How you
it's
been?
like your accent. You got a very unique, a very unique way of speaking.
It's probably bastardised. I lived in England for a while, so what you been up to?
Just living on here a lot, apparently.
What you been talking about on here then? We were just talking about the Kabbalion and stuff like that.
The what?
The Kabbalion.
Oh, okay. The Hermetic book.
Yeah. Well, just doing that a little bit of time.
I don't know, man. It's like a little weird, like trying to find like what you think like the core doctrine of like Hermetic teachings are. You know, some people are gonna point to like, well, I don't know. I guess everybody could point to a different thing. You know what? I don't. Or do you feel like there's like a unified like book to find it? Because like the Kabbalion is like it's collected and it's sort of they're like writings on the teachings or something like more like that.
Yeah, it doesn't sum up the whole Hermetic, and it's very late reconstruction.
Yeah, and you can't find just what you were saying, Snacks. It's very hard to, after getting that, I think it was 1800 and something, or 1901 or something. It was something, it was around that time. But see, actually, to sort of trace back, like the secrets or how you go about it. I know it says all is mind, that's like a clue, but you can never, it is very, very hard to actually go back and scientifically look at it or whatever. I don't know.
So you're going with like the sort of turn of the century stuff or the Golden Dawn stuff or that kind of into that?
Yeah, well, that's when that book, it was the Three Initiates that kind of wrote it or kind of brought it out, but it is Masonic. That's what that guy was saying. Because on the book it even says that, written for the Masonic. I'll give you a wee thing here. My dad's a Mason, right? He's just passed away there, and I've got loads of his books I've found. When he joined in the 60s, I've got it's fucking amazing because it actually tells you he became a master mason, 3rd degree.
Oh, yeah.
He became a master mason. So I've got when he got his entered apprentice, you get a leaflet and you get described. These are old documents, well, for the 60s, whatever. And I've just been reading through. I've got his ring as well here with what do you call it? The compass and square on it. I've got all that, and I found an interesting fact about the G. It explains in the paperwork that he got. It means two things, which was quite interesting. It can mean either God or geometry.
I thought I meant gnosis and geometry.
It was God. It's written in the paperwork he got, but
it could be anything.
It's
I don't know.
a lot. They chose it because it stands for everything, basically.
You know where the term God comes from?
Oh, but my take on it is gnomon. Go ahead.
You know where the term God comes from?
Oh, sorry.
No, even the English term God, where does that come from? What does it mean in ancient times?
I've not got a clue.
In Europe, it's good in Old English.
Well,
Good.
even going back before Old English, the term God means it was a deity of good fortune, right? And this deity, if you really track its history, it is a specific deity of good fortune. But that deity, his whole name is Gadriel, is one of the fallen watchers.
Oh, it could also stand for him, yeah.
But apparently, this thing has reincarnated himself. Not reincarnated, but there's been many men in history that the occult has He's an ascended master. They worship him as an ascended master, and he's manifested in different generations. Even Saint Germain might have been this one
Like,
guy, but I don't listen. I don't buy into this stuff. This is what I hear the occult talk about. I'm just
but like
relaying it to you.
they call because it's built in the New Age has the concept of ascended master, but I can't find ascended master like before the early 1900s, like New Age movement, kind of like
1900s
using that a lot. But
dude,
like
we're going
master,
back.
spiritual
Yeah.
master, yeah. But ascended master, I don't. Where's that like written?
Well, even Christ was an ascended master, right?
That's
but
what
before,
people say.
well,
But
yeah,
where's
before
it written?
him, there was this idea because the
It's a
Watchers,
movement.
like
It's a
aliens.
movement.
Well, hear me out. Like aliens come and go, right? So there were these entities that would come and go. They could ascend and descend from the heavens. So an ascended master had the ability to ascend and descend. Meaning, if you can ascend and descend, then you're not a human, right? So there have been humans that
New Age.
Humans kind of look like. I mean, these
That's New
angels look like what's not New Age, bro? Because the New Age is
No,
really the
it is.
old age coming to fruition again. It just
Because there's just spiritual masters, but like it doesn't mean that you levitate or what have you. Like they people talk a whole bunch of crazy mess with that. That's what I think, and I think it's beyond the powers of people.
Well, I agree to
floating
disagree.
around.
I believe in magic. I believe in sorcery. I believe in ascended masters. I believe that these things do come and go. Aliens do exist. We're gonna have to differ on that.
Yeah, but you can't differ on what I said though. It's from the New Age. It's from the 1900s that people are
It's not,
reconsidering.
dude. I
that
can
this
show you.
is
You want me to show you,
in
bro?
this
That
way.
this is ancient. This is ancient. This goes back to Babylon, bro.
Yeah, well, your understanding of it doesn't go back that far. Your understanding about it is probably going to be mostly colored through the early resurgence of it in the New Age.
Now, yeah, the Hermetic, what he's talking about, the Kabbalion, that's definitely new, but not even then. That's not the 1900s. The Kabbalion can be tracked back to like the medieval times. Yeah, the Dark Ages.
It's from Thoth, from Egypt.
Yeah. Yeah. You can track it back to Thoth for sure, no doubt.
Is Gadriel Lucifer?
I don't know who Gadriel is, bro. He's not Lucifer. He's not the arch nemesis. I don't believe so.
But it's one of the angels, one of the archangels, yeah, of the four that we need to keep an eye on.
He's definitely a problem, but it's not just him. It's Azazel. They got these different watchers.
But why do you call them the Watchers? They're spirit. They're angels. They're like angelic beings. Well, I don't think the Watchers are that, but whatever.
Well, they have the reason I call them Watchers is because they have dominion over mankind. They're literally they were given territorial dominion over certain territories on Earth.
Yeah, I think like more like it's really a lot. Well, I don't know. I just like to imagine them as real things, real people.
The angels,
the real masters, would have been the Watchers of the other people trying to get it right, and just knowing that it didn't matter if they helped them out or not. They just had to like kind of be there, like a parent, like an elder race or something. That's kind of how I feel. They're based on some kind of something before that. But yeah,
they could have come from the sky.
I usually don't have disagreements or differences of opinion with with you, Lions. So it's
all good.
Whatever. But like I'm anybody else, like this. If I'm commenting incorrectly on these things, like I want to know best what's happening here. Don't go ahead and call me out on the occult stuff. It's like your centralization.
No, I don't want it to just be my specialization.
I always want to feel like Lion, you know more about the light side of things. So it's hard for me to take your authority about sometimes these other deities and stuff, But I know you know.
Well, from reading just the occult material, like even they believe that Saint Germain might have been a watcher or like an alien or not. I don't know what to call these things because you guys these names have like implications. They carry So Saint Germain might have not been like a regular human, bro. He might have been an ascended master that they come around every century. It's like these people that seem to never age. You see pictures of people that seem to be like Like I've seen pictures of this guy, and Saint Germain might have been one of them guys that like he keeps popping up every couple centuries.
You know, people have
You
said
see, like,
Trump is Saint Germain because of the gold.
He could be. I
but
don't
is Saint
necessarily
Germain, like,
subscribe to that. Go
did he
ahead.
find like some kind of cure for aging or something?
No, I think he is in a like he if this is true, and I don't believe it, but from what I'm hearing, that he's just one of these angelic beings that has the
See, I
ability
don't.
to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
See, what I understand about it is it may be wrong, but I definitely understand something already in this way. So it's difficult for me to. I don't know why. It's a little cognitive dissonance somehow. Because I
Yeah, it's
just
all
don't
good,
feel
bro.
like
You don't believe in
you know.
angels, right?
I know that there are like high end sort of energies happening, and they're kind of moving through the people, but the people are always still people, and I don't see how they're becoming like these higher energies that they're moving through them, and that's like that might be the ascension, but that might just mean that you're gone, like you're ascended away, you're no longer here. But while they were here, they were able to move these spirits through them and do good things for other people. So that's kind of what I understand about it, but that might not be what other people believe. So I don't know. But other people still will be like, oh no, they had magical powers, and that might be something else, or maybe there is just something magical about the whole thing.
So, for example, Enoch 71 gives us in this. You can see many verses like this in Scripture, but it says, "They raised me up to a certain place where they, the angels, were like the appearance of a burning fire, and when they pleased, they assumed the likeness of men." Right. So, angels in their natural state, there was even we just read a text earlier this morning
Right.
talking about the angels that have they were made of
Right.
spirit and fire. I think it said. I don't remember.
Okay.
But they had
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ability to shapeshift. They can take the likeness of men. Even the
Alright.
angels in the Tanakh, when they came down and appeared to Abraham, they looked like men. Right? Many instances in Scripture, they look just like regular men. In Lot, in Sodom and Gomorrah, they look like men. So we know that they have the ability to shapeshift. So how do you know? And there's other scriptures that say that you might be entertaining angels and you don't even realize it.
Yeah.
So this is where I get my understanding from.
But
I'm not
then,
just
like,
making it up.
I guess it's just like yeah, I just think it's like sky energies. Let's say we just basically say that to where they computationally sort of work out to being like, oh, I can imagine, like they can appear to be in human form because they're so abstract in ways that like something about that just makes it
If you believe that angels can become human form,
like
you
people
might
don't see like
get
clouds
tricked.
or
You might get tricked by a magician pretending to be an angel. That might happen.
but the angels kind of like begin to appear within the the record, I guess, like somewhere where it's like a sort of Persian too, or like it may have something to do with the Mani and the Manichaean stuff, since they're basically the creators of the script for Persian. They come up with the serif. So like if you're familiar with the font sans serif, it doesn't have a serif, which is like a little squiggly thing, but that serif is like sort of an angelic like whatever antenna or something like that. I think that that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to imbue the words with the energies of like they're trying to pull energy down to help them out. Kind of what it seems like. And then
Seraphim.
then you have all the right, okay, and then there's like documentation where there's like all this angelic magics that kind of like are the beginnings of this stuff. But I think that's all with people tripping out in a very happy place, just trying to develop this like spiritual language, and sort of. But then that becomes apocryphal because it's like, oh, maybe not everybody can understand this in the ways that they did, and maybe it would be weirdly overpowered in somebody else's hands. I don't know. Like I said, spiritual stuff in the ancient times is like weaponry, to some people's aims, other people's agendas, right? But
No, yeah, bro, I get it. And I guess I
Like
I believe this
many
stuff's
claims to
possible.
be like many claim to be a disciple of Jesus, and he had his own apostles, and he just basically ran like a polyglot of different, like a fusion of Christianity and Buddhism and Persian and stuff like that. It's like or Zoroastrian like sort of things, and um,
Mhm.
so I like and then at the end of the day, he's stuffed full of sawdust. But the thing is, for a period of time, I think this really had a huge influence, and there is a real like culture that began then, and then persecuted, and then there's like an evolution of persecution. That's some good rhymes. Drop those, and then like that arrives us to a period of time when the Bible then gets written, I think, and then we're kind of presented with this situation. So yeah, that's how I kind of see it. Uh, so it's tough like to extract like everything out.
Yeah.
It's like some kind of crazy ass algebra trying to like understand like where what came from. But to remove like the
Yeah, yeah.
idea of angels from
Why?
Christianity, I
When's
don't
the
know,
last time
man.
you
That
played with
feels
it?
very foreign, right?
So like you got Hebrews 13:2, and I'm gonna ask you whether you take this literally or figuratively. But it says here, do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have
Can't keep
entertained
everything.
angels unaware.
Okay, right. So there's that too.
I'm just wondering your perspective, like, is that to be taken literally or figuratively?
Well, all people have like some sort of core, perhaps like I don't know, like there's a part of perfection in everybody, right? And then so like the ascended masters are trying to like find the method to kind of move the energy through them, using their most like perfect
Paul,
part of their beings. So it's like they're inherited almost, It's like they didn't do anything for it, but they could be imperfect people. They didn't have to be saintly, per se, but they just had to have the gift to be able to resonate and commune with those things.
you have or you want to play with it?
Paul, you're hot
I do
micing.
want to play with it, Paul.
Sorry.
Can Paul get in here? Can he get a word in? Paul.
I'm hot, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, we want
I'd
you
like
in
you
here.
to talk right now. No, I know you always want to talk when I am talking, but I would like now for you to talk while I'm talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know the topic.
It's
I just
reverse
got in here and I'm
imposition,
trying to.
Paul. Okay, it's an
What
infinite
are we talking
imposition
about?
fallacy I'm making right now. Sorry.
Okay.
But I also think that the Star of David is also 6 points, right? But they also had like I've read some things that would suggest that they considered because their optics were poor and they're trying to look at stars, and stars are so damn important, aren't they? Am I right? They're really important. So they were seeing like patterns that were caused from refraction patterns in the glass, like the early glass. And they were seeing 6 points around a star, so they couldn't really get it like focused correctly. So that they just assumed that they had wings because of the shape of this, and they or that they had 6 arms, like as in the Indian epics and stuff. That their bodies were of a way very difficult to reveal their true form. That they're mysterious that way. And mystery will just drive motherfuckers for a zillion years, dude. So I think that's where this whole school of thought kind of begins. School of thinking about how can we know, what do we know, or is that stuff communicating with me because I'm doing psychedelics right now, or what's real, what's not real.
Do you think it's beyond our knowledge then, Snacks? Or who was talking there? Sorry.
Yeah, that was me. I'm like, where's the knowledge for like the Helena Blavatsky's of the worlds? Like if it's not written down as a script before, then it's like a instantaneous transmission of information somehow. If that's what's going on, then I mean, isn't that the closest thing we have to like some sort of connection to something else outside? Like, I mean, human beings have always kind of relied upon shamans and tribal leaders to sort of like understand the spirits of the people in the tribe. You know, we're meant to be in smaller groups. We're meant to be in smaller groups. It's why I think, you know, social engineering is actually probably a good idea, because we need to find our own micro tribes, even if we're of a broader nation of things, even if it's ideas only. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would learn a lot quicker, right? Or I think we would, well, our knowledge would grow, our understanding of the where we live and stuff like that. I think we'd grow a lot quicker if we were, like you said, put into smaller. We'd learn a lot about ourselves, because small groups you tend to sort of fall out, right?
Don't you think that the ascended master concept could actually master of your own mind, which is what they want you not to be? You build your own temple, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I kind of go with that, actually.
You can use
I
a
think
guru. They're keeping the
Sorry?
secret chief secret. That's part of the point. They don't say, look, this is the smart man over here. They say, I've met with the secret chiefs. So that's what you've heard and what you've taken in, and you inside, like Linda just said. I agree. But obviously,
Well, even back to the compass and the square, it's like the compass stands for the circle, which can never be truly 100% measured, which is the sky also. It can't be truly 100% measured, but you can measure the earth as far as you have access to it. Like it can be measured, like your backyard can be measured, right? With a level or whatever.
there's a lot of measuring symbology in masonry.
Yes.
Flat earthers don't normally bring it up, which is surprising.
No, but I mean, I think that's what it stands for is, you know, there's some things that can be measured and some things that cannot. And I think that's what the compass stands for, because the compass is, you know, for circular things, which we know in math, it's conceptual. It's
Square is the man trying to do his best to make flat
right
inside the concept.
Right.
Well,
And there's that whole
ideas of
concept of squaring the circle, right? You can never actually truly square a circle, right?
Well, it changes into a square.
Right.
In this like the symbology of the.
You take JJ Reddick for the block, though.
Squaring the circle is making a human
JJ
will
Bowler,
on top of the conceptual. What else was I gonna say?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole Masonic and like third degree Masons or whatever, they never even go farther to even learn what any of it means or do any kind of study or whatever. They're just getting benefits, right? They're just in their local councils or whatever because they're third degree Mason.
Yeah, you can't get all the symbology by doing the ritual. You have to read all about it.
It's the fact that they're pledging allegiance to some occult society, and a lot of these people,
Yeah, but they're actually
Hold
not.
on.
They're actually not because I mean, I
Okay.
know Masons or whatever. They're actually not. They are part of it because they get benefits from it. Like they get prestige, they get all these things, and they get voted on boards of their local, you know, nonprofit groups or whatever, and they think that they're special. They get benefits from it.
So the problem is a lot of these people have pledged allegiance to this occult society, and a lot of these people are within their official capacity as officials for the government, which is a conflict of interest, being that you're supposed to swear allegiance to the oath of your duties above all, but obviously there's an issue there.
You are right. They pretend it's God, then they pretend it's Lucifer, but it's not. It's them. You're signing an oath to them.
Right. And if you reveal any of
Right.
their secrets, you've already sworn and pledged that, they're going to take certain what's the word I'm looking for? They're going to take certain oh boy.
Well, they got to collect
Basic
on their what they said earlier when you got sworn into whatever degrees here, right?
In
yeah, like
masonry, for each degree that you swear to basically. So, say for the third degree, you say, if I reveal the third degree, I agree to have my throat cut and left
there you
outside
go.
for the vultures. If you break the fifth degree, it's like have my stomach open and left to die slowly, and it just gets
There you go.
worse and worse.
Yep, exactly. And that's a bad thing, dude. When you're when you're that like predominant within the world, I mean, you could see these lodges in like every major city in the U.S. and I'm sure overseas as well. And you're swearing oaths to have your tongue cut out or your disembowelment. I mean, like, what the hell? Like, how are we allowing this? Like, if there was any other gathering of people, a militia that was doing these practices and swearing upon these types of things, I mean, they would have been shut down immediately.
You want to know something funny? I can literally see the Masonic Lodge from my window almost. It's about 150 meters away, the main Masonic Lodge for my county, which is quite funny.
You mean
Yeah,
like
I
the
don't
Greek
think we should be
houses
allowing
in?
it.
You mean like the Greek
The
houses
UK,
in
Britain.
college and universities that swore allegiance in coffins and become presidents?
Yeah, they're all
Something like
Yeah,
that.
interconnected,
that's Skull and Bones, though. That's Skull and Bones.
but they're
Uh
all
huh.
interconnected. It's all
Yes, of course they are.
fraternal. Yeah, fraternal societies lead to these occult societies, and they're all interconnected.
Well, before it ever, it's they draft them out of theater, mask and wig, become actors. Actors
Yeah.
become people who learn how to work with disguises. Disguises are people who can get into places, uh, figure out things, find out things. So it's like
Yeah, it's
before
not good.
it's the pre-CIA of the Lincoln era, sort of.
They pretty much
Before
run the
that,
government, dude.
But
Well,
Hashish,
here's a thing
that's the
here.
Hashishin, right? Right.
Here's a thing here, right? When I was a kid, or yeah, when I was a kid, meaning I'm 58 now, but ever since I lived in this area on the west coast of Scotland, even in Scotland, uh, as a kid, we knew all the police were Masons, we knew lawyers, and we knew judges, and we knew what it was. I've known what it was for years because we always said that, all the funny shake hand. My dad was a Mason, right? But as I say, in the area we were, in Scotland, we knew what they were. It was only when I got older and looked into it about maybe 12 years ago, I realised they do have a lot of power. They do have a lot of power, but my dad wasn't one of the dudes. As I say, he got as far as a master mason, and if you read what a mason's meant to do, right? That's why people are they get people to join it. It's not, they don't say, oh, you can do shady business deals, and you can commit a crime, give a little sign when you're into the judge, and you won't get charged with it. I knew all that. Well, I kind of knew that kind of stuff when I was younger about the handshakes, but only realised the implications of it when as I say, about 10, 12 years ago, or whatever.
Hey Ali, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go on.
First of all, I didn't know, bro. My condolences for your dad. I know you were up there watching. He was sick, and I didn't know. My condolences.
It was about a month ago or something like that. It was a wee bit ago. So, but thanks.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, any references in your dad's paper, or has he ever mentioned water to you in any significant manner?
No. And the funny thing is, how about this, right? Just a little bit off topic, but still the same thing. You're gonna just hold that thought. So I'm going through his stuff, and in his and he was a great reader, right? And I used to go on about conspiracy theories, but not about conspiracy theories about the Scottish government, British government, and all that kind of stuff. And he was like to me, he says, I know. I says, but you can't do anything about it. We had a big argument, and that was his sort of words on it. I said, oh, right, fair enough, whatever. So I'm going through his stuff. What did I find the other day there? A book, 9/11. Wait a minute, I'll find it just a sec. It was 9/11. It was like the next false flag. So that old bugger bought into all the conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But I was just saying, Masons, they get invited in. If you actually read what it is, they do charities, blah, blah, blah. But then what you do is you actually get, what do you call it, poached. Not poached, but you get watched. And if you show certain things, you'll get invited to go into the 4th, because my dad was Scottish Rites. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, 7th. But as far as the Masons go, it's 1, 2, and 3. Special invites after that. But anyway, sorry, Essie.
No, not at all, bro. This is fascinating. And I have mixed feeling about the Masons, to be honest with you. I used to think they were this evil group, right? Until I realized the significance of their higher order 33 with the cavitation of water. That's why I asked you, is there any references of water in your father's writings?
Oh, well, my dad wasn't as that guy was talking about, it's like compartmentalized, right? It's like what the guy, I don't know the English, I'm sorry, forgive me, I don't know your name, but he said, like, when you're when he said when you're a master mason, when you're entered apprentice, you get your throat slit and your heart cut out. As you go into the 2nd degree, I can never remember that. I can never remember, just a mason, I can't remember what it is. But anyway, craft or something, or whatever. You get your throat slit, your thing, but an extra thing. And the higher up you go, the more thing it goes. But my dad was I've only got his paperwork for Master Mason. But he stopped, actually. I'll tell you a wee funny story. He's dead now, so it doesn't matter. He never went to a meeting since he was probably about 22. He died just there, 87-year-old, right? And he hadn't been in a meeting, right, since he was about, that would have been about 20 odd years ago, right? He stopped and only heard this story when I was my ex. It was one time I invited my parents across, and my dad and my ex's, he was a mason as well, but in the Danish, in Denmark, right? And they got talking one night, and they were getting the whiskey, and it was the first time I heard this story. It was my dad, right? And he was explaining why he never actually, when he moved across, he was over in the East Coast, and we moved across on the West Coast when he was, I think it was about 21, 22, 23 or whatever. But he was already a mason. He was over in the East Coast. He got, baptized in the Masonic Lodge or whatever. And then he stopped going. He moved across and he stopped going, and he was saying to my ex's dad, my father-in-law, he was telling him the wee story. It was Christmas or New Year it was. I remember they were across. And he was telling why he stopped. What had happened is, he'd been initiated or whatever, and they were bringing in a new entered apprentice dude or whatever, and he was there at it, and they did something, they got him in the coffin or something like that. That's the thing with the coffin. You do go into a coffin. That's a fact. I've heard that offer too. My father-in-law plus my dad as well. So it's like a fact that you do get put in a coffin, and the ceremony behind it is it's a rebirth, and I think the higher you go up, I think you give away a bigger secret or whatever. But when you're when you go in the coffin, the entered apprentice, you do give away a secret that nobody else knows, which might be held against you. But, my dad might have said something, he might say, oh, I stole a fucking cake once, or whatever, because maybe that was the only thing that he did. Because you kind of get forced to be truthful, so you have to say it, whatever. And it's just a rebirth kind of thing, and then you become it. But he stopped going to these meetings at, as I say, 23, 24, or something like that, around that age. He'd been in maybe...
Why did he stop going?
Yeah, because during one of the ceremonies when they entered the apprentice in, they were in the coffin and they did something. He didn't say what he said. They did something. He didn't talk about it, not even to my father-in-law. But he did say, they did something that kind of, it's like having that moment of realisation, thinking, fucking hell, or something. Something happened to this dude anyway, and he stopped going. But he still remained in it. All his mates, when I was meeting, when he was dying, kind of thing, all his mates come round, they were giving me this funny handshake and all this, man. You can tell by the way they handshake, and they're all Masons and all, but really nice guys. My dad was a great guy, done fucking really loads and loads of shit, and as all his mates did. I don't think
Let me
they were
ask
on
you.
the... Yeah.
Let me ask you, Ali. Did you ever acquire your dad's Bible?
I've got his book. I've found a Bible here, right? It's got the symbols on it, but he's actually got and it's got his date of when he actually joined. It was fucking hell, 60 something. I think it's written on it or something.
Have you
It's a
flipped
tiny
through
little
about halfway through the Bible and start looking at what it is they're talking about? It goes from like some sort of like Christian scripture, and all of a sudden it flips to like ancient Egyptian stuff where they're like
Well, they were
worshiping.
mad into that. There's a reason for that, actually. Yep, that's right, because they were the great geometers. No, but I read, as I say, I've just browsed through the stuff, and as I say, I'm interested in the sort of ancient knowledge and stuff like that. But yeah, that's it. They're very, very tied into the Egyptian mythology and stuff like that. So I'll have a look. I'll have a look at that. I've not had time. It's just I've had a quick flick through because a bit of work and stuff like that when I have a wee time. But yeah, I'll do that. That's interesting. I'm actually going to. I look forward to doing that.
Yeah, interesting.
You ever heard of? You ever read the "Beheld a Pale Horse" by William Cooper?
I started reading that. I've seen a lot of these documentaries about that, but that's interesting.
He exposes the Masons in the occult. Like, he goes deep, man. I have an audiobook. I recommend that book, bro. If you want, in my opinion, if you want to get to the nitty gritty and you want the truth, bro, go to that book. If you don't feel like reading the Bible, go to that book.
Oh, I don't mind. I've read a lot of the Bible actually. I'm not. I look at the Bible. I think it's a great book, by the way. I absolutely think it's a great book, and there's so many truths, and I see a lot of analogies and stuff like that. I think it's a great book. I've got nothing against it, and I've got nothing against anybody that I believe in a creator. Like, I'll go as far as what you get asked about if you want to join the Masons. If I wanted to join the Masons, I could honestly say, with my hand in my heart, I believe in a creator. I believe there's something there. Now, whether it's the entity that's been told to me all my life, that's another question, because I realise, the more you look into it, you're actually, you can't really say 100%, it's true or anything, and a lot of people are against the Bible is because they've seen it, which has been used to manipulate masses, has been given a bad name, the actual core or the belief. But I think it's a great thing to believe that you were created. And forget about I don't think we were born into sin and Jesus Christ. That's the best way to psychologically implant a low self-esteem into something from birth, is to tell them you're sinful no matter how good you are, how kind you are. You'll always be seen in the eyes of the Creator or whatever as sinful. I think that's remember, they've been studying psychology for thousands of fucking years, man. And that was used as a control thing. In my belief, this is just my belief, right? But I see the harm it could cause, right? I don't see the advantage actually believing it, thinking, I don't imagine, right? Here, this is the way I look at it, right? So anyway, I'm an adult, I've got kids, right? I could never, ever, ever imagine is looking at my kids, say, hey, by the way, you're sinful. Doesn't matter how good you are, you're sinful. I would feel ashamed of myself. I couldn't, because they've not done anything. They've just been born. And that's not an atheist. I'm not an atheist, by the way. I do believe in a creator. But I'm just saying that's why I'm skeptical or skeptical of the way that this kind of belief system is getting distributed to the peasants, because that's what we are.
I get, but there's more to the story than that. Like basically, what you're saying, what the scripture says, is that we are corrupted. We've been corrupted, and you can't. There's nothing that you can do to make yourself not
Let's not get biblical
uncorrupted.
today already. It's a bit early.
That's wrong. But we are saying they've got to. I'm sorry to.
Jeremy, we've been doing it all night.
Right there, because
You're
that corrupted stuff. Right, wait a minute. That thing you can't do anything about it because you're
Ellie,
already
you need to
corrupt.
relax, bro, too.
Well, I'm chilled.
I mean, you
I'm
just went off for like a minute. Relax, man. You're gonna get to say your piece, bro. Don't worry.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's funny how you and not the guy that was talking. I'm just saying that to start off, to believe, you're telling yourself the harm that you do yourself. If you think that you're corrupted all the time, right? Think of the psychological damage. Think about how you are.
No, I understand, bro. I get it. But what I'm trying to say is that you got to look at fear in the face and realize that you're not perfect. That's all that's saying. Like, no matter how hard you try, you're not going to be perfect, bro. You don't agree with that? Like, you think there's something wrong with that?
Not in the way that you say that. But that
you're looking at the glass half. You're looking at the glass half full instead of looking at it half empty instead of looking at it half full.
Yeah, but
that's the difference.
That addendum doesn't get preached. That's what I'm talking about. That addendum, they're not giving that addendum saying, "Oh, by the way, I don't mean that you're shit and you're worthless." It means just remember you're not perfect, but don't make that. Just remember humility. You could explain what humility was to that person, not thinking you're perfect, which I teach my kids. I've never ever said to my kids, "You're worthless." Yeah, even if you do the best, I couldn't even imagine saying that to anybody. And to think that that's self-destructive. That's my gripe with the religion stuff.
Yeah, that's not cool, man. I wouldn't say that to my children either. I mean,
but that's what the Bible. Well, that's what the Catholicism does. I can say. But the Protestants as well. I'm a Protestant. I live in Scotland. Protestant Catholics, right? Protestants, they're kind of, do you know what it is? They're kind of the soy boys of religion, right? Because they're dead softy, right? But if you ever go to a Catholic ceremony, or maybe a death or a birth or whatever, and you actually, they're walking in that place believing they're sinful. I could never imagine telling myself that. I know I'm not perfect, but I could never, ever. The damage, the psychological damage, and it's a great control mechanism, and you must admit that.
No, I disagree, bro. I think that we all have to be called to repent, bro, because if you don't repent, then you're basically saying that you're perfectly the way you are, that you're perfect, that you don't have, there's nothing that you have to repent for or take accountability for. And that's, I teach my children the opposite, that they need to repent, that they need to take accountability, that they are imperfect. But I don't tell them that they're worthless. Like who in their right mind would tell their children that they're worthless? I think you're being a
That's
little
what you're
hyper.
telling them.
Huh?
That's what you're telling them.
No, it's the opposite.
That is no. It's I will no. Well, I tell you what, right? That's certainly not encouraging your child, right? I could never think of saying that, and I'm not. Hey, by the way, and I'm not criticising the way you're bringing up your children. There's no, but the way that I couldn't imagine doing that for myself, and I don't believe that I'm doing my child harm by encouraging them to try everything out. And if they make mistakes, I'll say, what did you learn? Well, that's good.
You just got to tell them to walk 5,000 miles, and if they don't like it, walk 5,000 more. If they want to be a man.
And then they'll drop down at the door.
The thing is, like, think about it like this. Let's not talk about the Bible or anything like that. Let's just talk about like the philosophy, right, that we're talking about. So like our children right now, we're raising children like spoiled little brats. You know, they get participation trophies. When they don't, do they deserve a trophy? Probably not, right? These children are being raised, and they're being raised to the extent where they've been spoiled rotten. They get everything they want. They never take accountability. They're never wrong. They can't be wrong. Morality is objective. Like, dude, it's
children
bad,
are you talking about?
In
Which
America.
children are you talking about?
In America.
Which children in America?
Good question.
The black ones.
I mean,
like,
listen.
I don't raise my children like that.
I hope, yeah. Most decent parents don't, but listen, kids don't even get disciplined anymore. They call it child abuse.
Right. That's not the parents' fault, though. This is what I was going to just say now.
Hold on.
I was a kid,
Brian, what do you mean by discipline? What do you mean by they don't get discipline?
They don't get punished with the rod. They don't get hit with the belt. They don't get spanked.
Do you think hitting kids with belts does anything for the kid to teach them anything?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because they need to know that there's a final straw to be broke and what's to come, so that way they don't think they can just do whatever they want without repercussions coming their way.
So you want to teach them that repercussions happen by hitting them.
I know, man. It sounds barbaric, bro. I get it, bro.
Do you think there are any other ways to teach them repercussions of things?
Well, yeah, you hope that they don't do what's deserving of the belt. You know what I mean? You hope that the talk is enough, but for some kids, it's not. You know, you look at some of these kids, and they're over here on that show Scared Straight. Because why? Because the parents were, not doing their job.
No, here's my question. Actually, by the way, I don't think that I don't think there's one child on Scared Straight who hasn't been hit, by the way. But here's my question. Any of you who have raised children, when have you seen hitting them as a positive outcome to teaching them something?
He's trying to get you to incriminate yourself.
No, so
okay. I'll say, wait a minute. I'll
explain it to you. Hold on. I'll be brief. So, like, let's say a child is crossing the street when he's not supposed to, like a toddler, like 4 years old. You weren't looking because it's your fault, right? And the child was gonna cross the street when you turned away for a second, right? And then you get scared and you're like, "Oh no, what are you doing? Don't cross the street." And then he does it again, even though it's your fault. Because you were supposed to be paying attention to him, or at least holding his hand. He did it anyways. All you do is slap his hand like this. You're not beating him over the head with a 2x4. All you do is slap his hand so that he gets like a physical, reaction to it, so it sticks. And the next time he won't cross the street. Then now am I physically abusing him? No, I'm not.
Hold up. Here's a question. Have you ever seen that actually help? For a kid that makes it stick for them?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's how the brain works, RC. Like we associate.
No, lose me with that's how the brain works. You don't know anything about the brain works. But Lion, tell me.
Yeah, that's how kids associate things: with smell, with sensory. Some kids learn
Yeah,
through sensory. Other kids learn.
hold up.
You're being rude,
Well, give
RC.
me
Oh,
one
let me in
example
now.
where.
I'm so, let me in. Let
Give
me
me
in
an
now.
Hold
example
on,
I'm on
guys.
your
where.
side.
All right, I'm here. I'm
Listen,
modding
let
this.
me in.
Yeah,
Right, could I
relax.
Okay,
get in now?
Lion, can you give me an example where a kid
Fuck
didn't
you.
learn, but they only learned when you hit them?
Hold on, the other guy wanted to talk, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted
Yeah,
to
Can I
say real
talk
quick.
after him?
no,
Can I
I
talk
wanted to
too?
get in. Just like,
All
can
right, I'm
I
about
get
to
in?
start muting people.
Make a
Right,
list.
could I
Do
get
a
in?
list. Everyone wants to talk.
Dicelo wanted
All
to
right,
say
Dice
something.
Flow's
He
trying
got
to say
interrupted.
something. So RC, don't interrupt him, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, people's memory, the human brain works that way, like with sensory. Like people associate memories with certain smells or taste or whatever it may be. So for a kid, you slap them on the hand, and that sharp little momentary sting is going to associate in their memory with what they did wrong, and hopefully they remember next time. Like that's all it's doing, RC. It's not like you're not trying to cause bodily harm. You're trying to get them to remember. That's the whole point.
So Dicelo, let's say you do that. I don't know, 15 times over the course of a year, but you do it for 15 different things. Do you think a child is going to associate 15 different slaps on the back of the head with 15 different instances of them needing to not do something?
You
Well,
never got spanked, huh?
yeah. Again, Lion gave the example of crossing the street, and you're holding the kid's hand, and he tries to jump out before you tell him to. So you smack him on the hand. It's not going to be a hand smack or a smack upside the head for every single situation. Different situation. Different situations require different requirements. So
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if the kid's cursing, maybe you're going to put a little hot sauce or soap in his mouth. If he's it all depends like what's going on. It's all situational.
All right. Well,
Could
here's
I
a
jump
question,
in?
Dicelo.
But
Hold
could
up,
I
hold
jump
up.
in,
We're
please?
gonna
Oh,
show
wait a minute.
how ridiculous
Yeah, but wait a
your
minute.
thought
Yeah,
process
but
here
could I
is,
just?
Dicelo.
But
So the
please let
question
me
is,
just.
Dicelo, who's talking over me right
Well,
You're
I
just
just.
taking over there,
Let
RC.
Going back.
Here's
You're
what we're
taking
gonna
over.
do. I got this. Hold on. Here's what we're
Yeah, I
gonna do,
know.
guys. We're gonna let Dice Slow and RC. Guys, we're gonna let RC and Dice Slow just go back and forth, and then Allie can go next, and then Barrel Rider can go after that. That's the list. All right. Cool.
So cool. So Dicelo, here's a
Okay.
question. Did you ever get your mouth washed out with soap or hot sauce put on your tongue?
Well, I grew up in a primarily Hispanic neighborhood, and I liked spicy things from an early age. So, yeah, it was soap. I had soap put in my mouth at one point.
Okay.
So, yeah, I remember it clearly.
Okay. Did that cause you to stop cussing?
So I made a choice at that point because before I decided to open my mouth, right? Like I knew the consequences. So that's all it's there for. It's just a little speed bump in the road to cause the individual to consciously think and make the choice and realize the repercussions and what they're doing. So no, it didn't cause me to stop cussing, but what it did was it let me know what I was doing was going to have a reaction that wasn't going to be, to my satisfaction if I got caught.
So by your own admission, kids don't change their behavior based on hitting them or washing their mouth out with soap or anything. So if it doesn't change their behavior, my question would be, why do it?
Well, like I just stated, it's people aren't perfect as we just stated. Like we're in a state of depravity at birth, but the whole point is making a conscious decision and being aware, cognitively aware of what it is you're doing and if it's right or wrong. Because if you don't have that, right? If you don't have that sense of what you're doing is wrong, then what are you really doing? You're just walking around aimlessly, just committing,
I 100% agree, Dicelo. Here is my question to you. Do you think the most effective way for helping kids understand that something is wrong is to hit them?
No, that's not the only way. Like Lion told you, You know, that might be like the final result, you know, after you warn them the first time or the second time, whatever it may be, depending on the circumstance or situation. But ultimately, what's going to happen is there's going to be a not, you know, you're not going to get the talking and you're going to get the spanking. And that's the final result of that, you know.
Yeah, Dice.
And
Let me
Facts.
just cut to the chase. So it doesn't change kids' behavior. All it is, and I'm going to tell you this, and so get right with Jesus over it. Okay, hitting kids from an adult is only serves to be a release for the adult. It never teaches kids what the adults say they want it to teach them. It never gets the result that the adult wants. It is only an outlet for the adult. Sit
I
with
don't know
that,
about
get
that.
right with no, it is.
Not
And
true.
each one, and no, it is absolutely true. And
No,
so
No,
if
it's
you
not.
I
yeah,
disagree.
it is. And
Usually
so
usually I
and if you
feel
want
worse
to
than my son.
yeah,
Usually I felt
I
worse
bet
than my
I
son
know
did.
that's your own guilt though. Okay. But it is your
No, dude,
emotion on it.
did you never get paddled, RC?
This
RC,
is
did you never
not.
get paddled when you were young?
Oh no, all the time. Yeah.
This is
Absolutely.
not true.
Okay.
This is
So,
not true.
what happened? The idea of it being a release for the parents would need to be in the situation that, like, instinctively the parent just does it out of like anger. But like, my parents used to make me go sit in their room on the bed and wait for them to come in and give me a paddling, like to paddle me, right? My parents didn't just like impulsively hit me as a release. They made me go sit there, wait an hour, then came in, and then I had to get 3 licks or whatever it was. And it 100% deterred me away from disrespecting my parents because I did not want to have to go sit in the room and wait for them to come in there and paddle me. So you can say whatever you want to about how it's just a release of the parents, but that
It
makes
really
no
is.
sense. If
No, it's
So
so, my parents waited an hour to go release their anger.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
here's the
totally
deal.
makes
Here's
sense.
the deal,
wait,
RC.
wait,
I went to a Baptist school.
What
I
happened
went
to the
to a
list?
Baptist school. Yeah, I went to a Baptist school
Yeah,
and they
we
were
got a
allowed to
list,
hit.
guys. We got a list.
All
When
right.
Daislow's done, no, hold on, Daislow. When Daislow's done, no, Allie's gonna go, and then Barrel Rider, and then whoever else.
So
Noah.
I went to a Baptist school where they were allowed to hit you. And anytime I got caught cussing or doing something wrong like that, of that nature, I got sent to the principal's office where the
I thought I was
principal would.
next.
When Daislow's done, let's try to keep this
No,
short because there's a long list now.
Wait a minute. What's it just jumped in there and went on, and you said there was a list, and I got muted, and I'd already muted myself.
I'll
I
keep it
couldn't
really
unmute.
short, Ali, and then I'll just throw it to
No,
you. All right.
no worries. Yep, all the best. Yep, no worries. I'll accept
All
that.
right. All right. So
Cheers,
I went
bud.
to a. Yep. So I went to a Baptist school where they were allowed to hit you. I'd get sent to the office. The principal would spank me with a paddle. Eventually, he ended up breaking the paddle on my ass. But during that time period, my parents were going through some situational stuff, which caused me to be a kind of a troublemaker. And in the course of that time, I had a big problem with lying and cursing. But after a few visits of getting swatted and praying about it, I quickly learned that the behavior and the actions that I was putting forth in the classroom wasn't going to fly. And that stuck in my head. And the changes that were made through that have stayed with me for the better. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It wasn't my parent, it was the principal.
All right, I'll tell my little story then, right? So when I was a kid, my dad used to be quite handy with the open hand. Never punched me or anything like that, but and eventually it never made me behave any better. It just made me a bit smarter at not getting caught for things, right? So anyway, so I thought, and then eventually it became nothing. He could spank me and the pain went away. So anyway, I thought, well, that's pretty rough. So what that did do to me, which it made me learn, it did make me learn, is that I swore to myself I'd never hit my kids, which I never have. So anyway, daughter's 19, my son's 15. So anyway, that thing about someone running across the road, the kid running across the road, right? What I did is I taught my kids from a very, very, very young age that they could run across the road, but just make sure there's no fucking traffic. And I used to get them to stand there and I'd get them to watch cars get bigger and bigger and bigger or whatever, and taught them that, explained to that, so they could run across the road safely. So I never stopped that. If they were going to do something wrong, I says, look, I says, I can only advise you. I said, if you do it this way, this could happen. I says, but I'm not going to stop you, because as I taught them, nobody has a right to tell you what to do. And I taught them that, and I explained, I said, not even me. I says, even though sometimes that I do, it's only because I love you. It's not my advantage. But I let them, like, basically explain what could happen. I says, but I'm not stopping you, and I won't be angry. I says, I always love you, 100% behind you. I said, but this, from my experience, this has happened. If you want to go ahead and do it, you'll learn for yourself, and then you'll know 100% rather than listen to me. But I wouldn't encourage it. I've never hit my kids, and I wouldn't encourage, but me getting hit as a child taught me not to hit children. Just what that guy was saying. You don't learn anything. You switch off, man. That's me finished. Thanks for listening, guys.
Barrel Rider.
Can I get in now?
All right.
Barrel,
Whoa.
Barrel, you're next.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to tell a story about myself in this situation. When I was, say, in the first to the third grades, I always got in trouble, and I wasn't trying to be a troublemaker. I was just a spaced out kid. I remember once they told me to stay after school because I did something wrong, and I actually thought it was some kind of a privilege. I was just that much of a spaced out kid. When I got into fourth grade, I had this teacher named Mr. Baracalo, and he was trying to teach us how to do long division. And I was just, I was in another world sitting in that class. And he took me out in the hallway, and he got the other fourth grade teacher. The other fourth grade teacher stood behind me and held my shoulders. And my teacher, Mr. Baracalo, had this little short, stubby, round finger, and he poked it in my chest and kept saying, listen, you're going to start doing your homework and you're going to start listening in class. It actually kind of hurt a little. I mean, he pushed me hard enough, maybe he left bruises. But it freaked me out so bad that I started, that night I went home and begged my dad to teach me how to do long division, so I wouldn't get in trouble anymore. It was like some kind of a awakening for me. All it took was that guy pushing his finger in my chest. And I learned that long division, and I got really good at math. And I sort of attributed my success at math to that teacher doing that to me. And it was a discipline, and he used physical, it wasn't a slap, but it was a poke in the chest. End of story.
Yeah, but control by fear is never a good thing.
Yeah.
Nobody can agree with that.
Can I go now?
I was never.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm pretty sure I was on the list after Barrel Rider, and I called.
Yeah, you were.
When Dyslow was talking. So yeah, I was just gonna say I'm not really gonna say that beating your kid is the best practice as a parent or not, because I personally don't know that. But what I am gonna refute, I guess, is some sort of notion that pain, fear, and trauma doesn't affect your behavior. That is completely ridiculous. If you do something and you experience pain, the next time you do it, your thought process is most definitely going to change. It's impossible for it not to change. If it wasn't, you wouldn't have a brain or sensory system or anything. If I were to go and put my hand on a hot stove and get burnt and just keep doing it over and over again, I'd die. So there was already a process in the human mind input to avoid pain and trauma. So like for people to come here and say like, yeah, if you hit your kids, it has no effect. It's just a release for your anger. That's just a complete lie. Obviously, it's having some sort of effect on the child's brain. Now, am I saying that's the best way to discipline your child or not? I don't know. But to claim that it's only a release of anger and that nothing else is occurring is just ridiculous. It's flabbergasting in my book.
Can I get next?
I think Don might have had something to say, and then you go after Don.
All right.
Don't worry, I forgot.
Can I go after Lion?
Yep.
Be brief.
All right.
So again, this is one of those things that is contrary to our intuition. It's counterintuitive, you know, because it does seem barbaric to have to whip your kids. And the thing is, the scriptures are clear on this, that, you know, the wisdom of God, it says fear is the beginning of wisdom, right? And fear isn't necessarily bad. Like, just because you're fearful of your father, it's actually a healthy fear of your earthly father, because he's not your friend. Like, he can be your friend, but he's not just your friend. And if you don't have a healthy fear of your father, you're going to be more prone to rebellion. I've always had a healthy fear of my father. I've always respected my father, because I know that my father, he's capable of disciplining me physically. Now, as a parent, I also discipline my child, but it's not something I want to do. And it's not. He's only 6 years old. Do I want to spank my kid to release anger? Absolutely not. It hurts me. It can bring me to tears to have to discipline my child, but I don't discipline him to the extent where I'm hitting him with a belt or a 2x4 or anything like that. But I have slapped him. I've slapped him across the mouth for talking back to me. It's not something that I want to do, but I have to do it. As a parent, I have to discipline. Like, his mom has taken away his phone for being rebellious at school, right? And it works for a day. You give him back the phone, guess what he does? He reverts back to his original behavior. It's like unless you put the fear in him, in his heart, like taking the phone away from him isn't going to put that fear in him. But when you spank him, it's not going to scar him for life, but it's going to put the fear in him. You know what I'm saying? And then you have verses like Proverbs that say, "He that spares his rod hates his son, but he that loves him chastens him early." And I'll leave it at that.
Hey, Lion, I know most of y'all know I'm a stay-at-home dad, so I'm about to be 43, and I've got a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and each kid needs a different type of discipline for when they are really testing your authority or really, really testing the limits of safety. And each kid is different in what buttons they push and what they try. And my wife and I both, we pray often about asking the Creator to show us how we should raise our children to bring Him glory and to make Him proud of us, and how we're, handling the kiddos because we feel entrusted with them. And we don't just straight up go straight to spanking. Like, that's the last thing we want to do. We attempt to either just communicate, hey, this isn't right. You can't talk to mom that way. You can't just run off with attitudes. Anyway, I'm not going to make it too long, but it's so interesting how discipline varies. And, there's taking away their favorite toy, or no screen time for a week, or, different age kids need different things. Time out for, 1 minute per the age that they are, and that helps them. But we do spank, but we always say, we always give them fair chances and warnings. Like, look, you're pushing the limit. If you keep, hold on just a second, baby. I'm telling them about discipline. If you keep pushing where you're pushing now with this attitude or with what you're doing, you're going to get spanked. And we don't want to do that. That is on the table. We try to go gentle or whatever with everything else. And if they just keep pushing and keep going, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like a reset where when it does happen, we send them to their room. We don't spank them when we're mad, and we go in there and we talk to them first, and we have them tell us why they're in trouble and why they're getting disciplined, why they're going to get one pop. And then afterwards, we hold them and pray and say, hey, I say, Daddy didn't want to spank you. I don't like spanking you. You never have to get spanked again, ever. It's up to you and what you choose to do, because you know the rules around the house and you know what you're supposed to do. And when you blatantly disrespect the home or your mom or the rules over and over and over, we can't let you just run wild into sin and go in your own way. Anyway, that's my long story. To finalize, they know love more than anything, just love all the time. But they also know discipline is there if they choose to walk that path out.
Thanks for sharing that. Cool. As I say, I've nothing against spanking or anything like that. I just found it didn't work for me when I was younger. And as I say, they even laughed at me once. train going by. They even laughed. My kids even laughed at me once. When I said, "Mate, if you guys don't start behaving," they were not even misbehaving, but they were doing stuff that normally, you know, would be perceived by a parent as misbehaving or whatever. I said, right, I says, if you don't stop this right now, I'm going to start losing my nut and start shouting at you. And they just laughed and said, you've never shouted at us, which I never have. But as I say, I just done it my way, and I could, like, it's not, it was just the way that I did it, but it was through my experience of being disciplined physically when I was younger. It made me decide. So I was just sort of standing up for, that if people do get hit when they were younger, it doesn't necessarily mean, if a child perceives it as abuse or whatever, the abuser doesn't always become the abuser, right? The abused doesn't always become the abuser. They do it a different way. Now, it worked for me. As I say, yeah.
Slightly
I
different topic,
wasn't
but
abused. I just want to say, because I had to get my hair cut, let me say one thing. Like, I wasn't abused because my parents paddled me, dude. Okay? I used to get paddled in school, too. This is why we have a bunch of soft little girls running around, but they're boys. Okay? Because I got caught talking to a girl about something inappropriate, and then the disciplinary at my school said, okay, well, either I'm going to tell your parents or you can get 3 extra licks. I'm like, okay, let's do 6 licks, right? And I knew not to do that anymore because he paddled me pretty hard. I
you
wasn't
lucked out, dude.
abused, you know.
You lucked
I'm
out.
just saying I wasn't
I would
abused
get
by my parents.
I would get the beating from the principal, and then and then they'd call my parents, dude. My dad come pick me up, and oh boy, it was
Wow.
horrible.
Well, no, they
But
did the same with
anyways,
me, but he let me take extra licks to not tell my parents.
slightly different topic, but still about kids. I came across a video of a California teacher saying that she was threatened by the school board to be fired, and if she didn't lie to the parents, the kids' parents. And supposedly, the teachers are supposed to address the kids with the proper gender pronouns that they choose, and the parents aren't supposed to know about it because it goes under some sort of a law of I forget what the law is, but basically it just states that it's your privacy, and kids have privacy now. I think at a certain age, so it's getting kind of scary, dude.
Yeah, that's scary. Yep. Has been happening for a while, that.
Yeah, I just found that out. Like, I mean, I knew about the whole thing, but
Let me get in
the
it.
fact that what's that?
I just read a story of a man who was arrested and I think sent to prison for misgendering his own daughter because she wanted
In
to be
Britain.
called a boy.
Is that Britain, Don, or
I don't
America?
think that's Britain. No, I think it's America.
Have you seen the books? I done a wee video there about the books that they're handing out in school, Don. It's not very good, but the
Yeah,
books
I know all
are
about
into
that.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's all scary.
I wanted to add that I also got hit in kindergarten when I went to school in Puerto Rico with a ruler. The teacher herself would tell me to come up to the desk, and she would hit me in the hand with a ruler when I was misbehaving.
We used to have competitions, right? In Scotland, right? There used to be corporal punishment, right? And all the teachers, right? When I was 12, when I came out of primary school into secondary school, I just got sort of kind of negative attitude off the teachers, and I have to say it was bigger reasons, but I'm not going to go into it. But the point was, we used to have competitions to see how many of the belt we could get off the teacher just to misbehave in class. So we were getting smacked with the belt all the time. And some of the teachers, right, I swear that they had customised, and this is fucking, you know what I mean? That some of the teachers had the customised belts. They would hit you, you put your 2 hands, one palm on top of the other, you put your hands straight out. But some of them would hit your wrists because they tell you to roll your sleeves up. So instead of sort of hitting your hands with a belt, and this was Scotland, in England they used cane, but with a belt, sometimes you would try and hit you on the wrist. above the wrist and stuff like that.
Honestly, a lot of adults overdid it and did enjoy hitting children in
You could
school
see it in them, bro.
and in
Some of the
household.
teachers loved it.
I agree with you all you guys. Discipline is important, and sometimes you have to use the pain.
No, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't have to be pain. Pain it can be shock. That's why people slap instead of hit, so you can shock instead of hurt.
Wait, real fast,
No, I
Don.
don't think discipline. No, I don't believe discipline. Sorry, you were going to say something, dude. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna make sure Dawn got that correctly because he said someone in said the U.S. whatever. I'm seeing stuff in Canada. It says Canadian father jailed for
that makes more sense.
Yeah, no, because I mean, like, because don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, sure, stuff is changing in America, but I'm pretty sure free speech is still. Like, I don't think you can get jailed. I don't think per se, for free speech stuff yet.
That definitely
Didn't, like,
sounds.
I don't know the full story. I just glanced at it.
Canada has been fucking off the rocker for fucking years, dude. It does sound like a Canadian story. I mean, I don't know if anyone lives there or whatever, but I lived in Vancouver, and I'm just gonna say they've taken what they call progressiveness too far. It's just gone too far. Like, there's fucking million. There honestly, there could be thousands of fucking crackheads on what is it, heroin heads on like one street, and then they just give them more free heroin, and then they're literally injecting little kids with heroin on the street, and then they're dude. And then all the gay pride shit. It's like, how about instead of investing so much money in gay pride, you take care of these fucking heroin addicts that are like tens of thousands. Like, I would say almost like 100,000 in one city. It's fucking absurd. And they're like, no, we have to focus on being gay and calling their kids the right fucking pronoun. Like, how about you focus on something important that your entire
Did you
economy
guys
is
see?
bought out by Chinese?
Did you guys see that the CIA participated in the gay pride thing? Like, they decorated the whole
I saw
you
that.
the whole
kidding
place.
me?
Nah, dude.
He
It's
said
pretty bad.
this is a special day for our LGBTQ members, or they might have used a different word than members.
Have you seen the new CIA badge? They've got a new badge now, no? The insignia, you know how it used to be blue and all that. Check it out, man. Check out the new CIA sort of insignia. See if there's a flag, an American flag anywhere on it. These are fucked, by the way. It's like, so is Britain, Denmark, Germany. I sort of travel around Europe and deliver furniture and that, and I'm quite sort of fucking politically anarchistic, shall we say, or like politically, how do you call it, disillusioned with the whole setup kind of thing.
Anarchist.
Well, no, I don't, because an anarchist doesn't believe. I believe we need government. See, it's not. I'm kind. Actually, it took me a while to understand ESA. Actually, the system's fine, right? But it's the people. There's nothing wrong with the system. People keep saying, "Oh, bring down the system, bring down the system." No. He said, "Look, the system's actually fine. It's the people that's operating. Any system can get good, can get used for good or bad, right?" And well, okay, that's good enough. Thanks. That's good enough. But as I say, I believe it's a inherent good system, right? And we do need rule because we work. We can't fucking control or talk to, say, a government in another country. I couldn't anyway. I've not got access.
Would you agree?
So we do need people.
Would you agree that if we're changing the leaders of the system, that involves changing the system quite a lot?
No, just the
Because
attitude and the understanding.
all of their decisions, how they work the system's got to be changed.
Yeah, but have a look at the system, Don. Actually, have a look at it as it is, like how law.
It
But
suggests
think about
that some
wait a
people
minute.
have to rule others, doesn't it? That's what it suggests.
Right, see, fines, for example, nothing would change, right? The only thing that would disappear would be being fined for speeding, parking, having to pay taxes and stuff like that.
Let me ask you. We need a government. Who do you want your government to be?
Well, a group, right? People that are what do you call it? for example, what do you call them? Fucking,
Can you
I could
trust
say
anyone in that position?
no, accountants, right? Accountants, right? Because they've got to deal with a big load of money that we make, because everybody that's working makes a shitload of money for the country, right? There's money there. It doesn't come to us, right? There's
people that do numbers of other people's money. You want them to rule you.
No. I didn't say that. Rule me. I said handle our business. We rule them. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. What's fucked up. We employ. See, if it's funny, it's like a psychological thing anyway. If you say to someone, think of a government, in their minds, for some reason, if you think about where it comes from, the thought it's kind of elevated. You think, oh, government, that's like rulers. You associate rulers.
The rulers, the government has to decide what's right and wrong, doesn't it, and enforce it or not.
No, we do. We decide.
Okay, but
People
what if we
decide.
disagree? What if you've got 10 friends and I've got 10 friends and we totally disagree on what right and wrong is? Who are we going to let decide?
Well, who said there has to be a decision? You do what you've got to do. You act in the way you've got to do. I'll act in the way that I want to do, and whatever happens, happens. I don't think,
I know
for
what
example,
you're saying. Keep all the businesses going, but stop the ruling.
what are you on about? I don't know what you're saying now. What do you mean stop the ruling?
You want to change government to a business, but I'm
A
saying
government
involved in
to rule
government
us.
is ruling.
No, a government isn't meant to rule us. A government's to do our wishes, what we want, how our lives to be, what our roads we want, and we'll make donations so that they can repair roads or collect our rubbish if you want people to collect our rubbish.
But we'd have to be in agreement to make that system work.
Well, do you want your rubbish collected, or do you just want it fucking flung in the street? Do you want to walk about and sit in the street?
You haven't got time to ask everyone.
No, but I'm asking you. Do you want your streets to be full of shit?
I'd rather burn it all down and sacrifice my rubbish being picked up.
Right, wait a minute then. Right, okay. Right, so do a survey. If you want to know truly, go out in the street and give them an option. And what would you be thinking the most likely answer would be? If you ask someone to say, hey, by the way, I'm going to create two scenarios. A scenario is you're living in a nice house, you're working away, you've got everything you want, you can take the holidays you want, you're in control of your own life, you can basically do what you want, or you can have a scenario where I'm going to tell you what to do, and you'll have streets full of shit as well. Clean sheets and dirty streets, rubbish piled everywhere. Of course you're not. It's like logic. If you ask these people questions, they'll say, well, do you like going to war? No. Right, okay. So there's one thing we've got an agreement on most people. Unless some people that want to go to war. Wait a minute. And then the people that want to go to war say, okay, fine, you go to war, we'll see you later. Right? And then you ask the next amount. And if they people that want to go to war and live within us and want to go to another country and create war in another country, let them go. You can't stop people doing shit. But if they start shit in your neighbourhood, you'll fucking stop it, because everybody's in agreement. Can you fuck smash my windows, or can you fuck set fire to my car, or can you fuck break into my house and grab my television? In your little community you've agreed. Nobody wants to live in the shithole we live in, Don.
You'd like a good New World Order, but good.
No, I don't. I don't want any kind of. I just want I would just like a new and a sort of logical way of people thinking. It's not advantageous to make enemies, right? Because you'll always be looking over your shoulder. I don't like looking over my shoulder. So therefore, I'll try not to make enemies. Now, if everybody had that attitude, they wouldn't be fucking... Well, we don't. It's not us that go and fucking invade every country or stuff like that. We get sent there. It's not us that thing. Everybody I could create a scenario that I know for a fact everybody would fucking want, and it's there if we want it. But unfortunately, we get dragged into wars and financial collapses and fucking brainwashed and all sorts of stuff. So we've never really been given time throughout history to actually, as human beings, express ourselves and be given a free run at it. There's always some cunt that's taking control, brainwashed the wee tribe that he had, masses or whatever, and fucking off they go, man. And that's it. But we've never really had a free reign to, or if we did, it's been hidden. We probably have, because to me it's not logical to want to, even if I met someone and we were only two people in the world, I don't think I'd want to kill them. I'd be curious, because man's curious. I think we're curious first before we're aggressive. I think that's.
I agree. Most people are like us, but there is some psychopath elites that want to control, and if we allow governments, they're gonna control and rule people. These states.
Yeah, and that.
I posted a quote by Jimmy Dore a little earlier. I don't know, but it said something along the lines of, if we allow the government to break the law in extreme situations, then they're going to create extreme situations to break the law. And I heard that on the Jimmy Dore show, and it made a lot of sense.
Hey,
that resonates.
Sorry about that.
Brilliant quote, because it's true.
I gotta go, but I want to circle back for just a second on the kid discipline thing that we were all talking about. I wanted to add, sometimes the kids will do something that they think in their head definitely deserves them going to their room, and like they know, like, I'm gonna get a spanking for this. But I go in there and I talk to them. Sometimes I talk to them with my wife, and I say like, "Hey, what?" Yeah, I have them tell me what they did or whatever, and I say, "I know you're expecting to get spanked, but look, I'm going to show you grace. You deserve a spanking, but I'm not going to. But I want you to think about it. I want you to think about how you hurt your sister. You're not supposed to hit her." And I think it usually is when a kid is in trouble for hitting. Usually we'll try to talk about them like, you need to show them love. You don't need to hurt. So that's kind of when we show grace. But sometimes they don't know if they're going to get like a punishment, physical pain, or just a stern talking to. But it takes me on to the thought of boundaries. Like sometimes, yeah, open that. Sometimes they're testing the boundaries to make sure they're still there. The parameters, what you said before, the guidelines, and they test it. And they don't always test me and my wife. They chill. They don't do things that cause pain. Yeah, for sure. And I think it makes them feel safe. Like if I do what I say, basically like, you need to stop that behavior right there. If you go and you pull your sister's hair one more time, you will get spanked, and then they won't do it. But if they pull the hair of their sister, then it's like, look, you chose this. You picked the pulling of the hair of your sister, and the spanking's coming. That's kind of like boundaries are set up. They tested them. They cross the line. They get spanked. But if you have a kid and you're like, do whatever you want, you're my best friend, just figure it out. You got it. Just, yeah, they feel unsafe because there aren't boundaries and you don't do what you say you're going to do. So I know I might get judged because the kids get a little pop on the booty every now and then, but they don't always. And then sometimes they get grace. And honestly, y'all, my wife and I pray, how do we raise these kiddos? How do you want us to bring these kids up? And I feel like we're doing pretty well.
Well, that's kind of like what's going on in the crypto space right now. Like all the crypto pioneers are asking for guidance and some sort of like guardrails, and the government's not really providing it, and all that's causing like fear, uncertainty, and doubt within the space, to the point where the main banking institutions aren't really accepting of it, because they're fearful. They have there's no certainty of how to proceed or navigate themselves properly. So everything's just kind of left at this big standstill. And so, yeah, it's important to have boundaries, in any certain situation, and moderation.
See on that crypto, talking about crypto, sorry for butting in, but just because you mentioned it. Have you seen the latest thing that guy, remember that guy that had that FTX, right, pure scam or whatever? Right, the implications of that now is that I think the SEC is taking on Binance and I
Coinbase.
think, what's the other one?
Coinbase and Binance, yeah, are on the chopping block at the moment.
Right. Now, what I'm fucking thinking, because that was a bit of a con, that was just, they try to, the shit coins, see the coins that you have to invest in and stuff like that there, you want to go for, if you're going to invest in Bitcoin, I wouldn't invest crypto, I wouldn't.
Here's a weird little conspiracy thing.
Let me finish. But the point was, once I heard that, which has just happened in the last couple of days or whatever, maybe it's 2 weeks, I'm a bit behind. I'm thinking that's a fucking setup to actually get it closed down, because if America closes it down, Britain, the whole of Europe, next year, Britain, we're going into thank fuck I'm going home soon to Denmark. But next year in Britain, we're getting that digital currency that everybody's talking about, saying, oh my God, it's going to be, well, Britain's getting it next year. We're actually, so I won't be here next year, so I won't experience it. But that's what's happening in Britain. So if anybody's in doubt that the conspiracy about whatever is, there's a takeover, Britain's going into it fucking next year. And the thing is, it's not going to go away, right? They're not going to say, oh, that didn't work. It's the future. All these countries like Canada, they're all experiments. They're all getting different experiments. Like immigration was with Sweden, right? They bombarded them with so-called fucking things the last 12, 13 years. The places went to shit. Trust me, I live next door in Denmark. In Germany, they done the same immigrants. They done the same with France immigrants. They done the same with Britain. So there's all these, we're all getting all different, what do you call it, testers. The biggest test was what we experienced in the last 3 years. That was the first worldwide.
Yeah, it's a potential soft launch of some new rollout, but
well, Britain's getting it, buddy. We're getting it, and they ain't going to stop it. And then they'll say, "Oh, that's a really good idea. Let's go." 95% of transactions in Denmark. I live there. I've been living there now 15, 16 years. So I know it as what's promoted. It's done digital. I watch it in the supermarket. Boom. They don't even bring out the bank card. It's their phone. In Sweden, that's crazy. 99% of the population's got computers and got 100, 200 megabytes a second download, upload, the whole lot, man. So all
there's no reason.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ali. Wrap it up, though, please.
I'm finished.
There's no reason to not switch to digital currency at this point. We're still using fucking paper. Like, come on, really? And coins and metal coins. Like, what? It's like borderline barbaric shit, dude. Like, I don't know. If we want to be
Jeremy, it's about private transactions. That's the point of it, though, isn't it?
And I wanted to get in on that yesterday. They were talking about this. You can do private transactions on crypto. I don't know who thinks you can, but you definitely can.
Anybody that thinks crypto is not controlled by these same entities is a bit naive. I don't know. I just think it's.
I'm for crypto, by the way, Jeremy. Sorry. I'm for crypto. I'm not against it, by the way. I'm for it. It is. It's totally. Well, it is. It's 99% anonymous. That's okay.
I was going to tell you yesterday, Jeremy. Jesus Coin did 100x or 100%. It's up 100%.
No, it didn't.
Yes, yeah.
From before. Yeah, I should have bought more when it was way low. I know.
That's what I told you, bro. Anyways, and I also found out that Jesus Coin isn't just like a rug pull meme coin. Like it was actually set up, like I said, for the Christian communities to transact amongst each other. And dude, I think it's going to be huge, bro. Just saying.
Sorry for being the party pooper, right? But if you go and look at all these coins, right, and go back from their inception, I'm not saying the Jesus coin, it might be a one-off or whatever, but these coins that you hear about, you have to get in from the beginning, and when it shoots up, they all do it. You can go back, you can go into what do you call it, Binance, or and look at the history. You can go back 3 minutes, a year, or from when it began, and just have a look at the graph. And it's always at these coins, it's always the same. At the beginning, they're like zero, and then there's this big, huge shoot up, and then it just falls again, and then it just levels off. Right? That's a scam. That's a scam. I got invited. I got invited into go into a what do you call it? A place onto Binance and buy these crappy coins and start up a thing in the conversation. You can go to Coinbase and you've got to have 0.2 Bitcoin, and you can join in, or 0.1 Bitcoin or something like that, right? You can join in the chats. And what I was told to do, I was in a group, and what I was told to do is you just go into all these different little chats, the ones that are buying and selling these coins, because they all have them, and just start a conversation with another one that's in on it, and you just talk about it, and then they watch the price go up. And I was told, like, don't sell straight away. You know, be patient. You'll be told when to buy. You'll be told when to sell. I was getting all these instructions to go into, and it could have been the Jesus coin. It could have been any one of these coins, man. And I got
Yeah, they
given
do
all the
pump and
instructions.
dumps all the time. That's not a it's not a rare thing.
I got invited into a group for pumping up. I had my own channel and stuff like that, and I just got an invite out of the blue. I used to interact with like what I do now, but vociferous or whatever. And I got invited into this, but it was like a private DM, and it was a guy that I knew, and he invited into this private group, and it was funny. It was called who was that dude that got done away with? Fuck, he invented that security for the internet. The guy that died.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, he did the fucking hell, the antivirus thing. I can't think of his name. I know what you mean.
Shame on me, man.
McAfee or Norton.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
John
McAfee.
McAfee. Yeah, that's it.
McAfee. Right, him there. And the thing was, that was the group. There was only 12 of us. Funny enough, 12, quite symbolic. But it was like there was 12 of us, and I got invited into this group. I was only a noob, by the way, Jeremy. But I used to broadcast live and like point out my usual shit. Yeah, I'm not a noob actually, because I understand the psychology of it. I was in a group that got manipulated. The guy, I called out it was called arbitrage, right? It was called ARB, right? And I looked into it, and it was getting promoted like fuck. And I called it out. I even went onto a live stream of these people that promote it. You know, they promote it, say, I've made this much and that much. This guy was got $10,000 he got paid off the guy that owned arbitrage. It was a total con. So I know exactly how it actually. I never lost money but I actually tried to tell people. Talk about cognitive dissonance. I went on the live stream. I even showed them that I traced it back. It was to a marketing company in Hong Kong. Was the actual owners, but this guy put his name up, went on YouTube. But I'd done my due diligence, and I traced the wallets and everything, all the wallets that they were using. I traced them all back, and it came back to a marketing company in Hong Kong. It was dead easy to find. And I went on to a channel and said, hey, by the way, guys, people were investing hundreds of thousands of pounds. I know personally guys that lost hundreds of thousands of pounds getting ripped off by this scam. Right? So that's where I found out about this. So I would tell anybody that's going to invest in Bitcoin, it is anonymous. And if you have some, you can actually meet up with people in public, and they'll give you cash for it. You just have to transfer.
Yeah, you
To
can do
them.
private.
Yeah.
Ellie, you're like the Highlander of stories. There can only be one. You can do private transactions with crypto. Like, it's the same thing as having cash in a safe, pretty much. You get another separate Bitcoin wallet, and you just do transactions through that. You want to keep on the low, and it's like having a safe in your house with this cash or a shoebox money or something, whatever.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. I love it because the fact is it's decentralized. There is regulation, and the regulation is trust. But plus, you've got the algorithm, the blockchain as well, just to make sure. And you
You
can
ever see
quite
the
easily.
Ozarks? You ever see the Ozarks where that guy's opening up businesses and trying to figure out how to launder the money with crypto? It's like you just click a couple buttons and your shit's clean.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the CIA used it and all these things. They use it. They use it. But what happened is then, like, what do you call it? We started using it. And like, fuck that, man. They're peasants. And that's why it gets ripped to fucking the media. It's because they don't want people. They tell it's a con, it's a scam. Well, actually, it's not. Right? It's a very, very good investment. Right? If I'd invested when I first started, it was about maybe 5 years ago. Maybe 5 years ago, the price of Bitcoin, right? The price of Bitcoin, I think 5 years ago it was like 12,000. No, it wasn't even that actually. It was like Ethereum. I remember when Ethereum was $90.
10 years
And then
ago
it
from
went back.
today, it was less than $100. Because when I
Yeah,
started fucking it was about $100, $200.
right. Oh, well, I did, right? When I started fucking it was 230, but then it dropped down to 90, right? And then it just rose back up again. But I can remember, because I bought in at 230 or 300, and then it just fucking went through the roof, kind of thing. That's what I made. I made some money off Ethereum and arbitrage, that con thing, but I was trading it. You could actually trade the fake coin on the actual web page, or you could actually go to a what do you call it, a exchange that they traded on. And I happened to notice a pattern, Jeremy, and I swear that it was crazy because I knew all the people that were buying it because I was part of the community. I tried to tell them, I made money off it for my initial investment, but I know people personally. I lost hundreds of thousands of pounds on this fucking stupid shit coin, man. The guy just disappeared, and that's when I learned about. Right, and then, as I say, but it's still, you have to be careful though. It's a mind. Never give anybody advice or anything like that. You'll lose friends, family, and all that. If you get caught up. I got caught up in the fever of it. I told all my friends, and I'm glad I never introduced them to it, because what happened with the coins that I was following, they collapsed. But as I say, I still made money out of it, but they still collapsed. You know. Did anybody hear that conversation about, I think it was the guy, that astrophysicist, doctor, someone, or he's got a PhD, and he was saying that experimentation has got nothing to do with the scientific method.
All right. Yeah. Were you here? Was anybody here for that conversation? night with the professor?
Yeah, I heard part of it was absolute shit show. We had Johnny Bernard
Bro.
going at him for a while. Oh,
Bro. Yeah, it was pretty bad, dude. I felt bad for dude. And then Isa came in, bro. Fucking was being so mean to the guy. I was just like, what the hell's going on, bro? Like, I get it, he's a Glober, but have a little respect, dude. He's like, you know what I mean? He's like the top level Glober, bro. Like, and he's not very, antagonistic. He was pretty cordial, dude.
Who was that dice though? Was it Professor Parks?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent guy, and it's like we don't have to agree, but we could at least have some intellectual conversations. And then just to get these fucking ass clowns disrespecting the guy, bro, like, I don't know, it really pissed me off, dude.
yeah. I mean, I jumped in and shut it down when I could, but
But did you hear me ask him?
hold on, real quick. When it gets crazy, when it starts to get crazy, and there's like 10 people, 5 people that want to get in, and everyone's like fumbling, stepping all over each other, just do a 1v1. Let it go like 5-10 minutes, and make a list, and let the next person go next. That's what I was going to do with you earlier. I was going to let you go with RC, and then when you were done, I was going to let Allie go next or whoever, whatever. But just like shut it down to like a 1v. Obviously, a lot of people want to get in, but there's also people that want to finish their points because they're trying to get in multiple times. So yeah, just let them do a 1v1, and it'll keep it more calm.
Yeah, that's probably what I should have done, but it was rough, dude. Hopefully he makes it back, dude. Doesn't have a sour taste in his mouth, but yeah, that's definitely what I'll do.
Yeah, I was quite surprised that Issa came in like that because usually he's quite cordial. I listened to it. I sort of listen to it a lot, just in the background if I'm doing a bit of work. But yeah, that was. But the thing I had to say, and because I wanted to jump in, but as I say, it was a great conversation, so I didn't want to join or anything like that.
Jeremy asked him to define charge or a field or magnetism, and he wouldn't touch it. Yeah.
After he was talking, if you heard the conversation he had with Witsit, and
No,
he
I
was
didn't.
agreeing and stuff. If you hear that, right, that's why I always wanted to jump in.
Last night?
Then, no, not last night. He's actually.
Oh yeah, no, I heard it before. Days
Right?
ago or
Yeah,
weeks
but
ago. Yeah.
when he came in last night, it was kind of the same. He was getting asked the same kind of questions, but it was like he'd paid no bit of attention to what he actually agreed with Witsit or whatever, or thought. It was like he was now becoming disingenuous, kind of thing, because it was like a few things.
He was being disingenuous, or he wasn't?
Yeah, he was. Or I felt he was, because he had this conversation that it was like, if you go and listen to the conversation you had with Witsit, right, and then listen to the whole conversation, not with Johnny, but he was talking. There was a few other people, whatever, but just the answers he was given, it was like he answered them totally different when he was talking to Witsit. It was as if he'd not become as honest and whatever. But that might have been because he was maybe getting attacked a wee bit. But I don't think it was that bad. It wasn't as bad as what it has been before. But yeah, he is quite a cool dude. But I just thought,
yeah, I mean, he seems fairly honest and stuff, but yeah, there was a couple comments that he made that I felt were a little unnecessary. But overall, like he was honest enough to say like what he didn't know, and for a professor to do that, I think is pretty decent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When he talked to Witsit, he was more against the model, or more in agreement with, not being against the model that he'd been taught, but he doesn't agree with everything, kind of. But then suddenly, when these same points were getting brought up again, suddenly he was the opposite. He was defending them, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Which I
maybe
found
there's probably a little cognitive dissonance in there because like that conversation with him and Whitsitt, if I remember correctly, was maybe a better part of a week or two ago. But yeah, like we got into dimensionality, like the fourth dimension, time and space, and you know, we started touching on some things, and you just kind of heard him like back out, and because he knew, I think he knew he was kind of cornered and didn't really have like a viable answer to try to explain it away. So he just kind of had to take it.
Yeah, but also you got to remember, right, that he's in a group of people, right, which is, I mean, there's plenty of proof of this. For the last, I've been in this for about 7 or 8 years, near enough when it kind of first came out, right? And there's a, what do you call it, a dogma attached to it. There's a protocol. You've got to, if you're a ball earther, there's certain things that you can and you can't say. And if you deviate out of that dogma or whatever, you'll either try to get reined in or you'll get ridiculed. And I think that's what he's going to learn, because it's prevalent there. No, that's why they're dead shady. You know, when you get on other subjects, right? Not regarding flat Earth. Some of them are shady. Some of them are quite honest about it, right? But there's a lot of them that they can't say. You know, what a shit fucking, you know, being fearful. This is what I'm talking about. Control by fear. Being fearful, actually voicing your opinion without being worried about what if you're on a certain side. You know, what if you're going to get ridiculed, so that they're very careful about the subject.
Well, we weren't really ad homing or ridiculing too much, so that was, you know, we were maybe agreeing to disagree.
I'm talking from their own side. Sorry for interrupting. I'm talking from. I'm not talking
Oh,
about you.
I see.
You know, can I make a quick comment, guys? I think I have noticed this. What you're saying is true. I am one of the few ball earthers who's willing to admit when I'm wrong openly, and, you know, be ridiculed. Like, I don't care. Like, if the earth is flat, the earth is flat. You know, if it is and someone convinces me, I have no problem with it. But there's very few people like that. A lot of people are scared of being ridiculed, and not just ridiculed, but left outside of their peer group because of beliefs that they have.
Right. I think that's what Ali B was touching on, was that if you go against the grain, you know, and start exposing the dogmas of your own circle, you're gonna get chewed on.
That's what I commented. I think I agree, but I think it's more prevalent in people who are quote unquote globers, you know. Because, you know, with you guys who are flat earthers, there's one thing I will give you guys. Most of you don't give a shit if someone ridicules you. I'm the same, and that's how you should be, because that's how knowledge progresses forward. Because some of the best ideas ever were, imagine when some of the best ideas ever were first presented, people probably thought they were crazy. You get me? So,
right.
You need to not fear ridicule.
Were you gonna say something, Jeremy?
I've been on mute.
I was going to say, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to just not even find out the truth, because in the end, truth's subjective. In the end, I've accepted I'll never know the truth or whatever. But I'm, you know, and yeah, I'm here to talk to interesting.
Shall I tell you why I'm here with flat earthers and stuff? Because I found something with you guys. I have more in common with you guys than I have with what you call globers, so-called, you know, mainstream people. Because the only thing I really disagree with most of you guys on is the shape of the earth. Apart from that, I have a lot in common, because there's a lot of other conversations going on in here. You know, there's a lot of similar-minded people. And I think that transcends any idea. We should be able to discuss with each other no matter where we come from.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we got to learn to separate our biases and our beliefs and really get to addressing the facts, you know, despite our personal incredulities upon the matter, and and be happy when you're wrong, because that means you're getting closer to the truth, you know. And I think more people need to be considerate of that it's okay to be wrong, as long as you're willing to make it right. What's not okay is when you're wrong and you're not willing to make the correction or see the logic or the fault, you know.
You know, one of the things I hate the most is when, you know, some people, they'll know that you know that they're wrong. They know themselves that they're wrong, but they still will not admit it. I hate people like that. I can't stand people like that.
I wanted to say, I also relate to flat earthers much more than globers. I've got much more in common, and
Exactly.
on average, they're smart people.
Yes. They ask questions. That's what I like.
I also wanted to say it's nuanced, because for flat earthers, the shape of the earth is very, very important. They think it's
Yeah, of course.
the linchpin to everything. And for us, we're not that bothered.
Shall I be honest with you, Don? I think that a lot of flat earthers deep down don't actually believe that the earth is flat. They're here for all the other discussions, but I don't think they actually believe deep down that the earth is flat. That's just my own personal opinion.
Oh, I agree too.
Well, the earth isn't flat, right? I mean, that's like, if we were to boil it down, like, you know, it's got topography, it's got, you know, it's imperfect.
So
Where
a
flat
plane,
would
okay,
be.
if you believe it's a plane, then let's say that's a better description.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, some flat earthers are sure it's not a globe and it is a plane. Pretty sure, but I don't think it's like full lifetime belief. I think it's a phase.
The thing is, I know what you mean. Like, even me, I mean, there's a lot of evidence pointing towards the Earth being a globe, but I am still not 100% sure. I'm open-minded on everything, because you have to be. I mean, that's the way science works. You have to be skeptic. Like, you
Well,
have to be
the whole-
skeptical of everything. You have to check yourself.
The whole point to it being a plane versus a sphere is the implication leads to a creator. Like, that's what it irreducibly boils down to.
But this is the
It's
thing,
either
though.
some
I'm
cosmic
confused by this. Sorry.
it's either some cosmic fart or it's some intentional creation by intelligent design. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. It's all you.
Oh, I'll butt in then, so it seems nobody. Here's a question then, right? Right, for example, for ball earthers, would you bet your children's lives on the earth being as it was described? And then you'll
No, I just
find
said
out.
that. I just said that, though. I just literally said that. No.
Yeah. Right, and that's it. And like the majority, and you could ask me the same question. Would I bet my kids' lives on the earth is flat? I'm quite happy with the word flat, by the way. I don't give a fuck. People know what I mean by flat. Of course, it's got fucking mountains and shit and topography and shit. I don't need to add that explanation on. But the point is, I wouldn't bet my kids' lives on that it was. It wasn't a spinning ball. Well, no, I wouldn't actually. No, I wouldn't. So that just goes to show, right, that in the end up, people have to accept, that's a big tell, is that you don't know the truth, right? So therefore, the next step is everything that we believe, or we regard as truth, is only a belief. Because you would never bet your kids' lives on it if people have got kids. Would you actually bet your life on it, right?
I partly agree how you explained it. The word belief, I'm triggered. I don't want to reduce all my truth to just belief. I still think I want to call it truth.
No, I mean the important things. I mean that was like a casting a big net over everything. No, but I mean, of course,
I agree with your premise. I do.
But I mean the deep. I mean the philosophical truth kind of thing. Those truths, not like is it true? What do you call it? I exist. For me, I accept I exist. That might be a question open to others, but maybe another question. Maybe
Because if you don't bet your kid's life on your truth, you're gonna say I don't know and die anyway, right?
yeah, but it's the right. The most the truths that people look for is either religious or the beginning of the world or what's life about and stuff like that. These are questions that will never be answered. You have to accept that. Well, I've accepted it. You don't have to accept it. You can spend the whole of your life searching and neglect actually living regarding that. Right? Unless you've got loads of money and then you can search all you fucking like and you can travel any way you like. But unfortunately, there's only a small majority of people that can do that. So or you can drive yourself to do that. But even you could travel the whole world. You could go to Antarctica. You could find out the shape of the Earth. You'll never ever find out the truth. The big question. Once that's answered, right, why do we exist? Most people want to know why they exist. You just accept that shit. That's great stuff to be thinking about, but that's I'm more interested in what's happening now and where sort of humanity's heading, kind of thing, rather than where it came from. I've looked enough into the past to understand the psychology of man. There's a certain group of people that have discovered you can control people and then get them into fear, and there seems to be another fucking majority group of people that have decided, hey, it's great to follow. I need to be led by someone. I can't make my own decisions. And they've been convinced of that. And that's basically what's happening now. That's my biggest problem. Is a majority of people seem to think that they need someone to lead them. They only need someone to teach them. Like that famous quote with the guy who was fishing. Is it better to go down and catch a fish for your son, or better to take your son down and show him how to catch a fish? You're relinquishing a power, and these people have got, unfortunately, convinced us that we need to be led for some reason. We need fans, we need demigods or whatever. But we've been convinced of that when we don't really, in reality, we don't. There's millions of people that are independent, don't need anybody. They can survive on their own. That's a big fucking con, man. That's where the belief and is you've got to accept
When we
that you can't.
change the whole government system, Ali, we need to make sure that they can teach us how to survive by ourselves.
Yeah,
but you can teach
real
that,
quick.
right?
Hold on, Ali.
Oh,
Real
sorry.
quick, can you guys hear?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick, can you guys hear me good?
Yep, all good.
Do I sound good though?
Yes, you sound good.
You sound
On a
normal.
scale of sexiness, 10 being the most sexy and
I'm
1 being the least sexy, where do
I'm
I
trying to
where do I
pick the
fall?
proper gender pronoun to address you, Jeremy.
Yeah, but you'll have to ask
92.
someone at the opposite for that one for me anyway, so. You sound good.
I got
You
these new
sound as if
earbuds.
you're
All
about
right.
to- you sound as if you're about to spout some truth, Jeremy. That's what I'm feeling.
I don't know. You sound a little flamboyant on my.
Ali B, what has it been? 2-3 years?
Who's
Nah,
that?
he's
Oh,
been
wait a minute.
around. He's been
Oh,
around,
it's
Dan.
Dan.
You just ain't rolling with us enough. That's all.
Hi, Ali.
How you doing, Dan?
Long time since I've seen you.
Well,
Long.
I've been listening to you. You've been in a few times. It's yeah, you still get interrupted a lot. I've noticed. So what you been up to?
Nice to see you. All kinds of stuff. Did a bunch of observations in the field since I've talked to you, and some of it's come out on documentary, some of it hasn't. And don't do Flat Earth Hollywood as much, but I think I'm going to try and do it this summer. And trying to get out of the habit of arguing so much, just because it's fun. It's not a good, healthy thing that we do. Trying to restore good health to Flat Earth if possible.
Yeah, I was kind of the same. I was like when I could, well, do you know, it's like I think the reason that we maybe get triggered or arguing or whatever is because maybe we feel people are either being disingenuous or they're insulting our intelligence. I had to learn not to take it personally myself, so I've calmed down a lot as well. I'm learning as well, Dan. So what have you been doing? What experiments have you been up to?
Mostly laser stuff, and since then we've been refuted so often in optics that we're really just trying to figure out how to make a straight line somewhere, and demanding that they measure water isn't helping much. We're not getting anyone to go, oh, here, look, you're silly. We've measured the curvature of the Earth. So it's like we're stuck trying to prove what's not there, and that's like a negative thing. How do you prove what's not there?
Well, I had, there was like a couple of years ago there, Dan. I was in a, I don't know where I was. I was talking to, what's his name? Bob the Deniance guy. And he asked me, he said, oh, Ali, how would you, measure curvature over water? I said, well, I'd establish a horizontal line and then go at increments along it and measure down. And he goes, perfect. But then he kind of talked to me about 2 weeks later, and he suddenly disagreed with me. But that's how you can measure whether it's there or it's not there. But that's the problem we've got is establishing that physical horizontal line, because what you said, we
Doesn't have
can
to be
use this.
physical, Ali, but I agree. It's hard to establish the horizontal.
Well, it has to be physical, really, because
No.
Don, you know for a fact. Listen. Look, Dan's been doing this for years. He showed laser tests. There's over 20, 30 miles, and he's coming up with. But then it always goes down to refraction. It's an optical illusion, right? So we have to get rid of that out of it.
Yeah,
out the equation.
But
what we need is
how are you going to agree this long straight thing is horizontal? That might curve with the Earth.
So-
Like, it's the same nuance.
So what we need is a solid string, like a rigid string that we can put enough tension on at a long enough distance, and either that's going to maintain its rigidity, or at some point it's going to touch the ground. And there's only two ways to go about that. So it's either going to show that it's.
I had an idea, right?
I interrupted Slow. I have an idea for I interrupted him for my idea.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So here's how we could. This is not going to be easy. This is kind of one of my harebrained things. We need a 50-foot in diameter cylinder, right? Okay, you with me so far? We got this 50-foot tall cylinder. You hang a plumb line against it. You mark the plumb line. Now you have a straight line. You just rotate the fucking cylinder 90 degrees, and you now have a fucking straight horizontal line. Boom. Easy peasy.
Can you be a little more specific? What's the diameter? Stuff like that.
50 feet.
Well, not
The circle.
50 feet by 50 feet. Is that what you're saying?
The circle needs to be 50 feet in diameter.
What's the height?
50 feet. The cylinder's like on its side. The cylinder part's not important. It's more about having that circle. You need the circle so you can hang a plumb line on it and then just roll the circle over 90 degrees. And now you got this horizontal line. The problem is it needs to be 50 feet. That's a 5-story building. But anyways, what was your idea, Allie? 'Cause mine's a little out there.
All right, but I suggested this years ago and it got ridiculed. But I'll say it again, right? I do fishing, right? So I was thinking fishing line, and then people were saying they were talking about, oh, if you get the thick fishing line, it's heavy, blah blah, whatever. So I was thinking, well, you don't really need to. If you get the lightest pound breaking strain, you can get like, I actually ordered it, but as I say, something happened, but it doesn't matter. And you can get it in 2 kilometers. So my idea was to tie these together, right? Get a boat, tie it to a certain height at the beach, right? Get it on a boat on a fishing rod. On a fishing rod, when you have a reel, it's got a thing called drag. Like it's sort of if the fish that you've caught is over a certain amount of poundage, the reel, it's like a clutch. The line will feed out. So what you do is you set it to the speed of your boat. You take it, you keep going, and you tie your thing, right, or what? You tie them together to get your 6 kilometers, which is about 3 miles, 3 and a bit miles, right? Which you would notice. And then you just get someone to be in the middle in another boat, and you keep stretching that. If that thing rises above the actual water, then it's not curved. It can snap. You actually want it to snap, because before it snaps, it'll be as straight a line as possible. And you make sure that the curvature that you're measuring, that the height that you've got the pegged in on the shore is lower than that. And then you just take it out in the boat on the end of your fishing
How
rod.
do you make sure that it's horizontal?
Let me just stop you. Yeah, hold on. At the point when it snaps, hold on. At the point when it snaps, you're saying that's the point where it's going to snap. I don't know if that's
Well, it was
how it works.
to rise, right? If it doesn't matter, right? If it rises anything above that curve, right? Because they say it curves at a certain point. If you're going if you're stretching it, if you've got 6 kilometers on a fishing line, if you go at 3 kilometers, right? That fishing line, right? Because it floats. Remember, it's floating. This is floating fishing line. It doesn't sink. It actually floats on the top because it's so light. It's trust me, right? But it's low poundage, and as it floats on the line, if it raises up at all, you could have it a foot off the ground, and you stretch it for 6 miles. If that raises up at all out of that water at 3 miles at the curve, right? You know it's not fucking curved, man. If it goes underneath the water, you know it's curved, right? Dead easy, because it's going to go tight before it snaps. It won't snap when it's loose, right? And it'll be sat on the water, so there won't be any droop in it until the last, until it gets pulled tight. But if you have it a foot
You have to
above the water,
observe. You have to observe in those last few
in the
seconds
middle, but you
before
have
it
to go in the
snaps.
middle because, but wait a minute, you have to go in the middle of the so-called curve, right? You have to be in the middle at the 1.5
Got
mile.
Mike and Jeremy.
The 6 mile mark. You have to, if it's 6 miles, you're stretching it, or 4 miles, you're stretching it. If you're at 2 miles and you look at that line, and that line even comes above the water, there's no fucking. If it goes under, what it'll do is it'll pull tight, meaning it'll go near enough straight. If it goes under the water, then there's a curve there, but it has to go under the water at a
Well,
certain.
the thing is if we use something like a steel cable or something that has like enough tension or tensile strength and elasticity to where we can apply enough tension to
But you
it to
can't
where
because
it'll
the weight of
maintain its
that.
rigidity. without snapping.
won't.
Like we want something that's not going to snap.
It won't stretch across. No, you want it to snap because before it snaps, it goes at its tightest. That's the whole point of it because it's floating. There's no. If you got steel, you get any. You have to get the lightest thing that you can because there's more chance of that pulling straight than there's a big. It's going to drop in a big loop, and then it's going to snap. It won't ever, not over 3 miles, 4 miles, man. It'll break before that because of the weight, the combined weight of. You'll have the whole weight of from the minute the point that it's tied to, all the way for 5 miles, and you'll have the whole stress of that on your joint on the end where you join it, where you splice it or whatever. So you can't do that. So you want it as light as possible, and you can observe it because you can lay that on the water. You don't even have to have it tight. You can lay that on the water for 6 miles, and then you can start reeling the rod in if you want. And it has to either go down or it goes up. If it goes and if it goes down, it won't snap if it goes down, by the way. Because as soon as it gets, the more it gets tighter, it'll pull itself into a horizontal line or a straight line. Because you know that if you have a relaxed rope, there's a big hoop in it. If you pull it tight, it's going to come straight. Now, if it's buoyant, there'll be no downward strain on trying to snap it or anything. It'll be lying on the water. So if it goes down, then you know there's a hump there and it has to go down by a certain height.
Totally impractical. Sorry, Ali.
Yeah, I know you say that very unpractical because you can't imagine it in your head, but I can because I have experience with fishing rods, understand what tension is. That thing that I'm putting in the water is fully supported. There is no thing. It's floating.
How far? You got to do a few miles, haven't you, or not?
Yeah, you can do 6 miles. Think about it. You have to understand. You're thinking, or you're worrying about it snapping. But if something's floating, it'll become straight, and then it'll snap. You understand? Doesn't it? And the thinner the better. It has to float, right? And it'll come. You don't want to have that. You know, if you have it too high above the height of the water, you say I stuck it on 7 foot high or 10 foot high, and then stretch the fishing line. Yeah, then that's pretty unpractical. So what you have to do is you think of the sagittor, know how deep, if it was going to go straight below the water, it would go. If the water's curved, there's a sagittor in the middle, there's a hump in the middle. You can measure. Now, if it doesn't go down, if that suddenly goes up, comes a little bit out the water, then snaps, the water's not curved, man. If it goes through, if it slices through, because it's floating, remember, it's only going to go down.
You're kind of repeating yourself, Ali. Like, yeah, we got the whole
I do understand it.
Oh, you get it now. Good. That's it. I'll finish now because Dawn got it now. Good. Cheers, bud.
Just imagine it waving around in the wind and everyone disagreeing on the results.
Well, what if it wasn't? What if it maintained its rigidity? And
sure, if you sailed out on a boat and you had this line on a rig and everyone was on other boats along the line observing and someone shouted out, "It's going through the water in the middle." Some of you might turn into a globe, but I can't see that happening.
So what if it was the other way around? It rose up out of the water.
Yeah, sure. If I was there, I would. If it was convincing, I would change my mind. But I don't think I'd be convinced. I think there's too much nuance.
Like what would convince you if you saw it rise out of the water? Like what would your mind tell you?
Maybe Earth's bigger than what we're told.
Okay, so it would definitely change something about the narrative, though, right?
If it was a perfect experiment and I believed in the experiment and I saw the
nothing's perfect.
Oh, I mean, if it was good enough for me to believe in.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, what's the standard at which you would be convinced?
I would never trust a bunch of flat earthers to do science over the water ever.
Well, it's not a
They're
matter of flat
I think they're
earthers
totally
or science.
compromised. Totally
I mean,
compromised.
it's a fairly simple thing, right? Like you're just taking a string and you're stretching it over a distance and applying tension, and either at it
If
sinks
you're already
below or
sure,
it rises
why do you need
above.
to do it?
What's that?
If you're already sure, why do you need to do it?
No, I'm not saying I'm sure. I'm just saying like I'm trying to gain your mind's eye perspective of how you would feel about it, and you're already looking for points of contention rather than going,
No, I
you
don't
know,
think it's practical to do it. That if flat earthers told me we've been out on boats and we pulled a line and it didn't touch the water, I couldn't believe the story. And they would show me clips of videos and it would just look like a globe Earth with flat earthers on boats.
even though we had like multiple cameras, multiple angles, maybe even a drone from above, like
Yeah, no,
perceiving it all.
I'm seeing it as pseudoscience in my head.
So would you have to physically be on the boat? Like where would you have to be in order to be convinced?
It's hard for me to talk about because it's so hypothetical. But if
Well,
I
that's
was
the point.
if I was to be convinced Earth was flat, I think it would have already happened through logic.
Hey, Don,
So-
one second, sorry for interrupting. I'll give you an offer, Don, right? I'm in Scotland now, right? And say I invited you up and then we done that, not the now anyway, it'll be a couple of months because I'm here for a few months yet, but I'm going back to Denmark. But if I invited you up and we go for the experiment, because I've got a couple of people that are doing it and they're not flat earthers. But I've got a place I can actually do it. And it'd be quite a funny adventure. How about that? Would you fancy that? If I ever get round to doing that, would you come up to Scotland? Free accommodation, no problem. Plenty smoke.
So
No. Why?
it seems a long way to do pseudoscience.
No, okay.
I already
Fair
know
enough.
Earth's the globe.
Yeah, right, okay. That's fine. That's that. And so, to the point that guy was talking to you, I'll talk to the other guy then. That's what I'm saying. People like Don, it's not worth trying to convince or ask them or discuss experiments or
Well, no, I mean he kind of
exposed.
exposed it himself. Like the fact that
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
we've got an experiment here, right? And he gets to pick his vantage point of perceiving the experiment. But at any point, he's not going to be convinced. He's already admitted that. Like that goes to show that you're supporting your biased beliefs.
If it was perfect and I agreed on all the terms and it showed me the
Nothing's
result of a
perfect,
flat
Don.
Earth- You know what
Nothing's
I mean?
perfect.
If it was good enough for me and I thought it was definitely going to prove something.
Well, that's what
one
I
way or the
asked you.
other.
I asked you, what's your standard of evidence here that you're going to be convinced, and you couldn't even provide that. You just said,
But no, the standard is that the experiment being really good and me believing in it, and then the wire not going through the water. And
subjective.
I'm saying if you
There's
did
no
it really,
objectivity
if you
to what
did
you're
that
saying.
science really well, it would go through the water. That's what
There's
I
no
believe.
objectivity to what you're saying. It's purely subjective, and nobody can meet your standard of subjectivity because it can change on an hourly to minute basis,
So
Don.
does
Like,
yours.
no,
Okay,
it's
let
not.
me turn it round then. What would convince you Earth's curved?
The same experiment I just laid out with the line dropping below
Where
the
would
surface.
you like to watch? Where would you like to watch that from?
I would like to be free range and be able to maybe be on like a jet ski to where I can just kind of circle around the whole thing to and fro, and get a good vantage from all angles.
If we did this, you would say, "I'm sorry, Don. It was the globe all along. I was being silly."
Yeah, why would I not? I'm not disingenuous.
Okay, but this tells me that the fact you really want to do this and change your mind, and the fact I don't, tells me that I'm more confident in my position, and you're not confident in yours because
Has nothing to do with confidence.
You need to do a test. I don't.
Has nothing to do with confidence. It's the showcase. It's the showcase. It's the showcase. The fact that you're willing to actually look at the evidence and not just stand on your belief, which you're exposing yourself to be.
He's not going to look at the evidence. He's an actor. He's staging you.
Dyslow just finished. I want to fucking come in for a second real quick. And this is my problem with these arguments a lot. is people get mad at me for having an angry tone or whatever, or talking fast, and they say, "Oh, you need to calm down" or whatever. But the problem is it really doesn't matter how I deliver my message when I'm delivering on point logical refutations, and all that's happening on the other side is emotional appeals to I already like just not facts. Like you guys are a bunch of women speaking about emotional things. None of you are discussing the facts. I would expect a room full of guys to be like, "Hey, we did this in reality. This is what we see in reality." But in actuality, it's you guys having a bunch of dick measuring contests saying like, "Oh, I've looked into it. You couldn't convince me." That doesn't fucking bring any value to the conversation. If someone came in here and said, "Oh, I had a laser at this fucking angle that went this far and this is our observed result," that's value to the conversation. Or if you said something illogical and I refuted it and showed the contradiction in it, that would be value to the conversation. But all I hear a lot of the time over here is, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong. You don't have the credentials. You're so stupid." It's ridiculous, guys. We're not a bunch of women. Come
Who are
on,
you
dude.
talking
Be
to?
better.
Who are you talking to?
Dude, I've been sitting in here for like fucking an hour, dude, just listening. I haven't even been saying anything. And I like, to be honest,
But who isn't saying
my
enough
one
facts?
complaint is that no, it's an overall fucking server fucking it's for all of you, okay?
Oh,
And if
well,
you're not if
bro,
it doesn't apply, let it fly. If it doesn't apply.
God
But
is
I've just
isolating you.
heard
That's
for a
what's
whole
happening.
hour. I've just heard for a whole hour a whole lot of bullshit and not much facts discussed.
Do
It's
you
kind
want
of
us? Do
ridiculous.
you want to disagree with a specific thing or not? Because if not,
Now, wait a minute. I have to wait a minute, Don. Sorry, mate. I have to. I take offence to that. Today, I'm identifying as a woman, and I find that offensive. What do you mean we're like a bunch of women arguing?
Well, yeah.
All right.
When I hear like
I get
one
it. I'm joking.
say, "Let's discuss the facts" or whatever, and then I hear a bunch of other people like, "No, I've already looked into this," and then just not giving logical refutation. Like if someone makes a claim, you can refute it, bring up a counterclaim, but you can't just say like, "No, your claim is wrong because I went to school." Like that's an appeal to authority. Like, come on, guys, we need some logic and evidence in here, not just fucking bantering and being babies.
But see, then no ballers would come in here because they have no logic and evidence anyway, because they're part of a cult. So, unfortunately, we've got to not tolerate them, but I suppose it's fun having a bit of banter, back and forth. Just don't take them too serious. I think that's
what
what I
facts?
learned. I think that's what I learned being in this is try not to take these people too serious. That's it.
No, if I take your word for it, everyone's chatting shit, and I ask you as a mate on Discord, can you update me and tell me the facts that are important that stand out from that shit that we all just talked?
Well,
I didn't understand what you said, Don.
Come on.
You asking me?
He said we've all chatted shit for hours, so I'm asking him, is there any facts that he'd like to pick out and tell me that is true, that isn't shit?
Well, I mean, I did lay out a hypothetical that you weren't even willing to, adhere or concede to. Like you already had your mind made up. I asked you what your level of evidence was, and all you laid out was subjectivity instead of objective.
I told you honestly, I would go on the jet ski and I'd become a flat earther if I believed in the experiment being a good experiment. When it
But
was
that was the whole point, though, Don. I asked you what your standard of credibility was upon the experiment, and you said a bunch of subjective things that I could potentially never meet.
I just retold you what I told you, and you're ignoring it.
You said it would have to be perfect and up to, it would have to be good and just a bunch of subjective things. There was nothing objective that I could hold to.
Has to fit my
Donnie,
standards of
what's your
science, doesn't it?
criteria? What's your criteria for the experiment? The experiment that I laid out, how would you improve it?
He didn't give any brass
Lots
tacks.
of money, Ali. Lots of money is my criteria.
Criteria is the problem. He was asked for criteria, and instead of giving like a reasonable criteria that we could meet to meet his standard of proof, or even you could even give an unreasonable standard of proof that we maybe couldn't meet, but there was no standard given forth at all. Actually,
yeah, but I didn't ask.
What I heard was, "Oh, I've already looked into flat Earth, so nothing you could do to dude could convince me, which is not a standard of proof. It's just some emotional appeal. Shouldn't even be
Yeah, but
here
what
in
I
the
heard,
argument.
yeah, but what I heard Don say is he thought the experiment was flawed. So now I'm asking, what improvements on the experiment then? What do you think? What would,
When I thought it through, I decided I don't want to poo-poo it, and it's not flawed. But I just think it would be flawed in reality because flat earthers couldn't pull it off. I don't trust globers either. I'm just talking about flat earthers.
Well, that's
If
that's
you
why
were,
I'm
I'm
that's
if
why
you
I'm
were
yeah,
saying
being,
that's why I'm
if it,
saying,
so
Don.
you don't think, but so you don't
Who
think
need
I could pull it off?
no, I don't think
who
you
needs
could,
to
Ali.
perform
But
it?
I think if you were given loads of money and help, you could.
So does it have to be NASA? Does NASA have to in order for you to accept it?
I don't trust a
What's
group of
loads
flat
of money,
earthers. It
Don?
has to be rich people that
How
I
much?
trust.
Yeah, but what's loads of money? Then what would what do you think? How much money do you think I would need? That
Let me
It's
let me
not
flip
just
it
money.
around,
It's
Ali.
the
no, wait a
team.
minute.
It's
I'll
the
wait.
team,
Hold
Ali.
on.
I'm in a conversation. Sorry, dude. I'm in a conversation. I just want to find out because as I say, I've been planning this for years. I've been over in Denmark. I had a place in Scotland that I was going to do it, and now I've got the opportunity. I'm just wanting to know now because I've got a very good chance of
How
doing
big
it.
is this lake
I do
in
have the money.
Scotland?
How
Well,
much
I
money?
think this is the better question, Ali. What Don? What could go wrong to where it would botch the experiment? Like
What
what
could
do
go
you
wrong?
see?
It won't be taut enough. It will flap in the wind. It will break. It won't go far enough without sagging. Is the main worry.
Main concern?
I
Gotcha.
want it to break, Don.
And
That's the whole
disagreement of the
fucking
witnesses.
point. But it's the whole point because it'll be at its maximum stress point when it breaks. If it's above the water or it's a below, you'll
Well,
see it.
but that's what
If
you're
it's
not
below
getting,
the
Ali.
water,
I like that bit.
I don't agree with that though. I don't agree with that. I think depending on the elasticity and the tensile strength of the line you're using, it could collapse upon itself without ever being stretched completely taut, depending on the distance.
You could make one that's completely taut if you put it underwater.
Nobody's getting this. Nobody's getting this, right? The fishing line is on the water. It floats. It's getting supported. I could stretch out for fucking 6 miles, right? But you don't understand. If I have a certain height above the water, just a tiny bit where there's no tensile fucking hang, the whole fishing line is not supporting itself. It's getting supported by the water, and then you wind it in. And when you start, it won't snap when it's bent. It'll only snap at its weakest point. It won't snap in the middle. It'll snap most likely where it's tied. Right.
Ali, let
So
me give you that it won't snap, or that you'll be able to pull it all the way tight, and we'll be able to watch for a minute before as it's taut. How far is the lake? How big is the lake?
Oh, the lake's 10 miles, but I'm only going to stretch it. I'm only going to stretch it 3 miles because I'll
Right.
have enough there. I'll have enough with
You'll
3
do
because
the math of how high you've got this line above the water and how much.
yeah, of course.
Where in the middle it should clip the water and all that.
It's actually the whole line's actually going to be the whole line's going to be what do you call it? Right. Imagine this. I've got a place on the beach. Right. I'm on the beach. Right. I've got a place I can attach this fishing line to. Right. And I've got a boat and I've got a fishing rod. Right. And I've got my reels. You can get reel 1.5 kilometers or 2 kilometers long. Right.
Yeah, that's all that bit.
It's going to be right. Okay. So anyway, so now we're heading off, and I'm just feeding the line out. The line's sitting there, and I go in. I'll sit at my 6 mile mark, my 3 or 4 mile mark, or wherever I'm going to go in the boat. I'll put the rod in the water and just reel it in and start reeling.
I can see you having to tie one end to like something really secure on one end, and I reckon I found my criteria. If you manage to sail to the other end, yeah, and someone checks in the middle and the line's not clipping the water, that could be Dawn as a flat earther.
No, but I'm going to. The thing is, I'm going to go to the other end, and then I'm going to reel it in, and there'll be something because it has to be in the middle somewhere, right? Because these people
That's what I'm
say
saying. If you
it's
manage
this
to do 10
lovely
miles,
geometric curve. Wait a minute. There's this beautiful geometric curve, so it has to be in the middle. And if it goes down a significant amount, taking away the waves, I'm just going to. The lake is what do you call it? Susceptible to waves, but I'll take the measurement of the waves. I'll do everything. I'll take humidity levels, temperature. I've got a hygrometer. I've got all this stuff. It's all cheap. This is all cheap. Doesn't cost much. I can do it.
Here's the thing. We can go from oil rig to oil rig. I think they're spaced out about a certain distance apart from one another, and that way you've got a solid. Yeah, you've got a solid, foundation to apply your experiment to.
There you go. Yep, a structure to structure. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Anything at all, but use a 2-pound breaking strain fishing line, because the whole point is, and they were saying to me, "Oh, it'll flap in the wind." It's not going to be up in the. It'll be up if it goes up in the air. It doesn't matter if it flaps in the fucking wind. That means it's not curved, right? If it snaps, it's only going to snap.
When I said that, I wasn't sure how serious you were about this. I was thinking it was hypothetical. I know it is hypothetical, but you've really thought it through, so I don't want to poo-poo it with wind flapping. I'm sure you could get around that.
Well, the minute it lifts up, it doesn't matter if it's flapping, it's done. If it snaps and it's out the water, it's fucking, the water's not curved, man. Obviously. Right? Because it's all.
Okay, how far do you think you'd have to go to prove the whole Earth's flat? Or would this just prove your Scottish lake is flat?
Hey, no.
Well, that's not how that works.
Let me answer the question. It's a quick answer. If I do that, right, that doesn't prove the Earth's flat. All it proves is water maintains its level.
You assume all water's the same. There's no
for me,
forces making humps in other places.
Well, what would make me assume otherwise?
There might be forces making humps. Nature's a mystery, right?
Yeah, tidal.
Oh boy, we're going to appeal to magic now.
Yeah, but that's fine. Let him
How
talk
can
about
you
it.
assume all water acts like one lake? Isn't that a leap?
Oh,
No,
so you're saying water's different depending on where you're at? Is that what you're saying, Don? Isn't water water?
Okay, I'm giving you. We'll prove the lake's flat, but is that enough to prove Earth's all water? All water is exactly the same plane, horizontal.
Different types of water, Don.
Ali, would that mean all lakes are parallel in Scotland?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is,
they
Don,
it could be flat, but
as
at
we
an angle on
already
a slope.
know. But wait a minute. As we all know, doesn't matter what evidence, even though you say contrary to what I'm going to say, is no matter what evidence I present on a baller, a flat earther or whatever, any evidence that is given to you to prove the earth is flat, you won't be listening. Hey, but hey guys, you've got to remember, we're not doing this. We don't listen. I'm not doing it. Listen, I'm not doing it to prove to any of yous lot, any baller. I'm doing it for myself. That's all I'm doing it for. I don't give two flying fucks. I present the evidence. People are going to. I understand. People are going to believe what they want to believe. Whatever happens, and I'm not.
That's what I'm looking at, Ali. I'm looking at the psychology of the glober and what allows them to hold on to their biased beliefs despite the evidence at hand. Like that's what I'm interested in right now.
I've stopped trying to convince people. I'm convinced already, but it'd be a nice little experiment to do for a reference to. If it's a globe, it's a globe. If it's a flat Earth proof, it'd be nice to represent it, but it's by no means proof. For me, I'm not doing it to prove to myself. I already believe it. I've got 100%, well, 99% belief. There's always that doubt, of course, I could be wrong. But I've got a 99%, there's enough. And it's not water. It's not just water. It's a preponderance of evidence and a physical, psychological, as in getting lied to. And knowing
but
people.
Don,
no, you've got good logic to get to flat Earth. I've heard it before.
That there's always going to force accountable to support their belief. That's the problem. Like, you can't get away from them having to invoke to account for the evidence despite their their beliefs. It's like There's always got to be something, right, Don?
What do you mean?
Like he just said, you know, if it shows that the line maintained its rigidity, all you're going to claim is that, well, maybe there's something supernatural. There's some sort of a unaccountable variable there on that particular body of water.
Sorry that you're misunderstanding me, and I don't know if you do it on purpose. I said I'm giving you that we prove it, but would that mean the whole Earth's flat, all oceans are flat, all lakes are parallel? Isn't that a leap, or is it not a leap? Do you need to do more tests on lakes all around the world, or do you have to scale it up to 30 miles on an ocean, or not?
I don't think so. I think if you're going to show that water maintains its level, despite what you're claiming about gravity, then that should be enough evidence.
It might be enough for me to think this could lead to me thinking Earth's flat, but I would still think there could be other phenomenon. It could curve past Scotland and on the ocean, curve down.
So saltwater and freshwater.
Oh, different
Is that enough?
places on Earth, not tested yet.
You need
Huge areas assumed by what you think about water.
But it'd still be interesting, though, Don. If it did, it would still be quite interesting, and it would require further study, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And do you think if I applied for funding, do you think I would get any? Say I went to for example, the National Scientific Foundation. I said, hey, by the way, I've measured this. I've got this theory that this lake's any chance of getting funding, really just to make sure, because there's some people out there that don't believe the Earth is a ball, and so could I get funding for that?
If you joined the Freemasons and made friends first, yes.
No, I don't think you would actually. Otherwise, it would have happened, right?
I think
That-
people have
that's
done
okay.
similar. I think people have done similar tests before.
Do you think there'd be any difference if everybody knew the Earth was flat or not?
No, we're still in hell.
Hey, I agree with you there, Don. I knew you were actually going to say that. Yeah, but I kind of.
So let me ask you this,
It's
Don.
heaven too. We're already here. It's heaven as well. Both models.
Oh well, it is actually. It is heaven and it is hell, and it's a matter of what do you call it? Perspective. True. Yeah, life. It can be hell or it can be heaven. Depends. That's true.
It might make a difference on a big scale, cosmically, for people's beliefs in religion and war, but it won't make a difference to like the spirit of man.
What do you think? Flat Earth proves God?
It would suggest re-looking at theology, definitely.
Would it?
Yeah, because
why?
Because you haven't got a model of how it naturally forms for flat Earth.
No, you haven't. Oh well, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So
it's up for debate. It's
yeah, but wait a minute.
supernatural.
But there must be flat rocks about the place.
I've often thought, I think that not many flat earthers have thought, and I have often thought, how was the flat Earth created naturally? Because God wanted to make Earth, make man, but how did it actually manifest from no flat Earth to flat Earth?
Right, okay, how about this? When there was that so-called collision, instead of it, it forming into a ball, it was a slice, like actual slice, like you could cut through a stone, a slice that started.
Right.
That's not that I believe it. I don't believe that shit, by the way. Just to inform anybody before I get hate mail and death threats.
Disc of rock. This slice of rock came from somewhere. Possible.
Right, and it just formed the way that they said it would form. So it could be flat though, Don.
Because I'm in the
Just
globe
a different
paradigm, I can't think where the flat Earth rests, what it rests on. I know a globe doesn't need to rest on anything. It's falling through space at infinite speeds. It's not resting. It's falling forever.
But you can't
But
conceive
the
of
flat
that.
Earth, what's
Remember,
the flat Earth doing? I've got no idea.
right? Wait a minute. The thing is here, Don. Or I thought about this, right? Well, personally myself, I'm restricted to, my what I've been told and conceptions, because I couldn't, when you think about that, it could imagine, right? What the fuck that question? What's it sitting on, right? And that's a great get out for Bollard and stuff like that. But wait a minute. But the point I'm making is because my mind can't conceive of that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Just because I can, because we can, right? That's what I'm saying. So the conception, you're not built that way.
Flat Earth floats on the unknown. It doesn't matter.
But does it float? How do we know?
I mean, float. It exists on the unknown, in the unknown. But
yeah,
you can't go downwards. Merle often asks me, "Where is the Earth?" And he's trolling himself, flat earthers and globers, when he asks this question. Where is it? Because he's already ruled out in space. That's not an answer. So he's asking people.
It's underneath your feet.
If not in space, where?
Yeah, good answer.
It's very simple. Go outside in your backyard, put your feet on the ground, and then you can say to yourself, "Where's the Earth? It's under my feet."
But don't you want to know more than that? More details?
No, but you don't. Don, that's the problem. That's where we talked about this about an hour ago or whatever. It's that you have to accept that you can never, like God or any metaphysical things, demons, angels, whether they exist or not, we can't even conceive of that. We might imagine it, but we can't even conceive of that. Conceive of that scenario or those beings. We think we can, but we can't really fucking feel them. The only way you can conceive things is if you get a buzz going through you, or you get adrenaline, or that epiphany, or whatever. Then you kind of get the point. But you can't conceive of metaphysical entities. You can imagine them, but you can't really truly conceive of them because they're all based on how we think. That's why God.
If you explain flat Earth creation metaphysically, God created the surface so that the people could stand on it. Then he created the heaven above and hell beneath. That all works on a globe still.
But I can't even imagine that. What did he place the Earth on?
Well, he hung it in heaven. In the globe model, he hung it in heaven.
Right, he hung it. So that suggests... Now, remember, that's the English translation. That what, like Sheol, like what they called hell. They call it Sheol or whatever, or they say it's called that. But Sheol just means a grave. It means under. It means under. That's all it means. It doesn't mean hell.
No, on flat Earth, he just puts it down, doesn't he? Seals it down.
Who's that?
God on a flat Earth doesn't hang it in heaven. He just puts it down like the Earth pressed down.
No, I don't know. That's not in the... I never said that.
It's pressed out like a seal, and in the Quran, it's rolled out like a rug. It's like the surface is already there, and he's putting Earth on it.
But in the Quran, they rolled out the rugs of the sky. Is the stars? It's rolled out, isn't it? The firmament.
Just saying, if you're a flat Earth and Christian or theist, God is putting Earth down, but the surface is already sort of implied.
No, he said he created the heavens and the earth. But he created the heavens and the earth, right? And the heavens were there. This is the thing. You know what? As I say, I don't kind of say that's the word of the God or whatever. But you know, if you want to say that, but he put that out there, and he said, "Let the stars guide you."
Yes, it
Kind
does
of like.
contradict himself about astrology a few times.
I know. Well, they chose that. It's like, you know, the usual one the atheists go for is like how you know, in Genesis, you know, he says this first and then he changes the blah blah
Yeah,
or
I'm just
whatever. But
saying,
you've got
it's
to
cool.
remember.
You're allowed to
You've got to
change
remember
your
there was
mind.
a group. There was a group of people
Yeah, some of
that
them
put
believe
that book
the stars,
together.
some didn't.
Right. That there was a group of people that put that script or that knowledge together, and the rest lies within the Vatican. I just believe it's like ancient. And it's very, you know, as I say with the Kabbalion, it's quite, you know, I don't even want to contemplate it because it just would blow your mind to try and even contemplate how life began and stuff like that. If you're not, what do you call it? Looking at it from a theologist's point of view, or
it's hard.
a Big Bang, theoretical physicist.
And obviously, a lot of the globe model
you-
is theological, made up by theists.
Well, if you look how they explain, see when they go into see when they go on about these forces and, you know, magnetism and these atomic things. If you go and have a look at that, well, you've read the book The Kabbalion. If you have a look at that and relate it to science about, well, for starters, the biggest one is everything vibrates. That's a scientific fact according to science, right?
Yeah.
That's accepted. That's an old Hermetic teaching, right? Now, where did the scientists of the Renaissance, the 1700s, 1800s, and all these people, where did they learn? Where did they decide that everything vibrated? And how did these people, going as far back as the Hermetic teachings, right? How did they? And then if you go into
I think they
polarity,
witnessed a lot of things vibrating and then assumed everything
what
has
do you mean?
its own form.
What do you mean? But listen, if you look at a rock in the ground, right? Where did they get where did they say, oh, look, that tree's vibrating? Oh, that's because of the wind or whatever. What do you mean they've seen things vibrate?
They see trees creaking and vibrating, yeah, and then they apply that to even harder materials all the way.
No, but like a rock, they see a rock in the ground and they're like, oh, that's not vibrating, but a rock does vibrate.
Exactly.
And even then, that they knew that a rock vibrated. So I don't know where this tree.
No, I get you. The very first knowledge of this stuff is weird where it comes from. I do think it can be explained by people working stuff out, some of it.
But wait a minute, think about that. These are guys walking about sandals, chasing after goats, and allegedly,
Yeah,
shall
that's
we say,
the mainstream idea.
walking about, and they
They're
knew this.
kings with precious metals and priests and astronomers.
Right, and they were doing alchemy. Here was a thing they were checking out. You know, all these stones that have been cut, or they say, how did they do that? Well, they took a sample from one of these boreholes that it was like perfect, or they were meant to scrape it or whatever, and they put it on an electron microscope or whatever, right? And they discovered it was like titanium or something, right?
So
But there was other.
Do you believe this principle? Everything vibrates.
Well, do you know what I do? I live my life as it does. As I say, I use it like psychologically. You know, if you're angry,
you live as if
depressed,
it's
I
true.
use it that way.
Yes.
But do I believe that? I don't know, Don.
How would you apply it to Earth? This principle: everything moves, everything vibrates. Because flat earthers often say it's stationary and unmovable.
Yeah,
I would
but
say,
right, something. But as the rock, remember in physics, a rock, you look at it, it's totally stationary. It's sat there, a big, huge, heavy rock. It's sat there, but it's still vibrating. You just can't see it or perceive it.
somehow they knew deep physics, but I think they could make leaps. They were that clever they can look at nature around them, think really hard, and then make leaps into physics. And now we're just discovering what they already knew.
Yeah, but Don, see after, honestly, right, do you know, if it came tomorrow that I had proof that the Earth was a ball, right, there'll never be proof it's spinning or orbiting the sun or whatever, travelling that way, right? But if the Earth was a ball, that's another subject, if the Earth was a ball, I'd come out, I'd stick up a video on my channel, and it's got about 9 views, and I'd tell everybody, but I'd tell everybody, but I tell you one thing that I wouldn't do, right? I would not go about ridiculing fucking people that believe the Earth was flat. And that's the difference. That's why I can give it up tomorrow if I found it out. But I certainly wouldn't start a channel just because I didn't believe it anymore, and specifically start a channel and pick on people that had a different belief from me. There you go. And that's what I've learned from Flat Earth as well. Go on, Don, say it. What?
Oh, I don't know what. I was just agreeing.
You've just got to approach the subject, and when I hear people giving all these excuses about, oh, it's refraction, or it's this or that, I just sit there in amazement. I'm like, well, no, you're not looking for the truth. And the same on the other side, you know, there's people on, like, the flat earth, or believe the same as I do about the shape of the earth. They're just the same. It's like there's hypocrisy going from both sides, you know. But it's hard to do that, you know. But I've been through that. You know, I had to cleanse my soul, man. That was the most. Well, if you remember when I used to go in the earth discussions and all that, and shout and bang there, fucking, and do all that. Yeah. I used to do it. But you always had. I have to say, I always did respect. I have to say something, right? But some of your logic, the way that you look at it, I get your logic. I get your sort of arguments. Most of your arguments.
You understand my point.
Yeah, but I understand your logic why you do that, and you demand, which is a good stance to have. You demand you've chose something to believe in, like I have, and you demand a lot of high standards. If you're going to change my fucking mind, you better change my mind, man. And if I've got an argument against it, then you haven't changed my mind. If I can think of an excuse for it in my paradigm, you ain't changing my mind.
That's how I am
when
on
you
Discord, but that isn't me in real life, Ali. I'm normal. I accept normal standards to my own belief. I'm just saying the nuance of Earth being flat or curved is massive. So I'm not willing to assume all water surfaces are the same.
Yeah, but why would you think? Do you think the belief in flat Earth's like it's a threat to society? And if it is,
yes, I think that's
in
great.
what way? But no, I was
hate
going to say in what
society.
way? Yeah, no, right. But I'm saying, humanity. Then shall I say? Forget about society, because humanity's different.
When I first was triggered by flat Earth, I
danger.
was really worried that it was going to hurt the truth movement and humanity and the children. But now I think free thinking is brilliant.
Oh, interesting. Well, what I did is when I first started out, I actually ended up. Because you must remember this, Don. Look, before, do you remember? Were you in the conspiracies before Flat Earth came? Ah, shame. All right. Well, I kind of was, right, and I was, and it was like I was thinking, you know, this is going back because
I was into conspiracies, but I wasn't in the communities.
Ah, right. Okay, right. So anyway, so going back before, there was like loads of, you know, there was everything going on. There was loads of interest, and everybody was in agreement. We're getting shafted, right? And then what happened was, well, actually, there was two things. There was an aeroplane crash. It was quite funny. MH17. That, like, split up everybody. You know, because there was like people into New World Order, Agenda 21, vaccines, all that, but they all agreed with each other, right? But then this aeroplane crash and it kind of split up. 9/11, 2000, it split up people. And then just after that, Flat Earth came. And then that just fucking wreaked havoc. As an observer, remember, I'm an observer. It wreaked havoc with it. And then it kind of split up, right? But I got into that. I dived straight into Flat Earth and whatever. And then I kind of had one of the moments I sort of stepped back. I thought, fuck's sake, I've stopped talking about Agenda 21, you know, financial institutions, all these kind of other stuff. And then it just like, it kind of, and if you believed in that, and other, the conspiracies that you believed in before, weren't welcome there anymore, right? And it kind of split up. So after about 3 years, I kind of accepted there's a possibility that even though the Earth's not flat, the Earth's, sorry, that's not a Freudian slip. Even though the Earth's flat, right, it's still a psyop. It's been brought up to segregate, like off the topic. I'm just thinking, right, all these people that have, because there's so many clever people here, people that actually do research and stuff like that. I would, you know, I kind of have a moment and I think, fuck's sake, man, you know, if everybody like here, or not everybody here, but everybody that's in this discussion with the flat earth actually concentrated on actually, you know, like the political and the financial and the law and all that kind of stuff. You know, because knowing the Earth's flat, it's not stopped me losing my freedoms. It's not helped me pay less illegal fucking tax. It's not stopped me getting stopped by the police or whatever. It's just it was just another thing that they lied to me when I first heard it. It was just and then I just laughed and I got it straight away. I thought, the fuckers, man. And then it took me 5 minutes. I was, oh, Jesus Christ, man, that's so obvious. Because I live by the sea. I lived by water all my life, and it never made me think, right, wait a minute, fucking water's level. That was the first one. No, that was my theory about it. But it's all beliefs, right? And once you accept that, there's no reason to get upset.
Ali, I just wanted to get in on something you said earlier about having like a specific conviction, and if you're going to change my mind, you really need to change my mind, right? Now, I can respect that to a certain degree, but first of all, the more intelligent the person, the better their ability to come up with excuses for all sorts of things that may or may not be logical, right? And also, you mentioned earlier about talking about refraction. I don't know exactly what your point was there, but the whole point of them invoking refraction is that it then makes the radius unfalsifiable. So they've claimed a radius. They then invoke bendy light to then make that radius claim unfalsifiable. So, but then that's them doing what you say you should be aware of. Do you see what I'm saying? So you've got this kind of claim. You can then come up with an excuse for why the radius doesn't appear to be what it is. But then you are saying that they should go further than that. But when someone's already coming up with an unfalsifiable claim, then at that point the claim's already dead. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. But that was my point. Is it's all down to my belief. What was the first point you made there, Crypto? The first point, because I was going to answer that. The reason I said that.
Oh yeah, because you were saying about if you're gonna, basically if you're gonna change my mind, then, change my mind sort of thing. Like, no, I respect that.
Aye, but that was the point. There is, but you have to be, you have to be honest with yourself. If I've had cognitive dissonance quite a few times, actually, I've changed my opinion loads of times, right? So you've got to be aware of that, even though you can't I know when I'm lying. You know, if I'm in a debate, I know when I'm turning into that little child that's just making excuses and sounding fucking. I can hear that I'm making excuses up, so I stop myself. That was the point I was making about the, you have to convince me, but I'm malleable. I'm willing to move or whatever.
Ah, right. So I guess the context there is that you have to be honest with yourself. And
Yeah.
that if you are coming up with some unfalsifiable BS, then you have to be honest with yourself that you're doing that. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that.
That's it. So, how you been anyway? What you been? What? You must have something to talk about crypto. You've always got something. What you been looking at?
To be honest, I'm just I'm focused on something quite intensely in my business life that I don't really want to bring here. So I do expect to talk about, but I don't want to dox myself.
I wonder why. I wonder what's wrong with you? Paranoid or someone's going to phone your work or try to find you or anything like that? Surely
There's
not.
so many weirdos in this community. You must. But no, just getting on as usual. Enjoy the summer now that it's finally here. How about you?
I've basically just been listening to a load of the chats. There was a guy, I don't know. You'll know who Negator was, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Aye. He's quite an old school dude. It was quite interesting. He let his guard down there. It's funny, that's what I'm saying. This is the problem I always had with Ball Earthers. I've had so many great conversations, not live, but like in a little wee private talk, like talking about life and, really getting to know them. And then my problem was the next time I'd meet them in a group, it was like another person. It was like split personality, right? So anyway, my point was, the first time I heard Negator, they were talking anyway, and he got a wee bit loose with his words, and he admitted about 9/11 and stuff like that, and he started up. I was like, all right, and he talked about other things, right? Opened up, and see when someone opens up like that, you're like, oh, I'm getting somewhere. I wasn't talking to him, by the way. I was listening, right? And we're talking up, and I had a prediction in my head. I said, I'll wait to see tomorrow, right? But anyway, heard that, and it went on for about an hour and a half. It was interesting, man, to hear a baller go against the, like actually feel comfortable about talking about other conspiracies. But anyway, the next day, I think it was AC Montreal, and someone's having a conversation, and what do you call it? Negator just jumps up. What about the proof of the earth, the flat earth and that? Straight away and started getting snotty and angry. And I was like, there you go. This is these people's problems. This is why I get angry. Because of the fact is you interact with these people in private or get them in a moment they show their true selves, and then they go straight into character. They literally jump in. And that's the thing that saddens me about.
I want to comment on Negator. I just found out it was a question. What blew my mind?
Yeah, as I did. That was in that conversation, by the way. He actually talked about it, and my first thought was, fuck's sake. Because
How do
remember...
you explain all of your behaviour then, if you're a Christian? What happened?
That was it. That was the thing. I was just listening. But you don't need to pick up people like that. They've got to learn for themselves. No point picking that out. But that's exactly done.
There's
That
no
was
point
the
in
other day.
picking that out because they are claiming to be an authority and smart, but they've fallen for a Jewish myth. Like they're like the most unsmart people on earth. They've fallen for the same myth.
As Crypto explained there, we had that conversation before. Intelligent people, because he is intelligent. Oh well, yeah, he is intelligent. He knows a lot of stuff, but I don't
in
regard
some
that
areas,
as
yeah.
But
really stupid in other areas.
But they'll justify. It's all about lying to yourself. They'll justify, seeing in his head how he behaves towards flat earthers. He can justify that inside him, even though he's a Christian, even though it's contrary. It's totally contrary. That's what I'm saying. It's totally contrary when I hear people and the way they talk to each other and And I was like, fuck's sake, you're not really a Christian. You know, if you were a true Christian, you wouldn't listen to fucking music, for starters. Always bring that one up, man. Anything that takes your thoughts away from God is evil. What does music do? Boom. I get them every time with that, but it doesn't matter. So most of them are hypocrites is because they don't understand what the Bible's telling them. But the point is we negate her, and then the next day it just comes on like vitriolic and swearing. I think he was swearing at Whitsit and all that as well. He lost it. I was like, fuck's sake, that's totally against that Christian guy that was talking just yesterday. And that's my problem. They're schizophrenic, man. And that's why I kind of not dropped out the conversation, but like kind of didn't interact because, you know, like 8 years experiences, you know, the amount of people, Jose, JJ Gonzalez, I had some great conversation, turned on, mate, every time you go live. Anybody, any of these people, any of these ballers have made friends, because as I say, not made friends with, but interacted with and been pleasant with. And you can. But then when it comes down to the crux, when they're in amongst their own cronies or whatever, or going live, suddenly they change. They're schizophrenic, man.
I actually think yeah, it's true. I think Negator's quite nice and polite when he's not in an argument about Earth.
Yeah, he is. He proved it the other day. He was talking about everything, 9/11 and everything, and it was a conversation. There was no approve that or anything like that, you know. It's like, you know, you should learn that if you can actually talk with someone about a conspiracy theory that you can't talk with, you have to understand that when someone's saying that and the way that they react to you and go along with you or indulge you and say, oh, that's interesting, blah, blah, and interact with you on a human basis or a human interaction, right? Then they seem to forget it when they go into a conversation that they don't agree with. Suddenly they're adversarial and debunking and attacking, but yet they've just had an experience, someone that might not share the same opinion, and they treat them cordially. It seems that they don't learn, they're oblivious to that, you know?
Whatever you said, Ali, I blame it on Stingray. It's his fault.
I was just thinking, I have a strong belief that John D. Rockefeller, very early on, decided that the American medical system, which was predominantly based on natural healing techniques and plant-sourced medication, he found a new avenue for petrochemicals and the chemical industry in his refineries, and that was to produce different kinds of medicine out of the produce that he already had. And in order to do that, if you look at the funding for what the Rockefeller family had towards universities and educational institutes in the United States that taught that natural medicines are not scientific and shouldn't be used and should be avoided, you know, I absolutely think that that's a high probability, but it's even a higher probability that the Earth is a globe for me. So it's the two are not like, you know, opposed.
I see the connection there. It's crystal clear. Yeah. Medicine and globe.
Well done, SE. Cheers.
Cheers, bro.
I think what he's trying to say is that you'd have to be on crack to think you're on a globe.
Yeah. So what you been up to, Stingray?
In flat Earth, not too much. I did. You'll like this, SE, and this isn't to trigger anyone, by the way. But I had an extension built to my house, and I wanted solar panels on there, and I also wanted the kitchen layout
not to be screwed with by the sun. You know, like if the sun came through and you were cooking, I didn't want the sun in my face. So for the window placement, I needed to work out where that would be on an annual basis throughout the year, so that I could design the kitchen so that no matter what time of the year it is, I'm not going to get the sun in my face. And if I'm sat on the seating area, you know, it's not in your face either. So I got the direction of my house, got the direction of the new extension, and placed it on a globe, tilted it towards a distant sun, rotated the globe, and it showed me the exact path of where the sun would be cast inside my extension so that I could design the kitchen around it. That's what I did.
Nice, but nothing a Babylonian person 3,000 years ago couldn't do the same thing, and the Egyptians. So well done.
Here's an interesting thing: these two statements don't work. What I did works on a globe, and what I did works on a flat Earth, because I did it on a flat Earth. I traced the sun on a flat plane and where it would need to be, and it doesn't match reality.
Let me ask you, the Egyptians, when they aligned the pyramids, you think they used the globe model?
I don't know. I've never spoken to them.
Good answer. You know what the answer is, of course. No.
Well, can I just point out the first mistake you made there is that you're planning for the sun in England, and we never see the sun, so I don't know why you bothered.
Well, you say that, except today I would seriously disagree with you, and I thank God I've got air conditioning.
Well, yeah, true. It's actually been really nice last few days. But yeah.
Or you must be a rich upper class then, because I hear air conditioning in England or in that area is like very hard to come by.
It's not hard to come by. There's loads of, because of the I'm not going to say climate change or anything like that, but because of the increased seasonal temperatures, there's loads of people in my little village that started getting air conditioning units now. They're not expensive.
I thought I caught you in your upper class status there.
I do all right for I do all right for myself, Essie. I really do. But my granddad was a miner, my dad was a mechanic, and I'm really down to earth. So it doesn't matter how well I'm doing.
No, all jokes aside, the reason why I say that is I found it hard to believe that people in where you're at, right? There's no air conditioning. Not everybody has air conditioning. The houses are not built for some reason. The windows, and we're talking about these small units that we can get here, and apparently it's not like that there.
No, I mean, in the States now, you have in temperate to moderately high climates and stuff, air conditioning is like default for new houses. Over here, it still isn't.
Yeah, I'm talking UK. Yeah. I was surprised to hear that. But anyways, back to your thinking that only your model could predict the movement of the sun. That was a nice try, by the way.
You want me to show you it? I say it's really good, and it's incredibly accurate. I was so impressed.
I don't doubt it for a minute that you made a model, right? Yeah.
I made a globe and a flat one, and turned the globe to see what the sun would look like coming through the windows that I when I placed them. And I actually chose the placement for where the windows are going to be. But now I can see where the sun is, and it matches perfectly. And then I thought to myself, probably about 2 weeks ago, oh, okay, so what about if I reverse engineer it for a flat Earth? And then I traced what the sun would have to do to cast those same, the same light in this new extension on the floor, and then traced a big disk to say that, well, through the day, the sun would have to be on this disk somewhere. It doesn't matter what the distance is away from the windows. It would sit on this disk to be able to do this. And you can just see that it doesn't work.
As opposed to the other model that you're thinking.
As opposed to just stick it on a sphere and rotate it and it matches reality, yes.
Right, but I get what you're saying, but you realize that civilizations have been building things for millennia, right? And
Yeah,
just
but
observing.
actually, the only thing that I can go with is what I and my knowledge can accomplish based on predictions and what I can measure on reality, not anybody else. I don't. Doesn't matter what Sumerians did, the Egyptians thought, or doesn't matter, the fact that Caesar dictated what the New Testament was going to be. It's all of that doesn't alter what I did, so I don't take that into consideration really.
Okay, fair enough. You did something, you're happy with it, it worked, and you're going with it. Okay. Can't argue with that.
I tried both, and one matches reality, and one is very far from reality. So yes.
Well, what's reality to you? You can say that because, like I told you, people have been building things for millennia, and I'm sure the Chinese with their what do they call it? Is it feng shui or the way that they align things? And I'm sure you're not the first one to think of, the sun, where the sun's going to be, and the moon, and all that, right? So people have been doing this for millennia.
No, I'm not saying they haven't. I'm just saying that if the Earth were flat, I wouldn't have been able to do what I did. But because it's a globe, I could. And now I know. And now the sun that comes through these two windows doesn't screw with me when I'm sat down or when I'm cooking.
Well, you say that. Maybe the calculations you did or how you made your model, assuming one thing or another, but you can't just say by what you did there that the Earth is a globe. I mean, that's just wild assumptions.
No, I'm saying if the Earth were a sphere the size they say it is, and the sun at the distance they say it is, and if my house exists, then it matches reality when I ask for predictions based on that, not using maths but using a model. It matches what I can measure in reality when I use my eyes and look at the floor and where the sun's going on in early morning all the way through till like mid-afternoon. And when I reverse engineer that for a flat plane of infinite or no size whatsoever, and then trace where the sun would be in the sky along a infinite line, it has to sit somewhere at a certain point of time, which gives you a big disk of where the sun's moving towards to match my reality. And if I move 10 miles away from that, that's not what I see. So yes.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. You have a model, and you have your model, and you based your calculations on that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, other people, other cultures, through the ages, have done the same thing, but used other methods, like the Antikythera mechanism, for one. The Chinese have been doing that for a long time. The Arabs, so yeah. I'm not saying your method won't work, but I'm just telling you that that's not conclusive to saying that it only works on a sphere. I don't think you can tie that conclusively.
I can actually say that when I model my house to a scale, or no, not my house, just the extension and the two windows, on a flat plane and reverse trace the sun, none of this uses any calculations, then it works so long as I stay in my living room. But if you move 5-10 miles away, 20 miles away, 100 miles away, 1,000 miles away, that whatever was casting on a flat earth, whatever was casting that shadow in my living room doesn't match reality on that location now. Whereas I am saying that if we did live on a sphere with a distant star that we call the sun, and if my house was on that sphere rotating around at the angle they say it is, then when I look at the predictions of that model using no calculations and look at what's actually in my living room, that it matches like 99.9%, give or take, like penumbra area of the renderer. So I'm not saying the Earth is a sphere, but I'm saying if it were, it matches my reality 100% and the flat Earth doesn't.
Fair enough, but under other configurations, like closer sun, different shape, I'm sure you can make it work.
No, so
What do you mean no?
Exactly that. So in my living room, all I need to do is I need to look at where the sun's falling on the floor, and then trace a line from that to the apertures of the window that are above in the vaulted ceiling, and then extend that line an infinite amount. It doesn't matter how far, an infinite amount, and know that whatever's casting this light and through the aperture sits on that line somewhere. Now, through the day, I can do that. And what I end up with, and I have done this, by the way, and what I end up with is a disk through the day. We'll call it a day. We'll call it a day disk, where at any point in the day, that whatever's casting that light has to be on this disk, because I've just traced it back. And that disk, when viewed from 100 miles away, is impossible to match reality. Whereas if you use the opposing method and put my house on a sphere and rotate it, it does match reality perfectly.
Well, so you say, but
nuh-uh.
Could I ask you a question, Stingray? Could I ask you a question, Stingray?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I'm going to ask you for a prediction, yeah? I look at the sun, I'm looking at the sun, right? And then I turn 180 degrees, right? And I look at the moon, and the moon's in the sky at the same time as the sun, yeah? What phase of the sun do you think you would see? Would you see the sun shining? Would it be a full? Would it be full? Would it be half? Would it be a slither or whatever? What would you expect to see if you looked at the sun and you turned around, you seen the moon right behind you, directly opposite the sun? What what would you see? Describe it. Would it be a full moon, half moon, quarter moon, slither, or what would you expect?
I couldn't speculate on that. You'd have to, if you could give me the angles to the sun above the horizon, and then you could give me the angles to the moon above the horizon, and
all right, I'll give you that.
Just really quickly, Ali, and your approximate location, then I can put it in this model and show us what it should be like.
Right, okay then. Right, so the sun was approximately 20 degrees above the horizon. The moon was about 50 degrees above the horizon, 180 degrees around altitude. It was probably about 50 degrees altitude. The sun was probably about 20 degrees altitude, and the moon was directly 180 degrees from the sun. So if I turned around 180 degrees, the moon would be in front of me. I was in Brussels at the time, Belgium. I can give you shall I give you the time and the date? Do you want the time and the date?
Time and date. What approximate time and month?
I can't give you the coordinates, but I'll give you the time and the date.
I'll make a prediction from Brussels. Yeah, if you just tell me what date it was, month, in what part of what month, that'd be good.
I'll tell. Right, give me a second.
Can I give a real fast guess on what the phase is?
Yeah, go for it.
A little more than half moon.
Why?
Because if they're both 180 degrees apart azimuthally, right? And you're saying the sun was above the horizon, you said, was it 40 degrees or was it 20? You said it was 20, right? If it's above the horizon,
degrees, the moon was 40.
Yeah, the moon was 40, right? And the sun was above 20, right? So that leaves 70. Okay, so the sun is 70 degrees away from zenith, and the moon is, you said the moon was 40 degrees above the horizon, or was it 50? You said 50?
Yeah, around that. So I'll be 40 from zenith.
See, so you add the 40 with the 70, you get 110. So the moon is 110 degrees apart, or in a different direction from the sun, whatever. So I figured for the moon to be full moon, it would have to be 180 degrees. separate
It
from
was.
the sun,
It was.
from like zenith or something, whatever, right? So I'm thinking about that. That's 110 degrees. That's a little bit more than 90. 90 would give you the half moon. So I'm saying a little more than half moon, if I had to guess.
Why would it give half moon if it was right in front? If, for example, right. So if I had a torch, right, and I put a ball 2 meters away in the dark, and I shone that torch on it, right, and I was 180 degrees away from it, no matter what height I would be from it, I could go up, I could go down. I would always see a full moon, right?
No, that's the thing, though.
I'd see that whole ball illuminated right in front of me, right?
Well, the only way that would be the case is if it was 180 degrees two ways, right? Because we have 180 degrees azimuthally, right? But we need it to also be 180 degrees the other way, which
How
would
could
be
it be 180 degrees the other way for the azimuth? Explain that.
Well, hold on, I have music playing right now. I'm sorry. I have I was trying to make this
Yeah,
like interesting.
How it could be 180 degrees azimuth if it's at an altitude. It could never. It could never be 180 degrees azimuth on both of them. That's impossible. You wouldn't see them then, would you?
Well, isn't the azimuth left to right? Isn't that what the azimuth is? Left to
On
right.
the horizon. And if I look up, I can't have. If they were going to be 180 degrees azimuth, I'd have to be above. I'd have to be in a line between the moon and the sun, which I'm not. That's 180 degrees. That's a straight line, right? I don't know what you mean.
I mean, maybe I'm getting the azimuth thing wrong. I thought azimuth was like turning left to right or whatever. And then
No, an azimuth. The azimuth is from the vertical. From if you look straight up 90 degrees, and if you measure down to a star, that's the azimuth. The altitude is if you take it from the horizon. Then,
hold on.
If a star was 50 degrees from the azimuth, right, it'd be 40 degrees from the. It'd be 40 degrees altitude from the horizon. Altitude is measured from the horizon. Azimuth is from your vertical 90 degree. You're straight up. You're straight above you.
What month was it, Alex? Sorry, what month was it?
Oh, I'll wait a minute. I'm in a conversation. I've not had time to look up my camera yet. I'm just talking. He was arguing with me. But as I say, if you put a ball in front of you.
Yeah, no, I mean, does anyone agree with that though? The azimuth being, because I could have sworn it was left to right. Azimuth, that was the whole point of like this azimuth talk like a while back, like the azimuthal like grid division. Whatever,
The azimuth is 90 degrees above you. It's a directional thing. The azimuth of a star, if you said the azimuth of that star is 45 degrees, that would mean it was 45 degrees off the vertical if you looked up, right? You measure down for the azimuth, you measure down from vertical down towards the star. If you want to get the altitude of that star, you'll measure from horizontal. Right.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Then maybe I'm using the wrong word. Then I apologize if I'm using azimuth wrong. Then I apologize. Let's use another thing. Then let's just use I guess measuring the angle like I guess 360 around us. So like I guess
Right, here's the best one. Right. Here's the best one. The best way, rather than talk about it, right? It's dead simple. Get yourself a ball, right? Get yourself a torch. I'll give you the angles. I've given you the angles, right? You know the distances. It doesn't matter where the moon is or the sun is because it just matters the angles. Set the angles, put an object, that ball, 45, 50 degrees above the point in the floor that you look at, 45 degrees, then take another angle towards your torch where you're standing 100 degrees, 180 degrees opposite it. Shine the torch from 20 degrees, check it out, and shine it towards the ball. And you'll see a full moon. There'll be no shadow. Why should there be? It's logic. Try it yourself. It's a dead easy experiment. It's like what Flat Earth Math tries to tell everybody. Oh, you can do this at home. Well, do it at home then. Do this experiment. And then do it first. Actually, forget about the video. Do it first, right? Do it first, and then I'll show the video at a later date. Same as you, Stingray. I'm not going to actually. If you want to see the video, you can go to my channel.
Well, I'm just gonna put my bet in though. My bet is though it's gonna be a little bit more than half moon. We'll see what it is. I hope I'm just gonna bet a little bit more than half. We'll see.
Why?
Though. Well, I just told you why. I have my my.
Do that then. State that experiment to truthfully do that experiment at home. Do it. It's dead easy. I've told you how to do it. You can stand there with a fucking torch and shine it down from a 20-degree angle from where I was standing. A little mark on the floor. Check it out. You can get the two angles, stick an object, stick your light there. It'll be full moon. If you put a ball there, it'll be illuminated full. End of story. I don't know why you're saying it would be half in your azimuth and 180 degrees. If I was standing 180 degrees opposite you, I wouldn't have an azimuth of 45 degrees and the sun wouldn't have a altitude of fucking 20 degrees, right? That's not 180 degrees. That's an angle. From the observer to the sun and the moon is an angle. It's not 180 degrees. You're trying to put, like I'm standing in between the line drawn from the sun to the moon. I'm standing there. I'm not. I'm lower than that. Right? I'm 45 degrees below the moon and I'm 20 degrees below the sun. So you can work out an angle and you can find through trigonometry, you could find my position. And then you telling me you would expect to see a shadow on the moon. Think about it. Try it yourself. You make the video to prove that. Then I challenge you. I'll bet you 50 cents.
50 cents.
That you can't do it.
Why 50 cents? Why only 50 cents?
Because it's a gentleman's bet. I don't agree. You know, if I won, right? If you've got a family, if you were going to pay me, I'd be taking $100 or $200. If you were to bet $1,000, I would bet $1,000 because I've got that. But the point is that which I know I would win, right? Because you couldn't replicate it, I would be taking money away from your family.
We could do like $50, so that way, I can get like a nice little, whatever, little treat for myself or something.
Or your Fortnite skin or something like that, or your Medal of Honor skin or whatever game you play.
I don't play Fortnite. Actually, I don't really play any games nowadays. I really don't. It's just the only game I play now. Hold on, the only game I play now is it's like a 3D fighter. It's an anime fighting game. It's pretty fun, but that's about it though. It's online multiplayer. It's really fun.
Go on, Ali, I'm doing it live. I'm actually placing you in Belgium approximately. I just need the month, and then I'll see. Because if this were true, if what you were saying were true, and I couldn't, with the distance and size of things and angles of things, and it didn't match what I've got on my screen once I've done it, I would be shocked, which is why I'm so interested to have a go.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, okay. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could work it out in Blender real fast, like just strictly angles. I know Stingray is already doing it, but I can work it out in Blender. I personally don't have the materials. I mean, I guess I have like a light, like my phone light, whatever. But I don't know. The distances aren't. I might have to have some decent distances, and also I have to have some spheres. I don't really have spheres around me to really work this out. But yeah, I mean, just doing it in my head, like the first thing I'm thinking is like just, if you have them, opposite to each other, right? But then you also have the sun above like 20 degrees and then the moon on the opposite side, 40 degrees, whatever. I guess all you really need to know is that the actual angular distance between the moon and the sun at that point would be only 110 degrees. And if the angular distance is only 110 degrees, that's a little bit more than 90. And 90 degrees will give you, the quarter moon, whatever it's called, like the half phase, whatever you want to call that, right? So just think of okay, so 110 is a little bit more than that. So it should be a little bit more than like that half little phase, whatever. So a little bit more than a quarter moon. That's my thinking. Once again, I'll have to model it out maybe with like physical things, whatever. I could do it in Blender too, if that's fine with you. But that's my bet though. Like if I had to bet, put some money on it, I would say a little bit more than like a little bit more than a quarter moon, or the half phase, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm talking about. Which, by the way, Stingray, did you is this set up? Is it good now? Or?
Yes. So this is a physical model of the Earth with months, dates, axial tilt, distance to the sun, parallel light, and the moon's orbit on the correct ecliptic to the supposed heliocentric model in current science, to the supposed scientific community, which I'm hoping to put to the test with Ali's data in a second.
Yeah, your skills put mine to shame. Like I have like a 3D model, but yours is like really like look at this. This is amazing. It's pretty cool.
You didn't know that Stingray has a black belt in this stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's pretty good.
But still, no matter how hard he tries, he can never prove his model exclusively. But he does give it a go.
Well, you say that, SE. When you say exclusively, if you mean I can never prove it, I agree with you. However, has it ever failed in any predictions? The numerous times that I've asked it various different compound facets and input variables, then no, it hasn't. And have I ever got any of those to work, given the single assumption that we are on a flat plane? And the answer is, actually, unfortunately, the answer is yes, but only from a single observer. If you have another observer and have distance, then it falls apart.
So let me ask you something, Stingray. This model that you're building, right? All the numbers that you're putting into it, right? Those are all the assumed numbers that we have, like the distance to the sun, the radius of the Earth, and all that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty cool, right?
Did you ever get around to making the what was it? Let's say we have a plane, horizontal plane, and to show drop or hump, because you guys say there's no elevation change. Did you ever get around to doing that, Stingray?
You've seen my oh god, what's it called? Oh balls, I'll just open it. I can't remember what it's called because Ali's searching for things at the moment. So
Not the one you did with the flags up in the air.
No, the oceans, the flat and curved oceans. Have you seen that one?
Not sure.
Okay, you're viewing my screen though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I built 2 sections of ocean. Well, here's what I did. I built 2 sections of ocean, 2 sections of cloud, and then 2 paths for, average 35, 40,000 feet contrails, jet trails from passenger aircraft. And then I put vessels on the water, and then I put observers on the far side, the right-hand side. So if you look at this, we can see that probably, I'm looking at this now, and even up to 100 miles, I can't tell that one is curving at the rate of the supposed globe. I really can't.
Sorry for interrupting. I just found the date. It's the 29th of August, 2019 at 6:50 in the morning.
Sorry, Essie, I'll show you the predictions of this later. I want to.
Yeah. No worries, we got time.
Yeah, I want to.
Sorry, Essie. I just had to before I lost it. Oh, sorry, the 21st of August.
Yeah, the difference will be minimal if it was anyway. And I've only got this turn.
Just 21st of August, 2019 at 6:50.
Oh, so it was very, sunrisey then, was it?
Yeah. But it was a bit above. It was a bit above.
Yeah. So approximately, what was the elevation of the sun?
Yeah, hang on, just let me have a look at the vid actually, because I know where I was standing.
It just needs to be a prox.
Oh, right. I can't play it because it's about like 20 odd degrees, maybe 20 degrees or something, just above. There's a lamp post about maybe 200 or 300 meters away from me, a normal sized lamp post, and it's sat on top of that.
All right, and then what was the moon's elevation?
That's got to be about probably about between 45 and 50 degrees.
All right, give me a sec.
About that.
Why is this even an issue? If it's right facing it, it should be half of it lit. Why is this even an issue?
The full of it, all of it should be lit.
All right, so wait a minute, Alec. What direction were you looking from at the moon then?
I'm going to give you my prediction.
All right, okay, right, wait a minute. I would probably be looking, well, it was, right, so if the sun was about 20 degrees above the horizon, 15 minutes an hour, what's that? No, what is it? How many degrees an hour is it? It's probably about 40 minutes, or maybe an hour and a half before, after sunrise, because it wasn't high. It was 6:50 in the morning. So you could probably find out with time and date if you wanted to.
Should be full moon, no matter what. If it's 180, if it's right on it, should be full moon. Period.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like it matters on the angular distance between the two, because you say 180, but if the sun is above the horizon 20 degrees and the moon is above the horizon, what is it, 50 degrees, then technically
It's
speaking,
a straight line, dude. If I shine a torch, it doesn't matter. Look, if, for example, right, and remember, sunlight's omnidirectional, right? Because it's a fucking ball, so it's omnidirectional. You say parallel lines, that's fine, you have that, but it's omnidirectional, right? So anyway, if I was on the floor, right, and I shone a torch up at a ball that was stuck in the corner of my room, it would show it full. I could bring it down and shine at it, it'll still be full. As long as it's in front of that torch, it will show full. If it was to the left of the torch, but only the torch, if it was left of the ball, it wouldn't matter. I could move it in a 360 degrees thing. As long as it's visible to that source of light, it'll be illuminated as a full.
Any direction, anywhere. Doesn't matter where.
Exactly. Right. If I was on the sun watching it, but if I'm on the ground, the only way it would be a full moon is if it's 100. Well, as I say, it was 180 degrees round from me, so it wouldn't matter. And it was higher. It was even higher, right? And when you look at what I caught, well,
is this on your channel, Ali?
Just do the prediction first. Yes, it is. But
Yeah, I want to know the direction that you were looking, because I haven't built. I've got the ecliptic, the supposed ecliptic of the moon and distance. What I haven't got is I haven't matched up the orbit to the months, and
I bet you can't. You can't match it up, because I did. You told me, look at Stellarium, but I've been using Stellarium for about 8 years. So what I did was, when I seen what I saw, I didn't just immediately post it or start going on about it. I thought, fuck, something's wrong here. So what I did was, on Stellarium, I went to the sun, right? And I sat on the sun, in the middle of the sun, looking at the earth, but enough that I could watch the moon come round. And on the exact date, and I could see where I was stood. And there was no way in a million years that that if Stellarium was right and the moon was where it was, I would have never seen what I saw or filmed. It's impossible, because I went on. I used Stellarium.
Did someone say that the difference between the sun and Did you say the difference between the sun and the moon was about 110 degrees?
I did.
I see now you're bringing that in. That doesn't matter. That's immaterial because, as I explained about the torch, see, now what's happening now is Stingray's trying to find a way out of it.
No, I'm trying to line
Everybody knows. Right, stop then. Everybody quickly do a thought experiment. Yeah, everybody do a thought experiment.
So all I want to do, Ali, is I want to move this to be the exact degree. These two blue lines here, I don't know whether you're viewing my screen, but these two blue lines here, one represents the direction of the observer in Belgium to the sun, and then the other blue dotted line is the direction to the moon. Now, at the moment, I thought I heard someone say 110 degrees, so I've rotated the orbit round so that this is 110 degrees.
That's it. Forget that. That was a red herring. That was illogical, what the guy said.
It's not illogical. From what you gave us, that's what would be.
Right, stop then, right? I apologise for saying illogical, but I'll ask everybody to do a thought experiment. Imagine you place a ball in front of you, right? And you go down and you hang it. It's in free space, right? So it's hanging there, right? And you stand with a torch 180 degrees with it, right? And you turn that on, right? Now, I was standing as an observer right in the line with a triangle. There's a triangle, right? There's a straight line going from the sun to the moon, and the triangle comes from the degrees of the observer. Where I was standing, I was 20, the sun was 20 degrees above my horizon. So from the sun, I'd be looking down 20 degrees, and from the moon, I'd be looking down 45. But I'm still, that's immaterial because it's not the observer relevant or whatever. The sun was right in front of the moon. You switch the torch on, and if you shined that torch on a ball, it'd show full. End of story. No argument. So the 110 degrees, it's not, it's right opposite the moon, man. It's 180. That other stuff's to do with a triangle you're making in your head from the observer. I'm not causing the moon to shine. The sun is.
Yeah.
It's right opposite.
So all I can do, Ali, is I can place you in Belgium on a big sphere at the angle that Belgium is on a sphere, with the rotation matching approximately the time that you say it is. I haven't got actual time on here, but this where I've got the rotation at the moment places the sun about 20 degrees above the horizon. And if the sun was behind you, or approximately behind you, give or take a couple of degrees, then I've placed it approximately where it should be. And then from your vantage point, I can work out what the moon would be, because in this scene, I've got one light source, which is the sun, no other light sources. So the same sun that we're looking at in this view is actually illuminating the moon in the entire scene. And what I see is about, well, wait a minute, just wait there.
Turn round.
So what I see is about, I don't know, a little bit more. It could be off a little bit, but I see a little bit more than, well, a little bit less than 3/4 lit, but certainly obviously a lot more than half.
Why, if it was 180 degrees?
Say again, sorry?
Why would it not be fully lit because at 180 degrees?
Because the direction of the sunlight to this moon here, it's because of the distance and offset. So the distance from where you are, you're assuming that the Earth is flat, therefore. But sorry, you're assuming.
I'm not assuming anything, dude. Look, that there, what I filmed there doesn't prove the Earth's flat. That's got fuck all to do with the shape of the Earth. That, by the way, I wasn't making that as a flat Earth proof, by the way. That's another. That's another. No. That's got nothing to do with the flat Earth. Right, but the point is, show me the moon. I don't agree with the thing, because that doesn't make sense. Anybody could do this in their own room, is get a torch and do the same thing. But anyway, for some reason, it's not lit fully.
I mean, you can do it. You can. There's no difference to me doing it on a computer than doing it in reality. But the difference is, to make a scale model of this so that you get the scale correct in order to get the light and the predictions correct, you'd use a lot of space. You know, even if you made the globe, you know, like one of those that you could buy from a shop, you've got like what, 10 meters to where probably about 8 meters to where the moon would be, and then you've got 4.5 miles to where your torch should be.
But see that simulation you've got there, can you not sort of pan that round and look at the moon at the same time? See
Yeah,
how that,
yeah, like that.
here you can see the sun, right? Now go round and show it at 180 degrees and show it 45 degrees. No, turn it round. I don't say look at it. Kind of spin it round, rotate it round like a video. So we can see the moon.
Mic check.
Yep.
Good. All good. Yep.
Thank you.
No, but spin it visually. This animation you've made, the big one. Spin it round. Can you not turn that round so we can
Give me a second, Ali. Give me a second.
So late.
I'm telling you, I'm calling it. It's gonna be a little bit more than.
That's fine. That's good. Good. I'm glad, but keep going. I just want you to see it. So there we go. No, that's the sun moving. What are you doing?
Yeah, wait a minute. Give me a sec. I can create another camera, but this camera's locked to the sun.
No, but I want the moon. I want the moon. Can you not have the sun there and the moon 180 degrees, and then you can flip round and see the moon there, how it should be lit? Like a cartoon, or, you know, like NASA gives us, you know, cartoons and shit, and CGI and all that stuff. Something like that.
Screen and harnesses and hairspray.
Oh my God. They're a lot, man. Fake deaths and everything, man.
Dude, I made a...
You're letting your side down, by the way, Stingray.
I made a flat Earth meme last night about them faking the ISS space station, and I woke up this morning and it has over 20,000 views. I'm so stoked. We're breaking the fucking conditioning, boys. We're breaking the fucking conditioning, boys. Let's go!
Okay.
Dude, you wish you could wake up and be this stoked to destroy worldviews, to destroy these fairy tale lies. Oh my God, it feels so good.
All right.
I got people like trying to defend it so hard. This dude's doing a backflip on the ISS, and the guy grabs the harness, and the chick's got the hairspray with her hair sticking straight up. And once you put some funny music to it, and people see it, they can't unsee it. They can't unsee how fake and gay the ISS is.
Make it a 20. Let me do 50. And let's do the camera.
Look how
hard
that is, man.
I'm gonna do this in my own thing real fast, because me real fast
Never do
model
it.
this myself.
Never mind modelling out. Why don't you just fucking do it with a ball and shine a torch 180 degrees? It doesn't matter what angle. You will always see it. Unless
no, you're not gonna see it because it's above you or whatever. You're saying yourself the what is it? The elevation angle, whatever. It's 20 degrees, and then for the moon is 50 degrees. It's above you, so you're not gonna see it. It needs to be directly opposite to the sun. It needs to be 180 degrees. It's not directly opposite.
Why are you like staring up at the sky to try and figure out what's underneath you? Like I hate it when freaking globies. No, not you. I hate it when globies try to do this.
Who made?
Yeah, dude, it's so silly.
I'm not doing anything. I'm literally just taking his argument that he's making, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, it's my fault for instigating that or whatever. But that's true. Okay. I try to tell these guys to be a bit into. They have to get out the fact that this isn't for me. This is a theory of my own that I've got, right? But I'm not going to go into that. But as I say, I've seen stuff. I'm a truck driver. I drive overnight, and I've literally the size of the screen. I've got a 180-inch reality screen right in front of me, and I've drove directly at the moon. I've watched the moon set. I've seen moon sets, moon rises, sunsets, the whole fucking lot. And it doesn't match. It doesn't. So anybody, it does. It doesn't match with what they're telling us. That's why. But as I say, what science is. As I say, it's got fuck all to do with but the point I'm going to make here is they're going to show me a shadow that's not the shadow, right? They're going to show me a shadow what they think it is, even though it's not going to be a full, but they're going to show me a shadow that's got fuck all to do with the shadow that I filmed. But I'll let them go on. I'll let them continue with it.
Dude, it's not. Dude, their time is. Their days are numbered. Their days. The days of promoting the globe are so freaking numbered. It's not even funny. I was posting the exact same flat Earth memes like a month ago. I'm getting 500 views here, 600 views there. Overnight, I drop one that's fucking very, very funny, very obviously showing how fake NASA is, how fake the ISS is, and it blows up, dude. Pretty soon, we're going through an awakening. They can't keep this shit hidden.
I think the space programs is exactly where we need to be, because those are the ones that are part of the veil, and they seem to be falling apart.
100%.
And if we stick
I want them to
it,
do more.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it going. Promote them. Make them go out there and do more shit. Half of that fucking Artemis mission and all that was because of flat earthers, man.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. And the more we push them, and the more the people, the little NASA fanboys go, nuh-uh, and then the new fucking footage comes out and they have to fucking mental backflip around that too. It's just like, dude, good hard work, and honest, investigation is paying off. So, pat yourself on the back, boys.
Yeah, that's it. Keep going for that.
So that was one camera, Ali. So that's the moon prediction.
Right. Oh, where's the moon?
There.
Yeah, I have my own as well.
It's this camera.
Zoom in. Let's see.
Wait, what the fuck?
No way, bro. No freaking way.
I know. Do you know what? Do you know what he did there? I can get right. That's a lot. Right, exactly. And that there, you just fucking. I wondered why you took so long there. Stingray.
I didn't have a camera attached to this GPS rig that I've got, so I had to create a new camera. So that when I do this,
Ali, was that on your channel by any chance, Ali? Oh yes, it was. 10 minutes later, oh look at this. It matches exactly the video that you released. Yet you can't explain how it's that shadow. You can't, because there's nothing. It's the sun. The source of light is 180 degrees. It's right in front of the object. There should be no shadow. But it's just quite funny. It was just actually what I was going to do. Actually, I was actually just about to say while that guy was talking. I was just about to interrupt. Do you know what? It's funny how they're taking so long to make a model of this when it's quite fucking easy.
I did it right now, though.
You can do that in your head. You could do that thing in your head.
I'm getting like the same phase though.
Knows.
I'm literally getting the same. Look at my model too. I got one right here as well.
Yep, excellent.
Yeah, and I actually have the angles put in. See, once again, this is 50. I have 50 degrees, right?
Explain the shadow.
I'm literally showing you because it's the thing is when you have them 180 degrees like apart, like
what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
Because the actual angular distance between them is actually is different now, right? If this is 20 degrees above and the other one's 50 degrees above, right? Then you take it from the zenith, whatever. We know that one's 40 degrees from the zenith. The sun's 70 degrees from the zenith. You add those two up, 70 plus 40, which is 110. So they're actually only 110 degrees apart.
You can draw a straight line straight to the sun from the moon.
That doesn't matter. We're dealing with 3D.
Wait a minute. It doesn't. No, you're getting. Hey, listen. Right. That is straight opposite. Right. You've assigned a position to say that that's 20 degrees. That's 40 degrees above. But that's only from the observer. If I stood in the sun and looked at the moon and shone a torch at the moon from the sun, it would be fully illuminated.
It depends on your angle. Because right now I see a full moon, but at the observer they're seeing less than that because
the sun is omnidirectional. The light that comes off the sun goes in all directions. If you want to say it's parallel, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay. It's omnidirectional. So every photon that comes off that side that's facing the fucking moon will illuminate it. End of fucking story. No matter what you say.
No, it does.
You're
Okay, so
doing magic now.
okay,
You're doing
so
magic.
okay, you first. You first.
Yeah,
Fine, sir.
I'll mute
I
until
just
I-
want to say, from if you're observing anything that from the sun that the sun is illuminating, it's going to appear full. You're not going to see your shadow from your point of observation.
But here's the thing, though. Right? What I think it was Ali B, right? What Ali B's not getting though is that it really depends on where the observer is, right? If they're below, right, the sun and the moon, because in this example they're both above the horizon, so in a lot of ways, yeah, the observer is relatively below these two things. They're going to see a different phase. I could take it to the extreme. Imagine you have the sun and the moon, right? Hold on.
Agreed with me. Howard just agreed with me.
Yeah, but that is irrelevant to what you would see from the Earth's surface. It's not the same thing.
Look, Ali B, do you see my
on a flat Earth? If the distances and angles were kept the same from the sun to a moon, it would have the same result as well.
Did you just hear? Did you just hear? Well, I didn't. But wait a minute. I didn't see underneath the moon. You never ever see. You only ever see the face of the moon. You don't ever see underneath the moon. So it didn't matter what angle I looked at it. If it's getting illuminated at 180 degrees, if I'm standing underneath it and I am not directly below it, I will not see underneath it. There should be no shadow.
You are below it because they're above. They're above the horizon. If they're above the horizon, then you're technically below them. All right, that's how it works. So technically, you're gonna get a different angle. Look, I can look at my stream right now. I'm literally showing you what's going on here, right? Of course, if you're leveled, with the moon, whatever, right, and leveled also with the light source, then yeah, you're gonna see the full moon. You're gonna see the full.
Do you ever see underneath the moon? See when the moon passes, do you ever see underneath it? Because that's what you're suggesting.
I'm not saying
you're suggesting. Wait a minute. You're suggesting, right, that I'm seeing further underneath the moon because of the because there's a shadow. Because I can't see. Wait a minute. Because I can't see that bit that's getting covered by the shadow, but the lights can see that bit.
Look,
the light. It doesn't matter where I am, as long as I am. If I don't go underneath the moon, if I go underneath the moon and pass behind it, then I'll start seeing shadows. But until I come past that point of being underneath the moon, I will not see a fucking shadow.
Alibi,
end of story.
Can I ask you a question?
You're not thinking.
Alibi, hold on. Can I ask you a question? Well, hold on. Can I ask you a question? Because you did give us this, you asked us, what the phase would be, right? Do you know what was the actual phase on that day? Do you know the actual phase on that day?
For fuck's sake.
The
phases of the moon determine the angle that the sun's shining on it, right? It was 180 degrees.
I know.
So it must have been a full fucking moon then, right?
I want to ask you what the answer was though, because you asked us, what would the phase be?
Look it up. I gave you the dates. You fucking look it up.
Okay. Well, in any case, look it
up.
Okay, but in any case,
stop.
Stop.
Look it up and come back instead of saying
fucking hell, man.
Okay, well, anyway, me and Stingray both modeled it out. All right, I even predicted it before modeling out, and it's pretty much it more or less matches my prediction. Like it literally is a little bit more, than a half moon, or my bad, a quarter moon. That's the technical name for it. It's a little bit more than a quarter moon, or whatever. I predicted that before I even modeled it. I modeled it, and Stingray modeled it. We all got we got the same thing. I mean, I think there's just something wrong with the way you're understanding your own problem, whatever. I don't think you need to model it yourself.
Right? No, you have to just do it in reality.
Yeah. Have you done it in reality, or have you just did it in your head in reality?
I've done it with a ball and a torch, man. I've done it for myself.
Really?
I've looked at it. I've tried it every way.
Yeah, and was it high enough? Was it 20 degrees on one side and then 50 degrees on the other side? I'm pretty sure.
I was shining it. Of course I did. That's what I told you. It's dead fucking easy to do, man. Go and try it out for yourself. Try what they're telling you.
How can you see the full? You can't see
him. Right, wait a minute. Sorry. Right. Listen, by the way, I'm not trying to convince you. It doesn't matter. But anybody think about what I suggested and try and replicate it. Try and experiment, because that's what you're doing is you're making a model which isn't relating to reality. right? Because the only way I could replicate what I filmed, right, is being above the moon to cause that shadow there, because the moon, the sun wouldn't be able to shine, so it's not illuminating. I could see the whole face there. It's blue. There's a little bit, the bit that's dark out. This is during the day. This is in daylight, by the way. I need to tell people. This is in broad daylight. So the bit that was shaded was blue because of the atmosphere, but the sun was right across. And I looked at it, I thought, that's strange, because the only way I could replicate that, that image from the moon is if I lifted that light up way more than 90 degrees and moved away from where I was observing to replicate that. And you can do that with a torch. You can check it out yourself. It's dead fucking easy. And you can even set a camera down and look up at the moon. And the only way you're going to replicate that is if you actually go on the side, the exact side of the moon, like 90 degrees, 90 degrees.
By the way, the third quarter starts in about 10 minutes from right now.
Nice. But yeah, I'm gonna try this out in reality because apparently my 3D model isn't good enough. And watch, I get the exact same thing. Like seriously.
Yeah. In 10 minutes, it'll be exactly 90 degrees.
Nice. Let me see. Where can I find a sphere? I need a sphere. Where can I find a sphere? Maybe I can get the egg from downstairs.
Not a sphere.
No. The bottom part is spherical enough to where you can get the, because I did the phase of the moon on my egg, whatever, and I got the exact same phase because I was only using the bottom part. That's good enough, I think. I guess, I don't know. Maybe not for this specific experiment, but I don't have anything else. I need a spherical. I need something spherical.
Like you don't have any balls where you are, like a ping pong ball, nothing.
I have a Dragon Ball.
This is the thing I can't understand.
Pokeball?
No.
You can even see it in your head. You can even imagine it in your head. If you stand opposite something and you shine the light on it, you're going to see it full, right? And unless you go below that sphere, right, directly below that sphere, that's only when you're going to start seeing shadows on it. Otherwise, you won't. Unless you get, because the sphere, it curves away from you. So the only way you're going to see the other side.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. Let me think about this.
No, I'll just keep saying it, but no matter.
He's going to do it in reality if you want to trust like the computer model, Ali, and I'm all for that.
But do it yourself. Honestly, anybody go and do it, and you'll realize where you've got to. The source of the light has to come from. There's only one position that you see it, and it's not what I filmed. Actually, I should really put the video.
It doesn't make any sense, though. I'm literally doing it right now. I'm also thinking about it. It doesn't make any sense.
As Richard Feynman says, and Lawrence Krauss keep trying to fucking tell you, the universe doesn't have to make sense to you.
Okay,
so
but me and Stingray modeled it, all right, and we already
Good for you, do it in reality. Do it in reality. Then.
What's different about reality than the 3D model that I modeled out? Like, what's going to happen differently? Literally tell me, all right? The angles are the exact same. It's 20 degrees, 50 degrees. If they are above you, right? Because they are. If one is 20 degrees above the horizon and one is 50 degrees above the horizon, they are above you, all right? So you're not going to see the full moon. Yeah. Like that's literally logical. And you want to just be stuck on your, your little, whatever, because you think you got something. You don't got anything.
Deep breaths.
While he goes away and does it, Ali, can I just
find a ball? Oh, wait a minute. Well, I'm trying to talk him down. He's getting a wee bit stressed here. Right, dude, look. Find yourself a ball. Do the angles. Do exactly what I told you. It's dead easy. Don't get stressed about it. It doesn't mean...
Okay, I'll do it, but I'm really going to get exactly the same thing I got my 3D model.
Flat, dude. Listen, it doesn't mean the Earth's flat, my friend, right? So relax. Just do the experiment. Just try it.
But it's not going to be any different than my 3D model, though. You literally are stuck in your own head saying, "Oh, it's got to be this way." Whatever. You did it wrong. I'll literally get a sphere right now if I can find one. I'll see if I can.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Let me get the egg real fast. I have an egg downstairs. Let me be right back.
You do that, right? But see what happens here. You don't understand the destructive, how destructive that is. That attitude is towards you learning anything. Oh, I've got a model. I'm not going to try it. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
no, he's actually going to go and do it with an egg. And if I had like a polystyrene ball around, I've got some strobe lights and a very decent camera here, I'd do exactly the same thing. But I was looking around and I'm there like, I can't find anything that I could cast light onto that's a sphere at the moment. So
Yeah, well,
the phases of the moon match exactly 3D geometry. I don't see any
wait a
contradiction.
minute, let me just Essie, are you there? Because this I was going to say this was for you.
I'm here, bro.
Yeah, so you said about the bulge. This was the two 345 degrees, 5 degrees of curvature on one side and flat on the other. And these are the different predictions. So what you would call a bulge is the view on the top left. It's not a bulge, it's just a drop in from a direct tangent. So it's not a bulge. And those are the predictions of vessels going away over a horizon, and this would be the flat Earth prediction. Now, all these vessels, the 4 of them, are all at the same distances as the ones on the left. And believe it or not, all these vessels don't go along this until there's huge curvature down here. The furthest one away is still only like 6 or 7 miles away, 6 miles away. It's actually here at the start.
So this is 100 miles?
345 miles, except the furthest vessel on the left on the curved water is about 7 miles away, 8 miles away, something like that. I can't remember what I placed it, but it's, wait a minute, 5, if that's 5, that's about 2. Yeah, so I'm going to say 7 miles away. But the one here as well is 7 miles away. If I put
So how much drop do you have there? How much?
Well, wait a minute. We'll have a look on a side view. So wait a minute. I'll get both because these two vessels are lined up. Wait there. That's how much. I don't know whether you can see it, but that's the difference.
So where's your starting point? Where's your horizontal? Where did you start from?
All the way to the right here.
And what is that?
Just the origin. This green line here. This is where you stood, and then there's a camera on each of these bodies of water. The cameras are. Give me a sec. These are in fact the cameras looking out towards the vessels, and then the same over there on the flat Earth.
So we got one 12 feet, 15 feet in the air.
Oh God, one. Okay, maybe. There's 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, and 4 meter. If one of those is 15 feet, then I'm going to say yes.
So what do you mean you got 3 different views? I'm trying to understand here what's going on here.
All right, sorry. So right, I'll explain it to you. So here on the left hand side, so the bottom view is the world view. All of these are the same scene. Yeah, there's no difference. This vessel here is the same one that's here. If I move it in this view, it's gone from that one kind of thing. So, and it's the same on this side. We have 4 vessels going away from an observer that's a meter high, I think. Now, when at various different distances along, one is curved water at the rate of the supposed curve, and then the other is flat water at the rate of 0. So these views here on the top are of the observer looking at a curved water surface, and of the observer looking at a flat water surface with ships going away at the same distances. So ship number 1 is the same distance as ship number 1 on the left, and we can tell that because if we go here and I zoom into one of these ships, we can see that this ship here is Give me a second. This ship
It's
here,
below horizontal.
only very slightly. This ship here is on the flat Earth, and then the one underneath it is obviously on the curved surface. But there's very little difference between the first two.
Hello. Okay, hold on real fast. Ali B. Yeah, I did it. It's not full. It's not a full phase. It's literally exactly what I got in Blender. I'm doing it with my Dragon Balls right now. My sister got me this for my birthday. It was like a Dragon Ball light thing or something. I don't fucking know what it is, but I'm using one of the balls and I'm using the flashlight. I have it above, right? Because once again, the sun is 20 degrees above the horizon, so I have it high up, and I have the Dragon Ball even higher, and it is not a full phase. All right. So I don't know what the fuck you were doing. So there you go, Albie. Anyway, back to what you were doing.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Hang on. How do I get off of this? I want to see. Did you go live or something?
No, I'm doing it for myself right now. But I have only two hands.
Yeah,
I can't literally fucking.
Can you show us it?
No, you show us. You show us what you did. I literally did my Blender model already. You're making a stupid claim you have no actual proof for. All right, I did it right now. I'm doing it for myself. All right. I mean, if we can end the argument right here, where we just have to agree to disagree, because frankly, I did it in reality, and it's pretty much the exact same shit.
All right. Okay. So you've done it.
Yeah, and got a different result than you. So one of us is wrong, obviously, and I did it in Blender. So, that's double for me right now. Right now, I have two things going for me. You have only the one thing.
Oh well, yeah, but I have reality.
I have reality too. I did it with the Dragon Ball. I have a Dragon Ball. And no, you show me. You don't have anything either. So we literally, at best for you, none of us have anything. But I actually have a Blender model over you at the very least.
Right. But your argument to debunk me is that you don't have anything. I've not got anything either. So you're wrong.
No, none of us. Because if you can make a claim, I can make a claim too. I'm saying it works. You're saying it doesn't. Therefore, at best, all right, no one wins.
Was it a competition?
I'm just saying, all right. But I have Blender model, and Stingray did it too. So I actually have at least more on my side. All right. Yeah.
All right. Hey, listen, mate. I think you're talking to the wrong person here. You better go and talk to someone that's going to get triggered with that and doesn't think this is laughable.
All right.
The way you're talking.
I'm just saying.
You obviously think that I'm trying to convince you of something, right? Which
you did it wrong. I literally did it for myself, and it literally shows it's not a full phase.
Good. You need to lose that. If you want to interact with people and talk to people, you just stop trying to think. I'm not trying to convince you to be a ball earther or whatever. I don't care. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm just seeing what I saw, and it can't be replicated. But it's got fuck all to do with the flat earth or anything like that, dude. Take it easy.
I replicated it, and it shows exactly more or less what I did in Blender. So.
Right, and now you're convinced I'm wrong. That's fine. You're welcome to that. But I'm kind of, well, it doesn't match what I did, right?
Okay. Well, one of us is wrong then. I guess.
Got nothing to lose. I've got nothing to lose if it's
except for your credibility, I guess.
No,
your credibility is lost because you're making weird claims and doing things wrong.
Wait a minute. My credibility to whom? I've got enough
credibility. If you say anything,
I don't care about. But I don't care about that. The only credibility I care about is with my friends, my family. That's all I care about. Here, I can make a cunt of myself and I don't give a shit.
Fair enough.
Whereas you obviously do. I don't care.
All right.
Right. I don't get. I'm past the ego thing. If I get proved wrong, I'll go hands up. But you'll fight to the death.
I mean, you haven't done it yet, even though I've literally done it for myself, and I've also done it in Blender. Stingray's done it in Blender too. We also give you the math, and you haven't done it yet. So.
I told you. But I told you I tried to replicate it. I even went on to Delarium. I went on to fucking every way I could to whatever rationalise what I saw and what I filmed. No, with no bias, because it's got fuck all to do with the flat earth or anything like that. There's no, I can't win anything. I'm not going to be whatever. There's no reason. It was just I've seen this. I thought, wait a minute, that doesn't quite go with the model that I've been told. I looked at it, done my due diligence, done my experiment, and thought, right, that's fucking bullshit. There's something wrong then. That sun could not have been there if I seen that. End of story.
All right. Let's just move on because I know Stingray and I see have a thing. All right, Stingray. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I was desperately trying to find a ball because I've got some really decent camera gear and I could just do it. I found a tennis ball, but it's not going to illuminate properly, so I need a matte kind of polystyrene ball or something that's fairly large. SE, yeah. So did that make sense, SE? What I said?
Well, I need some clarity. First of all, can we get rid of the clouds? Is that hard to do? Oh, I like that view as well. We're gonna need that view.
That is pretty cool, honestly. Look at that.
Yeah, Stingray's on top of his game on this stuff. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's got the model all messed up, but you know he knows what he's doing in this.
Ooh, make up the microphone.
No clouds, SE. There you go.
Nice. Okay. All right. So the green line. Can we establish that the green line is the baseline?
Yep, that's where the camera.
Where we can start off from.
Yep, that's where the camera's set.
Okay. So you got 345-mile water.
Correct. Yes.
And the boats are where? How far are the boats?
I knew when I placed them, but if we have a look, we can see that the first one is I'm going to say approximately 2.5 miles. The second one is the 5 mile mark. Third one, so I don't know, 7, no 6, and then maybe 8.
Let's see.
Something. But anyway, the point is this side is curved, that side is flat. Now, if you look at the flat one, I can zoom this camera in, and that boat there is 345 miles away.
How tiny it is.
Actually, no, it isn't. Wait a minute. I lie. Let me be accurate. Wait there. It's about 300 miles away. Sorry.
Nice.
So you think you can see a boat 300 miles away?
That is not what I said. I said that boat that I suddenly zoomed into using magnification not currently available with our optics.
Okay.
Then, yeah. So no, I did not say that. Well, actually, wait a minute. I tell a lie. If not 300 miles, but certainly 100 miles, you'd be able to see a vessel. I think I worked out the angular size of something called it was called the Samwise Giant, and then later renamed to the Jade Viking, and it was the largest chemical vessel, oil vessel ever made. It actually got sunk in the Iraq War, I think, and then resurrected. But I worked out that on a high resolution camera at extreme narrow focus, like on a P1000, it would take up about 30 pixels long at a ridiculous distance, like 90 miles or something. So yes, you would be able to.
Okay, so you're saying now that on the right side, that's your version of the flat Earth.
Not my version. It's
and on
just
the left,
water.
And on the left, curved water.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And the boat at the farthest end there on the left is how far? You said 5 miles?
Oh no, more than 5 miles. I don't know. I didn't actually. I can't remember what I put it in at, but I'm looking at this and gauging it. Probably 8 miles, I'll say, give or take. But it doesn't,
8 miles,
really
and it's
matter
pretty like
how.
you zoom into it, like half of it is gone. You would say?
Oh God, no! A lot more than half. Can you not see it? You can only.
Well, I'm on a phone, so I can't really.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Can you zoom? Yeah, zoom right into the last
Yeah.
one.
I mean, it's the con tower. You can only just see the con tower.
Okay, and you're saying about 8 miles, and you're how high with that view?
Oh, I
On the
don't
beach?
know. I don't know which camera I'm using here. Is
Okay. Yeah, okay, let's see which camera. That's important here.
there? Give me a sec.
I mean, I imagine this is all gonna match up with like the Earth curve calculator. I mean, because yeah, the Earth curve calculator literally just assumes
1.4 meters.
But then when
Pardon?
we see too far, refraction just reverses that and pulls everything up over the horizon.
Not
All right.
refraction. Refraction will change it slightly, but not enough to like say, oh look, it's a curve because of refraction. Refraction would make a curve look flat, and refraction will make a flat look concave.
So before we get into refraction,
Yeah,
you're
sorry, I
saying
apologize.
no worries. We can get into that because of course they're gonna bring that up somehow.
No, I'm not.
But
I don't care about refraction.
okay. So approximately 8 miles, and you said how many meters?
1.4 ish.
And that would be in feet how much? Ish?
I have no idea. Wait a minute. let me guess. I don't do feet.
Probably close to 3, right? Or no, 4. I don't. No, I don't. 4.5. Let me check.
4.6 feet.
4.6 feet. Okay.
You guys know why we don't use the metric system in America?
Well, we don't here for height either, but I've never done like meter feet like conversion for some reason.
It's because you can't measure freedom, brother.
Because America, brother.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
guys. I just want to crack a joke.
oh, that's cool. So look, Stingray, from personal experience, I can tell you, I've been to shores and I've seen boats that far away, and there's no way a big freighter like that disappears at 8 miles. As a matter of fact, I can see like most at approximately that distance, I can see all the way down the whole boat. So I don't know what kind of simulation that is, but that doesn't look legit, bro.
It's not a simulation. It's a geometric layout. So you're not simulating anything. You're just constructing it. A simulation would infer something completely different.
So we can say then that those ships.
No way.
We could say on the left, then those ships should all be sitting at a different angle, correct?
More or less.
Well, they definitely have to be if they're on a fucking curve.
Yeah, but I mean, well, the reason I say more or less is because I mean it'd be such a tiny amount, though. But yeah,
I don't get what you mean. Different angle.
Well, sitting based on a sphere or based on a curve, they would all be sitting completely horizontal.
No, I've got it, and I've got an example of that right here, which is awesome. So if you're looking at this, I've got on the supposed curve side 2 vessels with here we go. These 2 vessels here are right next to each other, and they're on the ocean, and they're on the curved ocean, and they just happen to have the world's largest orange constructed vertical line. And
oh my God, this is what you came back with. This is what I was saying. The flag. Oh, come on.
Yeah. Oh, was this for you? Yeah, I think this was for you.
This was your comeback video. Yeah, I remember this.
Right, it wasn't a combat video. I just built it into this model. But yeah, when we move them apart to the extents, we can see how much those lines diverge from being parallel. They simply look parallel. It's not because the difference in curvature over the distance now that these vessels are from each other, even though we're seeing it go over the curve, these two rods that shoot into the sky still look parallel to me. They will do because this entire stretch of ocean is only 5 degrees. So this is less than 1 degree difference. The human eye it's less than half a degree actually. But
until we see too far, and then refraction says that it's pulled up and it's perfectly vertical again, perfectly horizontal.
No. I mean, I'm not. There's no refraction here, and I'm not.
No, not in your case. But once we're stating, like he was stating, that we can see much further than that, the argument is, well, that's because of refraction. And the angles all just go perfectly fucking vertical or horizontal again. Okay.
Yeah.
When
So
does the
you can
goalpost
see.
stop
So you
moving?
can see. So you can see a little bit further than what you would expect to see in reality with refraction, but you can't see what you would expect to see if the Earth were flat.
Yeah, so now this is a little strange. So you're saying now that 8 miles, a big ocean liner like that, more than half of it will disappear. As a matter of fact, just the top part. I'll challenge you to that, bro. Any day of the week.
Okay, so
I've
wait a minute.
seen big freighters like that.
I see. You're still watching my screen, aren't you? I'll try and make this a little bit bigger for you, because that statement is a little bit weird, and I'll show you why.
Oh,
So this observer here that is 1.4 meters away, I'm going to move them to the side so we can see the furthest, the vessel furthest away in the center, and then I'll make the view bigger so you can see it. I see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I've seen this in real life, right? Keep that in mind.
No, I mean, I don't care. So if you look at this,
okay.
No, I mean, if I zoom this in now, this is still this camera, and we can see this vessel. I can just see the pilot house. Now, this is 1.4 meters. Now, if I move this guy up, and this is only a moderate amount, can you see what's actually happening? I'm not going up that far, but the difference that it's making on how far I can see is quite profound, and I found this interesting. It's actually the further down you get to the ocean, the magnitude of the effect given the same distance in elevation that you would be, it's huge. So down at the ocean.
I agree.
Yeah.
Can you put it at 8 feet, please? Approximately, because that's where I was at.
Yeah, 8 feet would probably reveal a lot of the boat.
Wait a minute, give me 2 seconds.
What would that be? 2.5 meters or something?
Well, hold on. You say 8 feet, SC, but is that 8 feet like the ground? Because then we would have to add your height as well.
No, I was from the water. From the water.
What? From the water?
So that's about 8 miles away, and this camera is 2.4 meters. If that's 8 feet, that's 8 feet. Oh, wait a minute.
I can assure you, I'll bet you anything you want. We'll see more than that. I'm willing to bet you anything. There's no way 8 miles at 8 feet high that huge boat is going to disappear like that. No, I saw smaller vessels just about that distance, maybe even further, and you see the whole thing, the whole bottom. You even see the way, like the water swirling and making its thing.
I don't disagree that is a possibility. I absolutely don't. The only thing I will say is on the left is the predictions of what a globe would be, and on the right you would always see it, and you would see it 60 miles away quite easily. So I'm not saying that either of these are correct, and I'm not saying they will give you 100% accurate predictions. They will not. The atmosphere is a fluid. So, no. But one is predominantly closer to reality than the other.
Like I said, bro, no disrespect, but I'll challenge that because I've seen it in reality. Now, maybe in the model it works out that way, but in reality, it does not.
Well, I mean,
I matched a. This is. I'll find it for you, Essie. I matched a modelled out a ferry in Scandinavia or something. It was crossing some body of water, and you could only see the pilot house, and then it came up, and I got the path of it, and I modelled it out on 3D and had a look at what the predictions would be if the Earth were curved. Now, it didn't match 100%, but it matched in the mid 90% range. Now, on a flat Earth, from the moment that started to the moment that it docked, you would have been able to see it. So I'm not saying we live on a globe. I'm saying if we did, it very much matches a geometric prediction that I get with the radius that they say it is.
Did you put refraction into that calculation?
It's not a calculation, it's a geometric model.
Yeah, right. In the modelling, did you put refraction, the standard 7/6, into that model?
You don't model refraction into a model. It's done in rasterization and rendering. And yes, I can put refraction in there. But since
it does it automatically, right?
Sorry?
Does it do it automatically?
Does what do what automatically? A renderer put refraction in? No.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it did.
No. So, well, it depends what you mean by refraction. If you just mean what you call, well, there's what you call, well, there's surface rasterization and properties of materials which can have refraction in, but that's based on volume that's based on single incidence refraction, not atmospheric refraction. You don't find renderers that put automatic atmospheric refraction in because they don't exist.
I mean, it seems to me that, and I've not made many observations on myself, unfortunately. So it's usually second-hand knowledge, which is a bit shit, I know. But when I've seen other people, and I believe SE seems like a pretty straight shooter to me. When we measure things outside, in reality, it shows us something different to these models that we all see that you like to show here. That's a problem, isn't it?
That's my point exactly. Yeah.
Well, this is refraction, by the way. If I do this, give me a sec.
But not due to refraction, in spite of refraction.
Oh yeah, I mean,
there was a refracted day, and I saw clearly that boat way past 5, 6, 7 miles clearly.
I mean, you know for sure it was 5, 6, 7 miles. I mean,
yeah, for sure. You know how I know? Because there was a buoy there, and we measured the location from where I was. As a matter of fact, you remember a bearded devil, Stingray?
Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah, the model guy, with the toy cars and stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
I remember his avatar. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had a debate / talk, whatever you want to call it, about a certain bridge. So that's how I know Arma. Even Bob the science guy did it, and we established that I was exactly where I said I was. So that buoy is about 5, 6 miles, and the boats went right past it, and you can see them clearly go way, way past that.
okay. And you said you know exactly. You knew you were exactly 8 feet, like off.
I said approximately.
Okay, well, maybe we should get
because
there.
look, I was on the dock, right? Had the camera on a tripod, so I'm putting like a couple of feet for the dock, and I'm putting like 6 feet for me and the camera.
Well,
so that's how.
Yeah, let's.
I didn't measure it. I'll be honest with you. I didn't measure it.
Well, let's see. How high is a normal dock? Let me see. Dock height above or elevate. Let's see. Of sea level.
Yeah, the average height is about 40 meters. So you were 40 meters above sea level, SE.
40 meters. That's a lot. Are you sure that's right?
I'm taking the piss.
I don't think so, bro.
I know. It was take the piss. He was going. He was googling what's the average height of a dock, and then he was going to say, "Oh, by the way, the average height is 10 meters, so you couldn't have been 2 meters."
Couldn't have been there. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
See, have a look at my screen again, and I'll show you what I did.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that.
You'll like this, SE.
It's a house.
Yes. So this is what I was on about, and I'll show you it on a globe and on a flat.
Well, that's your house there that you said with the yeah.
Yeah. So this is the extension part that wraps round and stuff that I had added. And the kitchen, these are kitchen, on the right-hand view here, these are where kitchen units were. Now, what I can do with the thing that I built for Flat Earth is obviously I can change it to whatever month I want and then transition what the sun's going to do. So I can see that very early morning in between June and May, that given the fact that my house sits at this angle on the continent, on the supposed sphere, that if the sphere was rotating, this is what the sun would do, and I can see where it casts the light through those window apertures. So, but I can do it per, it's not like, it won't be like that in winter, for example, because in winter, the transition of that light now is like this. And I can so I get these predictions from my house just being sat on a rotating sphere. Now, what I decided to do is they're like, well,
moving, or the sun is moving.
No, the globe. This globe here is rotating.
Of course.
Yeah. So you see this globe here with the house on it? That's going around like the globe's rotating. The sun's like millions of miles away in one direction. So, but then, so this is what the sun will do in like December, January for me, and I'm fine with that, to be honest. And I was fine with that. Now, I tried doing this on a flat Earth, and the way that I did it on a flat Earth was I decided in the month that I'm in now to trace out the path of where the sun would be if it was really close, and that's it. And that's what it would have to be, is this white line. But obviously the sun's not that close. But then if you just keep extrapolating that, you end up with a huge disk. So we're thousands of miles away now, and the sun should be on that disk some point to do what you just saw in my living room. But the problem is 1,000 miles away. This is not what an observer sees the sun doing.
I mean, how did they measure the distance to the sun?
I don't know. It's got to sit on this disk.
But that's the point. It's a model. That's more modeling. It's modeling on top of modeling. That's not reality. That's the point.
And I'm saying, no, a model is not reality. A model is a representation of an hypothesis or data that you measure against reality. So in a predictive sense, I would say if Earth flat and light casts through my kitchen like I just showed you on the other model, let's say that was reality, and it does match reality. So
but you said the sun is millions of miles away in one direction. How did you prove that?
I don't care. I don't care.
You
about
don't care.
No, I don't care about the distance. I care about the angle that it is, because it can be a million miles
you
away.
made a statement.
It could be 2 miles
You can't back
away.
it up.
It could be 10 miles
Fine.
away. It doesn't matter. It has to sit on this infinite disk here around my house, and that's you go 100 miles away, and that would break reality. It doesn't match reality. Whereas rotating a sphere matched reality perfectly.
Like I say, I want like the first bit, you know, I want the first bit. I want to know how they got the radius. How did they measure radius? How did they measure distance to the sun? These are very basic things. The first thing, the first step.
Here's the thing. If we're looking at a boat, let's say we go back to the vessel thing, and we're looking at a boat, and I turn to you and say, hey, look at that floating boat. And you turn to me and say, hey, have you fucking measured it? And they're like, well, what do you mean? And they're like, well, how do you know it's floating? Do you know its displacement? Do you know about the buoyant force? You know, have you worked out the volume displacement and the weight of it to make sure that it is actually floating? Where I can just look at it and go, it's fucking floating. And that's the same with the light in my living room.
I'm not so sure about that. I thought you meant that other phenomenon when you said floating boat. I can't think of the name of it.
Floating on the water. Oh, but I have seen that photo, if you're on about the photo of the floating boat.
What's it called, that floating thing? It's a weird name, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. But it is pretty stunning.
Come on, Brain, you can do it. I know you'll get there. No, it's not coming to me.
But also, SE, based on this, I know what the energy, I know what the incidence and surface area of solar panels are going to get me based on rotating a sphere as well throughout like December and January, and what the difference is going to be.
Undeniable. It's like just like the Antikythera mechanism, right? Observations made, locations. We know this happens year after year, so this really is not hard, you know.
But those there take in historical data and then fill in gaps or extrapolate. This does none of that. This says what's the distance. Let's assume the light is parallel. Don't care whether it is or not. Let's assume it is. Let's assume the radius. Don't care whether it's accurate or not. Let's assume it is. And let's see if those assumptions can produce a prediction that matches reality. and they do every time. So it actually doesn't matter whether those assumptions were, illusions of fairies and pixie fats. They are incredibly useful and always accurate.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, and I hear that, but they're not predictions. It's reverse engineering.
This is
right?
no.
Yeah,
No,
it's exactly reverse
no.
engineering. All this is based on people looking at the stars, plotting the positions and the movements, and then
No. I'm sorry, Essie, it isn't. This is me creating.
Where'd you get your 93 million miles from? Where'd you get your radius from?
No, it doesn't matter where I got it from. Let's say I'm okay. Let's say this. Let's say one night I went out and I took LSD. And I got so fucking smacked out of my head. It was amazing. And then I came back and I said, you know what? On this flat Earth, I'm going to build a geometric model as if it had a radius of 6.2 million meters. And I'm going to make up some random number. Let's say 92 million miles or whatever it is to a distant sun. I'm just going to fucking do that and go, yeah, balls to it. I'll do that. And just see if it matches my reality. And like, holy shit, it does. That's not based off historical data. That's based off me taking LSD and coming up with 3 fucking numbers.
That would be great if you took LSD and did that, but you didn't. You got already numbers that were already assigned by the methods that I said, and I got to go out and do some gardening. I wish I can continue this, bro, but
Good to talk to you anyway, I see. Take it easy.
Yeah. I'll be listening.
I got to go put my daughter to bed anyway, so I shall catch you guys later.
I was just listening to Brian on Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and yeah, it was so good. Fat phobia. Yeah, I mean, sounds like Brian's sold on the Earth moving up now, boys. Oh dear, it's going to be interesting next couple of weeks.
You talk about Brian's logic?
Brian Lee, I can never say. What's his second name? Leakey, is it?
He was on Dell's, you said?
He was on Dell's just now.
And he was saying the Earth is moving up?
No, Dell was through practical demonstration. Remember that video I sent you, Gio, and asked you for your little take on it? I don't know if you ever watched it.
Yep. Yeah, I watched
The one with the slinky?
No. The one where he drops a bottle.
Well, it's the same.
Yeah,
it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, a density tower gets all mixed up, in the zero-G planes. It reminds me of that. It's the same type demonstration. Have you seen that?
Yeah. I mean, when I mentioned it to Indio, I was trying to get, because like Indio was awesome with shit like that, and like he quickly can lose me, and I'm like, wait, slow down. So, but Dell said something really. He does loads. He's got loads of these like thought experiments, and he just reels them off, and I'm like, okay, and it makes you think about it a little bit, which I love. I just love Dell. Anyway, he's talking about a pool. If you take a pool of water, you've got it up in the air, and it's suspended by 2 cranes. And you get into that pool and you feel that pressure, as we do. When you go underwater, you feel that pressure, don't you? Straight away. He says, if that crane went and dropped, that pressure would be gone. Is that right, Gio?
Wait, describe it again.
You've got a pool held up in the air by 2 cranes. And you
Like
get
a
into
swimming
that pool. Yes. And you feel that pressure when you go and you go to the bottom of that pool. You drop the 2. You just suddenly the cranes drop the pool, so it's in free fall. What happens to that pressure?
You mean the pressure that you're feeling because you're under the
Yes.
water?
Yes.
Wouldn't there be no pressure?
Well, like I say, I'm still trying to get my head around this, and it's like, I don't know. It's so weird, isn't it? Because as soon as it's not attached to the reference frame, that's it. That's buoyancy and density. They're just gone.
Well, there's other
I would think
forces in
that the
place,
pressure would
like
maintain.
release of potential energy. The water is trying to go the path of least resistance and all that kind of stuff. There is a lot of things going on right there in that moment.
Does buoyancy and density require motion?
Well,
Does anybody know that?
I mean, I would like to join this, but I mean, I'm on the global side, so maybe I should just keep my mouth shut.
I'm with you,
But
Arne,
it's thought provoking either way, you know.
I think buoyancy and density can produce motion, but I don't think it is motion. It's just a description of a phenomena, right? Like
What do you
that
think?
upward
What do you think,
acceleration.
Tadell? Seeing as he's a fellow Scott Alley.
Well, I'm surprised that you started going with the upward acceleration because that's
It's
what
not
the
acceleration. No acceleration. That's the you got to remember that because acceleration
motion,
and
right?
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
He says there's an upward motion, right? And
Yeah,
that's
not
what,
acceleration though.
Yeah, right. Forget that, right? But he's saying there's an upward motion, meaning the Earth's moving up towards. Yeah, there's an upward motion, right? Is it the Earth or is it a force?
I'd like to
Is
hear
it-
what Gio's got to say about it. To be honest, if you've got anything to say on it, Gio.
In terms of dropping the pool with the pressure?
Well, no. Well, just the one in the video that I showed you, the one that I sent you. It's the same thing, I think. So.
Well, I mean, it makes sense to me that in that video that it did that because it's the same as when a density tower, you know, when you're like free falling in the density tower, it doesn't maintain that same structure. So it makes sense to me that you know that demonstration that they did. Yeah, meaning like I'm trying to remember it. I could maybe go rewatch it real quick, but he drops the liquid and then the little ball in it essentially doesn't maintain its same buoyancy factor, right? Once it's being dropped.
That's the one.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, I do think that the effect of gravity is an electrostatic effect. And when it's dropping, it doesn't have that same buoyancy arrangement as it does when it's not dropping. Because when it's dropping, like, I don't necessarily see gravity as like a force that's pushing on it. I think of it more as like a static cling kind of effect to where, you know, it's almost like I remember Bob Nodell from Globebusters used to mention, I think it's a good concept of it, where like those tube televisions, those old tube TVs, and if there's a bunch of dust in the air, the dust will like cling to the tube. It'll like pull in and kind of cling to it. So I kind of think of it more like that, meaning it's not necessarily like a force that's pushing on everything, but that there is like a static cling effect. And I think it has to do with the fact that the ground is negatively charged. You know, it's the ground and the sky has the positive, if you want to make that negative positive kind of correlation to it. And so that static cling effect is occurring, you know, in the medium based on the electrostatic dynamics of the ground versus the sky, the ground having that negative ground component charged to it, if you want to, you know, call it that. And so if everything is sort of statically clinging in a sense, although I do think there's, in terms of the density and the weight of something is correlated to this. So those things are interrelated. But when something's in free fall, it in a sense it like removes that like the way that a density tower all stays in its position, all in order in terms of their buoyancy. But when you're free falling, it's like you're falling along with that static cling. And so instead of the static cling having its organizational effect, if you're just stable in the medium, once you, because of like the downward flow from above down of the static electricity flow, if you're stable in the medium, you'll have the density and buoyancy will arrange in that order. But once you start free falling, in a sense, you're falling with the static cling, and so you've like equalized the buoyancy effect to where it becomes neutral, which is why like the density tower all doesn't really stay in its density, because at that point it's all falling at the same rate of that static cling. It's like it removes the ordering of it because it's all falling at once.
Yeah, I like the electrostatic stuff. It makes a lot of sense to me, and but Dell fucking hates it. He absolutely hates it. Just thinks it's just gibberish. So,
well, does
I can understand the idea of using. Oh, real quick, the idea of the Earth moving up. I mean, I understand, like, I don't know if he's really saying that's the case or not, but
no, that's exactly what he's saying.
Well, because in a way, what I was going to say is that the only way that like logically I can understand if he's thinking this, I haven't heard him speak on it yet, but like the way that I was describing, like if you have like a static flow that is coming from the top down, from the sky down, there is some level of that. Not that it's a force just pushing on everything, but that there is like that flow of that charge, just to use that term for the moment. Then that is a downward flow, and that is, I think, what's correlated to why the density tower, when you're free falling, why the density doesn't stay, because it's like you're neutralizing that effect by falling. And so I could see why perhaps, he, in my mind, it would be reversing that by then making the Earth move to counteract the actual flow of the ether.
Mm.
I see. Well, I was going to ask real fast because I mean I've sent this video 1,000 times, but does your explanation by any chance like explain like you ever see those videos where they like make sand into like a liquid because they pretty much pump air into it? Like does your explanation like explain this by any chance? Because the way I see buoyancy is that everything wants to go down, but some things have sort of like have priority over others because they're heavier, right? So like the heavier stuff literally doesn't move as much, right? So if you have one thing that's light and one thing that's heavy and they're both falling down, but the heavy thing is, in the way, then the light thing is just going to fuck off, right? That's how I kind of see it.
No, but it's a weird thing, don't you think? How do you define weight through gravity, though, don't you? So you can't really have one without the other. I mean, I've tried to get them to define weight on 24/7, and it's like pass.
Well, but you still have there's weight, but mass is still I think mass, whatever, right? So because like the idea is that even if you're at least on the globe model, obviously, right? If you're in space, whatever, and you have a very massive object, right? Like it's still hard to get it to move. Though you still need more energy to move that thing.
Yeah,
compared to a small thing. So the idea is that with gases or liquids or whatever it is, right? If you have a heavier thing, right, and you have a lighter thing, right, and they're both fighting for the bottom, the heavier thing is going to succeed because it literally needs more energy to push it around than the lighter stuff. So the heavier thing is at the bottom.
I just wish I'm just not this way minded. I'm not practically minded. I'm not, so it's a struggle for me. But I'm just trying to like picture it all in my mind, and to me, Dell's putting a demonstration forward, and demonstration's king. Should be.
Well,
what happened to the ball? Sorry for interrupting. What was the? Because I watched it, but I didn't. I was watching on a phone, so I never actually see what happened. What happened to the ball? Was it a tube? I seen him drop a glass. And
Yeah, he's essentially saying that in free fall there is no density. There is no density and buoyancy in. There's no. You've heard this.
No, but what
density
happened?
disequilibrium.
Yeah, forget that. What happened actually in the experiment? Did the ball rise? Did it float
No,
down?
it just
What
it
happened?
just stays where it is. It stops basically. Density and buoyancy just stop being a thing in free fall when it's not attached to the reference frame.
No, I'm saying right. So say I put a ball that floated in a cup and I dropped it, would that ball stay on the top, or what would happen to it?
Well, you know yourself, if you've ever dropped a cup of tea, what happens to the liquid in it? It stays in the cup, doesn't it, until it hits the bottom?
Right.
It
So
just
what is
stays
the
in the
point of
cup.
the ball? No, I can't understand. I can't say, right, so the ball never moved. It never, that's what I would expect if I dropped a ball that was floating in water down, it would stay where it was.
Right, but what he's actually saying is that it's not accelerating. Because if you can imagine, if you've got a cup in your hand or whatever, a bottle with liquid in it, and you force it down, meaning you put acceleration on it, the water's going to shoot in opposite direction. That's obvious. But if you just drop it, it just stays at the bottom of the bottle, doesn't it?
Yeah, as it would do.
And he's saying, look, there's no acceleration at all. In fact, it's deceleration. Is this Brian here? Brian's here now. He's just been talking to Del, and I'm just talking about you, Brian, talking to Del. So somebody unmute Brian because he'll do a better job of talking.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand that because, well, from my side of the fence, I don't believe there is a force
Thanks,
to
man.
make things.
I came in a little hot last time I was here. Every now and then I drink, man. I think it's pretty easy for most people to tell. But I usually do it when it's like a slack crowd. But thanks. And I apologize, Joe.
Yeah, no worries, man. I thought maybe you were drinking that night. You're actually well, everyone's different, but like, yeah, anyways. Yeah, with the drinking. I figured it was, but yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
No, it was awesome hearing you on the Del's. Anyway, Brian, that's all.
Yeah, because man, you can't, like, even Gio was like, he's still not gonna try and like shit talk his way around what he sees and the way logic works. He's got another description, which is fine. But he's still gonna call it how he sees it. I appreciate that. And I don't, like when you said 24/7, I've never heard them guys, but when you say pass, that to me is horseshit or FED. Like I said, I'm still a fan, but they get on my fucking nerves. Excuse my language, but like you don't pass. Like they'll straw man their own argument, and I'll make this short. They'll say everything goes down. No, everything don't go down. So don't say everything goes down. Or if you ask me why does everything go down, I say no, that ain't what people are asking. We're asking why do denser things go down? That's the question. Don't straw man even the flat earth, straw man the globers. Don't straw man the freaking flat earth and everybody else. The question is why do denser things go down? And Ali B, what Del does, and this was a good one, he drops the ball, which would have otherwise sank to the bottom. And when the ball gets halfway, he then drops it and it just stops. So I got to either go with Gio's explanation and Austin and them's, which I was go back 5 years, bro. Even invented half the arguments for RDD, like with the fact that nothing's moving until you add energy. Like, dude, that came from me, bro. I'm pretty sure it did anyway. Like some of the aspects of that argument came from me years ago, bro, against Bob Nodell, but it still nagged at me, bro. Like it was in the back of my head that what makes denser things go down. It's still, and if I'm gonna be intellectually honest, I'm gonna say that what is causing, so it's got to be some type of a force, which you can't say gravity, because then you'd have a sphere accelerating in every direction outwards, and you can't say, you're stuck with two things, man, or just avoiding it altogether. So that's my take. Because you could cause RDD in any direction. It don't got to be just sitting there. And for people to say, I don't feel motion. Well, maybe you don't, but you feel weight, don't you? So that boils down to the question. So let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. and say, why do I feel heavy? Well, like if I eat a lot of, I could do like less pull-ups and shit. So don't act like you know that you for sure don't feel motion. Like it's obviously possible. I mean,
Whoa,
it's
hold on.
possible.
You
Okay,
sure
that's
you
the
want to
point.
say that though? Because I mean, then that's gonna sort of defeat the argument on against the globe where it's like, oh, we don't feel motion, but then it's like, well, if you're saying this now, that's
Yeah, it's a hard one to admit, bro. Seeing that I've been fighting against motion for 6 years, it's a tough one to acknowledge the possibility of. But that's see what y'all give is
Of
horseshit,
motion?
bro.
Hold on. Motion?
Well, if I drive away in a car, okay, I could weigh myself on the back of the seat. I could do it in a centrifuge. I could spin myself, bro.
good
I
point,
can I can fucking go in any direction and feel weight. Is the whole point. So if
Okay.
that motion that's causing weight, I've got to at least consider the possibility. I don't have to accept it, but I've got to at least put that on the chart as one of the two possibilities of what's going on and why I feel this weight. RDD is not one of them options, bro. I fought for it tooth and nail for years, bro. It's not a fucking option.
wait, what does that stand for? RDD, whatever.
What?
What is it? Relative. What is that? RDD. What is RDD? What is RDD?
Relative density disequilibrium.
Oh, okay. I just know relative density. I didn't know that last one. I know there was a second D there. That's ridiculous. Anyway,
That's just begging the question, though, man.
but I mean, okay. Here's the thing. though. I mean,
It's begging the question. That's what I'm telling him, not you. I'm telling, just begging the question because I feel motion here, therefore, then I can weight myself because of the motion of that. Therefore, we have to be in motion.
Right. So you're begging the question.
That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying,
bro. I can literally show it. Yeah, I'm not begging any
that's
question.
begging the question.
No. Me putting it as a possibility is intellectual honesty. You are begging the question.
No, hell no. Because you're saying
literally begging the question, bro. What are you talking about?
Dude, that's what you're just. I'm asking you. That's what you're trying to say. If that because I could weigh myself when my car is in motion, against the seat. Let's say I feel heavier. Therefore, there has to be motion on Earth because I weigh. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't think I consider that as a possibility.
Yeah,
because I'm not about to beg the fucking question. You are literally begging the question, stuck with RDD, which is demonstrably false, bro. You're begging the question.
How? How you demonstrate RDD being false?
Stop and think about it for a minute, dude.
How did you do that? I just want to know how you.
Hold on, real fast. I mean, RDD. There's plenty of issues with it. Just saying. All right,
Dude, I'm not asking you. I'm asking him.
I know. I'm just saying.
Okay, then when to stop talking, I'm asking him.
Okay, I'll go up because I'm less dense. Okay, I'm fucking. I mean, bro, you're begging the question. You're saying the fucking outcome, bro. I'm giving options, bro. I'm literally doing
That's
the
not an
option.
option.
Begging the question, bro.
How is that not begging the question that what you just said? That
the question is what causes weight?
Considering the
what causes weight? That's the question.
Dude, if you change the density of the air that you in to a different medium, you would not weigh the same, would you?
So you're begging the question that's what's
No,
causing
I'm not.
weight.
You can actually test this out.
Oh my god, bro.
There's issues with RDD. There's issues, man.
Yeah, in your model, of course.
No, just in general, you put its own logic to the test and it fucking fails. I mean,
It's not about logic. It's about this demonstrable
the
stuff.
question is, why do dense items go down? That's the question. I should have said that to begin with. I thought I did when I first explained it, bro. I was trying to elaborate, but I should have just stuck with it. Why do dense items go down?
Well, actually, Brian, you can actually watch. Hold on, Brian. You could actually watch the video I sent, the liquid sand hot tub, because the same thing happens in that liquid sand hot tub where the dense things go down when they start pumping like the air into the sand or whatever. The obvious answer is that it's all technically falling down. It's just the heavier stuff has priority because it's harder to move.
Hold on. I would be delighted for you to join in, bro, because this is for everybody. But I should have said it like this. And sorry for getting stupid. Look, let me back off. I'm trying to list every possibility, bro, and that's me just being intellectually honest. So if I say, why do dense items go down. Well, I can show that. I could say, well, because I'm moving to the right, dense items go to the left. Okay, because I'm moving to the left, dense items go to the right. Or because I'm even moving down.
What?
Okay, if I'm moving down faster than free fall, then dense items go up. In other words, dense items always go against motion. I'm just going off what I could demonstrate, bro. Don't say what, dude. Please think about what I'm saying before you question it, because I mean, you don't have to agree with it, bro, but you got to at least consider it, bro. If I get in a minivan and I punch my foot on the gas, okay, then I can weigh myself on the back of the seat, right? And if I got a density tower, I can turn it sideways, and all the denser items are gonna go toward my back, toward the seat, right? You agree with that, right?
But it
So
also
we got
depends.
to consider that.
Sorry, it would just depend on your temperature as well. If you had oil and a fryer and you threw water in, the water would just go to the bottom. If you turn the fryer on and the oil heated up, the water would then float. So changing the temperature, we all know that when we make things hotter, they're going to go up. So the difference in temperature, I think, is the main difference. You just got to think about it a bit more. You know,
That's a good point. So it's obviously a factor, but it's just not the fucking deciding factor, right? It's obviously a deciding factor. It's just not the deciding factor.
So force can be a deciding factor, yes. But is that what's happening on Earth? No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Anyway, so I'm doing this because not because I don't want to hear answers. I told Dell, give me about a week. I want to hear everybody's. I want to get the RDD argument, which I'm pretty sure I could present it best. But if I can't, I want to hear everybody else's. That's why I'm going to argue against it. And I'm going to argue Dell's position, which I'm really new at. I'm going to argue the electrostatic. I'm going to argue everything. And I said there's also like Flat Earth Data's position, which is just pressure mediation. So I'm gonna try and get every argument down as good as I can present it. And I told him, I'll present it and we'll go through them, calmly and demonstratively. So if you can't demonstrate anything you say, then it's going to be taken kind of lightly, but it'll be considered, but taken lightly. But anything you can demonstrate, like the egg in the salt water or the forward motion, Arma, I'm about to let you in, but gravity, bro, that's not even one of them. But yeah, I'll let you in. Fuck it, Arma, come on.
No, but not even gravity. I'm just saying it could just be everything is just going down. I mean, can't that be a possibility? Because I literally sent the liquid sand hot tub video, and we both know that even though they're pumping air in that hot tub right into the sand and whatnot, that sand is still falling down. Because if it wasn't, it'd be flying out of that fucking hot tub. The thing is, though, both the sand in that hot tub is falling down, right? Because it's in the hot tub. But when you put a bowling ball in there, the bowling ball sinks down to the bottom, right? You could also put like a beach ball in that sand hot tub, whatever, right? And if you shove it down, it'll fly right back up, right? That's buoyancy right there. They're showing buoyancy in that video.
Right. Though, what's it going to do in a centrifuge? What's it going to do in a centrifuge?
I'll get to in a bit, right? But here's the thing, though, right? The thing is, though, everything in that hot tub, right, is still falling down. That everything is falling down. The beach ball is falling down as well. It's just that the sand is falling down. I guess almost like heavier or something, right? Like the point I'm trying to get is everything.
Wait. You're saying it's denser or heavier? I mean, the same thing, right? I don't get it. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'm missing one aspect of it.
Let's go with more mass, or no, maybe you don't like that. Okay, I don't know. It's just let's go with more dense. Okay, it's more dense.
Well, but let's just say this: if you have a ton more mass, it does. Let's just speak on terms of the density, because that's reality, right?
Okay.
So are you saying the denser thing is not following the normal rules?
No. In the liquid sand hot tub, it is. But the thing is, if you just have sand, right, and you put a bowling ball in it, right, it doesn't sink. But when they start pumping air into that sand, right, when they put the bowling ball in,
okay, got you. That's like liquefaction. The same thing I can show, like in that video where they vibrate the fish tank and they pump air at the bottom, and literally the air stays at the bottom at a decent frequency, like it's a broad frequency.
Yes,
and then if you put a boat in there and you pull it down, it'll literally, if you turn the boat upside down where it's floating on the water upside down, because the air is on the bottom of the fish tank, and you pull it down toward the bottom of the tank and let go, it will literally sink back up and float upside down, literally. But that's kind of frequency. Well, that's another one we need to think about. So there's another one.
But the point I'm trying to get at, though, is technically all those things in the hot tub, whatever, are falling down. The sand is technically falling down, all right, and the bowling ball is falling down. The beach ball is falling down, right? But obviously the beach ball goes up because it's less dense, whatever. The bowling ball sinks because it's more dense, whatever. We could just have it that everything falls down. It's just that some things are denser and therefore harder to move. And so what I'm trying.
So to me, gravity and RDD are the only two that just say down causes down. Down causes down. You say gravity is the downward force, and then I ask you what causes that, and you say gravity. So basically, you say gravity causes gravity. And so my point is, if you want to get this argument, bring some demonstrations, bro, because we all agree that shit goes down. Denser shit goes down in every one of these arguments, except for the frequency thing, which is food for thought. But we all agree that denser objects go down, or go against motion. They go the proper direction. It's a fucking interesting conversation. It's not so cut and dry as somebody could just say it's like this and everything else can kiss my ass. I don't agree with any of that. I think open mind is the way to approach it.
But do you agree though that it could be that everything is going down though, like everything is falling on, even like like even the lighter stuff? It's just that
everything is falling down.
Yeah, everything is technically falling down, whatever. But the thing is obviously you have other stuff in the way though, like a heavier stuff in the way, and therefore it has to go up. Like remember my bowling ball and balloons example where you have a pit and you have a pit of indestructible balloons, right? And you start dropping bowling balls in that pit. What's going to happen is the bowling balls, right? They're going to sink to the bottom, right? They're going to move the balloons out of the way. They're going to sink to the bottom, and as you fill up that pit, right? As you fill up that pit, right? The bowling balls are going to be settling at the bottom, but the balloons are going to start moving up because the bowling balls are in the way now. The bowling,
right. That's called arrest. That's called density arrest.
Yeah. But
like
the thing is,
if you have solids get in the way, it could be a temporary or a permanent arrest.
Yeah.
Like if it's getting in the way.
Yeah.
We're not talking about solids though. But I mean, I guess we could. Fuck.
No,
we're doing everything else.
You're missing the point. But let me just finish the right. So the thing is, the balloons still have weight. Obviously, the balloons are still trying to move down.
Balloons got to go up, bro.
Yeah,
they can't,
they go up.
Occupy the same space, bro. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that in that example, everything technically wants to go down. Everything is technically experiencing some sort of down because they do have weight, right? It's just that balloons literally have to go up because the heavier stuff is below it. So you could have where everything wants to fall down, whatever. It's just heavier stuff is in the way, so it moves up instead. So that would explain why things go up because they're less dense, whatever. It's just heavier stuff, occupying the space.
What's the cause of that, bro? You just explained
a downwards. It's just everything wants to move down, and then when there's heavier stuff in the way, right?
So there you go, bro. You're just saying because everything goes down, bro. Everything don't go down. Yes, they do displace, bro. Nobody's arguing that, but you're just saying just because we're trying to replicate, like I just explained, the frequency. Like if we vibrate the fish tank, bro, then we can fucking replicate. Like with electrostatics, we can use a Van de Graaff generator, or we could do other things. I think that kind of goes hand in hand with the frequency if you want to get right down to it. But we can flip it. And same thing with motion, okay? We can explain this, the cause being motion, okay? Not that I have to agree with it, but I've got to be intellectually honest and say I can make the bowling ball go sideways if I move the whole fucking pit. So motion can cause this. Electrostatics can cause this. Okay, so you're just saying this exists, so it's gravity. You're not saying what the fuck is causing it. I could bend a fucking fantastical medium. I mean, bro, try and think of an actual cause, bro, to what we're describing. If you want to get in the game,
an actual cause. I mean, what is like? I mean,
like motion being the cause, bro. Like motion being the cause, or electrostatics being the cause.
Oh, okay. I'm not really arguing so much the cause. I'm just arguing that everything could be just moving down, but you could also get upwards motion from that too, because that's what I was saying. But
you just accept it, bro. That's the difference between globers, and no offense, bro, but that's literally the difference between flat earthers and globers. Is like we do get stuck on things sometimes, man. We get heated in debate and everything, but we don't just accept shit, bro. You're just saying shit falls down, gravity causes gravity. If you really think about it, bro, that's literally what you're claiming, because I'm literally describing causes, and you're just saying, well, everything goes down,
Well, I'm not. Hold on. It's not that I'm just accepting shit. All I'm saying is that I know that at the very least that things, move down. I don't know what causes that. I don't know the force of that yet. Whatever. Maybe I can go into
options, bro. I just gave you literal options. Give me one.
Well, what if it is gravity? I mean, I guess you're arguing what causes gravity, whatever. Fine, whatever. But I mean, that's not really. That wasn't really the argument. That wasn't really the conversation I was trying to have with him.
If you want to get in this, if you want to put a dog in this race, sorry to keep interrupting, but if you want, I'm just shrinking the conversation. If you want to get a dog in this race, I'll enter your argument, but I need a cause. Okay, so Dale's argument is the cause is something we could demonstrate easily. 100 different ways. Okay. RDD is, that's something you could argue. I don't think we could demonstrate that, but I'm open for it. The question is why do denser objects go down? That's the question. And
wait. You saying RDD is good, but what me saying gravity isn't though?
You can't demonstrate RDD.
Yeah, I could use that.
Yeah, I would say you can demonstrate RDD.
Yeah. But as a cause, yeah, I could. Okay, so I'll enter RDD. I'll enter.
But what's causing RDD? It's just wait, what's wrong with me just saying everything moves down?
What is causing RDD?
Wait, so are you agreeing that's perfectly fine RDD or what? I'm confused now. Because
the question is what causes the. I got to get my question right so I can make this fair. But still, you got to realize you're not doing.
Your question was what causes things go down, right?
Yeah, what causes the up down vector? Let's just say that. What causes the up down vector? Period. Or somebody think of a better way to ask that question.
Okay. So someone says RDD, all right. You show the egg thing. What if I said, okay, gravity pulling everything down? I could show literally the hot tub example where literally everything is technically falling down. Just
we know shit goes down, bro. That's
yeah,
not in contention.
So why is I'm just arguing why is RDD or why you made it seem like RDD was like allowed or whatever, but me saying like gravity and then using the fucking hot tub whatever.
Okay, well manipulate the gravity part then. We can manipulate the density of things and show the equivalent of what we were talking about. But how can you manipulate gravity to show things pulling it down?
So maybe not gravity. Maybe I could just say just a basic. Things just fall down. Literally, just things move down. Everything moves down, and then all I have to do then is just manipulate. I could mess around with maybe I have a container or something, whatever, and I have stuff in it, and then I drop the container. That thing, the stuff inside of it now, it's gonna be falling with the container, whatever. Like I don't know. You're making really weird standards, whatever. All I'm trying to say is that
you're making really strict standards.
You're making really weird standards because all I'm saying is that you're saying relative density, whatever. I'm saying things move down. All right. So how do we test that? You're saying with the relative density, you can
how about the
density, whatever. I'm saying.
Let me cut you off. So he just described how we can put how we can put RDD in the race, saying what's causing it is the relative density. Okay. Now we're saying that the motion could be causing it because we can demonstrate it in any direction. Okay. Then now we're saying that electrostatics can cause it because we can demonstrate it. Okay. Now gravity. What's your demonstration that gravity causes what's happening? Quit describing what's happening and tell me what's causing it so I can put you in there.
So forget about gravity. Forget about we'll just call it downwards acceleration or whatever. I'm saying
keep describing what's happening.
Okay, hold on. So what I'm saying is everything falls down, right? Everything falls down. And the way we could sort of mess with that is that if this is the case, right? Yeah, we can get a container with stuff in it, right? Like a density tower, right? Drop it, right? If it's the case that everything is falling down, right, and you drop this container, whatever, right, then technically speaking, everything in that container is now moving at the same speed, whatever. Everything's falling now, and we wouldn't expect, Very
good. So now you have just proven that you are the only one begging the question. I apologize for accusing what you call it earlier, bro. You just proven you are literally the only one that thoroughly begging the question, bro. No, you've got no cause whatsoever. You're just describing what we're saying. We're giving causes for each argument, and you're just accepting it and describing what happens, bro.
Brian, here's the thing: in your relative density argument, you can determine relative density between two objects, but you've got to determine the cause of the vector, the downward vector. That's what you've got to explain.
Yeah, now we're talking about between objects. We're not. Is the relative density has nothing to do with the two objects. It has to do with a medium and an object.
Yeah, but no, Left Lane's right though. I mean, we still that doesn't really explain why things go down. You're just saying relative density, whatever, but that doesn't describe the vector. Like why is it down, whatever.
But at least
you don't understand RDD.
No, I understand RDD. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. There's no reason for a vector.
Yeah, it doesn't offer. It does not offer a cause for the vector.
Yeah, but at least he can give a demonstration. Okay, so that puts him in the fucking argument, bro. And y'all can
I do
easily end the
too.
argument, but I need a demonstration
I have a
or
demonstration too.
or a
I was-
cause.
Hold on. I was saying that everything wants to fall, right? You know, you have the density, tower, right? And, I also gave, my little explanation earlier that, the heavier things just have more priority because they're literally heavier, whatever, so the harder the movement, and whatnot, right? I was saying that, the way you could sort of, put a twist on this, whatever, or, do a similar thing where, with the relative density where, you change the densities. In mine, what I can do instead of changing the densities, whatever, is I can drop the container, whatever, right? Because that if everything is falling, right, and then I have the thing fall now,
Bro,
right?
you're describing. Stop. Describe. We want cause. For fuck's sake.
Maybe I'm missing the point. Maybe I'm missing what's going on here. I don't
stop and think about it, bro.
Did you
You're
not hear
literally,
his question?
I don't see how mine is different than the relative density.
Did you not hear his question?
First off, why do you keep coming in for like you freaking whatever?
Did you not hear his question though?
I get his question.
What causes things to go down?
Yeah, that's what we need to determine.
So what causes like relative density? It's just what? It's just that doesn't. What causes relative density?
Something is heavier in the medium than something else, so it falls because it has more weight in that medium, so it's going to go down compared to.
Why
the
does
rest
it go down?
Okay, so then, why do
It
things
has
fall?
Because it's heavier than the medium.
Okay, fine. So, I'll say this then. Okay, I'll say that, yeah, things fall down, all right? And of course, I'll say, because I believe in the ball earth, whatever, I'll say it's because it's attracted to the fucking planet, whatever, right? Gravity. So where do we go from there?
That's the thing. How you gonna
so you're agreeing with us still? What's the cause or demonstration of the cause?
Wait, I'm saying gravity. Wait, hold on. Gravity.
You accept that everyone we've named, we can define the cause, explain the cause, and demonstrate the cause. Do you give us that? Whether you agree with it or not, you do agree that for each one of our explanations, we can do all three, right?
Let me hold on. Let me real fast write this down on notepads. I can actually get get this clear. So let me see. Relative density.
Define the cause. Define the cause.
Okay.
Explain the cause. Demonstrate the cause.
Well, can we do
down?
Can we do relative density first, so then I can see like a clear pattern. Okay, so relative density. What's you said? Define.
You're right. Define.
Make a Venn diagram. Make a Venn diagram.
Geo, describe to him, or define RDD to him, man. Please.
Yeah, help me out here. So help me. Give me the three things, Geo.
God, I'm sorry to keep calling him what you call it, man. What's his name?
It's really simple, guys. It's really simple.
Take it, Jeremy.
Hold on, my wife's yelling at me.
But I want the three things though, right? Because I want these three categories so I can then see what I can do for gravity or whatever, or downwards, but acceleration. I want to basically have something right in front of me so I can take notes basically. So can anyone give me the three things that Brian is asking for relative density? Anyone?
Cause of weight. How about that? Cause of weight. I'll keep it simple.
Okay, so
I'll keep it simple.
Cause of weight.
Yeah. So what I'm asking for is a definition, just what it is, a description, and a demonstration.
Okay, can you give me those three for relative density, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. The fact that it's relative is what gives it its weight. Okay. The description is a change. The description is pretty much it's depends on its medium, is how much it's going to weigh. It's all relative, and then the demonstration would be just I could give you 100 of them, but just say the egg and salt water. Okay, so I've literally defined it, explained it, and demonstrated it.
You're not giving a reason for the direction, the vector, though.
Right. Well, the argument moves forward, right? But
it's the ratio.
Keep it simple. This is for entries into the debate.
I mean, it's generally the ratio of the density of the object within the compared to the density of the medium, and the ratio between those and the difference between those will cause one movement versus another. In terms of, let's say, something heavier or helium that rises.
So we said the cause of the weight is so relative density, the relative I guess density of the objects, whatever, gives it the weight, I guess, right?
Right. So yeah. So we can manipulate the weight through through mediums, through relative density. We can manipulate the weight through electrostatics. We can manipulate the weight through motion. Okay. Now, how do you manipulate the weight through gravity? Okay, and define it and explain it, please, and demonstrate it.
Density given weight.
Hopefully, this at least opens your eyes, Arma, to what we've been arguing against the whole time. Like you literally just got a claim and nothing else, bro.
Yeah, I guess. I guess unfortunately I won't be able to pull this off per se because unfortunately I only live on Earth, which has its one gravity. If I was to actually if I actually had to do this properly, I would have to go to the moon or other planets to, I guess, manipulate the gravity variable, whatever.
That same factor applies to all of us, bro. That same thing you're describing applies to every one of us, bro. So that's not an excuse, bro. I know it's a typical baller excuse, bro, but you are indoctrinated, bro.
Wait, for what? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what makes you say that?
You said you can't overcome what's going on because this is just what's going on.
Well, let him explain
what
himself.
you explain's going on is literally going on for all of us. What's going on is happening for all of us.
No, I was agreeing in terms of with your standards, whatever, or, with the rules that you set out. I pretty much can't really give you anything because in order for me to change the gravity and whatnot, right? The best I can do is I would have to go to like another planet where the gravity is weaker, or where another planet where the gravity is stronger and whatnot, and then I could kind of show how dense.
So what you're telling me, you have an undemonstratable claim.
I literally conceded. I can't join.
Yeah,
I can't join. Yeah,
we understand. Thing. I was just making a point that you have an undemonstrable claim.
I mean, there's probably some workarounds I can do, like, because like gravity, obviously there's the whole acceleration thing, right? Like it pretty much says everything's accelerating 9.8 meters a second, right? So I could probably still use some sort of workaround where as long as I just deal with accelerations, like acceleration of 9.8 meters, whatever, and then maybe mess around with that or some shit. I can I can maybe mess around with something like that. But I don't think that once again that pretty much fits your criteria, Brian. So I'm not gonna attempt it.
Yeah. Just say this, Arma. If you just say this, just say my name is Arma and my belief sucks.
Dickhead. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, all right. I won't partake in this race. I don't have sufficient,
proposition.
Yeah, your claim doesn't exist. It's just a claim without any substance.
I think if the standards were a little bit less strict, then I could probably partake in it, because then I could, like I said, I could just work with just acceleration.
What standard is too strict? Which part of it?
I don't know, like the fact that because gravity, it's everything's
the part that could be demonstrated.
I'm sorry. Because I'm saying, my main thing is that everything's accelerating 9.8 meters a second, right? That's the main thing, or whatever. Or at the very least, all things are falling down. Then he's saying, okay, well, what's causing that, whatever. And then I say gravity, and then it's like, okay, well, tweak that, right? I can't really tweak that, unfortunately, because I'm only on the one planet. I could, but if I wanted to, I could tweak. So I could tweak, or I could set up a situation where it pretty much simulates, less gravity or whatever.
But that's what I normally do. You claim
accept that, though.
You claim the effect and call it gravity with confidence, and call flat earthers stupid, okay, for giving you all these other reasons and actual demonstrations, actual explanations, and actual causes, man. And y'all just, not you necessarily, Arma, but like not even Howard, but sometimes Howard, but y'all just say the downward and measure it and say, here's the math. If FE, we're looking for a literal cause. We're trying to break the argument down, but you still got 1 week. If you can come up with an explanation, a demonstration, then you got it 1 week. You got 1 week.
But that's the part that they can't do, is that they can have a lot of claim and explain it with math and all this information and imagination, but when it comes to actual demonstration, this is where they fall short. I mean, I understand the movement. Yeah, definitely with the movement, it's an explanation towards it. Yeah. And with relative density, we could definitely demonstrate relative density happening. With electrostatic, same thing.
But it's stupid standards.
No, it's not stupid standard. It's demonstration.
I'll say why stupid standards are, because yes, sure, you could manipulate the density and whatnot, but you're still not explaining why that vector is down, whatever. Like, sure, you could explain, you could say everything else fits or whatever. Like, oh, you got the example, you got the description, you got the cause and whatnot. But I still feel like, if this whole thing is to determine which one is the most feasible or whatever it is, right? Then I think this is bad because once again,
you're just saying that RDD doesn't work so far. So maybe in my example, I think RDD may have the most explaining to do, and I'm not saying that they can't. I'm just saying they at least met the criteria. What FTFE and McToon is they claim the rate. Nobody's arguing the fact that shit falls at a certain rate and all this. Bro, this is what globe earthers do. And like I said, once again, not you, is they just act all cocky, and call the measured rate gravity without defining a cause and claiming victory, bro. When you can't give us shit to back it up, you can't even compete with RDD, bro.
Well, quick question though. If I was able to, let's say for example, me myself. If I was able to go to the moon or other planets, right, to test the gravity on there, right, would I be able to then have something to work with, right? Like if I can go to
we all are dealing with all the same shit you're describing, bro. We all got the gravity. We all got the effect, bro. You're trying to leave the effect to describe the cause of the effect. We all have to work under the conditions of the effect.
Wait, so was that yes or no? Then I was asking you if I go to other planets, would that be like? Could I?
Dude, are you gonna be able to go to another planet and demonstrate this shit?
I'm asking a hypothetical. That's what I want to know. Like,
that's what I'm saying. This is where you live at, though. That's where you live at all the time. Hold on. Let me explain to you. This is where you always live at. You always live in the hypothetical. You don't live in the reality. We need you to just go to the reality and test the reality of what you live in.
Because sometimes, right, reality has limitations, all right? Like as a human, I have limitations, all right? I can't go to other planets. But I want to know if
you can't even go to another planet.
You can't. You can't go to another planet.
Hold on,
you can't do that, bro. You can do free fall. You can do free fall, bro.
Brian, can you answer my question? I'm just saying, in this hypothetical,
no, wait. You can't go to another planet. You could do free fall. That's it. That's your only luxury.
No, hold on. So you mean to tell me if I go to like the moon, for example, right, and I see that, I don't know, well, actually, hold on. Let me see. So things.
How can you demonstrate that, though? This is you're missing one criteria, bro. We're trying to find a demonstration. We can't demonstrate going to another planet and doing something else.
Can I just finish my goddamn fucking hypothetical? I want to just ask Brian a question real fast. All right, I'm saying if I could go to the moon, all right, and I ran my test, whatever, right, to show that things fall slower on the moon, right? That kind of shows that, at the very least, this, whatever you want to call it, whether it be gravity or downwards force or whatever that goes towards the planet, whatever, this thing, does affect.
I'd say, okay, I'll give you this. If you can do that, I'll let you in the running. But I could also say that the motion is less on the moon. I could say that the electrostatics is less, and the density is less. I could still demonstrate all the others. We're still looking for a cause. All you did is just change the damn rate. You're still stuck in the same dilemma. But yeah, if you can go to the moon, I'll let you in the running. Sure, why not?
All right, I just wanted to know, like, obviously I'm not going to the fucking moon. I just wanted to see, because my whole thing is this, right? Like, obviously, like I just said, I have limitations. I can't go to other planets and whatnot. I'm only human, right? But I feel like that information is out there, whatever. Like in theory, if I could go there, I could show this and that and whatnot. And I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is.
You don't got shit.
No, the point I'm trying to get at is, it just I just don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I lost the point though. But I don't know.
It's just funny, bro. You got to admit.
But what if you had a point?
No, because it's just like, I get what you guys are getting at, right? Like, you want to test this stuff and whatnot. But what if the truth is out there, whatever, but we just really can't. We can hardly grab at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's really hard
if you can't test it, then it's just...
What would have happened if Brian had said no, you can't go to the moon? Then what would you have done?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
If we could go to other planets, we wouldn't even be talking.
Oh, wait a minute, Jeremy.
I know. I get that. I get that, Jeremy. That wasn't the point I was trying to get at, though. I'm just trying to figure this out because. What?
I said, answer the question.
Wouldn't we all like to see Dell sitting on a link from the moon?
Hold on, Ali had a question. What was your question again, Ali?
It doesn't matter. Sorry, guys, on you go. Okay. It's a waste of fucking time.
I can't really
word What was your question again, Ali? Say it again.
You're fucking moaning and stuff like that. Right, my point was, you asked Brian, is it okay if I go to the moon? And he goes, yeah, I'll give you the moon. What would you have done if he had said, no, you can't go to the moon? What would you have been your solution?
Well, I mean, I would have
If you
wondered
don't
why
want
that
to
was the
move-
case. I mean, that I would just
if
ask him like,
move
why
your
not?
point- Yeah, there you go. You're just an apologist, mate, and you can't even see it. Anyway,
Whatever, man. You thought the fucking moon phase would be a certain thing, whatever, and you got that shit wrong. But anyway,
Don't change the subject,
but
man.
Brian, but yeah, anyway, Brian though, yeah, no, I was just being cheeky. Anyway, so Brian, all right, yeah,
no,
I
just
don't know.
being a dick.
No,
Actually,
but you're being a no brain
Uh,
man. Okay. Anyway, so Brian, yeah, I don't know.
Isn't this something, Armand, that you can't demonstrate your claim?
It's not that
Are
I
you
can't
sure?
demonstrate. Well, no, it's not that I can't demonstrate it because once again I do believe
We just asked you to demonstrate it, and you have nothing to demonstrate.
Hold on, me personally, I can't. But I mean, in terms of like, I do believe we went to the moon, whatever, right? And so in theory, things were dropped on the moon and whatnot, and we know that at least the gravity. If I believe that we went to the moon or whatever, and I believe that, oh yeah, they actually stuff was dropping slower there, then I would have some sort, something to work with. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
okay.
you don't know we went to the moon. I mean, believe is easy, bro. Believe you don't have to do any work.
Hey y'all, here's a scenario, y'all. So I got the book. I got the book arguing RDD on Dell's. That Dell gives him a link. He gives Rachie the link for the motion acceleration, the upward acceleration, and he gives like Austin Whitsitt the he gives Austin Whitsitt the link for the freaking static acceleration, and then he gives Arma the link for describing the way shit would work if he were on the moon.
What?
Or he gives you a link from the fucking moon. Take your choice, man. It's still funny, Arma, man.
I don't know. All I know is that your standards are weird. Like, imagine if my standards were like, oh, I don't know, like just something that, you know what I'm saying, like it's just weird standards that, like RDD
Weird
still
standards.
have
Asking for demonstration is weird standards.
No, it's just like why is RDD allowed when there's obvious holes in it? Like you like the fact that sure you could maybe
what holes?
Describe the description, have description, describe the cause, whatever. An example.
It's demonstrable.
Yeah, what holes? That guy asked a good question. What holes are in the density and buoyancy thing then?
Well, for one, I mean,
I could point out a couple.
One, yeah, I mean, but I'll point out the main one, the one that literally destroys it. So water is all the same density, right? I mean, if I have a cup of water, right, it's fucking water, right? Or if I have a bottle of water.
No, it's not. Water is not all the same density. It's not right.
Okay, but if I have a water bottle though, right? The point is water is water, all right? Water, what do you mean it's not all the same density? Like, what are you talking about?
Are you high or something? Dude, if you have a cup of tap water and then have a cup of ocean water, what do you think?
I mean the same water though. The same water. If you have a bottle of the same water, you buy bottled water from the store, right? It's all the same density, right? But if you puncture holes in it, right, at the bottom, the middle, and the top, right, the bottom's going to shoot out the most because you have water pressure, right? And that water pressure is because water is falling on top of water. That doesn't make any sense with relative density because relative density needs heavy stuff, and then lighter stuff, and it needs to be relative density. If the thing is the same if the thing is the same density, there should be no water pressure, right? There should be no water pressure in that water because it's all the same density.
That doesn't make sense.
Let me finish. Let me speak now, right?
Fine, you first. I'm coming after Jeremy because he thinks it doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm coming out there his throat. All right, let's go. I'll be you first, all right?
Right. So if you poke a hole in the bottle, right, now you've caused a change in pressure because you've exposed it to the lower pressure of air. That's why it runs out.
Okay.
So there's
that doesn't really make any sense.
Anyway. And it'll squirt out the bottle, but if you drop the bottle, it quits squirting out. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. But anyway, back to Jeremy. Hold on, I'm gonna attack Jeremy now because he thinks he's clever now. Right? So
that's logic.
Okay, so Jeremy, so check this out, right? So once again, we have the bottled water, right? It's the same water in that bottle, right? So all of it's the same density, right? Correct me if I'm wrong though, right? But in order for things to fall, right, with relative density, RDD or whatever, the thing needs to be heavier than the stuff it's in, right? So for example, a bowling ball and literally just air, okay? It falls because it's heavier than the air, right? But with the water bottle, right, and the water in it, right, when you poke a hole at the bottom, the middle, and the top, the bottom shoots the most out. The middle shoots not so much out, and the top shoots the least amount, right?
Okay, and relative density says that the water is more dense than the air, so it's going to go down, and that's what it does. So
but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, hold on. So if the water goes down in the air, right, the thing is, all of the water should be going down, right? So there shouldn't be a gradient. There should be a pressure gradient where the lower you go in the water. Hold on, it shouldn't be where the
you've
lower.
never done that. That's bollocks. It'll come
Let
out
him
the same
finish,
rate.
though.
Okay. Yeah. So
well, it's not bollocks, but yeah, okay.
Okay. So
He's
yeah,
never done that.
You can go next, Allie. You can be next. Hold on, Armbar.
No, I don't
Armbar,
want to.
then Allie.
Okay. So yeah, I first off, I've seen a video of that, but second off, all right, it literally is. That's what happens though. Literally, the lower you go in water, where the pressure increases, right? But that doesn't make any sense though, right? Because the thing is, all right, if it's just the water is falling in air or whatever, right? Because I don't know, maybe there's like air in the water bottle or air outside the water bottle because you poked holes in it, whatever, right? All of the water should be then moving down together, right? There shouldn't be a gradient. That gradient is happening because you literally have water sitting on top of more water, all right? The only way for you to have the gradient, right? Yeah, once again, if the water is falling on top of if the water is falling on top of more water, right? That's explained with gravity or downward deceleration, or whatever. But that doesn't relative density does not fix that at all. That doesn't make any sense. The fact that you can
don't just say wait. Don't just say downward acceleration.
Hold on, Brian. Allie's next. Allie's next.
All right, yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. So, Allie,
hold on, man. Armbar, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
Allie, then Brian.
All right, I'll do it quick. Do that experiment then. What you just said, that'll be it'll come out at a different rate. It won't come out at any different rate. It'll come out the same until it passes.
What? I have a video. There's a video on YouTube that literally shows this. Hold on, let me freaking pull this up. This is ridiculous.
All right, while you're pulling the video up, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment. It's hilarious listening to you argue for third place with gravity with no demonstration, but with RDD, everything is nothing's moving, bro. It all starts. It's when you walk outside and shit ain't. Just,
right, we're trying to address this water bottle point. You have a thing on the water bottle, or
yeah, let them do that.
Water bottle, water pressure.
No, okay, now let me actually
finish up. Brian, on you go.
Let me actually address the point. Let me actually just address the point. Relative density says that when there's something more dense than the medium that it's in, it's going to go down. That's what the water does. The water is more dense than the medium; it goes down. I don't know why this is a problem for you. This is exactly what relative density says is going to happen.
No,
if you wanted a real problem with relative density, I mean, I can give you an actual problem with it. This isn't one.
No, this is one of them, though. The fact that the water shoots out more at the bottom, that means water is falling on top of water. All right? And water shouldn't be doing that because it's the same density as itself. Look, I'll send a video right now. Check this shit out, all right? Here.
Water's falling on top of water. Dude, there's water and there's air. There's water and air. The water is going to fall down, and that's what it does, right?
Yeah, if it falls down, but the thing is, it should all be falling down, right? And if it's all falling down, there shouldn't be a gradient. It would just be more compressed. That's it.
What gradient? What gradient?
Look, the video I sent, there's an obvious gradient, right? The top hole shoots the least amount of water, the middle hole shoots more, and the bottom shoots the most because there's
kind of gradient, bro? Answer his question. What kind of gradient?
So you're saying we can't have water. So you're saying we can't have water pressure with relative density disequilibrium?
You can have water pressure, but not a gradient though, because what would happen is the air would just.
Why?
Because the gradient only works if you have water falling on top of water. Because here's the thing, right? If the deeper you go, right, the more water is above you, which means the more water is pushing down on you, right? That only works if water is pushing down on you, and that only happens if the water is,
Wait. Then the water's going to push up, bro. Then the water will push up.
No, this doesn't make sense. This is not an
No, it
issue
does make sense.
relative.
Hold on. Whoa. Okay, listen, right? Relative density. Denser.
Be like water falling on water.
The thing. Yeah, right. No, the denser thing, right, is gonna if it's denser than its surroundings, it falls, right? Water inside of water, right, is the same density, so therefore it should not fall down in itself.
Yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Water inside of water? What does that even mean?
Okay, so if let's say you're at the bottom of a pool, right? There is water above you, right? Yes, right? So the water above you, right? That water, all right, you can think of it as like if you want, you can like pretend you cut the pool in half, right? There's the top half, there's the bottom half, right? You're in the bottom half. The top half is above you, right? The water that's above you. That is going to be pushing down on you, right? It's pushing down on you, right? Because for one, it's not relative density. If it was relative density, it wouldn't be doing that, right? It wouldn't be falling right down on you because there's water below it.
It just real short. In real short terms, relative density does not explain a density gradient in a body of water.
Okay, right. But the fact there is a density gradient. So Arma,
There's
do your
not a
story
density
with
gradient.
But
There's
there
not
is
a density
do your
gradient.
story
All the
with
water
pool,
is just
please.
as dense.
Pressure gradient.
All the water is just as dense. Hold on, guys. The water on top and the water on the bottom of the pool are just as dense as each other. There's not a density gradient.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pressure gradient instead, though. That's what I'm saying. It's a pressure
Yeah,
gradient.
yeah.
And we don't
Okay,
expect
so
that
describe it with a hole at the top of the bottle and a hole at the bottom underwater.
underwater.
And there's nothing that says you can't have water pressure with relative density disequilibrium. It's not an issue.
No, it is an issue because relative density
absolutely
only
not.
works when there's relative densities, but water is all the same density. So therefore, there shouldn't be this compounding, effect where the deeper you go, the more pressure is added. That shouldn't be the case.
So you're saying if RDD is not a thing, then I shouldn't be able to put a 1 kilogram weight on you and then put another kilogram weight on top of that one, and you wouldn't feel more pressure on you. You're saying that shouldn't be a thing with RDD. What do you think would happen?
You would probably feel more pressure, but the weight itself shouldn't feel any more pressure because it's the same density as the other thing. So it shouldn't feel anything.
It's all trying to go down though, which is what RDD says it is. Therefore, there's pressure. This is not an issue. This is not an issue.
It is an issue.
Harebrained shit going on in armbar is fine.
No, here's what RDD would say, right? If you had the water, right, the water sure would fall down, but it would all be doing it together. So at best, the water would just be more compressed. If anything, it would just be a little bit more compressed. But the pressure would be slightly more everywhere, though. It wouldn't be a gradient. The only way it could be a gradient is if water is falling on top of water, and only gravity or downwards acceleration explains that.
You can't compress water. So
this isn't even it.
Guys,
This
Jeremy, to have weight and acceleration. You can have weight without acceleration.
You guys are ridiculous, man.
This isn't an issue. If you have a 1 kilogram weight.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you're laying on the floor and I put a 1 kilogram weight on your chest,
okay,
and you feel that amount of pressure, and RDD says the weight's trying to go down, right? The weight wants to go down.
Yeah,
because it's more dense than the air, right?
Here's the thing, though.
So now, so now we have pressure. So what's the problem?
Okay, you understand?
Yeah, Arma, it's still orchestrating in the ratio of the relative density of the medium.
No,
just because there's more water and there's more weight and pressure that's pushing on the water under the water on the top, that doesn't go against relative density. In terms of the ratio, it's the ratio of the density compared to the medium that it surrounds it.
So this is magic.
Let me give Armador a runner-up prize. Hey, Armador, if you can't come up with a demonstration and an explanation for gravity, I'll ask at least ask if you can join just to argue against RDD for third. Okay.
Maybe because the RDD is so dumb. All right, like hear me out. Right, here's the thing. You guys are saying, oh, this and that, whatever. Right, but you guys are making a lot of assumptions, though. Right, when you have like a modeler,
they've destroyed you, bro.
Hold on, no one just fucking destroyed me. Right, here's the thing. Right, when you have a model, right, or you're describing something, right, you need to be really specific, right, because that's how if, for example, you should be able to code this, right? If you can code this, right? Because with code, whatever, it's really strict. It literally does what you tell it, right? If you were to try to code RDD, or you would have to literally start throwing in more stuff that's no longer really relative density. You would have to literally throw in a bunch of other shit, all right? But when you say RDD, relative density, right? I'm only assuming the one thing. Yeah, things have to be relative to one another, right? You have to have something lighter and less, or something more dense, whatever, and that thing will then fall in relation to the lighter stuff, all right? That's the only information that you've really given me in terms of RDD, right? Like realistically speaking, there really shouldn't be weight with RDD. There really shouldn't be weight at all.
You just have to have a bottom.
No, but here's the thing. The thing is falling with RDD, but technically there shouldn't be weight though. That's still an issue with RDD, right? Because what would happen?
So I can give you a. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, because here's the thing. What would happen is okay, fine. If you were to stack, let's say, weights or whatever, right? Technically speaking, the weights should not feel the weight of the other weight, all right? And also the thing. No, hold on. No, it's not dumb, right? If the weight is on something that's more dense, right? Let's say that it's on, I don't know, metal or you shut the hell up, right? Anyway, or fuck up. I don't know what you said, all right? So
this is ridiculous. Listen to you.
Shut the hell up, right? Anyway.
Let Jeremy
armbar
swing. Finish, right? Let me fucking finish, right? Okay, so let's
finish, guys.
Okay, so let's say. Okay, so let's say the weight. Let's say the weight has.
Let armbar finish, and then I'm going next, please. Come on, guys.
Yeah, right, fine. So let's say the weight has a density of, for the sake of simplicity, a density of 5 units. All right. If it's on a surface. if it's on a surface that has a density of 6 units, right, then it is fine. All right, it'll want to be above that thing. If the surface now was, let's say that the surface had a density of 4, then it would want to go down. All right, it can't though, and then at that point I could see it maybe experiencing weight, right? But technically speaking, though, if you have weights on top of weights, right, that are all the same density, then they shouldn't experience the weight of the other thing because they're not going to experience a down. All right. It should experience a neutral buoyancy almost, or neutral like weight, whatever. It should just feel like nothing is above it. All right.
No, that's goofy.
It's not
That's
goofy. That's
bro.
the
Listen,
information. That's the information
I'm
you're
going to
getting with
address why
relative
it's
density.
goofy. I'm going to tell you why it's goofy, bro.
No, hold on. Okay, fine. Before you say that though, I'm going to tell you what you're going to give me right now is literally, you trying to, it's you trying to save the fucking RDD when it doesn't make any sense. But go ahead, try to save it though when it didn't make sense from the start.
You have a weight on your chest. The weight is in air. It wants to go down because that's what RDD says. So you now have pressure on your chest.
Yes.
If you put another weight on top of that weight, guess where the weight is? It's still in air and it still wants to go down. And now you have more stuff on top of you pressing down.
Yeah,
you just keep doing that. And you just keep doing that, and it would build up pressure, and you'd have a massive amount of pressure on you if I started stacking kilos on your chest.
No, but
now an actual problem.
Go ahead.
Dude, this isn't an issue. I don't know.
It is an issue because only you would feel it. You would feel it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you would feel it. Yeah, I know. You'd feel it because the weight is on you and it's in air and it wants to go down. We know that's how RDD works. There's no problem.
But the weight wouldn't feel it though, because the weight would be the same density as itself. So the weight would it would treat itself as the same body. It basically the weight would be like, okay, I'm
treat solids as liquids, bro.
You guys, we got to go one at a time. We all have to be patient and let each other say their full thing, even though if you disagree, or even if you disagree, or even if whatever it is. As long as there's not like egregious ad homs happening, like that's not fair. But as long as you're, so just go ahead, Arma. Let Arma fully finish. I think Ali was trying to get in. Brian, we can make a list. Just go one at a time. Go ahead, Arma.
Well, technically Jeremy was going, so I kind of interrupted him. But you go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You're fired.
An actual problem. Other than this harebrained shit Armbar thought up in his head, an actual problem with RDD would be something like clouds.
What?
That's where I would see an actual issue. What do you mean what? That would be a real problem because the clouds are made of like solids and shit. There's ice up there, dirt, dust.
Yeah, but you understand though that the entire, like, I'm pretty sure the clouds overall density though is what kind of plays the part. I don't fucking know, but look, that's whether that's hold on, give me 1 second.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
Right, my bad. So I'm back. Okay, I guess he's gone now. I guess whatever.
How they explain that? Let me speak for a second. How they explain that, Jeremy, is they say, "Oh well, you don't add all the mass of them together. You take them as separate particles. All the particles of water, even though a cloud weighs about fucking 40 elephants or whatever. They say, oh no, but that's combined. You take them separate. That's why they don't fall. That's a scientific version of it.
And technically, ice is less dense than water.
Yeah, but it's in air though.
Yeah, it is in air. That's a good. That's a good point. In fact, just that, Arma. That is a good point that Jeremy just brought up.
Okay, maybe that's okay. Fine. Whether he has a good point or not, my point is also good too. Though I'm gonna fucking die on this hill because it's a fucking good ass hill. All right, hear me out. All right. With the Jeremy's thing with the weight and whatnot, right? Yeah, if you had a weight on you, right, you would feel it. And if you put another weight on top of that, right, you'd feel the double the weight or whatever, right? But the weight itself wouldn't feel anything. It would feel as if it was just the one weight thing, the one if it was one thing, whatever, right? With relative density, because with relative density, it has to be a relative thing. If they are the same thing, we don't expect any up or down. That's how it would work, right? So we wouldn't expect the weight to feel the weight of the weight above it, whatever. It would not. That doesn't make any sense.
And acting as if the top weight is in the medium of the first weight. It's not. It's still in the medium of air.
Yeah, but it's
you realize that, right?
Okay, that's fine. It'll move down. Okay, and then it touches the thing below it, and it's like, okay, that's that's whatever. That's
still in air. It's still in air. No, it's not the same density. See, that's what I mean. You're trying to act like the top weight is in the medium of the bottom weight, but it's not. It's in the medium of air.
Someone needs to fucking program this or something, because relative density never doesn't make any fucking sense. All right, it's fucking It's broken.
But it
There's
doesn't
something
make sense
with
to
it.
you because you think the top weight is in the medium of the first weight, but it's not. It's in the medium of the air.
Okay, but when you have a pool though, and the only thing that it's exposed to is that, it has the air above it, right? And then I guess the walls that are like, I guess maybe denser than the water or whatever, right? You still have pockets of water within the water, right? Because you can think of water as medium, right? Technically speaking, there's water, all right, in that water, right? No matter how you can look at it that way if you want, right? That water is still going to experience downwardsness, all right? When even though it's surrounded by other water, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, it still doesn't work, all right? I don't care if you're saying, oh, it's technically surrounded by air. No, not really. Only the air above it, and even then, you're making up magic at this point to say, well, that's how it causes a gradient or some shit. Like, really think about it. There's no reason why that water that's inside the water should be pushing down on the water below it. Like, literally,
Okay.
if you really think about it, all right?
I've thought about it, believe me. You got all the water in the pool. All the water wants to go down because it's more dense in the air.
Okay.
Then you have water at the bottom that wants to go down. Then you got water a little bit above it, and that wants to go down. And then water a little bit above that. And all the water layers, they all want to go down.
Uh-huh.
And now there's, just like the weights, there's all this stuff that's pressing down on the bottom part.
No, but that doesn't really. Okay, so it moves down. Okay, and then there's stuff that wants to move down too. Okay, moves down and moves down, moves down, moves down. So it should all just be. It should just be more compressed. That's it. It shouldn't be like a gradient. It would just be more. It would just be more compressed, and it would be
Even with
uniform
gravity,
pressure.
that defines the gradient, bro. Even with gravity, the density defines the gradient, bro. You just got to have a floor. That's all. With RDD, it works perfect. You just got to have a floor.
No, wait, hold on. Well, you said the density defines the gradient.
Right. Even in gravity, with you do realize you're
talking about
arguing
pressure
against
gradient.
RDD, bro. But you've got no argument for
I'm
fucking,
saying pressure
your
gradient.
dog in the fight, right?
Hold on, I'm saying pressure gradient in the same medium. For example, water. I'm not saying like a density gradient, or I'm saying specifically a pressure gradient within the same medium, like air or whatever.
Just need a floor.
Okay, but if all of the water is falling in the air, then all of it's going to be doing it at the same time, and therefore there's not going to be a fucking gradient. It's going to be, if anything, compressed at best. It'll be pushing down. The water will be like maybe a little bit compressed or whatever, and the pressure would be uniform. It would be a stronger pressure. So I will give you this, right? Let's say, for example, you had a cup of water, right? The pressure would be, I don't know, for example, 1 unit, right? But let's say you had a pool of it, then the pressure uniformly would be like maybe 2 units or something. And the bigger the pool, the pressure would just increase, but uniformly though. There wouldn't, I don't think there would be this gradient at all. That doesn't make any sense.
Can RDD overcome gravity?
Can RDD overcome gravity? Well, first off, I don't believe in, unless you, I mean, is this a compatible RDD? Like the
Just
RDD
a simple fucking beginning question, bro.
What's RDD?
Do you mean buoyancy? Like, are you talking?
Who
calls it RDD? Right?
Gravity.
Could we call it buoyancy? Just so you know, Globers, people who actually do, let me not go there, but people, actuals, whatever would be buoyancy. Are you saying buoyancy?
Overcome buoyancy?
No. Are you saying? I think you're saying, can buoyancy overcome gravity? Is what you mean to be saying?
Oh my god!
Because I don't believe in RDD. RDD is fucking stupid. All right.
They call it specific gravity.
RDD is reality, bro. No matter what's causing anything, RDD is part of our fucking reality, bro, that you cannot argue. It's ridiculous that you're even arguing it.
No, it's not.
Can anyone explain that?
It's relative density.
Okay, relax. RDD is short for relative density disequilibrium. Okay.
Okay.
But I've never heard people call it RDD other than Brian. Maybe that's just just using the letters RDD, but.
Sounds like something.
It's a mouthful to try to say all at once. So.
Yes. It is a lot to say. But Brian, did you start calling it RDD, or do other people call it that?
I don't think I invented that one, man. But I've invented portions of the argument. But I'm enjoying hearing it. It's funny that gravity has no. Can I quickly bring Bacon up to date real quick? Bacon, Dell is saying he's demonstrating the upward motion, how we can show a density tower in any direction. And then you got the RDD argument. They could show and demonstrate. They could define it. They could demonstrate it with the egg and the salt water, with hot air and the balloon and all that. And then you got the static, the electrostatics. We could demonstrate with the Van de Graaff generator and the bees and all that stuff. We can, and so you could define it, you can explain it and demonstrate it. So what we're asking for is I told Dell I would get people from every argument, and 1 week from today I'll bring them all. Because I'm kind of neutral. I like I can agree a little bit with all of them, but except gravity. So can you tell me? So we all agree that shit falls down at a certain rate. can you tell me the cause? So what we're looking for is the cause of denser objects going down and lighter objects going up, just to keep it simple. And can you give me the cause, and can you explain it and demonstrate it? And if you can, you could be part of the debate next Saturday.
Okay, the cause of things going down? Like,
Yeah, the cause of heavier shit, denser shit going down, I guess we'll say. The cause for weight. Can you demonstrate it?
oh, demonstrate. I don't know how to demonstrate it. I have to try to do Cavendish my own Cavendish to try to demonstrate it.
Better than
I think
Arma.
it's
I'll give you that. It's better than Arma gave us.
I mean,
But go
I'll
on.
get any Glober would be better than me. Honestly, I don't really. I mainly do with the math, but yeah.
Wouldn't that be an effect though? We're still looking for the cause, right?
I think it's simply math attracting math. That's it.
Not everything follows this relative density thing though, because if it did, like, you would have layers in the atmosphere of,
Yeah, or no pressure gradient.
there would
no
be a
pressure gradient.
bottom layer.
Yep.
Relax, armbar. There'd be a bottom layer of like whatever the heaviest gas is, and then you'd go up a little bit, and then there would be the layer of next gas, right? So it doesn't always follow it, but
Yeah.
for the most part, it does when you're dealing with like solids and shit. Usually,
Yeah, but it doesn't work with
pay
the
for the club.
yeah with the water thing.
Dude,
I'd say
that
the
water
fact-
thing's not a problem.
Yes, it is.
I'd say the thing is always there. It's just that in some examples you have more stuff going on than just that.
It's called specific gravity in your model. I mean, this is a thing within your model. Specific gravity.
Bacon, back me up
So
here.
it's not even like you guys disagree with this.
Bacon.
This whole thing.
Armador does.
Yeah,
Armador
it's-
does, Jeremy.
Bacon, you need to back me up here, all right? I mean, come on.
Okay, what do you like
relative density could not create like a pressure gradient in like water. Like, do you agree? Disagree with that?
I don't know how it would what's the mechanism of relative. I mean, if the mechanism of relative density is gravity, then yes. But if
Okay.
you're saying there's no gravity, there's just relative density, then I don't see a necessity for a gradient to exist.
See?
Well, like Jeremy said, they refer to it as specific gravity is another term for it. So it's already in the mainstream model, and there's like formulas, calculations. It's not really like debated necessarily. And yeah, I don't see any issue with the gradient, Arma. That's not a concern.
Bacon
Just
thinks
has to do
that
with
there might be
relative
an issue with it, so
That's kind of why we got you in third place, bro. Is because you can
you're
argue
in third
RGB all
place.
you want.
All right, you're in third.
Well, and then I mean fourth place. That's why we got gravity in fourth place.
That's why you're in fourth place. All right, I changed that.
You can maybe nip off RDD and say that something is necessary, but we want the demonstration to a simple definition, explanation, and demonstration of what is causing that. But I mean, I could still put up a better argument for RDD because we see it in reality. You're just saying what causes it is gravity. Okay, that's the whole question. What is the cause of this thing you're calling gravity? And what we're not going to allow you to do in this debate is just make a fucking claim and with no demonstration, with no explanation, just argue against RDD. Now, if you can go to the moon, I'm sure Dell will let you in, bro. If you, I'm just saying.
I mean, I used to beat these guys up on this relative density thing, but I've come to think that there should be something else at play other than that. I mean, that is definitely an objective thing. This relative density, it's objective. It's not even a question.
It's intellectual honesty, bro. Because me too. The whole time I invented parts of the argument, and I'm just like, dude, there's still something nagging at me. So if I'm going to be intellectually honest, even with
Which
myself,
part did you invent? Which part?
No,
which part of it did you invent?
The part that if you walk outside, nothing at all is moving until you put energy into it. You got to put it. I mean, go back.
You invented that?
Yeah, I fucking invented that, bro. I got video to back it up, bro. And if you go outside, nothing's moving. Does it bother you that I invented that, Jeremy? Just asking.
It bothers me that Jeremy still thinks he's right.
That's
It's
just
bothering me,
amazing.
bro. Crazy. You never invented nothing. I ain't never
I'm out
invented
for blood
nothing.
right now.
Just 6 years for nothing, Jeremy. Appreciate it, bro.
What are you talking about? I just find that amazing that you invented that part of it, the argument. It's nice.
I missed it.
I don't see
What did he
relative
say he
density.
invented?
I don't see relative density as opposing gravity. Like, relative density is just an emerging property once you have gravity.
Yeah, it's like the little sand pool video I literally sent a while back where the things went up in it, but they're all technically it's all falling down. The sand is still in that pool, so it's not going up, right? But you have stuff going up in the sand. You have the bowling ball going down. You know, it's everything. Everything's just wanting to go down, but there's some things are more dense than the other, so it's harder to push it out of the way. Like my little like my bowling ball and balloon pit that I keep bringing up. All right, everything is moving down. It's just the bowling balls.
It's in a rest. I've already just explained it. It's in a rest. When you're dealing with solids, you have something called blockage or a rest. It's literally scientifically called a rest. It's
the
called
normal
touching-
force.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that it? The normal force when it's just like you have a shelf and nothing can fall through it, so it's just the normal force.
Right, and it's literally in a rest by definition by the English language. Yeah, normal force. What he said.
Normal force, assemble.
All right. I mean, I think there's something else at play other than RDD.
There's a lot of
I think about
like
it.
friction.
Yeah, like okay, so if you created like a video game and then you created different materials in the game, and and then you had a medium, and the medium has a density level of, let's say, 5, and I'm just making these numbers up, but let's say it's a number of 5, and then you create an object that has a density of 8, and then you have another object that has a density of 2. So within that game, if you programmed it with the physics that the densities are going to rise or fall due to that weight I just said. So if the medium is 5, the one that's 8, is heavier, so that one's going to fall down in the game, and then the one that's 3 has less, it's going to rise up. So you would have that as like the core kind of features of the matter.
Brilliant.
But I don't think that necessarily fully explains what we have on Earth.
Right, because you still got to tell it which way to fall. Right, that's brilliant though, bro. You got to tell it which way to fall though, right?
Yeah, it still has to have a vector.
Right, which is where the electrostatic, in my viewpoint, ether comes in. The actual electrostatics of what I think it is like, just because my name is Geo on here, it comes from Geocentric Love, which was the name. So it has a history to it. So when I say this, I have nothing to do with the fact that my name is Geo. But like I refer to it as like a geostatic field, meaning an Earth static field. There's an actual geostatic spectrum, an Earth static spectrum. Just like in the sun has its own electromagnetic spectrum. You've got X-rays and UV and all of the different spectrums. I think that electrostatics and electromagnetics have their spectrums within that as well. Part of what, like in the mainstream, what they call electrostatics is just one spectrum, one component. It's one layer, and then they've lumped it in and they kind of refer to it the way that they do. So that's why if you say to someone in the mainstream world today, like a scientist or someone who's educated, you say, "Oh, gravity's electrostatics," they're going to say, "No, it isn't." Da da da, and they're going to come up with all these reasons as to why it doesn't fit exactly what they understand as electrostatics. And I agree, it's not that simple. It's not as simple as just a Van de Graaff generator, in that sense. It's not quite that simple. That's why I think of it as like a geostatic field. Like there's an Earth static field. It's its own spectrum in a way. The ground is the negative, sky positive, and there's its own spectrum. And then physical matter is the density, like I was just saying with the relative density, like in that video game example, that is present in terms of the density. But the density it also has an electrostatic charge to it, but I would even say a geostatic charge. So it's not the same electrostatics as if you like rub your hand on a balloon or something like that. That is its own spectrum, which you can also cause things to rise or fall from that. But I don't think that's actually what, the effect of quote unquote gravity in this sense actually is ultimately. It's not that same spectrum. It's its own spectrum, and the density of the material and the actual construction of the material has a geostatic charge to it. It has an Earth static charge, and within that charge system, that's what, in my viewpoint, actually causes the acceleration. Downward.
Could be frequency, but this just shows you that flat Earth is progressing science. Like you just heard what Geo said, and we've got different explanations. That was a great fucking explanation with the with the what you call it, dude, the video game that was good as any. But it just shows you, bro. The globe just measures it, calls it gravity, and bends fucking space to make the math work. That is a joke. What we're trying to do is advance the science, bro. We've got all shit that's literally happening. It's literally measurable. It's literally demonstratable. We can debate it all we want. What we're debating is this thing y'all call gravity that you have no explanation except for bending fucking space to which you can't demonstrate. This is science moving forward, Globers. Join us.
They should
Well-
honestly deal with the reason. Why don't we just accept that there's acceleration downwards and that's it?
Yeah, I'm not denying that there is. There absolutely is. It depends, but the question is why that's occurring. Because I don't disagree. I absolutely.
And
like the 9.8 meter, for example, the one thing relative density. Sorry, go ahead. There might be a delay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but for the most arguments, like let's say relative density, the cause of the acceleration downwards is actually irrelevant. It's just the mechanisms. It's like, when we say is the relative density doing this, but there is measurable acceleration, but we don't need to know the cause of the acceleration to know that it is there.
Just like a relative density, even if we don't know.
Still looking for the cause, guys. You are dodging. You just keep describing what the fuck happens, bro. So please, for the last time, just please quit describing what happens. We're talking cause.
I mean, I said
the cause of relative density with gravity. Now, if we want to talk about the cause of gravity, we don't know that.
I mean, you don't know the cause of it.
You'd agree.
You don't know why it would be that the denser objects fall down.
Wait. But you would agree I could replicate weight with motion. I can accelerate something up. I can accelerate something to the right, to the left, downwards, and I can demonstrate and replicate weight. I can replicate density. Okay. I can also use electrostatics. Okay, which does really play a key role in density, so that's a deeper argument. But I can literally replicate it, demonstrate weight, demonstrate it reversing. Okay, so now what we're talking about now is things we can demonstrate, things that are happening in reality. So please, you're getting defensive, bro. If you want to get in this argument next Saturday, just give us a actual demonstration and a replication, possibly, but a definition first.
But Brian,
Yeah,
weight is just mass times acceleration. So when you accelerate it, of course you're going to create weight.
You're just creating a force. I mean, if weight is a force and you're creating a force, you're creating just the same thing as weight. You're just replicating a force. If you're accelerating an object,
just keep explaining it. That's all. I just asked y'all specifically not to just keep explaining it, to please define it and demonstrate it. Define the cause. Define what it is and demonstrate.
I just said I don't know. I already told you. Dude, one at a time. I already told you I don't know the cause. Oh, all right.
Bacon's about to mod this whole room. Watch out.
Yeah. Well, Brian heard that. You heard that?
I was being sarcastic with my answer earlier, Bacon, just so you know.
Oh, I never know when you're sarcastic.
You guys weren't talking shit, right?
You're just explaining an effect, Bacon. You're saying that I could put two balls and you could show me an effect. Bro, I was literally, obviously being sarcastic, bro. We're looking once again for the definition and the cause, okay? And a demonstration of the cause. Okay. If you can't do it, then you can't join next Saturday. If you can show me a cause like we could do for everything we've described, even RDD. I mean, let's be honest, we can show a cause for the motion.
Okay, but Brian,
RDD can suck my nuts.
Brian, what was your demo for weight?
For weight, bro, I can replicate weight with motion. Okay,
but that's exactly what we're
with
doing.
acceleration. Okay, so I can accelerate up, right, or right, or left, and show motion. Okay, so don't just say it's a downward acceleration. That don't work, bro.
I mean,
Are you saying Earth is moving?
Yeah. The motion creates
I'm saying
weight.
we got to put it on the chart. We got to put it on the list if we're honest.
But what are we
You think Earth's
arguing
moving?
for? I think we all can agree that mass Like weight is mass times acceleration. So we just need to know the cause of the acceleration. We don't need to know the cause of the
Nobody's
weight.
arguing that, bro. Once again, nobody is arguing the fucking measured effect, bro. Please, I'm not
Yeah,
trying
but
to
the
curse.
effect is the weight.
Please quit describing the effect.
Brian,
what the heck?
The effect is the weight. The cause is acceleration. The cause of acceleration is irrelevant to the weight.
Make me want to eat a cookie. I'm gonna eat a cookie right now.
Okay, what's causing this acceleration? Or what?
But that's
How about this? How
irrelevant
about
to the
this?
argument about
How about
weight.
this? What acceleration are you claiming? What acceleration are you claiming? Specifically, tell me what acceleration you're claiming.
Acceleration towards the Earth.
Okay, so if I accelerate towards the Earth, am I going to get weight down
Yes.
toward the Earth? If I
Yes.
accelerate the Earth downwards, okay, am I going to get weight on the Earth?
Yeah.
If I, oh my God, dude, y'all. So I've got to literally accelerate the Earth in every different direction, bro.
Wait.
That doesn't work on a globe. I can't believe I'm having to tell y'all this.
No.
This
Wait.
put-
Repeat your question. I think I misheard.
I asked you what direction is accelerating. Okay, if I can accelerate up and show you weight down, like in other words, or I can accelerate to the right and measure weight left, right? I can accelerate to the left and measure
You
weight
can create
right.
G-forces.
You can't
Right.
say acceleration is happening down when that's not what's demonstratable, bro.
It is demonstrable. Drop an object.
No, it's not. No,
the
it's not.
acceleration will cause it to drop down.
If you accelerate down, then the measured weight's going to be up.
The fuck?
What are you
Oh, he's
about?
talking about he's not getting what Brian. You suck at explaining yourself.
Yeah, I probably do.
Damn.
Brian is describing like think of an elevator, and then you're inside of the elevator, and the elevator accelerates downwards 9.8 meters per second. Inside of the elevator, you're going to be floating, right? And if the elevator accelerates
and you're
downwards
removing
faster
the weight,
than
not adding it.
if it accelerates faster than 9.8 meters per second, then you're going to go upwards inside of the elevator. I think that's what Brian's trying to describe.
No, if that's what he, yeah. I get.
But we could do it in any direction. It ain't just up.
That's
I mean,
true.
it's everything but down, right? The only thing we know for sure is it doesn't work down, which is why y'all got to come up with
Does work
something.
down.
It
You don't
doesn't
have to
work
push
down.
on it, Brian. You have to push on it sideways or upwards. You don't have to push things down to register weight.
Not looking for more descriptions, bro. He just gives more descriptions. It's like it's impossible for them to fucking listen.
Well,
Gotta push it. Bro, we're not talking about that. You're just describing. We're asking for demonstrations, bro. Causes and demonstrations. You can't just say a downward acceleration. It doesn't
Cause
work.
of something
You can't
dropping down
demonstrate
will
that.
be
Does
downwards
work.
acceleration. That's how
You can't
physics works.
demonstrate that, bro. It's opposite of what you are claiming. I'm
Brian,
sorry
Step
to
on a
say.
scale, Brian. Step
Brian.
on a scale.
Step on a scale, yeah.
If I step on a
Yeah, this
scale and I weigh
acceleration
200 pounds, does that mean I'm accelerating down, or does that mean
Yes.
that
Yep.
I'm accelerating
It
up?
sure
That means you're
does.
accelerating
Okay,
down.
if I go in a car to the right, if I go in a car to the right, and am I going to be able to weigh myself to the right or to the back of my seat? Okay, and if I go up, if I accelerate up,
Both.
or no, how about this? How about if I fall off a cliff, bro? I'm going to be free falling, but if I accelerate down, then I'm going to still have weight on the back of my seat that's pointing up, bro. Y'all are not thinking logically, bro.
I gotta tell you guys something. It's gonna blow your minds. Einstein would agree with Brian here. He's correctly applying the relativity notion of
That's
gravity.
what Xanax been telling us for the past few months here. Yeah, when you're falling down, when something's free falling, there's no force, there's no weight.
Yeah, within relativity. But I
Bro, I've
think
been
that's
trying
just
to
a harder
rumpus
way
this.
to
I've
explain
been
something.
rumpus this for hours, bro. When they're saying it's an acceleration down, I'm like, bro, you're using a helium balloon going forward in a minivan. This is like 3 years ago, or no, probably about 2 years ago on Blues Channel. He said, I'm like, bro, if you're accelerating forward, okay, and the balloon is going forward, then the weight's going to the back of the seat, bro. So you're explaining it backwards, bro. I asked him a million questions. I'll go back and find it, clip it out. It's literally hilarious. But I mean, even before I agree with Dell, which I'm not saying I do, but if I'm being intellectually honest, I've got to consider it. That's my only point, and all the ones we're going to bring to the table. But gravity, y'all have not demonstrated. You just keep explaining downward acceleration, which is opposite to reality. If something's accelerating downward, then you're going to measure the weight upward.
Just to add something, you know that when when you're replicating weight horizontally, like accelerating a car, know that the force you're creating, that you're calling a replication of weight, is a pseudo force, right? It only exists in the reference frame of the car. Are you aware of that?
Sure.
All right. Like if you look from the outside, you're not creating any weights, just that the car is accelerating and the objects inside aren't with the car.
Yeah, I won't argue that. But we would all agree that the lighter objects, you know, density is always going to follow suit. So if whatever direction we accelerate, lighter objects are going to lead the way, right? So if we're accelerating to the right, if we're accelerating down the road, we take a right-hand turn in a minivan, the helium balloon's going to lead the way. If we slam on brakes and decelerate, then the helium balloon's going to go the other way. The lighter objects will always lead the way. And that's just in reality. I mean, if Arm wants to go to the moon and show me something different, whatever. We're just trying to speak reality and what we can show and cause. So there's no downward acceleration. Would we all agree to that now?
Well,
I've
why?
described it?
Well, because like this thing leading the way is reacting to the air surrounding the balloon, not leading the way. So as you accelerate the car goes faster than the air inside of it. The air inside of it is what the thing is pushing the balloon forward.
Literally why I use that as an example to integrate the density. We can still agree that whatever direction the acceleration is heading, whatever direction, even in a centrifuge, bro, you're acting like there's a way out of this, bro. Whatever way
I don't even know what this is.
going, bro. Whatever way the acceleration goes, the lighter objects will always lead the way. That's just a crude way of putting it, but there's not a way out of this, bro. I mean,
I don't know if there's a way out of this because I don't know what this is. I really don't know what this is that I should be trying to find a way out of. I don't know what your point is.
I'm just describing reality, bro. Nothing more, nothing less. Listen to Armador argue against relative density. No matter what's causing it, bro. Relative density, like Jeremy said, specific gravity is a factor in reality, bro. It's easily demonstratable. If you're going to say what's causing it bending in space time, bro, then just show us, bro. You got to come up with some way of showing us.
Okay. Gravity isn't opposing relative density. Again, relative density would be just an emergent property caused by gravity. It's not one thing against the other. We're just going further and explaining why relative density is such a thing.
Reality, then. So what you're saying is that there's a downward force causing lighter things to go up, okay? When in reality, I can go any direction at all. Bacon, please quit arguing this, bro. Please, bro. Because in reality, I can literally go any direction at all, and lighter objects will go and lead the way. I could spin shit, bro.
That is not incompatible with what I just said.
Bro, I could spin
you're
shit
creating,
and lighter shit will go to the center. It's always going to go and lead the way, bro. No matter what.
When you accelerate your car, you're creating a backward non-inertial force because you're accelerating the car forward. That creates a backward non-inertial force. That's going to give. It's the same.
Gravity
That's all you need. That's all you need for everything inside of the car to follow relative density, just like outside of the car. If you have a downward force that creates a vertical relative density, if you do that with the car, you get the same thing inside the car. How is the car example countering? How is the car example countering my explanation of
bro? You just described an acceleration and everything that happens. And I just literally demonstrated it in every direction except down. You're just saying, well, it just works. It just works. You're just saying, once again, please quit just describing shit. You're literally just saying it's a downward force and telling me what happens because of it. Literally, I'm showing you that
you're not showing anything, Brian.
Really? So me describing it ain't good enough? If I describe accelerating off a cliff or accelerating in a van or accelerating up. The only way it doesn't work in reality is down, bro. The only way it doesn't work in reality is the way you are describing it. Be honest.
You're describing the same way. That's the whole problem. I don't see what you're describing that is incompatible to how I'm describing.
Demonstrate what you're saying, please. I will in every direction,
including what?
Accelerating.
I'm just trying to understand what the hell you're trying to claim there.
You're telling me how it works without demonstration when I've literally told I can do it in every direction.
Your example doesn't
You're just
counter my
saying that
explanation.
this is how it works. You're just saying this is how it works. Accept it. I don't need to
No, there's no
demonstrate it.
accept. There's no accept. The example
Well,
you're
then
giving
quit
is
asking me
still
to accept shit that you can't demonstrate. Because
the example you're giving is still within the explanation I gave. You're giving me that example as it proves my explanation wrong.
So what
But
happens if things are accelerating down, Bacon?
It's still matching the explanation. I don't get how you can think that it's a good
What
response.
happens to things free falling? Do they sort out free falling, Bacon? Just asking.
Do they what?
I'm sorry, I've got to walk you through this. If things are free falling, do any of them rules apply? Do they sort out, or are they just weightless and scrambled?
Do they what?
Are they weightless and scrambled? All these things you're describing and I'm describing, if they're free falling downward, do they order themselves? You just said they do.
What order? Wait, let me just understand what you're saying.
Wait. If I accelerate downwards, what way is the helium balloon going to go, Bacon?
If you accelerate what downwards? Like if you accelerate oh my god, let me ask a clarifying question. Otherwise, I'm never going to understand what you're asking.
Yeah, okay.
So you're saying like if you accelerate a box with a balloon inside, is that what you're trying to describe?
Okay, let's say I'm inside it and a balloon's inside it, okay, and I'm sitting on a seat. You turn me to the right, and we've already been through all that, okay? Now, if you free fall me and I'm facing downward, okay, are things going to sort out? Is gravity going to sort things out if I'm free falling?
Well, if you're just dropping the box with you,
right, so this down you're talking about, this downward acceleration is literally not working, right? The way you just described it before I fucking brought up the example of reality.
The sentence. I don't know how how could you know what I said if I didn't even say it yet? You're already responding to something.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you drop everything together, then things are all going to be in place. They're not going to move in any direction if you just drop everything together.
Nothing will weigh anything at all, right? So no
relative to that falling box. Relative to that falling box, no. But they're all.
So if anything's falling downward, if anything's accelerating downward, it doesn't weigh nothing, right? I can't weigh it. In reality, you can give me some fucking crazy example, but in reality, I can't weigh it if it's accelerating down, right?
Relative to the thing that is falling, no.
Great. Now, if I speed up going down and I speed up, then I can put a scale behind me on the back of the seat and I can weigh it, and then the balloon will go forward. I can put weight on the scale, right? And the balloon will go opposite of the scale, right? So if I literally accelerate down, like in reality, then it obeys every other direction, bro. Free fall is zero, right? I mean,
I understand your example.
Better terms, what you're calling a downward direction does not satisfy what you're saying happens, bro. Because I just literally said if you free fall down, you'd call that acceleration, but I can't weigh nothing. So to weigh something, I've got to accelerate in the opposite direction. Will you at least give me that? To weigh something, I've got to accelerate in the opposite direction.
No,
I don't really follow your line of reasoning.
Would you at least give me this then? I'm going to go even more basic. If I accelerate in any direction whatsoever, and I'm sitting on a seat, and I've got a scale at my back, I can accelerate in any direction, and the balloon will always go forward, the helium balloon, and I will always put weight on the scale, unless I'm free falling.
I think I get it. Yeah.
All right, well, that's enough. So that's why we
introduced another force.
Downward acceleration. You can't call gravity just a downward acceleration and tell us what.
You can. Let me explain why.
Because of that, without a demonstration.
You can. Let me explain why. Well, whenever you're accelerating, like a box or a car, what you're doing, you're creating a force in the opposite direction. But that force is non-inertial. It's just a local force that only makes sense within that box that you're accelerating. But you're creating that force. That force is being applied the same way to everything. So everything has that same acceleration. So if you're accelerating the box 9.8 meters per second square horizontally,
upwards, right?
Well, let's do it horizontally.
Okay. If don't leave out the fact that we weigh as if we're accelerating upwards. At least be honest. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, that's right. If you accelerate a box or a car horizontally 9.8 meters per second square, everything inside of there is going to be subject to 9.8 meters per second square in the other direction. So in the reference frame of the car, that is a force which is different for every object, because every object has different mass. If you have the same acceleration for different masses, you end up with different forces. So you end up with different forces for every object inside of the car, but all of them point in the same direction, and that would give you the same thing as you get horizontally. Like the relative density would happen horizontally.
Right.
But that is
So
because you're creating a horizontal force that applies to everything.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's just like gravity. It's just like gravity. It's just in a different direction.
So if we're talking relative motion, okay, unless you want to just start keeping on describing shit by itself, if we're talking relative motion, the only way that I'm going to weigh on this scale is if the fucking Earth is accelerating up. The only way I'm going to satisfy the balloon...
Only if gravity is a pseudo force.
The only way I'm going to describe the balloon going up and my weight going down in every direction, including me just standing here, is with an upwards acceleration, not downwards, man.
Only if gravity is a pseudo force. Because in all those examples, the force you create that creates this relative density.
Dude, one example, please. One example.
One example, what?
In reality, bro, all I keep at you just keep describing the fucking story, bro. I'm literally asking for a real world demonstration of this acceleration you're talking about, bro. I've literally described it in every direction, including down, and showed you how I'm going to put weight on the seat. Okay, and you're just describing your world, bro. It's not demonstrable, bro.
There's one contradiction there, Brian. To accelerate the box sideways or upward, you have to introduce a force to it. For something to free fall, you just let it go. So that force is there.
Exactly. In all examples you're creating, Brian, you're creating a pseudo force by accelerating the car or the box around it.
Right,
With gravity,
it's a cause, I didn't say I agree with it. I agree that it's a cause.
Yeah. So within this example, like if we're thinking Newtonian mechanics to simplify, then gravity is an actual force that is already there. So all the examples you're creating is with pseudo forces. So you need the thing to be accelerating. But gravity is not a pseudo force, not in Newtonian mechanics. You don't need the Earth to be accelerating upwards.
Bro, you're just more describing, okay? I'm talking about to show weight on a scale.
Yeah, but you're doing that with pseudo forces.
One more way. Show me weight on a scale, okay? With space-time bending. That is your model, okay? Show me weight on a scale with any acceleration at all except opposite of the scale in reality. Don't give me another fucking story, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't even argue space-time bending for gravity. I think we can use Newtonian mechanics for all this conversation. Would be just much simpler.
I think you have to leave bendy space-time out of it.
Negative. You can't use Newtonian mechanics
Oh,
because when things are falling, I'm gonna tell you why right now. Of course, I would tell you why. Because when things are falling, there's no force, right?
In Newtonian mechanics, there is.
Can you measure a force? Is there a force there?
If the scale you're using is falling together, then no. Because now you're measuring relative to the falling scale, not relative to inertial plane, inertial frame.
So we can't use Einstein then. You're not going to use bendy spacetime.
Yeah, I prefer not to. It's just much more complicated.
That doesn't matter what you prefer, or what you like, or what's your favorite kind of ice cream. Like this is what your whole paradigm depends on bendy spacetime.
Not the whole thing. I mean, the shape of the Earth doesn't depend on relativity.
You've literally invented a force.
It does.
How?
Hold on, Jeremy, real quick. You've literally invented the only force demonstratable in reality where relative density, is literally fucking opposite. This is baffling, Bacon. This is coming from you, bro.
You can probably do it with an actual force. If you have fluids that are attracted by electrostatic force, you can probably create that horizontal relative density thing using electrostatic instead of accelerating.
My only problem with it is that you can, but it's difficult. Like the way you described the clouds and all that would be my only out with that. But literally, in reality, the buoyant objects are always going to go. They're always going to lead the way, bro. Always. The only thing you keep telling this story in 100 different ways, bro, but you can't show it.
Can I?
It's fine though. If you want to use, hold on, Kosho. If you want to use Newtonian mechanics for this and then Einstein for something else, like, you can't just pick and choose. Like, this isn't like a buffet where you're just like, oh, whatever we need for this argument. I don't like that.
It's because, I mean, if they're provably the same at this scale, then if explaining with one is sufficient, then explaining with the other should by default be sufficient too, which is the case. Like, if at this scale of things, equations of relativity and Einstein end up with the same results. So if I can demonstrate sufficiently with Newtonian mechanics, then logically that an explanation using relativity would also have to work.
It's true.
No, it's not.
It's 100% true. But real quick though, I wanted to say just two things. A couple questions to Brian because I'll say it as brief as possible. So I won't even ask Brian then.
Okay. Don't.
I was going to ask you though, Brian, but I'm going to answer for you. And the balloon in the car example, because I think that that's a fine example, and I think that the Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity is also fine for explaining this. But in the car example, what's the balloon responding to? I'll answer that question directly. It's responding to not the acceleration. Brian. I told you I wasn't going to ask you for this reason to save time. So the balloon is directly responding to the air in the car that's not the balloon. Okay. What's the air in the car responding to? The air in the car is responding to the acceleration or its momentum and the acceleration that the car is doing.
Flat Earth, pal.
Okay, Brian, thank you. So here's the major point. Instead of describing, because the car example is the same example as the Earth, as far as acceleration goes. So
no, it's not, bro.
Brian, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. So in both examples, instead of thinking as one accelerating towards the other, it's better to think of both of the movements of both objects in relationship to each other. So the air's momentum is going one direction or is in one vector, and the car's acceleration is, in the case of accelerating forward, they're going to be opposite of one another. So the car will accelerate forward, the air will accelerate to the back, and the balloon will, by response, accelerate to the front with the car. Okay? Just like on Earth, you can think of it as when you have weight on a scale, your acceleration is going towards the Earth's acceleration is going towards you. So you're going to have weight on the scale. In the case of what's it called, free falling object, there's no normal force to give that response. So you're not going to measure anything in that case.
So there's no weight, Kosho. There's no weight on anything that's falling.
No, there's no measurable. There's no way to measure that weight.
No way to measure that weight. Okay, but it's accelerated.
Well,
it's accelerating
when it's falling.
You could measure.
Wait 1 sec, Bacon. Is it accelerating when it's falling?
That's accelerating. That's right. But
it's
Bacon,
accelerating when it's falling. Is it?
It's accelerating, yes, but when it's falling, that's correct. Bacon, what were you saying? No, you said you can measure it.
Yeah, well, at least in principle, if something is falling above you, you'd still be able to. I mean, I don't think there's any real life equipment that could do that, but you could measure with a gravimeter the attraction to that falling object, right?
Wait, when you throw, I was just thinking about that. When you get one of those, do you know anything about these accelerometers, Kosho?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do, and actually, that's a great point because what they measure is not coordinate acceleration, although they can. They are actually measuring a proper acceleration, which in some cases is the same as the coordinate acceleration.
But they're
But if you let it
they're
go with
actually
free
measuring
fall,
proper
it's
acceleration.
not picking anything up though, right? When you
right.
let it go,
That's
it's picking
correct.
something up if you were stood on top of a building. But as soon as you let it go, that's it, right?
That's right, because they measure proper acceleration.
What is proper acceleration?
Proper acceleration is the acceleration due to space-time bending. So in the case of you accelerating forward in a car, it will measure that acceleration, which is coordinate acceleration.
You could explain that still within Newtonian mechanics, because when in Newtonian mechanics, the way an accelerometer works wouldn't be able to pick up gravity when it's falling, because the whole thing is accelerating with the same acceleration, and that's based on how it works. It wouldn't be able to capture that.
Well, if you look at the design of them, whatever, they're claimed to measure proper acceleration.
Yeah, but like, it measures the force being applied to a somewhat loose piece inside of it, and if the whole thing is subject to the same force or the same acceleration, there's no displacement of that piece inside of the device, so it can't detect any force or any acceleration. Like, what I'm saying is, you don't have to go to relativity to explain why it doesn't pick it up. It's still explainable. I think it's more easily explainable with Newtonian mechanics. Are you, Andy? Are you familiar with how an accelerometer works?
No, I'd love you if you told me. That'd be great.
Right. So I'm going to describe not exactly how they're built, but the same idea. It's just easier to explain. If you think about like a pipe with a marble in the middle of it, that is, and two springs.
Sorry, I missed that word. What was that word? Sorry.
Think of a pipe, a tube.
A pipe. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and then a marble in the middle of it, held by two springs in both sides of the marble. So if you accelerate the tube in one direction, the marble lags behind. It compresses one of the springs and stretches the other. And if you accelerate in the opposite direction, then the same thing happens in the other direction. Does that make sense?
Yep, definitely.
Right. Yeah. So pretty much an accelerometer measures the displacement of the marble within the tube.
Nice. That's a good explanation. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. So a phone has 3 of those in 3 different directions, perpendicular to each other. So it can always pick up acceleration in whatever direction. Once you drop the phone, the pipe that would be horizontally, the marble is going to go straight to the middle. It's not going to be pulling either of the strings because the whole phone is falling. So it doesn't pick up. Yeah. But if you accelerate the phone left to right, for example, the marble is going to displace. And if you just put the phone on a table and leave it there, the horizontal pipe is going to have the marble towards the bottom because of the weight of the marble. So if you put it on the table, it's going to pick up a downward acceleration.
That's a good way to explain it.
I was thinking about that. I don't know if you're still there, Brian, but I was thinking about the terminal velocity thing you were talking about, and that's really difficult to get my head around, to be honest, because I was thinking about that Felix Baumgartner, whatever his name is, and he supposedly, allegedly, I mean, I can't verify it, but according to the data, he was going like 800 and something miles an hour. I was trying to wrap my head around the idea of this terminal velocity. Brian was talking about it with Dell, and it was a good little chat. It's a good little conversation they had. But yeah, it's unfortunately, I don't know. It's like it seemed legit, that jump. So I'm just going to say that. I'll just put that. It just looked legit.
I would have backed you up, bro. Sorry, I would have backed you up. I thought I was muted, and I just was like, nope, I'm muted. But no, I don't ever mind getting temporarily muted, just so everybody knows. Temporarily mute me a minute or so, man, if I get like that. But I do get shit rolling in here. At least I'm good for that. But so you will agree, Bacon, that an accelerometer is measuring 0 when it's free falling, right?
Oh, hold on. We're not trying to get
Yes, he
shit
does.
rolling.
Yes, he does.
We're not trying to get shit rolling. I tried telling you the other day, this isn't these shit shows we used to have on Jose's and
I know it was
Brandon's
you.
and Jim's.
Thanks, mute.
It was me, and I only muted you while Kosho was talking, so it shouldn't even have been an
Always
issue
mute me,
because
bro.
you shouldn't be
Always.
talking. Yeah, but you should.
Right,
It
Brian
shouldn't even
gets
have
a
been
bit
an
Get out of
issue.
the conversation. We're grown men, Jeremy. When it gets out of hand, join in, bro. When Kosho
Yeah, but
complains,
just let people finish,
please
man.
join in.
You were only muted during the time Kosho was talking, so it shouldn't even have been an issue. I instantly unmuted you as soon as he was done talking. So don't be a little bitch.
All right.
So,
Oh my God.
so
I'll
both
give you that. I'll
Kosho,
give you that.
so both Kosho and Bacon, I'm sure, agree that it's not accelerating when you drop the thing. So what's where do we go
Hold
from
on.
there? Oh,
Hold
yeah,
on,
okay.
because I try to make the distinction between proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration, and Bacon actually did a good job without bringing up relativity, because the proper acceleration, instead of measuring the velocity change like in a coordinate frame, it's describing the instantaneous rest. It's an instantaneous rest frame and any movement from that. Okay, so Bacon did a good job of giving an analogy with the tunnel and the marble thing, because it's basically the proper acceleration is a description of like its local local instantaneous rest frame.
So you say the scale, my weight that I put on a scale is because of my little teeny little mass going down, or you're just discounting the whole entire Earth, right? Going up, and you say in one breath you say that, well, you got to be massive to feel the gravity, but in the next breath you're going to say it's my teeny little weight accelerating causing my weight. But in one breath, you're going to say this is why they had to do away with Newtonian physics with the mass attracting mass, because they can't say it's my little teeny little weight causing the weight. If I'm attracting to the Earth, then it's both of us causing the weight. And that
That's the
only
first thing. That's the first thing that I told you, Brian.
In reality,
Hold
that
on,
only
Coach.
happens in one way, bro, and that is with motion.
All right. There's another reason why.
That's the first. That's the first thing I said to him.
Well, there's another reason why Newtonian mechanics wouldn't work on your globe model, because if you have the Coriolis effect, that's where Newtonian mechanics absolutely breaks down. So if you want to have the Coriolis effect while you're having Newtonian mechanics only at play, then you're going to have an issue. Do you know how Coriolis effect works and how Newtonian mechanics work? You'd realize they don't mesh.
Yeah, pseudo forces don't, or Newtonian mechanics don't apply to pseudo forces.
I would have thought the clue's in the title. It's not a force because it says it's pseudo force. But that's just me. But I'd really like to not deviate away from this topic. If you can explain it to me, Kosho, that'd be great.
Explain what? I'm sorry.
Acceleration.
Oh,
I don't know. I've never heard this term. What did you say? Proper acceleration.
Proper acceleration. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Okay, I'm just looking at the Wikipedia for an accelerometer. This is the first two sentences. It says an accelerometer is a tool that measures proper acceleration. Proper acceleration is acceleration of a body in its own instantaneous rest frame. This is different from coordinate acceleration, which is acceleration in a fixed coordinate system. So that's the difference, is the coordinate system that you're using to describe the acceleration. And I think that's a complicated way of saying the same thing that Bacon had said in his analogy with the tunnels and the marbles, or the marble. I think that was actually a pretty good way of picturing it.
Let me give a better way, okay? I can accelerate up, right? And I can add weight to the scale, and then all the buoyant shit will go up. Will you agree with that, Kosho? I'll make it short, but please, do you agree with that?
Brian, I'm not going to want to engage with you if you continue to not listen to what I said, because I only said what I said earlier.
Bro.
I only said what I said earlier, basically directed towards you, and I already addressed all of that, Brian. I already told you that in the example of the car and the acceleration, you can think of not just one. Instead of thinking of one of the bodies, think of both of the bodies in relation to each other. It's like when the car is braking, the air mass in so the car's acceleration is going one way. The air mass's momentum is going the opposite
And if
direction.
I wasn't muted, I would have welcomed you to
the air mass's direction. Yo, you weren't muted, and you did say that. You weren't listening, and you're not listening now.
Well, turkey's in the back, snacks in the fucking front, bro.
Anyways, dude, the air mass in the car is going in the opposite direction that the car is accelerating. And so if you had a scale on the front of the car, the air mass would be pressing against it. Which is why the balloon goes to the back.
The most buoyant thing in the equation, whether we spin it, whether we drive it in the car, don't go to the middle. Bro, we're talking about a helium balloon, Slicky. The helium balloon, the most buoyant thing in the equation is going to go in the direction of acceleration no matter fucking what. Dude, there's no getting out of this, bro. This is why it just kills me to listen to y'all fucking wizards, bro.
I know. I get that, dude. That's why you don't listen. Yeah. You just don't listen, dude. There's no point in saying things to you.
You said the air mass. We're talking about the helium balloon.
The very first thing I told you was that, or I was going to ask you and I answered it myself, was what is the balloon responding to? The balloon is responding to the air mass.
Obviously, the van.
The balloon mass is responding to. The balloon is responding to the air mass.
Welcome to
so
Flat Earth.
you can forget about what the balloon's doing and instead talk about what the air mass and the car are doing, because then that way you'll get an intuition for what's really happening.
Bro, I know there's something that nags at you, like inside your mind, when I'm saying that every direction. When we're talking, okay, don't just say describe two things. Let's and no matter what we describe, let's please use three things to keep this intellectually honest. And I will honor the same request no matter what I fucking describe, no matter what direction. Okay, I'm not saying I even agree with this, but even in your model, you are wrong, bro. If no matter what direction the acceleration is in, you could think of a centrifuge. You could think of accelerating up, down, okay, right, left. No matter what way you go, the most buoyant thing will always lead the way. No matter what, in reality, there's no getting around this. This is why listening to you squirm, dude. It's fucking, it's priceless.
How does it? I don't understand how you. God dang, that's exactly right. It doesn't refute anything Coach said.
So no downward acceleration, right?
No, that doesn't mean
the
that
buoyant
either.
things always lead the way, as I just described. But now all of a sudden you're just going to claim a downward
So
acceleration.
the buoyant thing always leads the way. It always goes up in the presence of a force, opposite direction of the force. You hold a helium balloon. Nothing else going on. The helium balloon goes up. So evidently there's a force going down, right?
Look, he's a mad liar. Not only is he lying, he's mad. I just described that the buoyant thing goes in the direction of the force. And you know this.
Wait, no.
No, it doesn't. It goes opposite the direction of the force.
Bacon's a nice liar. Okay, I'll say this again. If
No,
we have
wait,
three
wait.
things, if we have three
Hold
things,
on.
wind, air, and the most buoyant thing, the buoyant thing, no matter which way I accelerate, the buoyant thing will always lead the fucking way. But you could say it's because of air pushing back. I agree with all that, bro. But the buoyant thing, so there's not a downward acceleration because the buoyant thing would lead the fucking way in reality.
Well, that downward acceleration is analogous to the acceleration of the car. Is analogous to the force inside of the car that is opposite to the acceleration of the car.
Explain that with three things, please.
What do you mean?
I asked you to begin with. Let's be honest. Let's keep this intellectually honest, and let's describe no matter which way we go with three things, not just one thing or a marble in a fucking cave. Let's use fucking three things so we can gradiate it out and keep it intellectually honest. So no matter in reality, no matter which way I go, the most buoyant out of the three will always lead the way, no matter fucking what.
If you're accelerating the car, that's where the direction of the lighter thing is going to go, because the force we're creating inside of the car is backwards. 1 second. The force we're creating inside of the car is backwards, points to the back of the car. The buoyant force is opposite to that acceleration. To the acceleration inside of the car, not the acceleration of the car.
So it'll always lead the way, right?
You're confusing.
Always lead the way.
Yeah, but there's no way with Earth. You're just confused. You're just mixing.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So no downward acceleration.
Yeah,
my God.
With the balloons going up.
You're mixing sorry, go ahead.
No, the balloon's going up and the acceleration is down. The balloon's going
Yes,
forward
everything I just
when your
explained.
acceleration's backward. You just
Brian-
missing it,
Brian-
Brian.
Brian's mixing up two accelerations.
Bacon even just described it. Kosho just described it. I just described it sarcastically, and I'm just joking, y'all. I'm really not. I don't know why I'm getting all like this, but this is it for effect, y'all. For effect. Even in a rocket, we could go up, and the balloon will still go up. The helium balloon, will always lead the way in the direction of the motion. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, but
Y'all
there's
are literally
no
arguing with reality, and it's
gravity on
priceless.
Earth.
It's literally priceless.
Gravity on Earth isn't caused by Earth moving. That there's you don't
Whatever's
have
causing it in reality.
exactly.
The helium
One second,
balloon
one
goes in the
second.
direction of.
One second, I'm almost there. You're confusing the acceleration of the moving object, which is the car, with the acceleration inside of the object, which is the acceleration that the object inside of the car are experiencing.
We haven't
Those
even gotten
two are
the cause,
one
Bacon.
second. Those two are opposites. So the acceleration that has to be downward is analogous to the one inside of the car, not analogous to the acceleration of the car. That's
Very
the thing you're confusing.
Very good. So in reality, no matter which way, we're not even talking cause yet. This is what's so fucked up. We're not even getting to the cause yet. We're just talking about reality. And any way we go, no matter which way we travel, no matter which way we accelerate, the helium balloon will always lead the way. And you will admit there's no way around that, right? In reality, no matter which way we accelerate, in reality, the helium balloon will always be forefront in that acceleration. Will you please give me that so we got somewhere to start from?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, but I'm not agreeing with that sentence without understanding what you're saying. If you just said that without any surrounding context, I would say no, because you're describing it very poorly, and that's where the confusion is, I think. Because
fair enough, bro.
when we're talking about,
thank you for giving me that, though.
Yeah, that's when you say then there's no
claim a force, you just can't match it with any other force. You could say, well, there's a force downward, and all of a sudden the helium balloon doesn't do that. Now it goes against the force, but we do know that there's a downward force, and we do know that, yeah, of course you can show it in any direction or any rotation ever, but just trust me, there's a fucking downward force, and all of a sudden the laws don't apply. That's why Newtonian shit don't work, bro, because it doesn't apply to fucking reality. I'm sorry.
They do apply, just confusing two different accelerations. You're creating a rule from one and then try to apply that same rule for another one. That is the opposite. I see if I can draw it. Just give me 1 second.
Please don't show an arrow with another explanation, bro. You're just describing. He said, I literally just described it in all of reality. I literally just described it using all of reality and all of the fucking forces. Force is acceleration, right? Unless what they'll do now is they'll say normal force. Well, normal force ain't really acceleration. No, and the accelerometer is not really reading zero. Free falling because it's a normal force. I mean,
Yeah,
bro,
force,
this is what they
force
do.
and acceleration are different concepts.
So now all
Matthew,
of a sudden, force
can I ask
ain't
Matthew a
mass
question?
acceleration anymore. So now it's the normal force. So now it's mass times acceleration divided by fucking the downward force. And
Brian, maybe
Bacon's
take
back with arrows. Sorry, I'll take a break.
So, Matthew, there doesn't seem to be any acceleration when we drop something, when it's free falling. What do you think? And what's the, perhaps you can explain I know it'll be the globe explanation, but Kosho's had a go and I didn't really get it, so maybe you can.
When you drop something, it goes faster and faster, so it accelerates down.
Right. It gets to terminal velocity, doesn't it?
Then the force that would be pulling it down equals the force that's pushing it up, and so there's no net force.
Well, I mean, like I say, I don't really have a dog in this race. I'm not model afflicted. It just is what it is. But it seems to be, from these small demonstrations from Dell's channel, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, that buoyancy and density doesn't exist anymore once it's left the reference frame. Once it's just free falling, buoyancy and density are gone. What do you think that is? That
what it
seems to show that there's no acceleration.
In what kind of free fall? Where is that going to happen?
Well, have you seen like the density tower in a zero G plane? Matthew?
Yeah,
All right, so if you have
an object in free fall is basically negating that downward acceleration. So a density tower, I would expect to disassociate from its density gradient or whatever. But once it hits the surface, then that acceleration takes back over, and it will reassociate according to its densities.
Yeah, you have to have a force in order for the buoyancy to take effect, right? So if it's weightless, if it's experiencing weightlessness, then there's no force, or they're equal, balanced out.
Mass ain't attracting mass then, right? No downward acceleration. Y'all just say it's weightless, it's free-falling. So you're agreeing with us. Welcome to Flat Earth, you bozos. Love
No, there is a force. There is a
bozo.
force that appeared that is accelerating you downward as if the surface of the Earth were accelerating upward, except Earth is not accelerating upward. So where does that force come from?
Okay, can I try to show my drawing? Maybe made a drawing for Brian. I think might help clarify things for him. Can you join my live stream, Brian?
Yeah, I'll join.
Just relax now, please.
Yeah, I know I need to. Can everybody join?
We see it.
Show me an arrow.
Yeah, let's all join. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm sharing it on the live stream, Bacon.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I didn't put a lot of effort into making things easy to understand graphically, so I'll explain what they are. So the rectangle is a car, right? And these ellipses here are the balloons. So you have the blue balloon and the pink balloon. The blue balloon is, let's say, carbon dioxide, so it's heavier than air. So it falls, and the pink one is helium balloon, so it goes up, right? So this first image here, I put a green arrow to show the acceleration of the car. So this,
are we looking down from the top, or are we
yes,
looking at the
yeah,
side?
sorry, we are looking down from the top.
The regular arrow and the rest of the box, right? 3 things, right?
Well, you have the air inside of the car too. You have the 2 balloons and the air. 3 things. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. That was my that's what I was asking for. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so this arrow here shows the acceleration of the car. It only exists in the inertial frame. Someone that is not in the car is just standing there above the car and seeing the car accelerate relative to them. So that's where this forward acceleration exists. Now, if we attach a camera to the car isn't moving, so there's no forward acceleration in the reference frame of the car or in the reference frame of that camera because it's going with the car.
Yeah, right. Relative to the 3. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now we're going to switch to the second image. This shows the accelerations, but now from a reference frame of the camera. So we have the 2 balloons and the air all are subject to the same backward acceleration as the forward acceleration of the car in the previous reference frame. So all those are the same. Let's say the car is accelerating 9.8 meters per second square. So all those are accelerating backwards in the reference frame of the car at 9.8 meters per second square. But of course,
and we still God view?
Yes.
Yeah, we're following the car. We have car view now.
Just checking. I'm trying to follow you, so I'll make sure I get my rebuttal accurate. Okay.
Right.
Or maybe you could follow them with the purpose of trying to understand them rather than just like figuring out your rebuttal.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Well, I can't agree with it either if I can't fucking understand it. I just want to make sure he doesn't change the frame.
Right.
If he did, that'd be okay. I just would want to know. That's all.
Yeah. Now from now on, I'm always in the frame of the car. So this shows the acceleration. So everything has the same 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. But you have the same acceleration, but you have different masses. So the blue balloon has more mass than the pink balloon. It's more dense, and it's also more than the air. So you end up with a bigger force in the blue balloon than you end up with the pink balloon. Because even though you're applying the You have the same acceleration.
So far,
You have
welcome.
different mass.
Go ahead. So far, welcome. Go ahead.
Right. So the buoyancy here, you said that the losing force here is the pink balloon. So the pink balloon is going to move forward, and that agrees.
No, it's going to move in the direction of acceleration, right?
But only of the acceleration is in this frame.
I agree, and I welcome, but I haven't finished the sentence. Now go ahead to example 2.
What do you mean? This one?
You don't know.
If you accelerate backwards, then the buoyant thing's going to go in that direction. And then if you accelerate to the side, the buoyant thing's going to go in that direction. And if you drop it and you say it's accelerating, it's not going to do that. So quit calling shit falling in acceleration, because that quits happening. It's so simple, bro.
Well, I was almost there. This green arrow isn't gravity. Those are. Gravity is analogous to this force. So the buoyant force, which is going to be move the pink balloon forward, is opposite to the acceleration of gravity, but it's the same as the acceleration of the car. So you're saying that the buoyancy would have to follow this acceleration, not this one. We have to separate. This acceleration isn't analogous to gravity. This one is only the one in reference to the car. That's the one that is analogous to gravity. And that does match what we observe. That is that.
That was an excellent
Whoa. That was just a description once again. Okay, and as far as your demonstration, would you agree that no matter which way you point that arrow, the arrow of acceleration, no matter what, in reality, please don't just refer to your mind. In reality, would you please agree that the most buoyant thing will follow that arrow?
The green arrow, yes.
Yeah, the green arrow.
Right. And in free fall, if you point it down and you drop it, it won't do that.
Right.
What I'm asking you to do is quit claiming shit's accelerating downward when we drop it or when we weigh it, because that don't happen. And in reality, it does. In your mind, it doesn't, bro. I sincerely fucking apologize, but welcome to reality, bud. Fuck.
Brian, you should take a physics class. I think you might find it really interesting.
Yeah, got it all wrong.
Okay, let's see if I understand your point.
What makes you think I haven't took physics classes?
Your lack of understanding of how forces work.
Let me see if I understand what your last contention was. You're saying that if instead of having this, I have the green arrow pointing downward, then things should move upwards, but they don't move at all when you drop things. Is that
That's the only time that it won't happen. But if we accelerate it in that same direction, if we apply an actual acceleration to down, then once again it will happen. Even in your down, the only time it won't happen in reality is in free fall. What y'all call acceleration and giving us weight is horse shit, bro. That's zero. Even
So here, let me ask Brian this.
Even the accelerometers say such.
Let me ask Brian a question. Brian, so standing on the surface of the Earth holding a helium balloon, and you let the helium balloon go up, let go of it. It goes up, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
So that's it. It goes up just as if the surface of the Earth were moving upward, right?
Yeah, accelerating up the same direction, just like Brian has been saying. So,
just my way of saying
it. But we know the surface of the Earth is not moving upward, right?
Oh, do you now?
Tell that to Zenek.
Yeah, he messes it
So
up.
funny as well. I don't necessarily agree with this, but it's so easy to argue against the Clovers.
Is the Earth accelerating upward like Zanuck says, or
They
what's
will
going
literally
on?
lose their logic, bro. I've literally just described the downward acceleration y'all claim when shit's free falling. That don't happen. But in reality, even in a centrifuge, bro, no matter what you do, you could do a giant circle, you could do a singular direction in any vector whatsoever, and you will get the buoyant thing leading the way. Only in free fall, where y'all claim is the acceleration, does that not happen. You see the irony? Or not even did I agree with the upward acceleration? It's so this is why you can't have mass attracting mass, bro, because you got to have fucking relativity. You've got to. You can't have a fucking acceleration down.
Yeah, Brian, you'll have to get
Well, if you
clear on
guys are-
your view of how frames of reference work in order for you to understand this properly.
He also needs to explain
Yeah,
why
if
we
we're-
have weight.
All right. If we're done with this, I mean, I'd like to go on to why Newtonian mechanics can't work on your globe. Can we acknowledge that it won't, or do you guys think that it will?
Newtonian mechanics works fine. Even before we had any other thing, like Newton himself used Newtonian mechanics.
Well, he's saying disagree with Coriolis.
Did he call it Newtonian mechanics?
He did. He was very arrogant. No, he didn't.
He was actually an ether theorist. You know that, right?
So from Newton to Einstein, people did things with Newtonian mechanics just fine.
I'm just saying that most of what Newton was doing was all about ether.
I want to hear Jeremy elaborate on how. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy, let's hear it.
Well, if you have the Coriolis force on your globe, then Newtonian mechanics definitely is not going to work for that. That's where Newtonian mechanics breaks apart when you're on a non-inertial reference frame. That's not even in contention. You guys would be the only ones to contend.
Okay, what is? Can you be more specific on why exactly it breaks down?
Yeah, I just want to beforehand though. I just want to let you know if you guys would be the only ones to contend, because when you're on a non-inertial reference frame and things appear to be be deviating, that's why they say there's a pseudo force there and not an actual force, because things are deviating. And according to Newton, when something deviates, you need a force. However, if you have the Coriolis force, things are deviating, but there is no force.
Yeah, it's not
You
a
can't
force.
have Newtonian mechanics.
It's not a force
You can't
caused
have
by
Newtonian. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, the pseudo forces aren't caused by an interaction between two things. They're
Pseudo
just,
force is not a force.
It depends on how you define force.
I mean, do you think they're
down?
by the way they define, by the way it's traditionally defined, there's not a force there. That's just why they call it a pseudo force, not a force, because of the way we define forces. You know, play some weird semantics game. I don't know what you want to get into, but
Pseudo forces aren't products of interaction. They're products of a non-inertial reference frame. Forces
let me explain it. All right,
real
I'm
force.
going to explain it real simple. Real simple. You see something's actually going in a straight line, but we see it deviate. That deviation that we see, you would need a force if that was actually happening. If the plane or whatever was actually deviating, or the ballistic or the bullet was actually deviating, you would need a force there for it to deviate. But there's no force there making it deviate. It's only because we're in a non-inertial reference frame. That's why it deviates. That's why Newtonian mechanics breaks down when you're on a non-inertial reference frame.
The best you could be saying there is that non-inertial frames break down non-Newtonian mechanics, because you can still describe the exact same thing from an inertial frame and not have the problem using Newtonian mechanics. So all the problems you're pointing out is the ones you would get if you use a non-inertial frame, not if you're using Newtonian mechanics. At best, you could say Newtonian mechanics
always
only
leave
works
reality,
in
bro. You always leave reality. It's baffling.
Like I said, you guys would be the only ones to argue against that. So yeah, it makes
I don't
sense.
think so. I don't think anyone would say that pseudo forces refute Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, relativity would specifically say that that's not right. Specifically.
No, relativity just say, well, this force that you think is pseudo force. Sorry, this force that you think is a real force is another pseudo force.
Okay, so how do you mathematically define mass times acceleration? Okay, because if I'm describing a force on fucking Newtonian, I'm saying mass times acceleration. So in Newtonian physics, in the same physics which you're backing, how do you describe a pseudo force? Do you describe it mass times acceleration?
It's
Or are you
not a
going to leave
definition of
reality
force.
again?
The force is it's what causes a tendency of acceleration.
Mathematically, motherfucker. Come on.
Motherfucker.
Well, you can get the same if you use mass times acceleration. You
Okay,
get
so
this.
the laws of Newtonian physics still apply. Anything in motion stays in motion without a force. In other words, if you're gonna, like Jeremy said, you're going
Quantify
to move
force.
anything, to move something in any direction, to stop it, to move it to left, to right, it takes a force described by mass times acceleration. So within Newtonian mechanics, answer his question, please. Don't just say pseudo and think you've escaped.
Yeah, this description of Newtonian mechanics is from a inertial frame. Its laws are inertial frame laws, right? So if you have to work with a non-inertial frame. That's the only time when you come up with pseudo forces. So I would agree with Jeremy in that sense. Newtonian mechanics only. Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics only describes inertial frames. If you want to deal with a non-inertial one, it's still use Newtonian mechanics. Then you end up with pseudo force.
Okay, so we use the same math, but you think you've escaped since you've renamed it, bro. Jeremy's question still applies because it's the same mathematics. You can't just rename something. I'm holding you to your shit. I never really go to the math, bro. I'm pinning you down to your own shit, dude. Newtonian physics, okay? Within that frame, bro. Jeremy's question still applies, bro. To move something, you're going to mathematically define it. I don't care if you change the word. You haven't changed the reality of the mathematics, right? Your reality, the math.
Not clear to me what your point is.
Bro, your brain has the weirdest way of shutting down when it doesn't agree with you. Even if I'm wrong, like if I've mentioned something that doesn't agree with your mindset, your brain just shuts down. You're so smart, Bacon.
That's not true. I just struggle to
my brain might do that too. Bro. Please point that out if my brain does that. Shuts down the simple fucking.
It does
point.
it every time. Yeah, every time.
I just struggle. I just struggle to understand what you're trying to communicate, because I might be arguing the same. You might be arguing the same thing as other flat earthers are arguing, but if I can't understand them, I'm not just gonna say I don't understand what they're saying.
No, you missed what I said. What I said is that when I try to make a simple point to begin an argument, like if you want, I'll give you 3 examples very quick. Okay, your brain literally just shuts the fuck down at the beginning of the argument. I never even can get to my point because your brain knows where. I think because you're smart, your brain knows where it's heading and doesn't understand the simplest of shit, dude. And I would really genuinely ask you to point that out if it happens to me, because I can't just. I do see you as a smart. If it's happening to me, I beg you to point that out, because I'm going to be like, oh my God, you're right. If I've really thought about it, it's like when Dell said that. My initial response was emotional, and it was like, oh my God, please. But then when I see every demonstration in reality, then I'm like, okay, I don't have to agree with it, but I have to be intellectually honest. I've got to consider it.
I'll be right back.
You won't even consider shit. Your brain just shuts the fuck down, and I want you to let me know if I ever do that with the simplest points that lead to an argument. Please let me know. I don't want to.
Yeah, it happens.
So there's many ways in which Newton's Newtonian mechanics breaks down. That was just the Coriolis is just one of them. There's many other things where his some of his laws of motion don't apply right here on Earth.
Would you be so kind to elaborate on that, Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy.
Well, apart from the Coriolis effect one, where we already know it doesn't work. Other than that one,
Go ahead and demonstrate how the Coriolis effect is a violation of Newton's laws.
Yeah, let's hear this.
I just explained it a minute ago. Maybe some people are just got here, but
I'm sorry, I just got here.
yeah. So when you have something deviating left or right, you need a force to make that happen. And when you have the Coriolis effect, there's no force in it.
And so rotation isn't that force, huh?
There's no force making the plane deviate left or right. Yeah, it's not. You rotating is not making the plane deviate left or right. It just makes it appear like it is. That's why
Wait
it's
a minute,
called
you
a
talking
pseudo
about
force.
plane, or are you talking about the winds aloft?
The plane, the bullet, whatever there is from Coriolis, whatever is deviating because of the Coriolis effect, it's there's no force on it.
They deviate in order to compensate for the changes in the wind because of the Coriolis effect.
I see.
No, they deviate because of the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis.
And what causes the Coriolis effect?
A non-inertial reference frame, viewing it from a non-inertial reference frame.
Fascinating.
So that's where one instance where Newtonian mechanics breaks down on the globe.
Newtonian? Interesting. Most interesting indeed.
So we've killed Newtonian. I mean, Jeremy did it kindly. I mean, I could do it a little more vigorous. Okay, we've utterly destroyed
what
an Einsteinian. Okay, and this is just in reality. You know, when y'all are like, "Where does this work?" Reality, dudes. Good God, reality. Why are y'all's brains shutting down? Something's got to be nagging at the back of y'all's brains. Like, maybe I'm not thinking this over. Like, I don't know.
There's another one. There's another save all that. There's another one where Newton's third law can be violated in where there's non-equilibrium. Here, hold on. Let me search that one.
Newton's law breaks down on a train with a flashlight.
Oh, here it is.
Didn't Newton? Didn't he want to distance himself from that action at a distance, gravity type thing? Didn't he write that was kind of a nonsense to him?
Einsteinian breaks down on an accelerating train with a fucking flashlight. So what are you gonna do? You got to leave reality.
Oh, here we go. Here it is. Even though this is from physics.org, even though it's one of the fundamental laws of physics, Newton's third law can be violated in certain non-equilibrium, out of balance situations. When two objects or particles violate the third law, they are said to have non-reciprocal interactions. So there's that.
Are you talking about particles on the quantum level? You're not talking about matter like in atoms and larger. You're talking subatomic particles.
I literally broke it down with 3 mediums, and Bacon drew it up for me. God bless you, Bacon. Literally.
All right. Well, that question was directed to Jeremy.
Rhythm, bud. The only way to deny it is to leave reality. Or, I mean, you could leave the room, I guess. I'm not saying anybody do that. I do love the argument. I am just, this is me when I don't know.
Brian, you don't know what you're talking about. Telling us to leave the room, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So what Bacon drew up, do you want to go back over that and humiliate yourself?
Go ahead. I'm just relax, keep my blood pressure down. I posted a little bit on what the Coriolis effect is and how it applies to Newtonian physics. So you can read that.
On the Coriolis effect? You said the Coriolis effect?
On the question of whether the Newtonian physics breaks down, when describing the Coriolis effect, and the answer is no, they don't break down.
So we see something deviating, right? A ballistic, whatever you want to say, the bullet deviates. According to Newton's laws of motion, you would need a force to make that bullet deviate, right?
Yes.
And is there a force making the bullet deviate?
Yeah, the Coriolis force. It's called the force is known as the Coriolis force. That's what is experiencing perpendicular.
Brian, knock that shit off, Brian. Shut the fuck.
Brian's half.
All right, go ahead. Finish it up,
here.
Angelo.
Yeah, I tagged you in it. It's written in my description. It's basically, when a force perpendicular to its motion causes the object to change its rotating reference frame, then that force is known as Coriolis force, and that's what causes bullets to veer off, footballs to veer slightly, all because of the Coriolis effect.
So there's no force there.
Yes, there is.
The Coriolis
It's derived
force,
from the laws of motion formulated by Isaac Newton. Look at the second paragraph I wrote down below. Okay. The context of the Coriolis effects. Coriolis force acts upon objects in addition to other forces such as gravity and friction that may be acting on them also. Newton's laws of motion still apply, but the presence of the Coriolis effect introduces additional factors that affects the motion of the objects in rotating systems. You're in a rotating system, and the fact that those objects are actually moving like that demonstrates you're obviously in a rotating system that involves a sphere, not some flat plane. I got to pick up my mic. Hang on.
Whoa.
I mean, this is from Byju's, or sorry, this is from LibreText. No, this is from Byju's.com. A non-inertial frame of reference can be defined as a frame that is in the state of acceleration relative to the considered inertial reference frame. Newtonian laws are irrelevant in these reference frames. Irrelevant. Maybe that means they still work. I don't know. I could be wrong.
They're going to take you back to non-reality.
Okay, I think he's directing that to me. So I take it what you're talking about by a reference point. If you observe the object actually turning, you still have to explain why the object is turning and changing its course is being affected because of the Coriolis effect. So you have to basically explain why that is happening.
Right.
And since it's a rotating body is the only possible explanation for that force to be applied, then that has everything to do with Newtonian law and the Newtonian physics behind it. The fact that your initial reference point it could be different from wherever. If the first reference point is the globe itself, the second one is the object, the third one is the rotation of the globe, the fourth one is the object moving along with that rotation before it starts its path, then acceleration on its path. In other words, as soon as you apply a force to the object, like a bullet, you fire the bullet. That bullet will adjust its path because of the rotation and the Coriolis effects. The Coriolis force will force it to go in the direction of whichever hemisphere you're in to veer to one side or the other.
I think you're confused and you think the Coriolis force is an actual force.
So Earth turn is changing this bullet's direction.
I'll get the equation for it. Hold on, it'll include.
It's easily measurable in reality, bro. We've said it over and over and over in a roundabout.
All right,
easily
Brian,
measurable.
Before you say easily measurable,
thanks for interrupting right when I start talking, bro. I just listen to you for 5 minutes, and right when I go to respond with reality, easily measurable in reality, the Coriolis force on a roundabout, you're going to take it to a place that we can't verify, bro. That's all y'all do is take it to Narnia. That's all you ever do.
Okay, so now that you've made your statement, let me point something out. You said we verified it and measured it. Give me your formulas and your verification measurements.
Look up centrifugal force,
No,
dude. You know the fucking formulas.
Give me your variation of it and how you understand it, because I don't think you have a clue on the mathematics that is involved in this, let alone the clue on the mathematics involved in Newtonian physics, which is what I'm trying to explain to you without using the mathematics. But I want to now go to the math. I'm going to show the math and demonstrate it. And then if you want to sit there and try to hash through it, or would you like me to give you an explanation?
I'd like you to do it in reality here on the ground.
Again,
If you can't, I'll do it for you.
On the ground. That's what I hear. This is it. This is, come on, guys.
Wacky. Yo, I'm on a cell phone. I can't mute and unmute people fast enough. So, Angelo, don't interrupt him. He won't interrupt you. All right.
That's fine. I'm leaving because I've got to go play basketball right now.
Ooh. Of course you do. You're talking all condescending until I explain the math, bro, and you can't demonstrate it on the ground. You got to go to Narnia. We all know that, bro. We're not new to this. Go ahead, guys.
What sin did I commit?
You're gonna get dunked on in here or on the court. So either way.
Whoa, let's be
Right. Come on. I'm going to get dunked on by people who won't bring any evidence along. You know that, Jeremy.
Bro, I brought it, bro. What do you want?
Okay, hang on. I'm going to go look at your evidence. Give me a second.
Evidence this, bro. If something is fired at
Where's your citation?
and you're going to take just common sense. How about this? If something is the way you describe Coriolis is fired at an upward trajectory and is entering a frame that you're claiming is spinning slower, but since it's getting higher, is spinning faster.
Are you talking about the reference frame of the observer?
Mathematics there for that one, bud. What if you're firing up at a hill, like normally happens in war from a ship?
Brian, are you giving a frame of reference, or are you giving a frame of reference from the observer? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just trying to keep you out of Narnia, for one, okay, and giving you a real life example of how y'all are calculating shit backwards.
All right, so Jeremy, where did you put your citing? Because I'm looking for it.
Bro, I didn't post anything. This is just like shit you can Google right off the top. Like it's right there on Google.
Okay, but was it taken out of context? Is what I need to know. What's the whole article about?
Bro, it's about how the Newtonian mechanics is irrelevant in non-inertial reference frames. I don't know. I'll see if I can find it again. Hold on. Let me read this one real quick. Brian, you're roboting. This is from National Geographic. Though the Coriolis force is useful in mathematical equations, there is actually no physical force involved. Instead, it is just a ground moving at a different speed than an object in the air. So see, actually no physical force. If Newtonian mechanics held up, that would need to be a physical force because it's deviating from its straight line path.
I get in there a minute, Jeremy? Oh,
this is only, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the Earth, the spin of the Earth, its rotation, is causing Coriolis effect. Shouldn't you have to prove that the Earth is spinning before you can say there's a Coriolis effect?
Yep.
In the real world, yeah. But
otherwise, it's a begging the question and affirming the consequent. If you don't, yeah.
Why do I got a shitty way of fucking wording everything? Like Gio comes in like really responsible, like being an honest answer, and I'm like in Narnia. I'm listening to myself. I'm like, damn, I am a little abrasive, dude. I gotta admit.
Yeah, you get a bit emotional with it, Brian, but I appreciate it. I appreciate your honesty, dude. So yeah, don't let these fuckers get you down.
So anyway, the one thing I would like to point out is the additional forces known as fictitious or inertial forces, and they arise due to the relative motion between the non-inertial reference frame and the inertial reference frame, the object moving and the non-inertial reference frame as the object deviates. That's the forces that are being applied. Newton's laws are still there. You cannot, the rotation of the planet itself, the actual motion of the planet, the motion of everything, the projectile itself is all being applied. It's just making an observation of a non-inertial reference point. You don't need Newton's laws to apply because you're dealing with forces that are not the forces are not physical forces that are part of Newton's laws.
Newton's laws apply to the merry-go-round, bro. We told you you'd take it out to Narnia.
The inertia,
Sorry,
but the
you
inertia.
took
Okay,
it kindly.
hold on. On a merry-go-round, you have an inertial force that causes you to, centrifugal force. It's going to send you off the merry-go-round if you get off that horse, right?
Not if we're holding on with a centripetal force.
If you're letting go and you're standing next to that horse, that as that merry-go-round accelerates and goes faster and
Easily
faster.
explained by Newtonian mechanics, bud. You're the one taking it to
Exactly my
Narnia.
point. It's my
That's
point.
his point.
That's exactly my point.
Your point took it to Narnia.
No, it took it to a very thanks to you. You brought in a wonderful example that demonstrates exactly what I was talking about.
Nobody's arguing that, bud.
Yes, you are. You said I took it to Narnia. I didn't take it to Narnia.
Nobody's arguing Coriolis force in reality.
Relax, though. Please. I mean, I don't know. If you think Newton's laws still apply to non-insurance frames,
Okay.
I don't know. It's neat, but it just doesn't.
Like shit falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. You're denying that. No, we're not denying reality. We're trying to pull y'all back in to reality.
I think, Brian, you're contradicting Jeremy a little bit, I think, Brian.
One other point. The best way to describe non-inertial reference frames using Newton's laws, you just need to modify these fictitious forces, and that modification is done by introducing additional terms into the equations of motion that account for those effects. So that's how you do it. And that, in summary, basically Newton's mechanics can still be applied in non-inertial reference frames.
So the citation I read earlier where it said they're irrelevant, that means they still apply, even though they said it's irrelevant. You probably know better than that.
They're irrelevant only as soon as, if you don't take into account that you're trying to make a measurement. The minute you try to make a measurement, you have to account for those inertial those fictitious forces. And so by applying additional terms to those forces into those equations so you can account for them, then suddenly you're back in the world of Newton's laws and laws of motions and mechanics.
We never left them though, bro. So is Howard, are you claiming that Jeremy said that Newtonian's first, second, and third laws no longer apply? You think that's what he read? Okay, I think you're mistaken, bro, because that's not what he read. We can show he literally described that if something moves, the Newtonian describes it as a force, period. He even said sideways, bro. If you move it off a straight path, bro, and you're saying that I'm disagreeing with him, bro, that's real life. When y'all bring it to space, then that's where the shit don't apply. And that's literally what he read.
Actually, Brian, what brought me to all of this was something that you said at the very beginning, which was Newtonian effects break down when describing the Coriolis effect. You said it just completely breaks down, and it doesn't.
I didn't say that.
Go back in the chat.
That's what Jeremy said. Yes, that's what Jeremy said.
Jeremy said, yeah. I stand corrected, Brian.
Yeah, and that's true because we're standing on Earth. You see a bullet, it deviates. You need a force for that to happen. There's no force there, right?
There is a force there. It's just one that hasn't been given a term during. If you wanted to go and actually figure out that force, and you'd have to know all the conditions of all, not only the weather, the condition of the winds aloft, winds at ground level, everything that's involved in not only causing the Coriolis effect, but what might apply to the motion of that bullet alone, and causing it to deviate. All of those factors have to be put in, including the forces that haven't been described.
I agree, bro. But if we apply all them forces to us firing a bullet off of a roundabout, that's Newtonian physics. And what Jeremy described, y'all trying to pit us against each other, was the way that the globe Earth and its rotation describes it, I think, anyway. But we can fire a bullet from a merry-go-round. In reality, and describe them with Newtonian physics. It's where shit breaks down is when you leave reality. And I guarantee you, as soon as I'm done, he's going to instantly fucking leave reality.
No, actually, what I said was it proves that we're on a globe. I didn't say that it didn't. It can only happen on a rotating sphere like that.
It can happen on a rotating roundabout, and we can measure it with Newtonian physics. Okay? All of his laws, bro, they all apply. And I told you, you would instantly fucking leave reality. And you didn't let me down.
The rotating roundabout would require an object moving so slowly in order for you to notice that effect and see it. And on a roundabout, a bullet itself would be going so fast you couldn't measure the Coriolis effect on that roundabout. So a flat Earth, which is supposedly stationary, okay, a flat Earth which is supposedly stationary shouldn't be demonstrated. You're breaking up, Brian. I'm almost done. A flat Earth that's supposedly stationary shouldn't be able to show any Coriolis effect. Yet we observe it all the time, all over the place, and that's
right.
why.
So you just said Newton's laws of motion don't apply or something. Like that's weird.
No, I never
bro.
said that.
No, that's
Can
what
you
Jeremy
repeat
said.
what you said, please?
That's what Jeremy said, that Newton's rules breaks
He just said
down.
we're
That's
on
why I
Earth.
said
It
that
is
you're.
literally 1
That's
minute
why I
before
said that's
time,
what
guys.
you're,
I gotta
you're
go. Thanks.
contradicting Jeremy.
Hold on, wait, before you go, real quick. You just said on a roundabout we can't calculate a bullet because it's moving too fast. Can you elaborate on that? Because I thought that's exactly what you said.
It's not what he said. He's talking
Howard,
about the rotation of the Earth. He's talking about the rotation of the Earth is moving much slower than the roundabout would be.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he said that in a roundabout,
Brian, do you
the
want your
bullet's
answer?
moving too slow.
Okay, Brian. The roundabout is a local area. It's small. It's moving actually at a faster rate in rotation than the rotation of the Earth. It takes 24 hours for the Earth to rotate. It takes a roundabout, it may take a minute to go around. If you fire a bullet while you're on that roundabout, you're not going to notice the Coriolis effect because the bullet's traveling way too fast. It would be like firing a laser, essentially. You don't see the Coriolis effect on a laser being fired off the,
Fair enough. So Howard was wrong then, right? So Howard was definitely wrong. I'll accept that as your parting gift.
No, he wasn't. I don't know what he said, so I can't see if it was wrong or right. Don't make me tell you what he is or not. Anyway, I gotta go, guys.
Wait a minute. Professor Parks, before you wait, hold on, Brian, wait a minute. Professor Parks, before you leave, did he leave?
He's about to
I
go
don't think
get
that was
knocked out.
Professor Parks anyway.
No, that's Angelo.
Yeah, great. Yeah, Angelo.
Oh, it's Angelo. Okay.
I'll settle for the consolation.
Jeremy was saying, no, you don't have to settle for anything. They're totally wrong on this one. And what Jeremy said about the force being just the ground moving at a different rate than the plane or projectile, right? Now that's important. That's what I wanted to catch him on before he left, because
I lost him. But yeah, I tried to pin him down too, New.
I mean, if you guys want to apply Newtonian mechanics to the Coriolis force, I'll have a field day with that. I'm just letting you know. That's really where you want to put it. We can do that.
It's ridiculous how they try to pit me and Jeremy. Like, dude, we're already obviously like button heads some and shit, dude. And probably a friendly way, bro. We're both veterans, okay? But dude, for them to try and pit us against each other, dude, that's where they're dead wrong. Like Jeremy literally explained it with the Earth's motion. I bring it back down to reality, and Howard says, "You're contradicting Jeremy." Like, bro, I told him they'd bring it right back to Narnia, and he literally instantly with his second word, globe and space, and it's like, dude, they're so predictable.
You're not addressing the issue that Jeremy was talking about, how Newtonian physics breaks down using it to explain Coriolis or something like that, and then you're going in saying that Newtonian physics works or something, or talking about centrifugal forces and different things like that. Y'all were contradicting in those terms.
Out of respect, I'll give you one chance, and I just won't say nothing.
Know that there's no proof for the Coriolis effect being caused by the spin of the Earth, but what's the best evidence for the Coriolis effect being caused by the spin of the Earth?
I would say artillery over long distance and hurricanes.
How would you
They
prove that
literally
a hurricane is
opposite each other? You literally just contradicted yourself, bro.
Would you prove that the spin of the Earth is causing the Coriolis effect to be seen in the spin of a hurricane? How would you prove that, or what would be the best evidence for that?
What he just said is the artillery. I got proof by seeing the artillery shell spins clockwise while the hurricane spins counterclockwise, and that's my proof. It's unfucking believable what these guys say, dude.
I didn't say anything like that. I don't know what you're talking
If you would
about.
have elaborated, that's what you would have said.
No, I didn't. Not at all what I would have said.
The thing is with the hurricanes. The thing is with the hurricanes and shit, you have it happening in opposite directions on other planets. So that can't be the reason why you have the direction of the hurricane.
That's
Wait, on
probably
other
the best.
planets?
Jupiter or Saturn, maybe.
Yeah, that's the best argument against it I've heard.
I could have sworn the hurricanes on other planets, isn't it like different where it's like a high pressure or low pressure thing? Like I'm pretty sure the centers of those are different. Let me see.
Yeah, so pressure, not the rotation
No,
direction.
but it's a combination. It's a combination because I'm pretty sure if it's a pressure thing, you still need like Coriolis or whatever the fuck to actually still give it a rotation, like a direction, whatever. Like it needs some sort of bias, I think. Otherwise,
Okay, so Coriolis, but Coriolis doesn't give it the direction. We already established that because you have it happening in opposite direction on other planets.
It's a combination. It's a combination of the two. It's Coriolis and the pressure thing. It's a combination of the two. You can't if you just have the one, it doesn't really work. You need both.
What ways a focal deviate, please? Have you ever done one? In fact, I don't want to get that low.
Change the subject.
What way does a focal persist? What does it rotate, please? When it does.
What now?
Focal is the Coriolis effect. Which way is the deviation happening in a Coriolis in a focal pendulum?
Personally, I have no idea.
In the northern hemisphere.
Rotation north, bro. It's pretty easy. Just think about it.
Northern hemisphere focal pendulum deviation due to the Coriolis effect. Which direction is it going?
Clockwise.
Let me think about that logic. Probably is that.